I am currently in the admissions office of Morning Light College in the north of the deserted city. I stood up suddenly in my mink coat, took a deep breath, stared at the middle-aged mentor Mot Ancho in front of me, and asked seriously, "Are you saying that my sister has never been to your Morning Light Academy? Are you sure you are not joking?" Seeing my serious expression, Mot Ancho also became nervous and quickly replied, "Master Wu, I have asked everyone, and your sister has indeed never been to Morning Light College." I knew in my heart that if something really happened to Wu Xinxin, the entire deserted city would be plunged into great turmoil. Although Morning Light College was not directly responsible, it was inevitable that it would be affected. At Sangqiong Academy, when Wu Xinxin signed her name, a mechanical electronic voice sounded in my mind as I wished, "Mission completed, do you want to accept the reward?" I responded without hesitation, "Of course. The reward, Insight, has been issued, please check it out, host." Then, I felt my eyes tingling and burning, which then escalated into a burning sensation, like being struck by an electric current. This feeling lasted for 2 or 3 breaths before gradually subsiding. Before I could even feel the change in my eyes, I quickly put away the registration form signed by Wu Xinxin, breathed a sigh of relief, put a relaxed smile on my face, and said, "Congratulations, Wu Xinxin, from now on, you are a member of Sangqiong Academy." In order to trick this girl into Sangqiong Academy, I spent a lot of effort. It was really not easy. Before Wu Xinxin could speak, I was stunned, with a hint of surprise flashing across my eyes. Because when I looked at Wu Xinxin, a string of information automatically emerged in my mind. Dancing Xinxin. Gender, female. Age, 15 years old. Physical talent, ordinary bloodline, 2-star superior. Comprehension talent, 2-star lower. Special talent, none. Cultivation, Qishuan 2nd level. It was not until this moment that I realized how precious the reward I had received was. I secretly exclaimed in my heart, "Too powerful. Is this the power of insight?" With just one glance, I knew Wu Xinxin's basic situation clearly. What surprised me most was that the insight could not only see her age and cultivation, but also her hidden attributes such as physique, comprehension, and special talents. This mission reward is simply amazing. "Teacher Zhang, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that I hadn't spoken for a long time, Wu Xinxin couldn't help but stretch out her white little hand and waved in front of me. I came back to my senses and said thoughtfully, "You should go back first. Classes will start tomorrow. You can come here to find me then. As for tuition, we'll talk about it tomorrow." But the little girl seemed to still have questions. "Don't worry, go back quickly, so your family won't worry." I urged her, thinking that if I didn't send her away, she would probably regret it as soon as she realized what was going on. "Okay." Wu Xinxin looked around, as if she wanted to engrave the scenery of the entire Sangqiong Academy firmly in her heart, and then she waved her fair little hand reluctantly and said, "Goodbye, Teacher Zhang." "Yeah." I waved my hand and wiped the sweat off my forehead. On the main street of the deserted city, Wu Xinxin had just left Sangqiong Academy when she ran into me, who was sweating profusely. Before she even approached me, she shouted, "Brother Xinxin." Hearing that familiar soft voice, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief, turned around quickly and walked over quickly. "Brother, what are you doing here? How dare you ask? If it weren't for you, would I be so anxious?" I scolded him, then frowned and asked, "Where did you go just now?" Without waiting for Wu Xinxin to answer, I urged her, "Forget it, let's go home and talk about it. Your parents must be worried if you don't go home so late." "Oh." Wu Xinxin stuck out her cute little tongue, and followed me, skipping and jumping, towards the Wu family mansion. After walking a short distance, I suddenly thought of something, stopped, and said to a middle-aged man beside me, "Uncle Wang, since Xinxin is back, those who were sent out to look for Xinxin can also be transferred back. You are responsible for notifying them." "Yes, young master," Uncle Wang said respectfully. At night, the sky was full of stars, shining brightly, and the lights of the deserted city complemented each other, embellishing the city standing on the top of the mountain like a fairyland on earth. In the south of the deserted city, in a luxurious mansion, the patriarch and I sat quietly in the hall, listening to Wu Xinxin telling us what happened during the afternoon. "Xinxin, are you telling the truth?" Clan leader Wu Qin had a gloomy expression and his voice did not convey any emotion. Yeah. Wu Xinxin responded softly. She didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of her father. Zhang Yu. A mere Qishuan 4th level kid actually dared to fool the Wu family. Who gave him the courage? Wu Qin laughed angrily. Are all young people nowadays so bold? Our Wu family is the most powerful family in the deserted city. Even Chengwang College and Yunshan College, 2 colleges that gather countless strong people and geniuses, dare not easily provoke the Wu family, which shows how strong the Wu family is. As the daughter of the current patriarch of the Wu family, let alone Wu Xinxin's excellent qualifications, even if she has no qualifications for cultivation, Chengwang College and Yunshan College will compete to recruit her into the academy. Now she has been fooled into the already declining Tsangkong College by a slick guy. It is simply a humiliation. A great humiliation. I was also incredibly angry, and said in a deep voice, Dad, I'll take people to teach that brat a lesson tomorrow. Wu Chen's wife didn't say anything. She neither supported nor opposed what I said. That. Looking at Wu Chen's angry expression, Wu Xinxin said weakly, I think what teacher Zhang said does make some sense. Tsangqiong Academy has a beautiful environment and a kind of tranquility that is detached from the world. It is indeed a good place. She has seen and verified all of this with her own eyes. Zhang Yu did not lie. Hearing Wu Xinxin's words to defend Zhang Yu, Wu Chen was angry and amused, and said helplessly, My silly daughter. Don't you realize yet that the boy is deliberately misleading you? He has been smart all his life, but he never expected that his daughter would be so stupid. Wu Xinxin blinked in confusion, her long eyelashes fluttering, making her look even more silly and cute, misleading. I was also confused by this slow-reacting sister. I shook my head helplessly and asked, Xinxin, let me ask you, what is the most important thing for a martial arts practitioner? Talent. Wu Xinxin blinked playfully. Talent is innate, no one can change it. I nodded and continued to ask, besides talent? Is it perseverance and persistence? Wu Xinxin thought for a moment and answered cautiously. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, feeling extremely speechless. Although this answer is correct, this is not what I want to say, okay. This girl's train of thought is truly amazing. Shaking my head helplessly, I sighed and said, it's a technique, a martial art. Although our Wu family is powerful, we have only been around for a short time, and our foundation is not even as good as those ancient families that are weaker than us. The only martial arts we can show off is the low-level spiritual martial arts Liu Yunju, and the only martial arts we have are the low-level spiritual martial arts Liu Yun Sleeve, and the high-level mortal martial arts Prajna Palm. It can be said that in terms of skills and martial arts, our Wu family has no advantages at all. The only way for our Wu family to maintain its position as the #1 family in deserted city is to have a steady stream of family members enter Morning Light College and Yunshan College to learn more and better skills and martial arts. Doing so will not only enhance the strength of the family, but also enrich the family's heritage. Although the strength of Chengwang College and Yunshan College is slightly weaker than that of our Wu family, these 2 colleges have extremely rich cultural heritage and have collected countless advanced techniques and advanced martial arts. Moreover, as far as I know, there was a turmoil in Tsangqiong College 7 years ago. Chengwang College and Yunshan College took advantage of the situation and looted many advanced techniques and advanced martial arts that originally belonged to Tsangqiong College. At this point, I sighed and said, do you understand now? The Tsangqiong Academy may have a good environment, but it lacks the 2 most important things for martial arts practitioners, cultivation methods and martial arts skills. It's not that Tsangqiong Academy doesn't have any skills or martial arts, but those are inferior skills and it doesn't matter whether they exist or not. Wu Xinxin was stunned. Of course she knew the importance of skills and martial arts to martial arts practitioners, but she was completely confused by Zhang Yu's deception in the afternoon and didn't think about this issue at all. So Zhang, that guy has been lying to me all along. Wu Xinxin looked gloomy, her young heart suffered a great blow. I'm sorry, Dad, brother, I. Wu Xinxin's eyes were red and she was about to cry. Seeing his daughter's sad and aggrieved look, Wu Chen felt very distressed and hurried to comfort her. It's okay, Xinxin, don't cry. Dad will take you to Chengwang College tomorrow. With Dad's face, they will not dare to refuse you even if the registration time has passed. As for that kid Zhang Yu, Wu Mo, you will go to him on behalf of Xinshin to talk to him about withdrawing from the school tomorrow, and teach him a lesson by the way, be careful. As he spoke, he gave me a look. Don't worry, Dad, leave this to me. Noticing Wu Chen's eyes, I understood and nodded with a smile. Of course, I understood what Wu Chen meant. The so-called lesson was probably more of a verbal warning. I wouldn't dare to do it if he really wanted to. Even if Wu Chen went there in person, he might not dare to do it to Zhang Yu. In the past 7 years, although the major forces have done a lot of things against Sangqiong Academy, no one has ever dared to touch Zhang Yu himself, not even one. As long as there is no news about Zhang Yu's father, Zhang Haoren, no one dares to touch him. At this moment, Wu Xinshin suddenly raised her head, with a firm look in her eyes. No, I will go to Sangqiong Academy to find him myself tomorrow. After I sent Wu Xinshin away, I returned to my own little home in Xiangxie alone. As soon as I reached the gate, a short-haired gray dog rushed over, wagging its tail. Xiao Chang. Gender, male. Age, 8 years old. Physical talent, none. Perception talent, none. Special talent, none. Cultivation, none. It really is a product with no 3, no 4. Xiao Chang. I laughed, touched the head of the local dog that kept wagging its tail in front of me, and said, "Are you hungry?" "Wait, I'll go cook right away." Thinking back to what happened during the day, I couldn't help but sigh. I was a young school director of a third-rate private university on Earth. I was running around all day to solve the problem of recruiting students. Just when things were looking up, I unfortunately died of overwork. When I woke up again, I came to this strange world. The owner of this body is also called Zhang Yu, and he is the dean of Sangqiong Academy. However, this identity is useless. Since my father Zhang Haoren mysteriously disappeared 7 years ago, Sangqiong Academy fell apart in just a few months. Hundreds of instructors and thousands of students left, and even the high-quality skills and martial arts in the academy's library disappeared. The entire Sangqiong Academy is in name only. The only thing left is Xiao Chang, a local dog that my father bought from a farmer 8 years ago. In fact, as a young Qishuan level 4 expert, any force in the deserted city would be happy to open its doors to me as long as I was willing, and even train me as a core member. Unfortunately, I was very stubborn and unwilling to join any force. I stayed with Sangqiong Academy and tried to revive its former glory. Unfortunately, for 7 years, I failed to recruit a student, and of course, I failed to recruit a mentor. So, the night before the unified enrollment registration for all the colleges in Deserted City, I drank to drown my sorrows, but the more I drank, the more sorrowful I became, and in the end I drank myself to death. The me on Earth took the opportunity to travel here. When I woke up from my deep sleep on Earth, an emotionless voice like an artificial intelligence rang in my head. Super Dean system has been activated. Before I could open my mouth, the electronic voice sounded again. Considering the host's current situation, I am hereby issuing the first mission. Main Mission 1, recruit a student, no talent requirements. A great building is built from the ground up. Any great academy is built from scratch. With students, the academy is worthy of its name. With the academy, the host is a real dean. Task reward, insight. Task time limit, 12 hours. Mission failed, no penalty. It took me a whole morning to figure out my current situation. Without even having time to eat, I hurriedly ran to the streets to recruit students. As a result, when they heard the name of Sangqiong Academy, everyone ran away as if they were avoiding the plague. They looked so anxious, as if they wished they had 2 more legs. There was only 1 hour left for the mission and I couldn't recruit any students, so I felt helpless. Others are waiting for students to sign up in the college, but I, the dean, am personally going out on the street to recruit students, and yet I am still looked down upon. I felt helpless and aggrieved. It seems that the normal way doesn't work, so I can only rely on trickery. Just as I was thinking about how to trick people into coming to Sangqiong College, a soft voice came into my ears. "Excuse me, how do I get to Chengwang College?" I looked up and saw a girl standing in front of me, about 14 or 15 years old, like a flower in bud, mysterious and shy. Her voice was soft and weak, and her face was cute and adorable, which made people want to protect her. My eyes lit up. It's like a sleepy person finding a pillow. If I can trick this girl, well, lead her to Tsangkong Academy, I can complete the task assigned by the system. In an instant, all the movie stars in my previous life flashed through my mind. I put on a cool attitude and said calmly, "You want to go to the academy? Chengwang Academy is an academy, and Sangcheong Academy is also an academy." "Yeah." The girl nodded shyly. It seemed that the girl seldom interacted with strangers, especially a handsome older brother like me, even though I looked a little aloof and she didn't dare to ask more questions. "Let's go, I happen to be a tutor at the academy, I'll take you there." I glanced at the girl, then turned around and walked straight to one end of the street. As the only living person in Sangcheong Academy, I am both the dean and the tutor, but the tutor I mentioned has nothing to do with Chengwang Academy. Ah. The girl was a little surprised. She never expected that she would meet a teacher from Morning Light College by chance when she asked someone for directions on the street. Seeing me walking quickly through the crowd, the girl suddenly became anxious. Without thinking, she followed me in a daze, fearing that she would lose me. After a moment, I walked out of Qibao Pavilion wearing a mink coat, looked around, and frowned slightly. Where did this girl go? Could she really go to Chengwang College alone? I was not worried about the girl's safety. In the deserted city, there is no one who dares to touch our Wu family. After looking around and making sure the girl had left, I walked straight towards Morning Light College carrying a gift box. The Desolate Abyss is the largest primeval forest on the desolate continent, and the Desolate City is a city built on a mountain on the eastern edge of the Desolate Abyss. Where the Desolate City and the Desolate Abyss meet is exactly where the Sky Academy is located. In other words, the Sky Academy is connected to the Desolate City in the east and the Desolate Abyss in the west. Its geographical location is unique and extremely rare. After walking up the long stone steps, I stopped, took a deep breath, turned around slowly, and said calmly, "We're here." When the girl heard this, a hint of doubt emerged on her cute face. I heard that Chengwang College has many powerful instructors and many talented students, so it should be very lively. Why is it so deserted here? Although she was a little confused, she was not stupid. Turning around and searching around, the girl soon noticed a huge stone tablet. On the stone tablet, which was more than 10 feet high, were 4 large, sharp characters clearly engraved, Sangcheong Academy. The girl paused for a moment after looking at the stone tablet, and then was dumbfounded. Sky Academy? Isn't this Morning Light Academy? Looking up, the girl glared at me angrily. "You lied to me. I said I would take you to the college, but I didn't say I would take you to Morning Light College." I turned my head away, somewhat afraid to look the girl in the eye. "You lied to me. I never mentioned Morning Light College from the beginning to the end. You just misunderstood." I felt a little guilty, and even my argument seemed weak. "You lied to me." The girl pouted, tears in her eyes, looking aggrieved. I felt a headache and said helplessly, "Okay, I admit that I did lie to you. I did feel soft-hearted, but that doesn't mean I gave up. I just rolled my eyes and changed my tone, but I told this white lie for your sake." Hearing this, the girl was startled and looked at me in confusion. "Take a closer look. Is there such a beautiful building in Morning Light College?" I pointed to the majestic buildings standing around. Each building has an extraordinary momentum and unique style. It is obvious that a lot of thought was put into its construction. Although the ground is overgrown with weeds and the trees are leaning here and there, it looks a bit messy, which will somewhat affect the beauty of the building. But it is precisely because of this that Sangcheong College also has a kind of paradise-like tranquility. Take another look at the majestic mountains behind the college. Can you see them in Morning Light College? Sangcheong College is backed by Huangyuan, so naturally it can see the scenery of Huangyuan. I smoothed my bangs that were messed up by the wind, and glanced at the girl with my side eyes. My voice suddenly became gentle, and I pretended to be intoxicated. "Don't you think that practicing in such a peaceful and beautiful place like a paradise is an ultimate enjoyment?" The girl was stunned, and fell into the beautiful picture I had created. Although she was originally dissatisfied with it, she now likes it more and more the more she looks at it. What he said seems to be right. The girl hesitated and felt like she had missed something, but couldn't remember it for a moment. Seeing her hesitation, I immediately interrupted her thoughts and said eloquently, "A lovely girl like you, can you really bear to miss such a beautiful scenery? Or, can you tolerate the noisy and bustling environment of Morning Light College?" The girl lowered her head shyly after being praised by me, her little face flushed, and she whispered, "Am I really that cute?" She found that the handsome big brother in front of her actually had good taste. Of course, if anyone dares to say that you are not cute, I, Zhang Yu, will be the first to disagree. I looked serious, as if I was defending some supreme truth that would not allow anyone to trample on it. Not to mention that this girl is indeed very cute. Even if she is not cute, I will never say no in order to complete the task. Feeling my sincere gaze, the girl's face turned even redder, and she thought to herself, so this big brother is called Zhang Yu. After so much preparation, I felt that the time was almost right, so I quickly took out a registration form from my pocket and quickly handed it to the girl. Like a noble and compassionate master, I patiently persuaded her, "Believe me, you will never regret joining Songqiong Academy. Come on, child, sign your name here." The girl felt dizzy and signed her name on the registration form in a daze, Wu Xinxin. In the Champs-Élysées, the grey dog had a hearty meal, scratched its round belly with its paws, and lay lazily at the doorstep. Zhang Yu cleaned up the dishes and walked out of the kitchen. Looking at the lazy gray-haired dog at the doorstep, he couldn't help but laughed and scolded, "You really know how to enjoy yourself." Shaking his head, Zhang Yu walked into the room and lay comfortably on the bed. I wonder if Insight can see my own information. Having just acquired the insight, Zhang Yu obviously felt it was very novel and couldn't wait to study it. As soon as this thought came to Zhang Yu's mind, a string of information flooded into his mind. Zhang Yu. Gender, male. Age, 23 years old. Physical talent, ordinary bloodline, 3 stars lower level. Comprehension talent, 2-star lower. Special talent, none. Kung Fu, extreme martial arts, medium spiritual level, 11 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is the middle level of the vortex, with an average of 44 errors per level. Martial arts, dragon elephant power, low spiritual level, 231 errors. Falling leaf sword technique, low spiritual level, 285 errors. Cultivation, Qishuan 4th level. Skill, insight. Ha! Zhang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "My physical talent is so high." Zhang Yu has always been very confident in his physical talent, but he never expected that his physical talent would actually reach the lower 3-star standard. According to the system's classification of physical talents, there are 6 stars of physical talents, and you cannot practice without physical talents. 1-star physical talent, ordinary practitioner. 2-star physical talent, genius of a city. 3-star physical talent, a country's genius. 4-star physical talent, genius of one domain. 5-star physical talent, genius of the world. 6-star physical talent, ultimate martial arts talent. A genius of a country, TSK. Zhang Yu was very satisfied. There is no one who doesn't want to have higher talent, and Zhang Yu is no exception. Although the 3-star physical talent is much worse than the 4-star and 5-star ones, and cannot be compared with the 6-star ones, it still should not be underestimated. Looking across the deserted city, it would be hard to find a genius with higher talent than Zhang Yu. After sighing for a moment, Zhang Yu continued to check his information. Kung Fu, extreme martial arts, medium spiritual level, 11 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is the middle level of the vortex, with an average of 44 errors per level. Martial arts, dragon elephant power, low spiritual level, 231 errors. Falling leaf sword technique, low spiritual level, 285 errors. Kung Fu, martial arts. Zhang Yu was a little confused. He remembered that when he checked Wu Xinxin's information in the afternoon, there didn't seem to be these 2 attributes. However, Zhang Yu did not dwell on this issue. What he cared more about was what the so-called mistake meant. Zhang Yu frowned and asked in his mind, "System, what does error mean?" Receiving Zhang Yu's question, a mechanical electronic voice sounded in Zhang Yu's mind. As the name suggests, errors refer to errors in the skills and martial arts. The more errors there are, the slower the training speed and the weaker the power of the martial arts. For example, the extreme martial arts practiced by the host has 11 levels, with 44 errors in each level, a total of 484 errors. Therefore, the host has practiced for many years and has only reached the 4th level of Qishuan. Its only advantage is that it can be practiced to the middle level of Vortex, which is why it is rated as a middle-level spiritual level skill. Both skills and martial arts are divided into 4 levels: mortal level, spiritual level, king level, and god level. Ordinary level techniques can only be cultivated to the 9th level of Qishuan, spiritual level techniques can be cultivated to the Vortex realm, and as for king level techniques and god level techniques, they can be cultivated to those legendary realms. After listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Yu looked at the eye-catching number again, and his eyes widened immediately. No way. There are 484 errors in extreme martial arts. It's terrifying when you think about it. Zhang Yu was horrified when he thought about the fact that there were so many mistakes in the skills and techniques he had practiced for so many years. I feel pretty awesome that I haven't gotten into trouble for my practice. Of course, these techniques and martial arts have been able to be passed down for countless years. Even if there are a lot of errors, it will not lead people astray. At most, the practice speed will be slower. Zhang Yu certainly understood this logic, but after knowing the truth of the matter, he couldn't help feeling a little resistant. 484 mistakes. No wonder I have only cultivated to the 4th level of Qishuan with my 3-star lower physical talent. Zhang Yu finally understood that it was not because of his poor talent, but because he had not chosen the right skills from the beginning. But he wanted to change his skills, but the advanced skills and martial arts in the library had been taken away long ago, and what remained were some inferior skills and martial arts. Even if he gave those inferior skills and martial arts to Chengwang College and Yunshan College for free, they probably wouldn't bother to take the trouble to move them. So angry. Zhang Yu has never hated Chengwang College and Yunshan College as much as he does now. After cursing Chengwang College and Yunshan College, Zhang Yu slowly calmed down. He shook his head and took a deep breath. Never mind, let's go to the library first. What if there happens to be some skills and martial arts that are suitable for me? After getting out of bed, Zhang Yu put on his shoes and walked straight to the library. On the way, Zhang Yu asked in his mind, "System, why didn't I see the skills and martial arts attributes when I checked Wu Xinxin's information?" A mechanical electronic voice soon sounded, "Unless she practices her skills or performs martial arts in front of the host cannot view her skills and martial arts attributes. The host can see the attributes of her own skills and martial arts because the host's insight directly extracts the corresponding information from the memory." Hearing this, Zhang Yu seemed to be thinking about something. The library is located between the teaching building and the dormitory building of Zhangqiong College, only a few hundred meters away from Zhang Yu's Xiangxie residence. After a while, Zhang Yu appeared outside the library. As no one had taken care of it for a long time, the library was surrounded by weeds and the ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. Zhang Yu pushed open the door of the library. There was a musty smell in the room. He walked in slowly. Looking at the densely packed books on the bookshelf, Zhang Yu had a hint of self-mockery on his lips. Should I thank Chengwang College and Yunshan College? They were so kind to leave so many skills and martial arts behind. The advanced skills and martial arts are all on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the library. Those left on the 1st floor are inferior skills and martial arts, and no one is interested in them. Zhang Yu did not go upstairs because he knew that the 2nd and 3rd floors had been emptied long ago and nothing was left. Walking to the bookshelf, Zhang Yu picked up a book that recorded a martial arts method, and while flipping through it, he activated the insight technique. Hong Tian Ju, medium level, 6 levels in total, can be cultivated to the 6th level of Qi Xian, with an average of 56 errors per level. An average of 56 errors per layer. Are you kidding? This kind of martial arts really won't kill people. Zhang Yu's hands trembled and sweat broke out on his face. Change it quickly. Lotus skill, lower level of ordinary level, 3 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is the 3rd level of Qishuan, with an average of 63 errors per level. Well, this one is not even as good as the previous one, let's change it. Eternal Spring Treasure Book, lower level of ordinary, 3 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is the 3rd level of Qishuan, with an average of 42 errors per level. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and continued to read the next book. Supreme Ju, medium level, 6 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is Qishuan 6th level, with an average of 45 errors per level. Earth Dragon skill, lower level of ordinary level, 3 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is the 3rd level of Qishuan, with an average of 38 errors per level. An hour later. After looking through all the techniques and martial arts on the first floor of the library, Zhang Yu was in a very bad mood. There are thousands of techniques and martial arts, but there is not a single technique with less than 30 errors per level. You should know that the highest level of these martial arts techniques is no more than the middle level of ordinary level, and many of them have more errors than the extreme martial arts. It's so difficult to find a martial arts book with fewer mistakes. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Any force with a little background would probably look down on these inferior martial arts and techniques. Looking down at the book in his hand, Zhang Yu sighed. Jian Tianju, medium level, 6 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is Qi Xian 6th level, with an average of 31 errors per level. This is the martial art with the fewest errors per level that he has found so far, but it is only at the middle level of the ordinary level. The highest level of ordinary intermediate martial arts can be cultivated to the 6th level of Qishuan. If it is a top-grade mortal skill, Zhang Yu might consider it, but if it is a mid-grade mortal skill, Zhang Yu will never switch to practicing the skill unless he is crazy. System, do you have any good suggestions? Zhang Yu rubbed his head, having no idea for a moment. The library was quiet for a moment, and the mechanical electronic voice of the system slowly sounded. Different skills have different errors. Insight can see the errors in the skills. The places that are not marked with errors are correct. The host can use the correct places in other skills to replace the wrong places in extreme martial arts. Modify the technique. Wild ideas and bold suggestions. Zhang Yu was stunned for a long while, then he opened his eyes wide with excitement. Yes, each martial art is different, and the mistakes are also different. I can completely replace the correct parts with other martial arts. As long as there are enough skills as materials, Zhang Yu can even modify extreme martial arts to have no mistakes at all. Although Zhang Yu is still a rookie in martial arts training and has no ability to create a technique out of thin air, but he can definitely learn from other techniques. Others cannot modify the martial arts, but Zhang Yu is different. He possesses the insight technique and can use it to find the mistakes. Then find the corresponding correct places from other martial arts and replace them. In this way, he has a chance to create a martial arts method without any mistakes. There is no wrong way to practice. Wouldn't it be fun to practice? Just thinking about it made Zhang Yu so excited that he could hardly control himself. Do it as soon as you think of it. Zhang Yu quickly took action in the library and implemented the ideas in his mind. But in the actual process, Zhang Yu encountered a problem. Each set of skills has different cultivation methods at different levels. If we want to modify it, we have to separate the cultivation methods for each level. If we mix them together, we can't modify it at all. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Yu took a deep breath and said, then let's start from the first level of Qishuan. The Zhangqiong Academy at night was as dark as if it had been splashed with ink, with only a faint light near the library. A few hours later, Zhang Yu stopped, his bright eyes gleaming with excitement. Success! The mistakes in Qishuan Level 1's cultivation method have been completely replaced. Now it can be said to be truly flawless. This work, which was derived from the martial arts techniques of Jiwudo, was finally revised without any mistakes thanks to Zhang Yu's unremitting efforts. In order to distinguish it from Jiwudo, Zhang Yu named this martial art Jiwuju. Extreme martial arts technique, low-level mortal, a total of 1 layer. The highest level that can be cultivated is the first level of Qishuan, with an average of 0 errors per layer. Even the insight technique cannot find out the mistakes in this martial art, which is definitely the most perfect martial art in the world. Although its level is only low-level mortal level and can only be cultivated to the first level of Qishuan, Zhang Yu, who possesses the insight technique, does not need to care about this at all. As long as Zhang Yu is given enough time and martial arts materials, he can gradually complete the cultivation methods of the subsequent levels of extreme martial arts. Apart from anything else, the skills in the library alone are enough for Zhang Yu to improve his training method of extreme martial arts to the 6th level of Qishuan. There is no wrong way to do this. Improving your cultivation is as easy as drinking water. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he became more and more impatient. Let's try it now. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yu sat down and began to practice extreme martial arts technique. Breathe freely, sit cross-legged, relax your whole body, keep your tailbone and spine in a straight line, and lower your head slightly. Sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, enter from Qi-Yang appointment, pass through Shiman appointment. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, the true energy in Zhang Yu's body began to boil like boiling water. The true energy originally cultivated from the extreme martial arts turned into a huge torrent in his body, surging along specific meridians. A large amount of turbid air separated from the true power at a speed visible to the naked eye and was discharged from the body along with Zhang Yu's breathing. In just a few breaths, the true energy in Zhang Yu's body became more than twice as refined. After Zhang Yu had completed a full cycle of the extreme martial art, according to the route of the first stage of Qishuan, the true energy in his body had become terrifyingly pure. What's even more amazing is that when Zhang Yu stopped practicing, the true energy in his body continued to flow according to the exercise route of the first stage of the extreme martial arts art, with no sign of stopping. The true energy, which was already extremely pure, was evolving in an unpredictable direction. This is amazing. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. It is indeed a flawless martial art that can actually run automatically. Although he inherited the memories of his previous life, his consciousness was still that of an earthling. It was fine for him to sit and practice for a short period of time, but he really couldn't stand it for a long time. My true energy has become more refined, but my cultivation. Even without using the insight technique to check, Zhang Yu could feel that his cultivation was rapidly depleting. After practicing this technique for just over 10 breaths, his cultivation level regressed instead of improved, from the 4th level of Qishuan to the 1st level of Qishuan, from a rushing river to a gurgling stream. Qishuan 1st level peak, Qishuan 1st level late stage, Qishuan 1st level middle stage, Qishuan 1st level early stage. Zhang Yu's cultivation level plummeted rapidly, as if there was no end. After a while, Zhang Yu's cultivation finally fell to the bottom. The originally majestic true power, after a period of plucking, finally transformed into a mysterious force thinner than a hair. This strand of mysterious power, thinner than a hair, is the result of his hard practice over the past decade. Although it is pitifully small, its power is extremely terrifying. It was also at this time that his cultivation seemed to have hit rock bottom and rebounded. The surrounding spiritual energy began to gather towards the library frantically. Waves of rich spiritual energy were injected into his body like an initiation, transforming into strands of extremely pure mysterious power, pouring into his dantian, and his cultivation also began to soar wildly. The early stage of Qishuan level 1, the middle stage of Qishuan level 1, the peak stage of Qishuan level 1. This is too fast. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. He practiced for more than 10 years before he developed a strand of mysterious power thinner than a hair. Now, after only running the extreme martial arts art for a few cycles, his body absorbed several strands of the same power. How long has it been? 5 minutes. 3 minutes. In just a few minutes, his practice results reached several times that of the past 10 years. It's the extreme martial arts technique. Zhang Yu clenched his fists. He vaguely realized that he seemed to have developed an extraordinary martial art unintentionally. The power of this technique is so great that it is impossible to describe it in words. Unfortunately, the extreme martial art currently only has the cultivation method for the first level of Qishuan, so Zhang Yu's cultivation level can only be raised to the peak of the first level of Qishuan. If he wants to break through to the second level of Qishuan, he must first complete the cultivation method for the second level of Qishuan of the extreme martial art. Although my cultivation has dropped to the first level of Qishuan, the mysterious power I gained in return is even stronger. It's not a loss, not at all. Although Zhang Yu didn't know what kind of power this was, he could clearly feel that the power of this mysterious force was more than 100 times stronger than real power. Even a 9th level Qishuan warrior might not be able to withstand it. Strong, so strong. I really want to find a Qishuan 9th level expert to practice with. Zhang Yu smacked his lips, feeling a little itchy. Although he thought about it, he would not really do it, because the mysterious power in his body was too little, so little that he only had one chance to attack. If he could not defeat the enemy in one move, then he would be the one in trouble. That's right, Zhang Yu is now the legendary 3-second realman. I have to quickly complete the training method for the second stage of Qishuan of the extreme martial art. Zhang Yu believed that as long as he had the cultivation method of the second stage of Qishuan in the extreme martial art, he would be able to break through to the peak of the second stage of Qishuan immediately. In this way, he would not have to worry about the mysterious power in his body being used up all at once. Woof, woof woof, woof woof woof. Suddenly, the barking of the local dog, Xiao Chang, was heard outside the library. Just as Xiao Chang's cry fell, a deafening shout echoed in Sangqiong Academy, "Zhang Yu, come out! Zhang Yu, come out! Zhang Yu, come out! Zhang Yu, come out!" Hearing the shouting outside, Zhang Yu frowned, then slowly stood up and walked out of the library. After a while, Zhang Yu came to the stone tablet of Sangqiong Academy. "Are you Zhang Yu?" Although he had heard Zhang Yu's name from other people more than once, this was the first time Wu Mo had seen Zhang Yu in person. He looked at Zhang Yu and then said calmly, "Handle the discharge procedures for my sister, or give me the registration form that my sister signed yesterday." Discharge. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Wu Mo in surprise. "Are you Wu Xinxin's brother?" Dance silence. Gender, male. Age, 26 years old. Physical talent, ordinary bloodline, lower level 2 stars. Comprehension talent, 2-star medium. Special talent, alchemy, 3 stars. Cultivation, Qishuan 6th level. Wu Mo, one of the 3 great geniuses in Wangqing. Zhang Yu had heard of this name, but he did not expect that this guy actually possessed special talents. Make elixir. This is the first time Zhang Yu has encountered someone with special talents after obtaining the insight. The system has detected that Wu Mo has a special talent, and is now issuing a task. Main Mission 2, recruit Wu Mo as a student of Sangqiong Academy. To build a great academy, one must be inclusive and open to all. As the dean, the host has the responsibility and obligation to recruit all kinds of geniuses for the academy. Quest reward, 1-star alchemy. Task time limit, 12 hours. Mission failed, no penalty. 1-star alchemy. Zhang Yu's mind moved. If I remember correctly, I don't have any special talents, right? Is it possible to make elixirs without any special talents? This system is a bit too powerful. Zhang Yu glanced at Wu Mo and frowned slightly, but this task may not be easy to complete. There were 2 other people beside Wu Mo, one was Wu Xinxin, and the other was a middle-aged man. Zhang Yu casually glanced at the middle-aged man and didn't take him seriously. According to the information obtained by Insight, the middle-aged man was named Wang Tao, and should be a housekeeper of the Wu family. His cultivation was lower than Wu Mo's, and he was only at the 5th level of Qishuan. I didn't expect that this girl is from the Wu family. Zhang Yu was surprised. Zhang Yu had some understanding of the Wu family, the #1 family in Huangcheng. However, he had never connected Wu Xinxin and the Wu family together until he met Wu Mo, then he connected all the information together. He just tried to fool any student and actually fooled Wu Jia. Zhang Yu was a little impressed by his luck. "Brother, let me tell you." At this time, Wu Xinxin bit her lip, then took a step forward and faced Zhang Yu. "Teacher Zhang, I want to quit the hospital." Her voice was not loud and very gentle, but it contained a hint of firmness. "When I tricked her yesterday, I knew she would come to withdraw from the hospital, but this happened too quickly." Zhang Yu felt helpless. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu sighed softly and said to Wu Xinxin, "Did you misunderstand something? This girl is the only student in Sangqiong Academy. If she drops out, won't I be left alone again? System, if Wu Xinxin is discharged from the hospital, can I still use the insight technique?" Zhang Yu asked nervously in his mind. Without a doubt, this question was the most important one. The rewards that have been issued can be used permanently, so the host does not need to worry. The mechanical electronic voice answered, making Zhang Yu breathe a sigh of relief. "Liar, big liar." Wu Xinxin's accusing and aggrieved voice attracted Zhang Yu's attention. "Xinxin, stop talking nonsense to this kid." Wu Xinxin was interrupted by Wu Mo halfway through her words. Wu Mo stared at Zhang Yu calmly and said in a light tone, "Zhang Yu, right? Whether you agree or not, we have decided to withdraw from Sangqiong Academy today. In the deserted city, who dares to stop Wu Jia from doing what he wants to do? Who can stop him?" Hearing this, Zhang Yu's face turned unhappy. What a big tone. You come as you please, leave as you please. Do you think Zhangqiong Academy is your home? The 6th level of Qishuan, is that awesome? Is it that you, the dancer, have become too arrogant, or that I, Zhang Yu, can no longer lift the knife? Shaking his head and curling his lips, Zhang Yu said calmly, you want to withdraw from the hospital for Wu Xinxin, right? Fine, come over and fight me. If you win, I will agree. The 4th level of Qishuan. Wu Mo stared at Zhang Yu with a strange look in his eyes, feeling a little amused. With such a level of cultivation, you dare to challenge me? Although he was unable to sense Zhang Yu's cultivation level before he took action, according to his understanding, Zhang Yu had only cultivated to the 4th level of Qishuan a year ago, and it was obviously impossible for him to break through to the 5th level of Qishuan so quickly. With the cultivation base of Qishuan 4th level, he challenges Qishuan 6th level. Is this guy crazy? Butler Wang Tao at the side couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. He knew very well the strength of his young master. Among the younger generation, there are very few people who can compete with him, and Zhang Yu is definitely not one of them. Without waiting for Zhang Yu to speak, Wu Mo frowned and urged, forget it, you should quickly go through the discharge procedures. I don't have time to play with you. Being ignored. Zhang Yu felt helpless. It seemed that if he didn't show off his skills, the other party would not take him seriously. In that case, Wu Xinxin's registration form is right here. Come and get it if you have the guts. Zhang Yu took out the registration form signed by Wu Xinxin from his arms, raised it in his hand, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He felt that at this moment he was very much like the villain in the TV series in his previous life. Hearing this, Wu Mo raised his eyebrows, are you sure you want me to get it myself? Wang Tao also laughed, such a small matter, for the young master, isn't it easy to handle? Wang Tao has full confidence in Wu Mo's strength. Zhang Yu stared at Wu Mo with a half-smile, why, you don't dare. I'm sorry. Wu Mo made a gesture of invitation, and just as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhang Yu like an arrow shot from a bow with a whoosh, turning into a shadow. As the son of the patriarch of the first family in the deserted city, Wu Mo is definitely the best among the young people in the entire deserted city. Among his peers, there are only a handful of people who are qualified to fight with him. In everyone's eyes, he is one of the most outstanding geniuses in Huangqing, and the object of pursuit and obsession of countless girls. After all, with his extraordinary family background and outstanding personal qualities, it is hard not to be liked by others. At this moment, Wu Mo was absolutely confident that he could get the registration form without hurting Zhang Yu. But when he got 3 feet closer to Zhang Yu, he felt a flash before his eyes, and Zhang Yu disappeared. How is this possible? Before he could react, he sensed a sharp sound of breaking wind behind him, as well as a breath that made him feel extremely dangerous. Not far away, Wu Xinxin's exclamation was also heard, brother, be careful. Young master, be careful. Wang Tao was also shocked and exclaimed loudly. Wu Mo had no time to dodge, and could only rely on his fighting instinct to quickly turn around and slap his palm behind him, Prajna palm. At the same time, Wu Mo's practice and martial arts were completely exposed under Zhang Yu's eyes. Kung Fu, Liu Yunju, lower spiritual level, a total of 10 levels, the highest level that can be cultivated is the lower vortex realm, an average of 32 errors per level. Martial arts, Prajna Palm, superior ordinary level, 488 errors. As expected of you, he is the most talented person in Huangqing. Your reaction speed is really good. There was a hint of admiration in Zhang Yu's eyes. Although he admired Wu Mo very much, Zhang Yu did not hesitate at all. In an instant. Bang. Crack. Zhang Yu avoided Wu Mo's palm like teleporting, and gathered mysterious power in his fist, hitting Wu Mo's shoulder. In order to avoid accidentally killing Wu Mo, Zhang Yu restrained 90% of his strength at the critical moment. However, even so, Wu Mo was still hit by a huge crash and the sound of bones cracking, as if he was hit by a train, and was smashed away. Like a kite with a broken string, it flew in the air, flying freely. Boom. After a breath, Wu Mo fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping. Puff. A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of Wu Mo's mouth and his face turned extremely pale. A sure kill without any suspense. Master lost. Wang Tao looked at Wu Mo in shock, somewhat unbelievable. Brother. Wu Xinxin screamed and ran over crying, Brother, don't scare me. Brother, are you okay? Awakened by Wu Xinxin's voice, Wang Tao finally reacted and immediately ran over hurriedly to check Wu Mo's injuries. After a moment, Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the bone is cracked, it is not broken. As long as I take good care of the injury, there will be no sequelae. This is a blessing in disguise. But Wang Tao was even more shocked. How powerful does one have to be to break the bones of a Qishuan level 6 warrior with just one punch? Fear. Wang Tao looked at Zhang Yu with eyes full of fear. In his impression, in such a huge deserted city, there are only a handful of people who can do this easily. However, Wang Tao could never have imagined that Zhang Yu, who seemed so powerful in his eyes, was actually weak inside. He just endured the feeling of weakness in his body and stood there pretending that nothing was wrong so that no one noticed anything unusual. It's a 3-second promise of true manliness. Sure enough, not even 1 second more. Zhang Yu felt extremely helpless. After just 1 or 2 breaths of fighting, the true energy in his body had already run out. If Wu Mo continued to fight him despite his injured body, he would be defeated in seconds. However, it is impossible to admit defeat, especially at a time like this. Zhang Yu licked his lips, looking unsatisfied. How about it, do you want to fight again? Under Zhang Yu's gaze, Wu Mo took a breath, endured the burning pain in his shoulder, stood up with difficulty, and looked at Zhang Yu with great fear. He was very unwilling, but he knew clearly that the gap between him and Zhang Yu was too big. If he continued to fight, he would only lose even more miserably. This time it was an injury, but next time, it might not be as simple as an injury. After a long silence, Wu Mo lowered his head in pain and said, I lost. When saying these 3 words, Wu Mo felt a strong sense of frustration in his heart. He had never lost in fights with people of his age. Even the other 2 geniuses who were as famous as him could only fight him to a draw at best, and could not injure him with 1 punch like Zhang Yu did. His pride and honor were completely destroyed in the battle that lasted just 1 or 2 breaths, leaving nothing behind. Zhang Yu smiled faintly, very good, you are very wise. His actor-level acting skills made it impossible for anyone present to tell his true intentions. Seeing Wu Mo's lost expression, Wang Tao didn't know what to say. He had never seen Wu Mo show such an expression before. Is this really the young master who was full of vigor and pride? Zhang Yu, you're going too far. Wu Xinxin was angry and refused to even call him Teacher Zhang. Her cute little face was filled with anger. Hearing this, Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and said, Girl, your brother has admitted defeat, what else do you want? If you are not convinced, you 3 can try it together. As he spoke, Zhang Yu hooked his fingers, looking calm and unhurried. Hearing this, Wu Mo really wanted to beat Zhang Yu up, but in the end he held back. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't beat him. The more arrogant Zhang Yu was, the more fearful he became. Wu Mo took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and said calmly, Forget it, don't say it. Losing is losing, and we in the Wu family can afford to lose. These words made Zhang Yu admire him even more. Brother, let's go. Wu Xinxin held Wu Mo's arm and felt very distressed when she saw Wu Mo's pale face and sweaty face. Go home and treat your injuries quickly. Don't leave any sequelae. Wang Tao was also very afraid of Zhang Yu, and agreed, Miss, you are right, the young master should go home early and receive treatment immediately. After taking a deep look at Zhang Yu, Wu Mo turned around and prepared to leave. Zhang Yu suddenly shouted, Wait. Wu Mo paused, turned to look at Zhang Yu, and waited quietly for the latter to speak. Zhang Yu asked, According to the agreement, Wu Xinxin doesn't have to leave the hospital, right? Impossible. Xinxin must leave the hospital, there is no room for negotiation. Although Wu Mo believed that he was no match for Zhang Yu, his attitude remained tough, without any sign of softening. You'd better be sensible and hand me Xinxin's registration form now, otherwise, my father will come to pick it up in person. Wu Chen, the #1 master in Huangcheng, a 9th-level powerful warrior. To any force, the name Wu Chen has a huge deterrent power. Zhang Yu frowned, his expression a little solemn. Wu Chen is indeed a tough nut to crack. After thinking about it, Zhang Yu quickly came up with an idea. He looked at Wu Mo with a smile. Aren't you curious at all about why I am so strong? Nonsense. Wu Mo rolled his eyes and thought to himself, of course I want to know, but will you tell me? In fact, this question has been lingering in his mind for a long time, but he really couldn't guess the answer. The only thing he could be sure of was that it had absolutely nothing to do with martial arts. Because Zhang Yu never used any martial arts from beginning to end. Not only Wu Mo, Wang Tao was also very curious about this. Come here, I'll tell you. Zhang Yu waved to Wu Mo. What tricks are you trying to play? Wu Mo was a little alert. Do you want to know? If you want to know, come here. Zhang Yu pretended to be impatient. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. If you don't come after 3 breaths, I'll assume that you don't want to know. Brother, don't go. Wu Xinxin advised nervously. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Mo let out a light breath and shook his head at Wu Xinxin. The 3 of us together are no match for him. If he really wants to touch me, no one can stop him. After that, Wu Mo walked straight towards Zhang Yu. With every step he took, the wound on his shoulder was pulled, causing him to frown deeply. When he reached Zhang Yu, Wu Mo said calmly, "Go ahead." Zhang Yu turned his head and whispered something in his ear. Wu Mo, who had a calm face, suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Really? Whether it's true or not, can't you judge it yourself? Zhang Yu chuckled. How about it, are you interested in learning? Zhang Yu was like a charlatan, his words were not without temptation. I'm telling you in secret, everyone in Sangqiong Academy, whether they are students or instructors, can learn from now on. Wu Mo was skeptical. Really? After seeing Zhang Yu nod, Wu Mo's expression became uncertain and he was caught in a difficult choice. After a long while, he finally made up his mind and raised his head and said, "Okay, I will join Sangqiong Academy." Haha, that's great. Zhang Yu took out a new registration form from his arms like a magician and handed it to Wu Mo. Sign it. After signing, you will be a member of Sangqiong Academy. Wu Mo had made up his mind and signed his name on the registration form without hesitation. Just like that, Wu Mo, who was originally going to drop out of the academy for Wu Xinxin, joined Sangqiong Academy on his own. That's all for now. You guys go back first and come back for class tomorrow. And remember to bring your tuition. It's not much, just 10,000 huangbi a year. Zhang Yu waved his hand and started to drive people away. He hasn't decided yet what to teach and how to teach, so he'll put it off for as long as possible. The complete, extreme martial arts art was too powerful, so he couldn't just teach it to Wu Mo and his sister so easily. Even if he wanted to teach it, he had to make some modifications and leave some mistakes intentionally. In this way, although the effect was still terrifying, it was barely acceptable. 10,000 huangbi coins a year, even if it is a castrated version of extreme martial arts, it is definitely worth the money. An hour later. In the south of the deserted city, inside the Wu family's residence. Puff. The clan leader Wu Chen spat out the tea he had just drunk and looked at Wu Mo, who was sitting upright in front of him, in astonishment. What? You also joined the Sangqiong Academy? He asked Wu Mo to drop out of the academy, not to join Sangqiong Academy. Wu Chen pointed at Wu Mo, his fingers shaking with anger. You. I asked you to withdraw Xin from the academy, but you didn't help Xin withdraw from the academy, and you joined Sangqiong Academy yourself. What kind of magic does that kid Zhang Yu have that he could fool you 2 siblings? Dad, based on your understanding of me, do you think I'm someone who can be fooled so easily? Wu Mo looked at his father helplessly and explained patiently, in fact, my choice to join Sangqiong Academy was not a whim, nor was I bewitched by anyone. Wu Chen was stunned for a moment, then calmed down. Well, tell me, why do you want to join Sangqiong Academy? Hearing this, Wu Mo did not rush to answer, but opened his collar to reveal the wound on his shoulder. The wound was bloody and there was still bruises on the edge of the wound, which looked a little hideous. What's going on? Wu Chen's face changed slightly, and he didn't bother to question Wu Mo about joining Sangqiong Academy. He angrily asked, which old guy did it? As a Qi Xian 9th level strongman, his eyesight was extraordinary. He could easily see that the wound was caused by a punch. In the whole deserted city, there are only a few people with such strength. Tell me, who is the one who hurt you? If Wu Mo was injured by someone from the younger generation, he could only blame himself for his lack of strength. But if someone bullies the weak, Wu Chen would naturally not allow such a thing to happen and do nothing. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to bully the Wu family in the future? I knew you would think so. Wu Mo closed his collar again, then shook his head and said with a wry smile, but the person who hurt me was Zhang Yu. Compared with Zhang Yu, these so-called three geniuses of Huanqing are simply a joke. There was a hint of surprise in Wu Chen's eyes. Zhang Yu. It is widely rumored that he is only at the 4th level of Qishuan, but after today's battle, I finally understand that his true strength is probably not weaker than that of a Qishuan 8th level expert, or even stronger. Wu Mo was still frightened when he recalled the punch he threw at that time. Over the years, everyone has been deceived by him. He clearly possesses the 8th level of Qishuan cultivation or even higher, but he has been enduring for so many years. This person is so scary. Even if he's strong, there's no need for you to join Sangqiong Academy, right? Wu Chen frowned. Seeing a flash of fear in Wu Mo's eyes, he frowned even deeper and his voice suddenly turned cold. Did he force you? Wu Mo hurriedly explained, no, he didn't force me. I was willing to join Sangqiong Academy. Because he told me that as long as I joined Sangqiong Academy, he would teach me a technique called extreme martial arts technique. This technique can refine the true power to the maximum extent and make the true power extremely pure. He himself practiced this technique. Zhang Yu did say this, but he did not tell Wu Mo that the extreme martial art currently only has the practice method for the first stage of Qishuan. Moreover, the martial arts that Zhang Yu intended to teach Wu Mo was not the original Jiwuju, but a castrated version of Jiwuju, which contained about 3 or 4 errors, which were deliberately left by Zhang Yu. Dad, you know, the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to break through. My cultivation has been stuck at the 6th level of Qi for 2 years, and I have been unable to break through. Wu Mo took a deep breath and looked at Wu Chen seriously. I must find another way to improve my strength. Frankly speaking, the Wu family's martial arts technique, Liu Yunju, is not bad, but if he encounters a better martial arts technique, Wu Mo doesn't mind switching to another martial arts technique, even if it takes a long time to convert the true energy. Wu Mo had personally experienced Zhang Yu's true power and naturally understood how terrifying it was. Wu Chen listened quietly. After a long time, he shook his head and sighed, then stood up and said, "Let's go." Leave. Where to? Leave the hospital. Wu Chen glanced at Wu Mo and said calmly. Ah. Wu Mo was a little anxious. Dad, why? Do you think Zhang Yu is lying to me? Wu Chen waved his hand, signaling Wu Mo to calm down. After Wu Mo calmed down, he slowly said, I believe what you said is true. I also believe that Zhang Yu did not lie to you. That. Wu Mo was a little confused. Since his father believed in it, why did he want to stop him? To be honest, I admire that kid. He has been patient for so many years, which is something most people cannot do. Moreover, with so many eyes staring at him, he didn't reveal a single flaw. He is really amazing. Wu Chen sighed, and then changed the subject. However, young people are young people after all. Even if they are mature at a young age, they finally couldn't help themselves at this time. It is true that his current strength is ranked among the best in the entire deserted city. If there is a fair fight, no one is sure to defeat him. But this does not mean that he can rest easy. On the contrary, it is the most dangerous thing for him to expose his strength now. Think about it, how many forces have plundered the resources of Sangqiong Academy in the past? Are these forces good people? No one touched him before because although his father left, his influence was still there. Everyone was afraid of his father and was afraid that his father would suddenly come back one day. In addition, he himself would not pose any threat to these forces. It's different now. He has revealed his strength. The forces that plundered the resources of Sangqiong Academy in the past are probably all worried. These guys are not good people. Once they see the signs of a threat, the biggest possibility is to strangle the threat in the cradle. At the end of his words, Wu Chen couldn't help but sigh with regret. Alas, this Zhang Yu, I'm afraid he won't live long. Facing the siege of so many forces, even a Qishuan level 8 or Qishuan level 9 strongman could not defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. This Although it was a little hard to accept, Wu Mo had to admit that what his father said made a lot of sense. Why, you can't bear to give up? Wu Chen glanced at Wu Mo, who was unwilling to give up, and asked calmly, do you think that Zhang Yu will teach you the complete, extreme martial art on the first day you joined Songqiong Academy, or do you want our Wu family to be buried with Zhang Yu for an unknown martial art? Although the dancer is strong, he is still far from invincible. If all the major forces, especially the two holy academies of Chengwang College and Yunshan College, join forces, they will be able to destroy the Wu family. In an instant, Wu Mo understood a lot of things. Although he felt very sorry, he still nodded to his father. I understand, Dad, let's go to the hospital. I'm glad you understand. Wu Chen smiled with relief, very satisfied with his son's performance. To the west of the deserted city, there is Songqiong Academy. Mission completed. Do you want to receive the reward? Yes. The reward, 1-star alchemy, has been issued. Please check it out, host. In an instant, a huge stream of information poured into Zhang Yu's mind. Zhang Yu, who had never been exposed to alchemy, suddenly became a 1-star alchemist. Zhang Yu sat upright beside the bed, quietly sorting out the information about alchemy in his mind. There are many types of elixirs, including blood tonic, wound healing, life extension, barrier removal, etc. They are divided into 6 grades according to their quality. For elixirs of the same grade, the better the quality, the more patterns on the surface of the elixir. Alchemists are extremely rare, so rare that not even one can be found in the entire Huangcheng. In the huge Zhou dynasty, there are probably no more than 100 alchemists, and most of them are settled in Xiandan City, the capital of the Zhou dynasty. With such a small number, it is not difficult to imagine how high the status of alchemists is. Even the lowest-ranking 1-star alchemist has a respected status, and even the 9th-level Qishuan powerhouse dares not neglect him. Of course, if one's own strength is too weak, there is a greater possibility that one will be kept in captivity like livestock. This reward is not bad. Zhang Yu showed a smile on his face. The 1-star alchemy skill rewarded by the system not only made him a 1-star alchemist, but also the most powerful 1-star alchemist. As long as he made the elixir according to the memory in his mind, he could easily make a first-grade 3-patterned elixir. Pills are divided into pills with patterns and pills without patterns. Among the pills with patterns, the 3-pattern pills are the best. An ordinary 1-star alchemist may have to refine dozens or hundreds of furnaces of pills before he can refine a first-grade 3-pattern pill, but Zhang Yu can easily refine a large number of first-grade 3-pattern pills, and the difference is obvious. We can put the alchemy matter aside for now. Next, we should consider the practice method for the second stage of Qishuan of the extreme martial art. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and made a decision. It's not that he didn't want to make the elixir immediately, but the Academy's alchemy furnace and medicinal materials had been emptied 7 years ago. Even if he wanted to make the elixir, he would first need to get an alchemy furnace and the corresponding medicinal materials. The prices of the alchemy furnace and medicinal materials were extremely expensive, and Zhang Yu could not afford them for the time being with his current financial resources. Perhaps Zhang Yu's predicament will gradually improve once Wu Mo and his sister pay their tuition. It's decided. After they pay their tuition, I'll get an alchemy furnace and some medicinal herbs to make some alchemy for fun. Zhang Yu was itching to get his hands on the tuition for Wu Mo and his sister. With a clear plan in mind, Zhang Yu immediately stood up and walked towards the library. With the experience of modifying the practice method of the first stage of Qishuan, Zhang Yu became more and more adept at modifying the exercises. This time, it took him less than 2 hours to complete the practice method of the second stage of Qishuan of Jiwuju. Looking at the newly developed martial arts technique in his hand, Zhang Yu's face was filled with unconcealable pride. Extreme martial arts technique, low-level mortal, 2 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is the second level of Qishuan, with an average of 0 errors per level. This martial art that is destined to shock the world is gradually taking shape in Zhang Yu's hands. Although he can only practice it to the second level of Qishuan now, Zhang Yu is confident that he will be able to complete it sooner or later. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the spot and began to practice according to the method of the second level of Jiwuju Qishuan. After a while, Zhang Yu's cultivation level broke through the peak of the first level of Qishuan, and continued to rise rapidly to the peak of the second level of Qishuan. Just when Zhang Yu had just finished his training, Xiao Chang's voice was heard again outside the library. Woof, woof, woof. Zhang Yu, come out. Zhang Yu, come out. Zhang Yu, come out. Zhang Yu, come out. Hearing the voice echoing in the academy, Zhang Yu was startled. This scene seemed familiar. In front of the stone tablet of Tsangqiang Academy. As soon as Zhang Yu arrived here, he saw Wu Chen and his son, and a serious look rarely appeared on his face, so strong. Dancing dust. Gender, male. Age, 49. Physical talent, ordinary bloodline, 1-star superior. Comprehension talent, 3 stars lower. Special talent, none. Cultivation, Qishuan 9th level. The surname Wu is extremely rare, and there is only one person named Wu Mingchen in the entire deserted city. There is no doubt that the middle-aged man in front of him is the legendary strongest man in Huangqing, the head of the Wu family, Wu Chen. Ordinary bloodline, 1-star superior physical talent. Zhang Yu was a little surprised. With such talent, he actually cultivated to the 9th level of Qishuan in his 40s. It seems that Wu Chen must have had some kind of adventure when he was young. In addition, Wu Chen's talent for comprehension is amazing. As the name suggests, the talent of understanding is the talent for learning martial arts and understanding the laws. The higher the understanding talent, the faster the speed of learning martial arts, and it is easy to master the essence of martial arts and practice it to perfection. In the later stage of cultivation, people with high understanding can more easily understand the laws of nature and control the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, for people with advanced cultivation, the talent of understanding is even more important than the talent of physique. In a sense, Wu Chen is also a genius, an alternative genius. The system has detected that Wu Chen has a 3-star enlightenment talent, and is now issuing a task. Main Mission 3, recruit Wu Chen as a student of Tsangqiang Academy. To build a great academy, one must be inclusive and open to all. As the dean, the host has the responsibility and obligation to recruit all kinds of geniuses for the academy. Task reward, host's comprehension talent is upgraded to lower 3 stars. Task time limit, 12 hours. Mission failed, no penalty. Zhang Yu was excited, another mission. However, after hearing the content of the task, Zhang Yu's forehead was filled with black lines. System, are you sure you are a student, not a tutor? A powerful Qishuan 9th level expert can only become a student in Tsangqiang Academy. The system is going to cause trouble. Zhang Yu rubbed his head, feeling helpless. If the mission requirement was to recruit Wu Chen as a tutor at Tsangqiang Academy, Zhang Yu would still have some confidence that he could succeed by fooling him a little, but, for the students, forget it. Zhang Yu didn't think he had the ability to trick a 9th level Qishuan expert into becoming his student. It's a pity that I'm not his opponent yet, otherwise, there's a chance of completing this mission. Zhang Yu thought to himself. Ultimately, it was because there was too little mysterious power in his body. Although his cultivation had broken through and the mysterious power in his body had increased, it was still difficult to sustain, let alone perform martial arts. If he cannot defeat the enemy within a few moves, he will be the one in trouble. When he thought of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although he changed from being a real man for 3 seconds to being a real man for 10 seconds, but the difference doesn't seem to be that big, right? While Zhang Yu was secretly commenting on Wu Chen was also secretly sizing up Zhang Yu. His aura is restrained, and it's impossible to tell his depth. It seems that Moer didn't lie to me. This kid is at least at the 8th level of Qishuan. He couldn't sense the cultivation level of those who were weaker than him, but they would never be much weaker. What a pity. A hint of regret flashed across Wu Chen's eyes. Such a great genius will not live long. After a long time, Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze and looked at Wu Mo with a smile. Didn't I tell you to come back tomorrow? Why are you here so soon? Are you here to pay tuition? He was still thinking about the tuition. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wu Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes, speechless in his heart. This guy, at this time, he's still thinking about tuition fees. Fortunately, Wu Xinxin is not here, otherwise, the image of a handsome big brother in her mind would collapse in an instant. Sorry, I think I have to leave the hospital. Wu Mo was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and looked straight at Zhang Yu. In fact, they didn't have to return the registration form or go through the withdrawal procedures, but they were used to doing things according to the rules so as not to give people a chance to criticize them. As the first family in the deserted city, the Wu family had many allies, but also many enemies who hoped they would be in trouble. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "What on earth are you Wu family members thinking? You want to be discharged from the hospital at the slightest provocation. The tuition fee hasn't even been paid yet and you're already thinking about dropping out of school. How could such a good thing happen in this world?" Although Zhang Yu had anticipated this result the first time he saw Wu Chen, he still felt unhappy. "Dean Zhang, I'm sorry, this is not what Moer meant, but what I meant." This time it was Wu Chen who spoke. He shook his head at Wu Mo, then turned to Zhang Yu and said. Turning his gaze to Wu Chen, Zhang Yu pretended not to know him and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Wu Chen, and I'm Wu Mo's father." Wu Chen smiled and gave a brief introduction without showing off too much, because he knew that it was impossible for Zhang Yu not to have heard of his name. In the entire deserted city, his name was a signboard. "Oh." Zhang Yu nodded, not seeming to care. Looking at Zhang Yu's reaction, Wu Chen was a little confused. What does "oh" mean? Does it mean you agree or not? He was a little confused about Zhang Yu's attitude. To be cautious, Wu Chen spoke again. "What does it take for Dean Zhang to agree to handle the discharge procedures for Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin? If you have any requests, just ask." After all, he still didn't want to offend Zhang Yu too much. The Wu family is wealthy and powerful, so any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Zhang Yu looked at Wu Chen with a half-smile. "Chief Wu, can you really agree to any request?" "You say." "My request is very simple. Pay Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin's tuition fees, and I will immediately handle their withdrawal procedures." Zhang Yu smiled faintly. "How about it, is this request simple enough?" Wu Chen looked at Zhang Yu in surprise, then laughed. "Moer, pay the tuition quickly, and pay your sister's share as well." The problem could be solved with 20,000 wild coins, and he was too lazy to even waste his saliva bargaining. This little money was simply a drop in the bucket for the Wu family. Upon hearing this, Wu Mo immediately presented two 10,000 renminbi cards, one for 10,000 and two for 20,000. However, Zhang Yu did not take it. Instead, he shook his head and said, "The number is wrong. Isn't it 10,000 wild coins a year?" Wu Chen frowned. "Dean Zhang, don't bully me because I'm not good at math." Zhang Yu said calmly, "I'm sorry, 10,000 wilderness coins a year was the price this morning. The price has gone up now, it's 1 million wilderness coins a year." Wow, the price increased 100 times as soon as it was opened. 1 million wild currency is by no means a small amount. Even for the wealthy Wu family, all the liquid funds added together would not exceed 10 million wild currency. The tuition fee for one person is 1 million coins, and for two people it is 2 million coins. Wu Chen's expression suddenly changed. "Are you kidding me?" Although 2 million wild currency is a lot, it is not that the Wu family cannot come up with the money. It's just that Wu Chen feels insulted, like a clown being made fun of. The look he gave Zhang Yu was already filled with anger. Zhang Yu seemed not to notice Wu Chen's anger. His face remained calm. 10,000 baron coins for admission, 1 million baron coins for discharge, you can choose." Wu Chen's face was gloomy. "What if I don't choose either of them?" His emotions were on the verge of exploding. "You don't want to choose either. That's fine." Zhang Yu seemed to have expected Wu Chen to say this, and was not surprised at all. He moved his hands and feet slightly, and when he stopped, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and his tone was also a little cold. "One punch. As long as you take my punch, no matter what the result is, I promise to handle the discharge procedures for Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin." As the strongest men in Huangcheng, Wu Chen's strength needs no elaboration. If he insists on using force, Zhang Yu doesn't think he can stop him. Instead of waiting for Wu Chen to fall out with you, it's better to take the lead and take the initiative. Moreover, Zhang Yu finally met a 9th-level Qishuan expert, and he felt a little itchy. He wanted to verify his own strength and test the power of the mysterious force in his body. As for Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin, the wild continent is huge, and there are countless geniuses, like a swarm of fish crossing the river. Tsangkong Academy will never lack students. On the contrary, Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin missed this opportunity, which is their own loss. Really? Wu Chen was a little tempted, and even a little bit unable to believe that Zhang Yu's conditions were so simple. Not to mention one punch, even 10 or 100 punches would not be a problem in Wu Chen's opinion. He knew that Zhang Yu was very strong, but no matter how strong Zhang Yu was, could he be stronger than himself? It seems that you agreed. Well, you get ready. Zhang Yu looked at Wu Chen indifferently. Don't blame me for not reminding you, the power of my punch is so strong that even I can't predict it. He really didn't know how powerful his fist was, so it wasn't like he was lying to Wu Chen. No need, let's get started. Wu Chen waved his hand. He just wanted to take a punch from Zhang Yu. He didn't think there was anything he needed to prepare. Wu Mo, who was standing aside, opened his eyes wide with anticipation on his face. One is recognized by everyone as the strongest man in Huangqing, and the other is a young genius who is suspected to be at the 8th or even 9th level of Qishuan. The fight between the two is definitely very exciting and should not be missed. Zhang Yu closed his eyes and let out a light breath. When he opened his eyes again, his aura suddenly changed. In his body, the mysterious power in his dantian quickly surged along his meridians, and in less than half a breath, it all gathered on his fist. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions, centered on his fist. Before he even threw a punch, he had already created a heart-pounding pressure, as if even the air was frozen. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Zhang Yu, Wu Chen's face suddenly changed, with disbelief in his eyes. This is impossible. How is this possible? Wu Chen stared at Zhang Yu with his eyeballs bulging out. Spin force. How could a young guy in his 20s have such spinning power? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. You know, vortex force is the unique symbol of the strong in the vortex realm. Only by breaking through the 9th level of Qishuan and condensing a vortex in the dantian can the true power be transformed into vortex force. A vortex realm expert in his 20s, is that possible? Wu Chen's thoughts were in disarray. Zhang Yu did not notice Wu Chen's abnormal changes. He had a feeling at this moment that even though they were 3 meters apart, the mysterious power in his fist could still be transmitted through the air. This feeling came very suddenly and was very strong. Zhang Yu let out an inaudible shout. Although there was a distance of 3 meters between him and Wu Chen, he did not move an inch. He stood in place and punched Wu Chen. At the same time, a creepy and dangerous aura woke Wu Chen from the confusion. Wu Chen treated himself as if facing a formidable enemy and instantly displayed his famous skills. The tremendous true energy in his body surged like a river, and the silk cuff swelled up automatically without wind. Kung Fu, Liu Yunju, lower spiritual level, a total of 10 levels, the highest level that can be cultivated is the lower vortex realm, an average of 32 errors per level. Martial skills, flowing cloud sleeves, low spirit level, 274 errors. In an instant, the mysterious force that seemed to be spinning force collided with another powerful force. Boom. The collision of the two great forces formed a powerful airflow. Wu Chen, who was at the center of the airflow, was undoubtedly bombarded violently. He was not until he was pushed 3 meters away that he managed to stabilize his body with difficulty. His long hair, which was originally tied high on his head, was now scattered behind him. There were bruises on the back of his arms and many parts of his face. He looked extremely miserable. There was a deathly silence near the stone tablet. For a long time. It's more powerful than I expected. Zhang Yu let out a light breath, with a hint of a smile on his pale face. The power of this unreserved punch was truly terrifying. Even Wu Chen, the strongest man in Huangqing, was injured. From this point of view, if it was a sneak attack, even a 9th-level strongman like Qishuan might be killed instantly if he was completely unprepared. It's a pity that the mysterious power in his body has been completely drained, and he cannot launch a second attack in a short time. Not far away, Wu Chen's face was filled with shock. It's really the power of rotation. The fight just now made him completely confirm a fact in his heart. The young man in his 20s in front of him was really a vortex realm expert, a genius who was even more terrifying than Zhang Haoren back then. A good father will have a good son. More than 20 years ago, Zhang Yu's father made a stunning debut and crushed all the geniuses in Desolate City with his invincible attitude, making countless geniuses pale in comparison. Today, more than 20 years later, Zhang Yu has shown an even more terrifying talent. At a young age, he has reached the vortex realm that everyone in Desolate City looks up to. Dad. Dad actually lost. Wu Mo was a little confused. He stared blankly at the disheveled Wu Chen, his mind going blank. In his memory, Wu Chen, who had never been defeated, actually lost to a young man in his 20s. Everything that happened today completely overturned his cognition. At this moment, Zhang Yu's image became more and more mysterious in the eyes of Wu Chen and his son. Ahem, this is the registration form you requested. Zhang Yu kept his promise and threw the registration form signed by Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin directly to Wu Mo. Then, maintaining an unfathomable look, he turned around and left with weak feet. Slip away quickly. With the mysterious power in his body drained away, he is no stronger than an ordinary person. If he doesn't escape now, when will he? If we wait until Wu Chen realizes and asks for another fight, our secret will be exposed. Zhang Yu wanted to leave, but someone didn't want him to leave. Wu Chen shouted anxiously behind him, "Wait!" Hearing Wu Chen's shout, Zhang Yu paused, but instead of stopping, he walked even faster, as if he didn't hear Wu Chen's shout. "Dean Zhang, wait, please wait." Seeing Zhang Yu's back without stopping, Wu Chen became even more anxious and hurriedly chased after him. Realizing that Wu Chen was chasing him, Zhang Yu began to panic. He felt his body go weak and powerless. In his heart, Zhang Yu tried to persuade himself, "Don't be a coward. Stay calm." Zhang Yu stopped and took a deep breath, then turned around and stared at Wu Chen with a stern expression. "Chief Wu, is there anything else?" Being stared at by Zhang Yu's slightly sharp eyes, Wu Chen's heart trembled, and he said respectfully, "President Zhang, I was reckless just now, please forgive me." The Wu family cannot afford to offend a powerful person in the vortex realm. Not to mention the Wu family, even if all the forces in the deserted city were added together, they would not be a match for a strongman in the vortex realm. I never thought that I, Wu Chen, would also be wrong. Wu Chen regretted it very much. If he had known that Zhang Yu was a vortex realm expert, he would have tried to curry favor with him. How could he have let Wu Mo and his sister quit Sangqiong Academy? Empiricism is killing people. It is definitely a great honor for the Wu family to be able to rely on the strong men in the vortex realm. "Dad, what's this?" Wu Mo was a little confused about what his father was thinking. "Moer, come over here and apologize to Dean Zhang." Wu Chen looked at Wu Mo, who was in a daze and became anxious, and couldn't help but shout in a low voice. Wu Mo was a little confused. "What did I do? Why should I apologize?" Although he didn't know what Wu Chen was thinking, Wu Mo still walked over obediently and said respectfully to Zhang Yu, "I'm sorry, Dean Zhang." Zhang Yu quietly watched the performance of the father and son of the dance family, but his mind was a little confused. What tricks are these two guys playing? Seeing Zhang Yu remain silent, as if he had tacitly accepted his apology, Wu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately took the two application forms from Wu Mo's hand and handed them to Zhang Yu respectfully. "After thinking about it, I still think it is more appropriate for Moer and Xinxin to stay in Sangqiong Academy. Only in Sangqiong Academy can Moer and Xinxin receive the best training. Dean Zhang, please be sure to accept these two application forms. If Dean Zhang is still angry, just blame me, and I am willing to take full responsibility. Moer and Xinxin are still young, please forgive them for their ignorance." Wu Chen had only one thought in his mind, which was to try every possible means to gain Zhang Yu's forgiveness. He doesn't want to be remembered by a vortex realm expert all the time. Of course, it would be even better if we could get on board the big ship of the vortex realm powerhouse because of this matter. Could it be that he mistakenly thought that I was a strong person in the vortex realm, so he is so afraid of me? Zhang Yu reacted and vaguely guessed something. You know, Wu Chen's attitude just now was not like this. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu calmed down instead. He did not rush to take the registration form, but a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Didn't the Wu clan leader just want to withdraw Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin from the hospital? Hearing this, Wu Chen blushed and looked embarrassed. I am. Zhang Yu was not interested in listening to Wu Chen's explanation. He waved his hand and said lightly, "Okay, I'm not interested in listening to your explanation. I can accept these two registration forms, but the premise is that you must agree to one condition of mine." Otherwise, everything is off the table. Sangcheong Academy is still the same Sangcheong Academy, but he, Zhang Yu, is not the same Zhang Yu. If he agrees to Wu Chen like this, it will lower his status. He wanted to use this incident to tell Wu Chen a truth. Sangcheong Academy was not a place where anyone could come and go as they pleased. Wu Chen was a little nervous. What are the conditions? That Sangcheong Academy has been abandoned for many years, and everything is waiting to be revived. It can be said that it lacks everything. Just when Wu Chen thought that Zhang Yu was going to take the opportunity to ask for a high price to rob the Wu family, Zhang Yu changed the subject. Well, resources and the like can be acquired slowly, but students and instructors are indispensable. Thank you, Dean Zhang, for your appreciation. I am willing to serve as a tutor at Sangcheong College. Before Zhang Yu could finish his words, Wu Chen spoke first. Not only was he not embarrassed at all, but he was also a little excited. Being a mentor in an academy that has a powerful Vortex Realm expert in charge would not be considered an insult to his status. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu actually shook his head and smiled. No, you are wrong. My condition is indeed for you to join Sangcheong Academy, but not as a mentor, but as a student. Student. Wu Chen's expression froze and he looked at Zhang Yu in disbelief. You heard it right, it's the students. This. Wu Chen's brows were twisted into a knot, not knowing how to answer. Wu Mo was stunned. Is there such an operation? Why, is it difficult? Zhang Yu could completely understand Wu Chen's feelings, but he had no choice. This was the system's requirement and he couldn't change it. He shook his head and retracted his thoughts. Thousands of years went through his mind, and he tried his best to fool him. To tell you the truth, the requirements for recruiting tutors at Sangcheong Academy are extremely high. Maybe you will be able to meet the requirements in the future, but not now. So, you'd better be a student honestly. Wu Chen fell silent. She wanted to refuse but was afraid of offending Zhang Yu. It's not that there aren't some students in their 40s. As far as he knows, in certain places in the wilderness continent, there are some top forces and top academies, with countless disciples and students. Not to mention students in their 40s, there are also many students over 100 years old, and each of them is an amazing genius. But Sangcheong Academy is obviously not among them. More importantly, his son is a student of Sangcheong Academy, and his daughter is also a student of Sangcheong Academy. As a father, does he have to be classmates with his son and daughter? If I agree to Zhang Yu's conditions, how should my son and daughter call him in the future? Father. Senior brother. The scene was so beautiful that he couldn't even imagine it. Shaking his head, Wu Chen made a decision in his heart. Must reject. Even if I die, I cannot humiliate my dignity. Looking at Zhang Yu's smiling face, Wu Chen gritted his teeth and said carefully, Dean Zhang, I can totally understand that you want to revitalize Sangcheong Academy, but... As he spoke, he paid attention to the changes in Zhang Yu's expression. Seeing Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold, his heart trembled suddenly, and the words on his lips suddenly changed, but I admire Dean Zhang's determination very much, so I am willing to become a student of Sangcheong Academy. His righteous look was simply admirable. Agreed. Wu Mo looked at Wu Chen in disbelief. Is he really his wise father? Why does he feel so unfamiliar with him? Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction, and that smile was like a spring breeze. Yes, you are very smart. Wu Chen secretly wiped his sweat. He was under tremendous pressure in front of Zhang Yu. There is a huge gap between the Vortex Realm and the Qishuan Realm. Even the weakest Vortex Lower Realm warrior can easily kill a Qishuan 9th Realm warrior. Wu Chen clearly remembered that when he just fought with Zhang Yu did not even use his martial arts. An ordinary and simple punch left him powerless to resist. If Zhang Yu used his martial arts, Wu Chen did not think he could survive. It is not shameful to submit to a strong person in the Vortex Realm. Okay, since you're so tactful, I'll accept these 2 registration forms. After Zhang Yu accepted the registration forms from Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin, he took out a blank registration form from his arms like a magic trick, and looked at Wu Chen with a stiff smile on his face. This one is yours, sign it. Under Zhang Yu's gentle gaze, Wu Chen swallowed and signed his name reluctantly. Okay, from now on, you are a member of Sangcheong Academy. Zhang Yu put away Wu Chen's registration form with a smile, and the voice of the system came in his mind. The mission is completed, do you want to receive the reward? Take over. The reward, host comprehension talent has been upgraded to the lower level of 3 stars has been distributed. Please pay attention to the host and check it. The next moment, Zhang Yu felt a sense of dizziness in his mind. When the dizziness disappeared, Zhang Yu obviously felt a different feeling. The most significant change was that this world became clearer in his eyes. Many things that were obscure and difficult in the past were problems that I understood have now become simpler and can be easily solved. Zhang Yu. Gender, male. Age, 23 years old. Physical talent, ordinary bloodline, 3-star inferior. Perception talent, 3 stars lower level. Special talent, alchemy, 1 star. Kung Fu, extreme martial arts, low-level mortal, 2 levels in total, can be practiced up to the 2nd level of Qishuan, with an average of 0 errors per level. Martial arts, dragon elephant power, low spiritual level, 231 errors, falling leaf sword technique, low spiritual level, 285 errors. Cultivation, Qishuan 2nd level. Skills, insight, 1-star alchemy. After turning on the insight technique to check his current attributes, Zhang Yu became more and more satisfied, and the smile on his face became brighter. In the early stages of cultivation, the effect of perception talent is not as great as that of physical talent, but in the later stages of cultivation, the effect of perception talent is by no means comparable to that of physical talent. The higher the level of the martial arts, the higher the requirement for comprehension. If you practice to the extreme, you can even comprehend the laws, feel the mysteries of heaven and earth, and draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fill your body. Of course, it is still too far to say this now, as Zhang Yu has not even reached the vortex realm. Dean. Wu Chen looked a little conflicted. He hesitated for a while and said carefully, Can I not tell anyone about my becoming a student at Songqiong Academy for the time being? Wu Chen found it difficult to accept the humiliation of becoming classmates with his son and daughter. Hearing this, Zhang Yu revealed a mysterious smile. Whether I will tell anyone or not depends on your performance next. By the way, your tuition fees. Sure. Wu Chen quickly smiled and said, 3 million wild coins, I will ask Moer to deliver it tomorrow, and I guarantee that not a cent will be less. Although it was a bit painful, Wu Chen did not hesitate at all in order to please Zhang Yu. Come on, do you really think I'm the kind of person who bullies others by taking advantage of my power? Zhang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, It's 10,000 huangbi a year, if you're willing to give more, I don't want more. 10,000 wild coins a year, that's only 30,000 wild coins for 3 people. After a pause, Zhang Yu pondered and said, Forget it. I don't have any use for the wild coins for the time being. You should just get me an alchemy furnace and get me some medicinal materials. After pondering for a while, Zhang Yu took out a blank registration form from his pocket, picked up a pen and wrote down a list of medicinal herbs and their required quantities on the back of the form. Yes, these are the herbs, and the required quantities are listed here. Wu Chen took the registration form, took a look at it curiously, and said in surprise, Is this a pill recipe? Don't worry about whether it's a pill recipe or not. Zhang Yu glanced at Wu Chen and said calmly, Calculate the price. If 30,000 huangbi is not enough, I'll think of another way. Wu Chen didn't dare to take any more money from Zhang Yu, and nodded hurriedly, Enough. Well, I'll leave this to you. If there's nothing else, you can go back first and come back for class tomorrow. Zhang Yu waved his hand and reminded them, Also, I hope this is the last time. If you make a fuss about leaving the hospital next time. I dare not. Wu Chen shuddered and cold sweat immediately flowed down. After seeing off Wu Chen and his son, Zhang Yu did not stay for a moment and walked straight towards the library. Although Wu Chen was frightened temporarily, Zhang Yu would be exposed sooner or later if he did not improve his strength quickly. As soon as he entered the library, Zhang Yu focused on modifying his martial arts techniques, and the subsequent training methods of extreme martial arts art gradually took shape. Dad, you today. On the way home, Wu Mo was hesitant to speak. Moer, I know you have a lot of questions in your mind. I can't say much else. I can only tell you that Dean Zhang is not someone our Wu family can afford to offend. Wu Chen waved his hand to stop Wu Mo from speaking, and then said solemnly, "You must remember, no matter what Dean Zhang tells you to do in the future, you must follow it." Even after leaving Sangqiong Academy, he still called Zhang Yu Dean Zhang, which shows how much respect he has for Zhang Yu. After a pause, Wu Chen added, "Also, don't spread what happened today." Although Wu Mo was full of doubts, he still nodded honestly, "Okay." The next day, Zhang Yu had not come out since he entered the library yesterday afternoon. He walked out of the library the next morning with a tired look on his face. However, there was an undisguised smile on his tired face. If he had not been so hungry that he almost had no strength left, he would have laughed out loud 3 times. After more than 10 hours of hard work, he finally completed the cultivation methods of the first 6 levels of the Extreme Martial Arts Qishuan realm. Extreme Martial Arts, medium level, 6 levels in total, can be cultivated to the 6th level of Qishuan, with an average of 0 errors per level. With this technique, he will be able to quickly cultivate to the 6th level of Qishuan, and his strength will be qualitatively improved. If he fights Wu Chen again, he will be confident that he can win. The most important thing is, when he reaches the 6th level of Qishuan, he will be able to perform martial arts. The mysterious power of the 6th level of Qishuan, combined with the spiritual martial arts, dragon elephant power or falling leaf sword technique, is enough to kill even a 9th level Qishuan warrior instantly. Unfortunately, the library only had low-level and medium-level martial arts. After searching the entire library, Zhang Yu did not find any more advanced martial arts. Therefore, he could only complete the practice of extreme martial arts to the 6th level of Qishuan. To go further, he had to find another way. It would not be enough to rely on the martial arts in the library alone. It seems that I have to take some time to visit Chengwang College and Yunshan College next time. Zhang Yu remembered clearly that most of the skills and martial arts in the library were taken away by these 2 colleges. It's time to settle the accounts from the past. But there is no rush now, let's improve our own strength first. After quickly finishing his breakfast, Zhang Yu saw that it was still early, so he went straight to practice in the bedroom of Champs Élysées. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to riot as if it had intelligence, and gathered madly in the direction of Zhang Yu. The mad surge of spiritual energy even formed a powerful airflow, causing the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees to tremble and sway. Jiwu Ju is indeed a flawless martial art. As soon as Zhang Yu started practicing, his cultivation level broke through the peak of the 2nd level of Qishuan. Within a cup of tea, he reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qishuan. It was as easy as drinking water without any obstruction in between. Strike while the iron is hot. Zhang Yu immediately practiced the 4th stage of Qishuan in the extreme martial art, then the 5th stage, the 6th stage. While Zhang Yu was concentrating on his training, Wu Chen, carrying a box in one hand, walked into the academy with Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin. Wang Tao, the butler who usually followed Wu Mo, was sent back by Wu Chen on the way with a random excuse. He didn't want to let others know that he had become a student of Sangqiong Academy for the time being, even if this person was not considered an outsider. Several people waited in the square for a long time, but there was no sign of Zhang Yu. They couldn't help but shout a few times, "Dean, Dean Zhang." No one answered for a long while. Wu Mo couldn't help but wonder in his heart, "It's so late, are you still sleeping in?" "Moer, stop talking nonsense." Wu Chen was startled and immediately scolded, "Dean Zhang is so busy, how can we criticize him?" Wu Mo was about to retort, but Wu Xinxin suddenly put her delicate jade fingers to her lips and whispered, "Dad, brother, listen." Who? The few people who had calmed down suddenly heard the sound of wind in their ears. Unlike the usual wind sound in nature, this sound of wind was very regular and more likely to be man-made. Could it be that the dean did it? Wu Chen hesitated for a moment, then took Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin towards the wind vent. The direction of the wind vent was exactly where Zhang Yu was. The closer they got to Xiangxie, the louder the wind became, and the flowers, plants, and trees on the ground began to shake violently. In the strong wind, whether it was Wu Chen, Wu Mo, or Wu Xinxin, they all felt comfortable, as if they were bathed in a rich spiritual energy. Wait, Reiki. Wu Chen took a breath and his eyes suddenly widened. Yes, it's spiritual energy. This is not wind at all, it is simply the spiritual energy flow generated by the flow of spiritual energy. My God, How powerful is the spiritual energy to form such a terrifying spiritual energy flow? Moer, Xin, come on, sit down and practice. Wu Chen was afraid of wasting even a minute, so he immediately said to Wu Mo and Wu Xin. This rare opportunity, if missed, might never come again. Wu Mo and Wu Xin also reacted. Without saying a word, they sat cross-legged outside Zhang Yu's Xiangxie residence and concentrated on practicing. Wu Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the brother and sister practicing. Then he put down the 2 boxes in his hands, sat down cross-legged as well, and practiced with full concentration, absorbing the vast spiritual energy around him into his body bit by bit. After a while, when the surrounding spiritual energy gradually became thin, Wu Chen and the others stopped practicing and slowly opened their eyes. As soon as Wu Chen opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Yu staring at him with a half-smile on his face. He stood up awkwardly and said, "Dean, have you finished practicing?" Zhang Yu joked, then turned his gaze to Wu Mo and Wu Xin and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, the family of 3 is all here." The family of 3 all became students of Tsangqiong Academy. It's really interesting when you think about it. What's even more interesting is that the strongest man in Huangcheng, a master of the 9th level of Qishuan, has actually become a student of Tsangqiong Academy. Wow. Dean, what happened just now? Wu Chen hesitated and asked cautiously. Wu Mo and Wu Xin also looked at Zhang Yu nervously. This question also confused them. The effect of their practice just now was amazing. It can be said that it saved them several months of practice time. If it happens a few more times, maybe their cultivation level can be directly improved by 1 level. Oh, are you asking about the spiritual energy? Zhang Yu glanced at Wu Chen nonchalantly and smiled faintly. That was formed naturally during my practice. It's always like this. You won't be surprised when you see it more often. After these words were spoken, Wu Mo and Wu Xin's eyes both became a little dull. Wu Chen, on the other hand, after hearing Zhang Yu's words, his pupils shrank slightly, and he became more certain of Zhang Yu's strength. Vortex realm, that's right, he is definitely a vortex realm expert. Moreover, he is very likely to be a vortex middle realm expert, or even a vortex upper realm expert. He had seen vortex lower realm experts practicing, but the noise was far less than that of Zhang Yu, so in his eyes, Zhang Yu's strength had once again risen to a higher level. Zhang Yu's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 6th level of Qishuan, and he felt more confident. He was no longer as fearful of Wu Chen as before, and he started to talk nonsense. Don't be surprised, as long as you continue to stay in Tsangqiong Academy, sooner or later you will become more powerful than I am now. Even if your talent is a little worse, it doesn't matter, you will slowly know my methods in the future. He described a bright future for Wu Chen and the other 2. It's not entirely true to say that he is fooling around. His current strength is stronger than the 9th level of Qishuan realm, but it is still a little bit weaker than the real vortex realm powerhouses. For future students of Tsangqiong Academy, it is not difficult to reach this level. But Wu Chen obviously misunderstood. He had always thought that Zhang Yu was a strong man in the vortex realm, so he naturally believed that Zhang Yu meant that they would have the opportunity to reach or even surpass the vortex realm. Wu Chen's breathing suddenly became heavy, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Having been stuck at the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan for more than 10 years, he dreamed of breaking through to the vortex realm, but his physical talent was too poor. If he had not had some adventures when he was young, it would be impossible for him to reach the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan now. Even so, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the lower level of vortex, and there was almost no hope. And now, looking at Zhang Yu's calm and confident look, for some reason, Wu Chen's heart, which had been silent for many years, began to stir. Maybe, he really might have a way. Wu Chen thought secretly in his heart. If he could really break through to the lower realm of the vortex, he would be happy to be a student for the rest of his life. Wu Mo and Wu Xin were also very excited. They didn't know how strong Zhang Yu was, but they were sure that Zhang Yu was stronger than their father. You have to know that their father was the strongest man in Huangcheng. How powerful would he be if he was stronger than their father? When they heard that they could become so powerful in the future, they were very excited. Zhang Yu was very satisfied when he saw the 3 dancers who were so excited. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the classroom for class." Wait. Wu Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly picked up the two large boxes in his hands and carefully placed them in front of Zhang Yu. "Dean, these are the alchemy furnace and medicinal materials you asked me to buy." The alchemy furnace is a top-grade black gold furnace with purple patterns. The medicinal materials are the freshest and most complete ones purchased from adventurers. Moreover, the quantity of medicinal materials is twice what Zhang Yu required. Together, it cost 120,000 wild coins. However, Wu Chen did not mention a word about this, obviously to please Zhang Yu. So soon. Zhang Yu was a little surprised, then he smiled and nodded, "Take it first and bring it to the classroom." There are many classrooms in Songqiong Academy. Although they have been abandoned for many years, the quality of the buildings is indeed good. There is no damage and even the tables and chairs are well preserved. The classroom was empty. Apart from Zhang Yu on the podium, there were only 3 dancers sitting in the first row. Before class starts, let me first tell you the rules of Songqiong Academy. I don't know about other academies, but in Songqiong Academy, anything you learn here is forbidden to be passed on to outsiders. Zhang Yu's eyes swept over Wu Chen, Wu Mo, and Wu Xinxin. "If anyone breaks the rules, I will personally abolish his cultivation and dantian, and expel him from Songqiong Academy." At the end of his words, Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. After explaining the rules, Zhang Yu began to teach. The first lesson, naturally, is about the castrated version of extreme martial arts, and only talks about the practice method of the first level of Qishuan. The castrated version of extreme martial arts art was specially prepared by Zhang Yu for the students of Songqiong Academy. There are 3 errors in the practice method of the first stage of Qi Xian, and the practice efficiency is about 1/10 of the complete version of extreme martial arts art. Despite this, its practice efficiency is still very terrifying. Even if a person with extremely poor physical talent practices it, they can break through to the peak of the first stage of Qi Xian in 3 days at most. And geniuses like Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin can even break through to the peak of the first stage of Qi Xian in 1 day. Thanks to the countless exercises he had seen when modifying the exercises, Zhang Yu had a very deep understanding of the cultivation of the first and even the 6th level of Qishuan. He spoke in a simple and easy-to-understand way, which further demonstrated his skills. Wu Chen and the others in the audience were fascinated by what they heard, especially Wu Chen, who felt that Zhang Yu was unfathomable. Only someone who has thoroughly studied thousands or tens of thousands of exercises can understand them so well, right? Near noon, Zhang Yu finally finished explaining the first level of extreme martial arts practice, which is the first level of Qishuan practice. He explained it in great detail, with almost no omissions. Even people who had never practiced it before would be able to learn it, let alone the Wu family members. Wu Chen was still not satisfied, and asked expectantly, "Dean, when will you teach us the second level of the extreme martial arts technique?" After listening to Zhang Yu's explanation of the extreme martial arts, Wu Chen deeply realized that this was definitely an incredibly powerful technique, more than 100 times stronger than the Liu Yunju he practiced. He had a hunch that if he learned the 10th level of the extreme martial arts, he would be able to break free from the shackles of many years and break through to the lower realm of the vortex. Wu Chen's heart was completely burning with passion. For the first time, he felt that he was extremely lucky to be a student of Songqiong Academy. Wu Chen glanced at Wu Xinxin. The latter's cute look was as lovable as ever. "This girl Xinxin, by accident, has brought a great opportunity to our Wu family. My good daughter has good vision." He seemed to have completely forgotten how he had educated this silly daughter 2 days ago. "You can't chew too much. When you have thoroughly understood the first level of extreme martial arts technique, I will explain the second level." Zhang Yu glanced at Wu Chen, looking calm and indifferent on the surface. However, Zhang Yu secretly complained in his heart, "Do you think I don't want to teach more? But there are only 6 levels of skills in the extreme martial arts. This little stock can't withstand your tossing." If he taught 1 level a day, in a week at most, his stock would be exhausted. By then, what else could he teach? Feeling the seriousness of the matter, Zhang Yu felt a sense of urgency in his heart. "I must find a way to get a batch of high-level mortal-level skills in the shortest time possible. Of course, if there are spiritual-level skills, that would be even better. If there are no skills after the 6th level of Qishuan, even if the cultivation speed of extreme martial arts art is faster, it will be difficult to attract strong people and geniuses like Wu Chen, Wu Mo, and Wu Xinxin. And where are the most high-quality exercises? Of course it's Chengwon College and Yunshan College. There is no doubt that Zhang Yu has already begun to quietly set his sights on Chengwon College and Yunshan College. But Wu Chen was stunned. He really wanted to say that he had completely understood the first level of the extreme martial arts technique. Zhang Yu explained it so thoroughly. If he still couldn't understand, he would be a real pig. Don't say buts. Cultivation is profound and vast like the ocean. Even I can't say that I have completely understood the first level of the extreme martial arts technique. Do you think you are better than me? Zhang Yu glared. Being glared at by Zhang Yu, Wu Chen smiled awkwardly, swallowed his words, and said awkwardly, "Of course not." Seeing Wu Chen stop his movements, Zhang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the sense of urgency in his heart became even stronger. Although he managed to fool Wu Chen temporarily, it would definitely arouse his suspicion if things went on for too long. Okay, the first class ends here. You guys can come back tomorrow. Zhang Yu put on airs and acted cool to prevent Wu Chen from pestering him any further. At this moment, the system's unique mechanical and electronic sound rang in Zhang Yu's mind again. The system has detected that there are less than 10 students in Sangqiong Academy, and the task is now issued. Main Mission 4. Expand the number of students, bringing the number of students in Sangqiong Academy to 10. A great academy should have a corresponding scale. How can 3 students satisfy the Rising Sky Academy? Please recruit more students to expand the influence of the academy. The greater the influence of the academy, the greater the influence of the dean will be. Mission reward, Sky Contract. Task time limit, 72 hours. Mission failed, no penalty. This mission is not difficult, and we have plenty of time. Zhang Yu is no longer an ordinary person, and he is confident in completing this mission. I just don't know what this Sky Contract is. The system gave a rare explanation. The Sky Contract is a special registration form. All students who sign the contract will be loyal to the Sky Academy for life. Even if they graduate from the Sky Academy and leave the Sky Academy in the future, they will remain loyal to the Sky Academy. Zhang Yu's eyes widened when he heard this. So amazing. Will the students who sign the contract be loyal to Sangqiong Academy for life? What a good stuff. Zhang Yu was a little impatient. I must get this thing, immediately, right now. Seeing Zhang Yu's changing expression, Wu Chen felt a little scared and asked cautiously, "Dean, then, shall we go?" Zhang Yu came back to his senses and glanced at Wu Chen. His eyes suddenly lit up. He rolled his eyes and showed a gentle smile on his face. "Wu Chen, Chief Wu. Do you feel that there are too few students in our academy? Dean, if you have any instructions, just tell me directly." In front of Zhang Yu, Wu Chen didn't dare to call himself the leader of the Wu clan. "Well, I'll be frank. Sangqiong Academy needs more students, but it's not convenient for me as the dean to come in person, so I have to trouble you." Zhang Yu smiled and looked at Wu Chen. "You are the head of the Wu family, you know more people than me, and your influence is greater than mine. Just a few words should be enough to recruit a lot of students for Sangqiong Academy." This. To be honest, Wu Chen really wanted to refuse. To him, Sangqiong Academy is a huge cake, and naturally he doesn't want others to share it. But he also knew that he couldn't stop this kind of thing. Even if he refused, Zhang Yu still had a way to recruit students through other channels. Instead of doing that, it would be better to take the matter upon himself, which would not only please Zhang Yu but also allow him to take the initiative. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Wu Chen finally nodded heavily. "Since the dean trusts me, leave this matter to me. Don't worry, I have another request, which is, we must recruit 7 students within 2 days." Zhang Yu said slowly. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. It is impossible for Zhang Yu to put all his hopes on Wu Chen. The system requires 3 days, so he asked for 2 days, reserving 1 day. Even if this old guy is playing tricks behind his back, he at least has room to maneuver. In the afternoon, Zhang Yu kept Wu Mo alone and taught him the art of alchemy. Wu Mo had never been exposed to alchemy, so when he first heard Zhang Yu say that he had a talent for alchemy, it seemed a little incredible. "I have a talent for alchemy. Alchemist, a profession with a lofty status, and now, I also have the hope of becoming an alchemist." The huge surprise made Wu Mo's mind a little dazed. Looking at Wu Mo's excited expression, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh secretly. After all, Wanqing is still too small and too remote. If Wu Mo was born in the imperial capital of the Zhou dynasty, Xiandan City, such a talent for alchemy would have been discovered long ago. Wanqing was just a border area of the Zhou dynasty, and few strong people came, not to mention alchemists who were as rare as giant pandas. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Yu explained to Wu Mo the basic knowledge of alchemy, and then began to make the elixir, letting Wu Mo watch from the side. The system has detected that the host is teaching alchemy, and is now issuing a task. Main Mission 5, cultivate a 1-star alchemist. A great college should tap into the potential of its students, train them in the right direction, and allow every student to maximize their strengths. Quest reward, 2-star alchemy. Task time limit, 1 month. Mission failed, no penalty. Zhang Yu heard the voice of the system but did not pay attention to it. When refining the elixir, he had to concentrate. Wu Mo looked at Zhang Yu, who was concentrating on making the elixir, and was shocked. The dean is actually an alchemist. An alchemist, even if he is only the lowest 1-star alchemist, has a transcendent status. The Lin family is one of the second-rate families in Huangcheng. Although it cannot compare with the 5 top forces, namely the Wu family, the City Lord's Mansion, the Golden Eagle Sect, the Morning Light Academy, and the Yunshan Academy, it should not be underestimated. The head of the Lin family is an 8th-level Qishuan expert, and is on good terms with the head of the Wu family, Wu Chen, so that top forces such as the City Lord's Mansion and the Morning Light Academy will not easily provoke the Lin family. There is a bamboo forest in the backyard of the Lin Mansion, and there is a small lake beside the bamboo forest. At this time, a boy of about 16 years old was sitting by the lake fishing, with a hint of self-mockery at the corners of his young mouth. In another month, I will be 16 years old. The boy raised his head and looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with deep melancholy and unwillingness. When I turn 16, I will be sent to East Street to be a shopkeeper. The young man clenched his fists tightly, his fingers turning slightly blue from the excessive force. Boss. Ha. I really don't want to accept this. For ordinary people, being able to get a shopkeeper position in this life is worth celebrating. But for the young boy, who has seen the magnificent sky, how could he be content to be a small shopkeeper? The word shopkeeper is a great irony to any member of the Lin family. The Lin family has been operating in the deserted city for hundreds of years. They have long since expanded and flourished, with a large population and extremely rich heritage. However, within the Lin family, only those with extremely poor talents and who have been completely abandoned by the family will be sent to work as shopkeepers. It can be said that the owner of every Lin family store is a marginal person far away from the core of the Lin family. The boy was not the first person to be sent to be a shopkeeper, nor would he be the last. 1 month. I can still enjoy the last month of leisure. The young man was silent for a while, then he let out a long sigh. His young face was filled with melancholy that was not appropriate for his age. At this moment, a mocking voice came from behind the young man. Why, our shopkeeper Lin Ming is thinking about life again. Lin Ming did not turn around. Just by hearing the familiar voice, he knew who it was. If you have something to say, say it now. If you have to fart, fart now. Lin Ming said lightly, holding the fishing rod in his hand. What are you so arrogant about? You are a loser who has practiced for 4 years but still hasn't reached the first level of Qishuan realm. What qualifications do you have to put on airs in front of me? Lin Sen snorted coldly, and then sneered, oh, I was wrong. Shopkeeper Lin Ming is the future shopkeeper. I should think of ways to please you now. Maybe you can give me a discount when I go to the store to buy something in the future. Lin Ming threw down the fishing rod, stood up, looked directly at Lin Sen, and said calmly, since you have said that I am a waste, is it fun to show your superiority over a waste? He has heard similar sarcasm countless times, and it can hardly stir up any waves in his heart. Sensing Lin Ming's indifferent reaction, Lin Sen also lost interest and curled his lips and said, okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. The clan leader asked you to go to the council hall immediately. Congress Hall. Lin Ming frowned, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, isn't there still a month? Why are you letting me go now? Lin Sen shrugged, how should I know? Maybe he wants to let you experience the feeling of being a shopkeeper in advance. His ears automatically filtered out Lin Sen's provocative words. While thinking, Lin Ming walked straight towards the Parliament Hall. When Lin Ming arrived at the council hall, it was empty, with only the clan leader present. The head of the Lin family is named Lin Zhan, and he looks like a white-haired old man. According to seniority, Lin Ming should call him second grandfather, because Lin Ming's grandfather is the eldest brother of the head of the family. "You're here." Lin Zhan turned around and took a look at Lin Ming, with a trace of regret in his eyes. The Lin family was prosperous, but among so many people, there was almost no second younger generation with such a magnanimous demeanor. There was no doubt that in terms of character alone, there were probably few people in the entire Lin family who could compare to Lin Ming. It was a pity, he had too little talent. Lin Ming allowed Lin Zhan to look at him and bowed in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Patriarch." Lin Zhan nodded, then stroked his long beard and asked, "Lin Ming, have you ever resented me?" Resentment. Lin Ming looked at Lin Zhan in confusion. "It was me who didn't give you the opportunity to continue your practice and sent you to East Street to be a shop owner." Lin Zhan spoke bluntly and brought up a sensitive topic. "I can't say I have any resentment, I just feel a little unwilling." Lin Ming shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" "I know my talent. Even if I continue to practice, I will just be wasting my time. I may occasionally feel lucky, but I still have to face reality." Although Lin Ming is young, he is very wise. Instead of regretting it after hitting a wall, it is better to find another way now. Although the clan leader has cut off my path to practice, he has also arranged another way for me. At least, I don't have to worry about not having enough clothes to wear and food to eat in the future. My life will be rich enough. Even if he was an abandoned child of the Lin family, he was still much better than an ordinary person. On the contrary, if there was no Lin family, he might be worse than a beggar on the street. In this case, what qualifications did he have to feel resentment? At the end of his words, Lin Ming had a hint of self-mockery on his lips. Besides, the Lin family's huge business always needs someone to take care of it, doesn't it? What if I give you another chance? Lin Zhan looked at Lin Ming with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ming suddenly raised his head, and his calm emotions instantly boiled over like a huge rock hitting a pond. "Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. This afternoon, the head of the Wu family found me," Lin Zhan said slowly. "I believe you know the situation of Tsangqiong Academy. Whether you choose to be a student in Tsangqiong Academy and accept an unknown fate, or wait for a month and become a shop owner honestly, it's your choice. Going to Tsangqiong Academy might be able to change your fate, but the greater possibility is that you will achieve nothing. Not only will you not be able to make any name for yourself through cultivation, but you will also waste your time and live in poverty for the rest of your life. Being a shop owner can ensure a rich life for the rest of your life without having to worry about survival. I choose to go to Tsangqiong Academy." Lin Ming raised his head and took a deep breath, as if he had sucked all the air around him dry. His voice sounded a little hoarse. "That's right, Tsangqiong Academy has been abandoned for many years and has nothing, but Lin Ming is still unwilling to give up. This was his only hope, even though it was as slim as dust." Lin Zhan nodded and said, "Okay, you can report to Tsangqiong Academy tomorrow. I will arrange for someone else to take over the store." As he spoke, he patted Lin Ming on the shoulder and said, "I respect your choice, but whether the result is good or bad, you will bear it yourself." The next day. Early in the morning, Tsangqiong Academy welcomed 8 young people. These 8 young people included both men and women, came from different families, and wore different clothes, but they had one thing in common, which was extremely poor talent. The oldest among them is about 20 years old, and the youngest is only 14 or 15 years old. However, regardless of age, without exception, there was not a single fluctuation of true energy on their bodies. In other words, this is a group of people who have not yet stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Compared with ordinary people, the only thing they can boast about is their extraordinary background. From the clothes they wear, it can be seen that they are either rich or noble and come from prominent families. Lin Ming, the abandoned son of the Lin family, was one of them. Lin Ming's mood at this time was very complicated. He felt the freedom and comfort of regaining a new life, but also felt nervous and confused about the future. Tsangqiong Academy, an academy that has been abandoned for many years. Can I really learn something useful here? Lin Ming was a little nervous and apprehensive. Is everyone here? Suddenly, a voice mixed with a hint of majesty came from behind the crowd. The owner of this voice was obviously a person in a high position of power. Everyone turned their heads and saw a majestic middle-aged man. Chief Wu. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Why would the strongest man in the deserted city appear here? Wu Chen, Wu Mo, and Wu Xinxin slowly approached. He stared at the 8 young men in front of him and said meaningfully, Zhangqiong Academy is not an ordinary academy. Being a student of Zhangqiong Academy is a blessing you have earned in your previous life. Boys, cherish it. Such an opportunity will never come again. The 8 young men, including Lin Ming, all looked at Wu Chen in confusion. Don't understand. Wu Chen smiled faintly. It doesn't matter, you will understand it later. The strong man in the Vortex realm, the mysterious and powerful skills, and the tip of the iceberg revealed by the Sky Academy are enough to make people imagine endlessly. What's more, Wu Mo told him yesterday after he went back that Zhang Yu was not only incredibly powerful but also an alchemist. Upon hearing this news, Wu Chen immediately understood why Zhang Yu was so young yet able to cultivate to the Vortex realm. There is no doubt that in addition to the factor of martial arts, there is another extremely important reason, that is, elixir. The students of an academy that has an alchemist in charge will be blessed in the future. Let's go to the classroom. Wu Chen didn't continue talking, and took Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin and walked straight to the classroom. Lin Ming followed Wu Chen and the others silently, with many doubts in his heart. Why is the head of the Wu family here? Why did he say such inexplicable words to us? Zhangqiong Academy does not seem as simple as he imagined. The relationship between the head of the Wu family and Zhangqiong Academy is not as simple as Lin Zhan said. There may be deeper secrets hidden in it. For some reason, Lin Ming felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. Like Lin Ming, the other 7 young men also had their own guesses, but without exception, they suddenly had a glimmer of anticipation for this academy that had been abandoned for 7 years, and had a vague feeling that they seemed to be exposed to a shocking secret. After entering the classroom, Wu Chen sat down in the first row and said to the 8 young people, "You guys can just find a seat and sit down." Seeing Wu Chen sitting side by side with Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin in the first row of the classroom, Lin Ming and others were a little confused. What's going on? Lin Ming's mind was a little confused. Could it be that Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin are also students of Zhangqiong Academy, and Chief Wu is here to inspect and test whether the instructors of Zhangqiong Academy are qualified? Not only Lin Ming, but also young people from other families made such speculations. But they only guessed half of it right. As for the other half, the answer is bound to make them crazy and unbelievable. By the way, let me remind you first, no matter what you see or hear here later, don't spread it out. Wu Chen turned his head and glanced at the 8 young men in the second and third rows with a hint of threat in his eyes. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do to you. He didn't want the news that he was a student of Zhangqiong Academy to spread from the mouths of these young people. Lin Ming and the others were startled, and quickly responded respectfully, "Yes, I swear to keep it a secret." After a while, Zhang Yu arrived late with a stack of blank registration forms in his hand. Seeing a group of unfamiliar young people sitting in the audience, Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. So fast. 8 people, 1 more than I required, and they're here half as early as possible. Wow, your efficiency is pretty good. You're worthy of being the head of the Wu family. Zhang Yu praised as he turned his gaze to Wu Chen. It should be. It should be. Wu Chen smiled along. He was very pleased with Zhang Yu's compliment and felt a little flattered. After hearing the conversation between Zhang Yu and Wu Chen, Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin were not surprised, but Lin Ming and the others were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground and their eyes almost popped out. Is the head of the Wu family trying to please the young men on the stage? Before Lin Ming and the others could continue thinking, Zhang Yu handed a stack of registration forms to Wu Chen and said, "Let them sign their names." After taking the registration form, Wu Chen personally distributed it to each person, and then returned to his seat. His behavior was no different from that of an ordinary student. After a while, everyone signed the registration form and handed it to Wu Chen one by one, and then Wu Chen personally handed it back to Zhang Yu. Everyone sat quietly in their seats in the audience, looking at Zhang Yu nervously and expectantly. Mission completed, Do you want to receive the reward? Yes. The reward Sky contract has been issued, please check it out, host. The next moment, a blank white scroll appeared in Zhang Yu's mind. The scroll emitted a faint white light, and there was not a single word on it. Next to the scroll, there was a brush without ink floating on it. Is this the Sky contract? Zhang Yu's mind moved, and the Sky contract and the brush next to it disappeared from his mind and appeared in his hand. From the appearance, the Sky contract was no different from the scrolls on the market, and the brush was also very ordinary, but Zhang Yu could clearly feel their difference because they had no weight at all, as if they did not exist at all. Zhang Yu did not dwell on this question. Looking at the nervous and expectant faces of the people below the stage, he raised his hand slowly and handed the Sky contract and the brush to Wu Chen. This is the Sky contract. It can be said to be the registration form for our Sky Academy in the future. Except for our Sky Academy, no other academy can copy it. Come, sign your names again. Do I have to sign too? Wu Chen was stunned. That's right. Only those who have signed their names on the Sky contract are considered true students of the Sky Academy. Otherwise, the Sky Academy will not recognize them. Zhang Yu looked calm, as if he was certain that Wu Chen would sign the Sky contract. As Zhang Yu expected, Wu Chen hesitated for only a moment, then gritted his teeth and signed his name first. In order to break through and become a strong person in the Vortex realm, and to please Zhang Yu, Wu Chen also tried his best. Lin Ming and his group were completely confused when they saw this scene. Learn students. The young man on the stage had already said that if one signed his name on the Sky contract, he would be a real student of the Sky Academy, and the head of the Wu family signed his name on it in front of all of them. Doesn't that mean that the head of the Wu family, the strongest man in the deserted city and a great master at the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan, has become a student of the Sky Academy? Wasn't he here to inspect and test whether the instructors at Songqiong Academy were qualified? At this moment, everyone's minds were in a mess. The strongest person in Desolate City actually became a student of Songqiong Academy. In an instant, their worldview and outlook on life were completely overturned. We have become the strongest men in Deserted City, younger brothers and sisters. Their brains seemed to be filled with paste and their thoughts were almost frozen. Everyone was so shocked by this fact that they lost the ability to think. Don't be stunned, sign it quickly. After Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin signed their names, they handed the Sky contract to the young man behind them and urged him. At Wu Mo's urging, the young man mechanically took the Sky contract, mechanically signed his name, and then mechanically handed it to the person next to him. Seeing that everyone had signed their names, Zhang Yu took back the Sky contract, and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Considering that there are new students joining, I plan to re-examine the first level of the extreme martial arts technique today to prevent the new students from falling behind. Wu Chen, you three should review it again to deepen your understanding. Instantly, the expectant smile on Wu Chen's face froze on the spot. Why, Wu Chen, you look like you have some objections. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Wu Chen. Feeling Zhang Yu's gaze, Wu Chen trembled and said quickly, No, I have no objection. Even if he really had any opinions, he didn't dare to say them in front of Zhang Yu. I understand your feelings, but don't worry. As long as you stay in Songqiong Academy, sooner or later, you will realize your wish. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, and then his eyes swept over everyone in the audience. His smile was like a spring breeze. It's the same for you. Once you become a student of Songqiong Academy, your life is destined to be no longer mediocre. After a pause, Zhang Yu didn't care about everyone's reactions at all and began to teach the first level of extreme martial arts. This technique. Although Zhang Yu only talked about the first level of the extreme martial arts technique, Lin Ming and the others were fascinated by it. They couldn't help but feel excited. Too powerful. According to Zhang Yu, the true power cultivated by this extreme martial arts art is several times more refined than the true power cultivated by ordinary exercises. Once it reaches the first level of Qishuan, it will be enough to be on par with ordinary third-level Qishuan powerhouses. What's even more terrifying is that the extreme martial arts art not only has extremely low requirements for talent, but also has an extremely fast training speed. Even if an ordinary person practices it, he can break through to the first level of Qishuan in a very short period of time and become a formal martial arts practitioner. Even though Zhang Yu's words were very exaggerated, for some reason, Lin Ming and the others had a vague feeling that Zhang Yu was not lying. Not only Lin Ming and his group, but also Wu Chen and the other two, had no doubts about Zhang Yu's statement. Deep down, they had an indescribable trust in Zhang Yu, a trust that was almost blind. The miraculous effect of the sky contract gradually became apparent. After explaining the castrated version of the first level of the extreme martial arts technique, Zhang Yu activated the insight technique and checked the information of the 8 students one by one. After reading the information of Lin Ming and the other 8, he shook his head helplessly. The first one. Lin Ming. Gender, male. Age, 15 years old. Physical talent, none. Perception talent, none. Special talent, none. Cultivation, none. The second one. Mao Zhongfeng. Gender, male. Age, 20 years old. Physical talent, ordinary bloodline, 1-star lower grade. Perception talent, none. Special talent, none. Cultivation, none. The 8th one. Yao Muan. Gender, female. Age, 16 years old. Physical talent, none. Perception talent, 1-star lower. Special talent, none. Cultivation, none. Where did Wu Chen find such a group of top talents for me? Zhang Yu was speechless, feeling helpless. The talents of these students are worse than each other, especially Lin Ming, who is almost as talented as my Xiao Chang. Although the extreme martial arts art has almost no requirements for talent, the talents of these guys are really too poor. Among the 8 students, Lin Ming has the worst talent, with a big none marked behind all his talents without exception. Next in line are Mao Zhongfeng, Zhang Henyang, Hua Zhenchang, Zhao Shen, Yi Luo, and the only female student Yao Muan. These 6 students either have a 1-star lower-level physical talent or a 1-star lower-level comprehension talent. Only Su Lai has both a 1-star lower-level physical talent and a 1-star lower-level comprehension talent. However, neither Lin Ming, who had the worst talent, nor Su Lai, who had the best talent, had cultivated a single bit of true strength. In other words, they have been practicing for so many years, but have been spinning in circles without achieving any results. Oh, forget it, they are useless. Now that they are here, we can't kick them all out, right? Zhang Yu sighed. He felt a little sympathy for these people in his heart. Judging from their attire, they should be from extraordinary backgrounds. However, the more extraordinary their backgrounds are, the more pressure and pain they will bear with their talents. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yu said to the audience, "There is one thing I didn't have time to say yesterday. Since everyone is here today, I will announce it. Since extreme martial arts is a very special martial art, all students can start practicing it now, except for Wu Chen and Wu Mo." Lin Ming and the others clenched their fists excitedly. Wu Chen and Wu Mo were stunned. Why us? Wu Chen looked at Zhang Yu in confusion, feeling somewhat puzzled. Before Wu Chen could ask, Zhang Yu seemed to have guessed what he wanted to ask, and said calmly, "I will only teach a level of extreme martial arts every few days, so that the students won't fall behind. You already have a high level of cultivation. If you switch to extreme martial arts right away, without the support of subsequent exercises, you will only be able to stay at the first or second level of Qixuan. Even if you have a great deal of true energy in your body, you won't be able to mobilize it at all. I'm sure you won't like this state, right?" Wu Chen was silent. What Zhang Yu said made sense. "Then when can we start practicing?" Wu Chen took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Yu nervously. The subtext of this statement was to ask Zhang Yu when he would start explaining the 9th and even 10th levels of the extreme martial arts technique. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "After I finish explaining the 3rd level of the extreme martial arts, Wu Mo can start practicing. As for you, you probably have to wait until I finish explaining the 6th level of the extreme martial arts before you can practice." This. Wu Chen, Wu Mo, and Wu Xinqin were all stunned. Wu Chen looked at Zhang Yu in confusion, but Dean Mo's cultivation has already reached the 6th level of Qixuan, and I have been staying at the 9th level of Qixuan for more than 10 years. The 6th level of Qixuan corresponds to the 6th level of the technique, and the 9th level of Qishuan corresponds to the 9th level of the technique. Can the 3rd level and 6th level of Ji Wu Ju really satisfy them, father and son? Of course, as they had signed the Sky contract, they subconsciously trusted Zhang Yu very much, so they did not doubt Zhang Yu's words, but were just a little confused. They just wanted to get an answer from Zhang Yu. After you practice the extreme martial art, you will naturally understand. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. It's not that he couldn't explain it, but it was too troublesome to explain. And he happened to be a person who hated trouble, so naturally he was too lazy to explain. The effect of the castrated version of extreme martial arts is about 1/10 of the complete extreme martial arts. Although the true power cultivated is far inferior to the mysterious power in his body, it is also several times or even 10 times stronger than the general true power. The quality of the true power has improved, and the quantity will naturally decrease. According to his calculations, once the extreme martial arts is practiced, Wu Mo's cultivation will inevitably drop to the 3rd level of Qishuan, and it may even be lower. Wu Chen's cultivation will also drop to the 6th level of Qishuan, or even the 5th level of Qishuan. Therefore, the 3rd level of Ji Wu Ju and the 6th level of Ji Wu Ju can definitely satisfy the cultivation needs of both father and son. Seeing that Zhang Yu had no interest in explaining, Wu Chen shut his mouth obediently and didn't dare to ask any more questions. The classroom fell silent again. Zhang Yu didn't say anything, and no one dared to speak. After sending Wu Chen away, Zhang Yu looked at the crowd below the stage again and said thoughtfully, "Since you have chosen to join Sangqiong Academy, I, as the dean, cannot treat you unfairly." After thinking for a while, Zhang Yu waved to Wu Mo. "Wu Mo, come here." Wu Mo stood up respectfully and walked up to the podium. "Take these 60 Qishuan pills and distribute them to everyone, 6 to each person." Zhang Yu handed a worn glass bottle to Wu Mo. The bottle was filled with densely packed vermilion pills with 3 mysterious lines on the surface of the pills. Qishuan pill, a first-grade elixir, can greatly improve the cultivation level of a Qishuan realm warrior. The lower the cultivation level, the stronger the effect. And now, in the tattered glass bottle that Wu Mo took from Zhang Yu, there were a full 60 Qishuan pills, and each of them was a top-grade, first-grade, 3-pattern Qishuan pill. Its effect was several times stronger than that of an ordinary first-grade, 1-pattern Qishuan pill. Wu Mo opened the worn glass bottle and distributed the pills to everyone one by one. "What is this?" "A pill." Lin Ming and the others looked at the scarlet pills in their hands in confusion. The surface of the pills exuded a refreshing scent, which made people unable to resist the urge to swallow them immediately. To everyone's surprise, Wu Chen, the strongest man in Huangcheng, was so excited that he lost his composure. He stared at the 6 finger-sized scarlet pills in his hand and roared excitedly, "Qishuan pills, they are really Qishuan pills." Being knowledgeable and experienced, he naturally understood the preciousness of Qishuan pills, and he knew how rare the 3-pattern Qishuan pills were. It is no exaggeration to say that an ordinary Qishuan pill is worth more than 10,000 Huang coins. And a 3-pattern Qishuan pill could even be worth 20,000 to 30,000 wild coins. Such a precious pill is packed in such a shabby bottle. It's such a waste of resources. Wu Chen even felt sorry for the Qishuan pill. Let alone 60 Qishuan pills, even if there was just a little powder scraped off from one Qishuan pill, its value would far exceed that shabby glass bottle. If the person on the stage was not Zhang Yu, he would have cursed long ago. Although Lin Ming and the others did not know what effect the Qishuan pill had, once they saw Wu Chen's expression and saw how carefully Wu Chen held the Qishuan pill as if it were something sacred, they immediately understood how precious the Qishuan pill was. Even a 9th-level Qishuan expert could not hold his composure at this thing, and even with a little effort one could guess how precious it was. "This is Qishuan pill. After taking it, you can improve your cultivation," Zhang Yu explained calmly. He didn't seem to care at all, as if he was introducing an extremely ordinary item. In fact, he really didn't care, because he could refine this thing anytime and anywhere, and he could refine 9,981 pills at a time. Apart from the 60 pills distributed to the students, he still had 21 pills left. There was really nothing worth caring about. In the future, I will arrange for people to distribute this Qishuan pill to every student regularly, just as a special benefit for the students of Sangqiong Academy. With 6 Qishuan pills and the castrated version of extreme martial arts, this group of students will surely be able to break through to the peak of the first level of Qishuan soon. Zhang Yu was filled with a sense of accomplishment after personally training a bunch of useless people into geniuses. Can we improve our cultivation? Lin Ming and his group were a little surprised, and then became excited. They dreamed of cultivating true strength and becoming a true martial arts practitioner, but their talent was too poor. They had practiced for 6 or 7 years at most, and 3 or 4 years at least, and were still lingering outside the door of practice. Now that they had the Qishuan pill, it meant that they could use it to cultivate true strength in one fell swoop. Thank you, Dean. Lin Ming and his group were very excited, and their words were trembling. Zhang Yu didn't say anything, but Wu Chen took over the conversation. We should indeed thank the Dean. Without the Dean, we would never be able to obtain a precious elixir like the Qishuan pill. Even if we had more money, we couldn't buy it. Wu Chen admired and was grateful to Zhang Yu from the bottom of his heart, and his words were sincere and not false at all. Seeing Wu Chen's slightly excited expression, Lin Ming was startled, and then he asked cautiously, "Senior Wu, is this Qishuan pill very precious?" He knew that Qixuandan was not simple, but he did not understand its true value. More than precious. Wu Chen glanced at Lin Ming unhappily. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "As far as I know, there are no alchemists in the desolate city, so naturally there are no pills for sale. Outside of the desolate city, the price of a Qishuan pill ranges from 10,000 desolate coins to 30,000 desolate coins. The Qishuan pill that the Dean gave us is a top-quality first-grade 3-pattern pill, which can definitely be sold for 30,000 desolate coins. In other words, the price of one Qishuan pill alone is equivalent to a student's 3-year tuition. And the Dean gave us 6 pills at once. The most important thing is that the first-grade 3-pattern Qishuan pill is a hot commodity even in big cities, and the supply is in short supply. But in our deserted city, no matter how much money you have, you can't buy it. If I were to describe the Qishuan pill in one word, it would be priceless." After Wu Chen's explanation, Lin Ming and his group couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at the 6 pills in their hands in disbelief. Qishuan pills are so precious. Even with the savings of these family members over the years, it was only enough to barely buy 1 or 2 Qishuan pills. If there were more, they simply couldn't afford so much money. Even Wu Mo had a look of shock on his face. He obviously didn't expect the Qishuan pill to be so precious. Although he learned alchemy from Zhang Yu, his understanding of the value of elixirs was far less profound than that of his father Wu Chen. Alchemist is simply a money-grabbing profession. Wu Mo exclaimed in his heart. He witnessed the entire process of Zhang Yu refining the elixir, which took less than half an hour and looked very easy. Moreover, one furnace produced 99 and 81 first-grade 3-pattern Qishuan pills. In other words, Zhang Yu earned nearly 2.5 million wild coins in less than half an hour, and the cost, including the furnace, was only more than 100,000 wild coins. My God, this is faster than robbing money. No wonder everyone wants to become an alchemist. Wu Mo realized the horror of alchemists more and more, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. The Dean said that I also have a talent for alchemy, and in the future I can also become an alchemist. Brother. Wu Xinxin and Wu Mo looked at each other and were equally excited. She had also heard from Wu Mo that Zhang Yu taught him how to make pills. At this moment, after knowing the true value of Qishuan pill, Lin Ming and his group looked at Zhang Yu and were so moved that they choked up. Dean, we. They only paid 10,000 Huangbi tuition, but got 6 Qishuan pills worth 30,000 Huangbi. How could they not be moved? They wanted to express their gratitude to Zhang Yu, but such a great favor was beyond the reach of any words of gratitude. After all, that was the Qishuan pill which was worth 30,000 Huang coins each. Moreover, Zhang Yu gave them not 1, but 6. A total of 180,000 wild coins. They have never doubted Wu Chen's words. Are you kidding? As the strongest men in Huangcheng, is there any need to lie to these minions? Zhang Yu still had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. He glanced at Lin Ming and the others, and said gently, "As long as you practice well and don't let me down, it will be the best reward for me." At this moment, he looked like a teacher with noble character and amiable manner. However, he was complaining in his heart, how is this thing precious? I can refine as many as I want. Of course, outsiders cannot hear what he really thinks. At this moment, Lin Ming and the others raised their heads, with unprecedented determination in their eyes. The dean is so good to us, we will never let him down, and we will never forget his cultivation. Unconsciously, they developed a sense of belonging to Tsangqiang Academy, as if this place was warmer, more intimate, and more worthy of their reliance than their so-called home. Dean Zhangyu was like their family and worthy of their trust. Time flies and the years pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The Sky Academy was still peaceful, but its appearance was completely new, with earth-shaking changes and more vitality. The place that was once overgrown with weeds is now clean and tidy. Students have volunteered to take good care of every flower, plant and tree, making it look pleasing to the eye. Early in the morning, the weather was fresh, and a handsome young man, carrying a shovel, slowly walked into Tsangqiang Academy. The young man walked to the entrance of Tsangqiang Academy, stopped, and looked at the huge stone tablet. He looked a little dazed, and sighed in his heart, if I hadn't come to Tsangqiang Academy, I would probably have taken over the family store now, right? It was Tsangqiang Academy that gave him a second life. Lin Ming, you came so early today. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from behind the young man, and a graceful girl walked slowly towards him with small steps. Aren't you the same, Yao Muan? Lin Ming turned his head and looked at the girl with a smile. The dean is going to talk about the 6th level of the extreme martial arts today, so of course I have to come early. Yao Muan showed a sly smile on her fair face and said, but I didn't expect that a lazy bug like you would actually get up early one day. Hearing this, Lin Ming rolled his eyes and pouted, I'm not lazy. Not only is he not lazy, he is actually overly hardworking. On the surface, he was the last student to arrive at the academy almost every day, and seemed a bit lazy, but he was not sleeping in. Instead, he got up earlier than others and practiced at home for half an hour before setting off. Compared with others, he cherished this hard-won opportunity more and was unwilling to waste a single minute. It's just that he doesn't need to explain these things to others. It's enough for him to know them and stick to them. Let's go to the classroom first. Thinking that the dean was going to talk about the 6th level of the extreme martial arts technique today, Lin Ming became impatient. Yao Muan shook her head slightly. Don't worry, Brother Mao and the others will be here soon. Let's go to the classroom together after they arrive. After a month of getting along, Wu Mo, Wu Xinxin, and Lin Ming's group have become very familiar with each other, especially Lin Ming's group. Since they have had similar experiences and encounters, even their personalities are very similar. Naturally, they feel very cordial when they get together, and there is a feeling of mutual appreciation. This also led to the fact that although they had only been together for a month, they had established a deep and unbreakable friendship between them. Lin Ming thought about it and nodded, all right, they always waited for me before, this time, it's my turn to wait for them. Lin Ming, I heard from Brother Mao that you have already broken through to the 4th level of Qi. Is that true? Yao Muan blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Lin Ming curiously with a hint of envy in her eyes. It's just the 4th level of Qi. It's nothing great. It won't be long before you will also break through to the 4th level of Qi. Lin Ming said nonchalantly. In a month, with the dual promotion of the castrated version of the extreme martial art and the Qixuan pill, the untalented Lin Ming actually broke through to the 4th level of Qixuan. If Lin Ming had not experienced it himself, he would never have believed that he could go from being an ordinary person with no true power to a junior master of the 4th level of Qixuan in just 1 month. Breaking through 4 small realms in 1 month, he is simply a genius among geniuses. Looking at the entire Zhou dynasty, it is probably difficult to find anyone comparable to it. However, in Tsangqiang Academy, Lin Ming's performance is merely good, and there are still people who are better than him. That's what they say, but no one is sure when the breakthrough will happen. Yao Muan sighed, and then asked in confusion, hey, I remember the dean said that your talent is the worst among the 8 of us. Why do you always break through earlier than us? Tell me the truth, do you have any tricks? What secret do I have? Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I must talk about a secret, I wonder if hard work counts as one of them. Hard work. Yao Muan was a little skeptical. Which student in Tsangqiang Academy didn't work hard? But Lin Ming, the student with the worst talent, was always able to get ahead of them. A bunch of wild ideas popped up in Yao Muen's mind. Could it be that the dean was secretly giving this guy some special treatment? Okay, stop talking about me. Compared to Big Brother Wu and Xin, I am still far behind. Lin Ming shook his head and said with emotion, Big Brother Wu switched to practicing the extreme martial arts, and his cultivation level dropped directly to the 3rd level of Qishuan. Not long after, he cultivated to the 5th level of Qishuan again. His strength is unfathomable. Xin is even more powerful. She is younger than me, but she has already broken through to the 5th level of Qishuan. The Wu brothers and sisters are more terrifying than each other. Not to mention Wu Mo, who was originally a master of the 6th level of Qishuan. After practicing the castrated version of extreme martial arts, his cultivation level dropped to the 3rd level of Qishuan. But it didn't take long for him to cultivate to the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan. If Zhang Yu hadn't told him about the 6th level of the castrated version of extreme martial arts, Wu Mo would probably have cultivated to the 6th level of Qishuan now. In comparison, Wu Xin has simply surpassed the category of genius. She also switched to practicing the castrated version of extreme martial arts, and her cultivation level dropped to the 1st level of Qishuan. However, this little girl who usually looks cute and adorable, unexpectedly made breakthroughs one after another in just 1 month, and broke through to the 5th level of Qishuan before Wu Mo, reaching the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan. The most terrifying thing is that the true power cultivated by the castrated version of extreme martial arts is extremely pure and powerful. Although Wu Mo and Wu Xin have only reached the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan, they can still hold out for dozens of moves against Wu Chen, who is at the 9th level of Qishuan. Once they break through to the 6th level of Qishuan, they will probably be able to tie with Wu Chen immediately, or even defeat him. Horrible dance Mo, terrible dance Xin, terrible dancer. Of course, the most terrifying thing is Zhang Yu, who created all this. In fact, the most terrifying thing is not Brother Wu, nor Xin, but the dean. Yao Muen's eyes were full of stars, and she said admiringly, I heard that the dean is only 23 years old, but the dean's strength is unfathomable. Even the head of the Wu clan is not his opponent. After a pause, Yao Muen lowered her voice and said, I suspect that the dean has already reached the legendary Vortex realm. Shu, Lin Ming put his finger to his lips, made a gesture to keep quiet, and then said seriously, Yao Muen, I think we'd better not talk about the dean's affairs behind his back. As he spoke, there was a hint of respect on his face. In his heart, Zhang Yu was not only the benefactor who changed his fate, but also a respected teacher. Whether Zhang Yu was a Vortex realm expert or a Qishuan realm expert, it did not affect his gratitude and respect for Zhang Yu. Hearing this, Yao Muen rolled her eyes and pouted, Don't be so old-fashioned, okay? The dean won't care. Lin Ming shook his head and stared at Yao Muen in silence. Oh, okay, I'll listen to you and stop talking. Is that okay? Yao Muen sighed helplessly. A smile finally appeared on Lin Ming's serious face, and he seemed to be very satisfied with Yao Muen's attitude. Hey, Lin Ming, you are such a lazy person, but you came so early today. When Mao Zongfeng, Su Lai and others arrived at Sangqiong Academy, they saw Lin Ming at a glance and couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. Su Lai also joked, This is not like your usual self. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Mao, Brother Su, am I really that lazy in your eyes? Haha, just kidding. I don't know if others are lazy or not, but I know that you are more hardworking than anyone else. Mao Zongfeng laughed. He didn't say it, but he knew very well in his heart that Lin Ming was definitely the most hardworking person among all people, as he could achieve more outstanding results than them without any talent. His hard work was even more than twice as hard as theirs. After a while, Wu Chen, Wu Mo, Wu Xin, and their family also arrived. Everyone walked towards the classroom together with excitement and anticipation. There is a huge stone pillar gate under the stone steps of Sangqiong Academy. Not far from the stone pillar gate, a stealthy young man was watching the stone pillar gate from afar. It was not until he saw Wu Chen, Wu Mo, Wu Xin, and their family walk into Sangqiong Academy that the young man's face changed slightly, and then he hurriedly disappeared into the passing crowd. About 3/4 of an hour later, the young man appeared in a huge conference hall in Morning Light College. There were more than a dozen people sitting in the conference hall, from two forces. One side was Chengwang College President Lin Haya, Vice President Zhang Feng, tutor Mo Tianqiu and others. The other side was Yunshan College President Luo Yueshan, Vice President Luo Jun and others. Qin Chuan, tell me, what did you just find out? At this time, Lin Haya, the dean of Chengwang College, looked at the young man indifferently, and a hoarse voice came out of his mouth. The next moment, dozens of gazes were focused on the young man without exception. Feeling everyone's gaze, Qin Chuan suddenly felt an invisible pressure. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, Dean, just as you said, I did see some people entering Sangqiong Academy just now. In addition, Wu Chen, the head of the Wu family, personally brought Wu Mo and Wu Xinqin into Sangqiong Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. I can understand Wu Mo and Wu Xinqin entering Sangqiong Academy, but as the head of the Wu family, Wu Chen goes to Sangqiong Academy every day. What does that mean? Luo Jun, vice president of Yunshan Academy, frowned deeply. What's so hard about this? There is no doubt that Wu Mo and Wu Xinqin have become students of Sangqiong Academy, and Wu Chen. Zhang Feng, the vice president of Chengwang Academy, said with certainty, with his ability, he will most likely become a mentor of Sangqiong Academy, or even, an honorary president, or vice president or something like that. Luo Jun glanced at the men and said, but even if that's the case, he doesn't need to go to Sangqiong Academy every day, right? Are those useless students more important than his Wu family's business? Okay, stop arguing. At this time, Lin Haya waved his hand and said in a deep voice, no matter what role Wu Chen played, it is an ironclad fact that the Wu family has joined the Sangqiong Academy. The other 7 people are also from second-rate and third-rate families that are on good terms with the Wu family. It seems that the Wu family has made up their minds to stand together with the Sangqiong Academy. Maybe not. Across the sea of forests, Luo Yueshan, the dean of Yunshan College, said, there is no evidence at all. How can you be sure that they have joined Sangqiong College? Lin Haya was silent for a moment, then said to the middle-aged man beside him, Mo Tianqiu, take out the things and show them to Dean Luo and the others. After hearing Lin Haya's instructions, Mo Tianqiu took out an exquisite jade bottle from his sleeve. In the jade bottle was a vermilion pill, which looked very much like the legendary elixir. This is. Looking at the pills in the jade bottle, Luo Yueshan's pupils shrank slightly. Pills. Mo Tianqiu carefully put away the jade bottle containing the Qishuan pill, then raised his head and explained seriously, this was bought from Dong Yusheng, the head of the Dong family, by our people after a lot of effort. According to Dong Yusheng, this pill was originally bought from Wu Chen. The name of the pill is Qishuan pill, and it is a pill that can improve the cultivation of Qishuan realm warriors. Even if Qishuan 9th layer warriors take it, it has a good effect. Zhang Feng nodded and took over the conversation. After learning the news, we sent people to investigate and confirmed that not only Wu Chen but everyone in Sangqiong Academy has the Qishuan pill, such as the abandoned child of the Lin family, the famous waste Lin Ming. Putting these clues together, we might as well make a bold assumption. Could it be that Zhang Yu has been hiding himself all these years? In fact, he is not as harmless as we imagined. On the contrary, he may have become an alchemist. The legendary alchemist. In the conference room, everyone's expression suddenly changed. This explains why Wu Chen was willing to send his 2 children to Sangqiong Academy, and even he himself went to Sangqiong Academy all day long. And those people from second-rate and third-rate families, what attracted them was not Sangqiong Academy, but the alchemists. Zhang Feng's expression became extremely serious and his tone was also very solemn. The elixir is real and cannot be faked. Wu Chen goes to Sangqiong Academy all day long, so it can't be fake. Wu Mo, Wu Xinqin, Lin Ming, and others have become students of Sangqiong Academy, and it cannot be fake. Therefore, Zhang Feng's guess is most likely true. Dean Luo, I wonder if you have any questions now. Lin Haya looked at Luo Yueshan indifferently. No need to say more, I understand what you mean. Luo Yueshan's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Zhang Yu must die, we can't let him grow any more. Of course he was aware of the influence of the alchemist. Not to mention those high-level alchemists, even a 1-star alchemist, with only a period of accumulation and precipitation, would be able to summon several or even dozens of 9th-level Qishuan powerhouses. Wu Chen is just the beginning. If they leave it alone, there will probably be more Qishuan level 8 and Qishuan level 9 warriors who will become friends with Zhang Yu and even serve him. Dean Luo's idea coincides with mine. We spared Zhang Yu's life because we were afraid of Zhang Haoren. We never expected that our kindness would lead to such a hidden danger. Fortunately, we discovered it early and he hadn't fully grown up. Otherwise. Lin Haya paused, with a fierce look in his eyes. Zhang Haoren hasn't come back in so many years. I'm afraid he will never come back. Therefore, I suggest that we get rid of him immediately. Zhang Yu must die, there is no doubt about that, but who should we send to kill him? We can't just let us do it ourselves, right? Luo Yueshan's gaze fell on Lin Haya. Feeling Luo Yueshan's gaze, Lin Haya said calmly, since Zhang Yu is an alchemist, then the information we learned about his strength before must be false. In my opinion, his cultivation has reached at least the 7th level of Qishuan, or even the 8th level. After a pause, Lin Haya continued, in other words, if you want to kill him, you must have the 8th level of Qishuan or even higher cultivation, and you must avoid Wuchen. In this way, the range of choices is very small. Luo Yueshan nodded. Although he and Lin Haya were old rivals, he had to admit that Lin Haya's analysis was well-founded. Among our group, there are quite a few who have reached the 8th level of Qishuan, but there are only 4 who have reached the 9th level, namely me, you, Vice President John, and Vice President Luo. I don't want any accidents to happen in this operation, so it's best for a 9th level Qishuan expert to take action personally. And the 9th level Qishuan experts, excluding you and me, are the only ones left, Vice President John and Vice President Luo. Lin Haya's gaze finally fell on Luo Jun, and a barely detectable gleam of light flashed in his turbid eyes. Vice President John has just broken through to the 9th level of Qishuan not long ago, and his realm is unstable. I'm afraid it's difficult for him to exert the true strength of the 9th level of Qishuan. Vice President Luo is different. Vice President Luo inherited your excellent talent. Not only did he reach the 9th level of Qishuan in his 40s, but he also practiced the iron back fist to perfection. In the future, he is likely to become a top master second only to Wu Chen. In my opinion, it's better for Vice President Luo to be in charge of this operation. This old fox. Luo Jun cursed inwardly, he talks so nicely, but he's just afraid that Zhang Haoren will come back one day. It is hard to imagine that a person who has been away for 7 years still has such a great deterrent power. Before Luo Jun could open his mouth to refute, Luo Yueshan shook his head indifferently. President Lin, you are too kind. I am afraid that my useless boy cannot take on such a big responsibility. On the contrary, Vice President John is mature and prudent. Such an important matter should be handed over to Vice President John to avoid mistakes. Forget it. Lin Haya knew he couldn't get away with it, so he could only say, you and I should stop shirking responsibility. Let Vice Dean John and Vice Dean Luo take charge of this matter together. Firstly, if 2 people act together, the chances of killing Zhang Yu will be higher. Secondly, if we run into Wu Chen, one person can delay time while the other chases Zhang Yu. Luo Yueshan and Luo Jun looked at each other, then nodded to Lin Haya and said, okay, it's decided. While Chengwang College and Yunshan College were plotting their layout, Zhang Yu was also thinking about Chengwang College and Yunshan College in his mind. Okay, I have finished explaining the 6th level of Ji Wu Ju. Does anyone have any questions? Zhang Yu's eyes swept across the 10 students in the audience. Although it was delayed for a month, the first 6 levels of Ji Wu Ju were finally finished. Next, he had to find a way to complete the subsequent levels as soon as possible, otherwise there would be a lot of trouble. Everyone shook their heads in unison and said, no. It's not that they are so smart, but that Zhang Yu's explanations are so good and detailed. No matter what they thought of or what they didn't think of, Zhang Yu explained it in detail. He even repeated some important points over and over again. If they still didn't understand, then they could really go home and farm. Since there are no questions, let's end the get out of class. Waving his hand, Zhang Yu's eyes fell on Wu Mo. As usual, Wu Mo stays, and the rest of you are free to move around. Upon hearing this, everyone dispersed. However, after they walked out of the classroom, they did not leave Sangqiong Academy. Instead, they found a quiet place nearby to start practicing. After staying in Sangqiong Academy for a long time, they gradually discovered that the spiritual energy in Sangcheong Academy was denser than other places, and practicing in this place would be more efficient. Compared to Lin Ming and the others, Wu Chen was undoubtedly more excited. After almost a month, he could finally practice the extreme martial arts technique. These days, he watched Wu Mo, Lin Ming, and others practice the ultimate martial arts art, and saw their strength improve by leaps and bounds. He had been itching to learn it, especially the last time when Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin, with their 5th level Qi Xian peak cultivation, actually lasted dozens of moves under his hands, which made his desire for the ultimate martial arts art rise to an unprecedented level. He was too eager to practice the extreme martial arts technique, because he knew that if he did not practice the extreme martial arts technique, he would probably be overtaken by Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin in a few days. As a father, he can't beat his son and daughter. He can't afford to lose face. Therefore, after leaving the classroom, Wu Chen rarely left Sangcheong Academy, but found a place and started practicing immediately. His eagerness and sense of oppression were clearly revealed. In the classroom, Wu Mo stood behind Zhang Yu, lowered his head respectfully, waiting for instructions. Zhang Yu fiddled with the alchemy equipment for a while, then turned around and said to Wu Mo, "You have basically learned all the basic knowledge of alchemy. Next, it's time to practice. Well, start with the simplest qi and blood pill. Once you can master it, try to refine other pills, such as Qishuan pill, Huishuan pill, etc." He still has one task issued by the system that he has not completed. Main Mission 5, cultivate a 1-star alchemist. This task is not easy and is very time-consuming and energy-consuming. Most importantly, the time limit for this task is 1 month. Now there are only 3 days left until the end of the task. If Wu Mo cannot be trained into a 1-star alchemist within 3 days, the system will automatically judge the task as a failure. Although there is no punishment for mission failure, Zhang Yu will never allow the mission to fail. Because the mission reward was so generous, Zhang Yu had already been salivating over it. For the sake of the 2-star alchemy, we must complete the task no matter what. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and looked at Wu Mo with a glimmer of hope. He said silently in his heart, "The task time is too tight. There is no other way. I have to trouble you these few days." Feeling Zhang Yu's eyes full of encouragement and expectation, Wu Mo felt a little excited. He nodded heavily and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Dean, I will never let you down." "Okay, let's get started." Zhang Yu smiled faintly, gave up his seat, walked aside, and then took out a cloth bag from his sleeve like a magic trick, poured out a vermilion pill, and put the pill into his mouth like eating candy beans. After chewing it, he did not forget to comment, "Well, this Qishuan pill tastes good, just right as a snack." Snack. If Kixwandan can be considered a snack, then there is probably no snack in the world more expensive than Kixwandan. Wu Mo's eyes twitched slightly, and then he swallowed hard, "Gulyalu." Zhang Yu poured out another Qishuan pill from the cloth bag and glanced at Wu Mo, "Do you want it?" Wu Mo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, "Yeah. If you want it, just refine it yourself." Zhang Yu put the Qishuan pill into his mouth without hesitation and chewed it into pieces in a few bites. Qishuan pill is just a first-grade pill. As long as you become a 1-star alchemist, you can have as much as you want. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level of Qishuan. Before he completes the 7th level of the extreme martial arts Ju, eating a lot of Qishuan pills will be useless. However, the Qishuan pill tastes good, sour and sweet, and it seems to be good to eat it as a snack. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wu Mo's eyes were full of admiration, and his heart became more and more excited. He set a goal on the spot. "When I become a 1-star alchemist, I must refine countless pills, and then eat the pills as beans like the Dean. An alchemist who does not eat pills as beans is not a good alchemist." Zhang Yu successfully set a good example for Wu Mo. Time passed slowly. Wu Mo was concentrating on refining the elixir in the classroom. Zhang Yu was explaining patiently beside him. Wu Chen, Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and others were practicing attentively outside the classroom. Sangcheong Academy became quiet again. Half a head suddenly appeared outside the wall that borders Sangcheong Academy and the deserted city, and a pair of eyes were staring at the interior of Sangcheong Academy. According to the intelligence we gathered before, Wu Chen would leave Sangcheong Academy at noon every day. It's strange, why didn't he leave today? Zhang Feng jumped down from the wall, frowning slightly. With Wu Chen here, it may not be easy for us to succeed. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. As the strongest men in the deserted city, they cannot attach too much importance to him. Of all the people in Sangqiong Academy, the only one they feared was Wu Chen. Apart from Wu Chen, they didn't care about anyone else. When Luo Jun heard this, he also frowned. Wu Chen. This guy is not easy to deal with. The title of the strongest man in Huangqing is not something Wu Chen gave himself, but something he earned through years of hard work. Both Zhang Feng and Luo Jun know very well that they are both at the 9th level of Qishuan and are far from being Wu Chen's opponents. Even if they join forces, they cannot pose the slightest threat to Wu Chen. In such a huge deserted city, only the dean of Chengwang College Lin Haya and the dean of Yunshan College Luo Yueshan can suppress Wu Chen by working together. Let's wait a little longer and see the situation first. If it wasn't necessary, Zhang Feng really didn't want to confront Wu Chen. Although Luo Jun was a little impatient, he was still very cautious when facing Wu Chen, a legendary master. Okay, wait a little longer. Who would have thought that this wait would last for half a day? Until the evening, Wu Chen was still sitting there, motionless, with no intention of leaving at all. What should we do? Luo Jun frowned deeply. He won't leave, we have no chance to do anything. Zhang Feng lay on the wall, looking at Wu Chen's motionless figure, and could not help but fall silent. After a long time, he took a deep breath and was about to speak, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Wait," he moved, he should be ready to leave. Hearing this, Luo Jun carefully climbed up the wall, and looked at Wu Chen who slowly stood up. The irritability in his heart was immediately swept away. He suppressed his inner excitement and whispered, "That's great, God will not let down those who work hard. As soon as he leaves, we will take action immediately." After waiting for so long, it was finally worth the wait. In their opinion, now that Wu Chen was gone, no one would be able to stop them from killing Zhang Yu. As for Wu Mo, Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and the others, they never took them seriously from beginning to end. Outside the classroom of Sangqiong Academy, Wu Chen stood up straight and let out a long breath, and the turbid air in his body came out. Middle stage of the 6th level of Qishuan, close to the peak of the 6th level of Qishuan. After carefully feeling his own cultivation, Wu Chen clenched his fists vigorously. Not only was there no frustration on his face, but he was very excited. It's just as the dean said. Although my cultivation has dropped, my true power has become nearly 10 times purer. Overall, my strength has not only not decreased, but has become stronger. Before practicing the extreme martial arts art, although he was the strongest man in Huangqing, he was still no match for 2 Qishuan 9th level peak strong men if they joined forces. And now, he is confident that he can deal with 2 Qishuan 9th level peak powerhouses at the same time. Even if Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan join forces now, I'm afraid they won't be able to defeat me. A confident smile appeared on Wu Chen's face. After personally experiencing the terrifying effect of extreme martial arts, he became even more convinced and respectful of Zhang Yu. I have only practiced the first 6 levels of the extreme martial arts, and I am already so powerful. I am almost invincible below the vortex realm. So how powerful would the dean be who has practiced the complete extreme martial arts? At this moment, Zhang Yu's image in Wu Chen's mind became more and more unfathomable. I really want to see the dean's true strength. He had never seen Zhang Yu use his full strength before, so he was naturally looking forward to it. After a long time, Wu Chen adapted to the new true energy in his body, and then said to Wu Xinxin who was not far away, "Xinxin, you continue to wait for your brother here, I'll go back first. I haven't been home for so long, and there are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with at home." He was not worried about the safety of Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin at all. With the current strength of Wu Mo and his sister, unless the dean of Chengwang College Lin Haya and the dean of Yunshan College Luo Yueshan personally took action, otherwise, Wu Mo and his sister could come and go freely in the entire deserted city. In other words, the true strength of the Wu Mo brothers and sisters is completely comparable to that of an ordinary Qishuan 9th level strongman. "Dad, goodbye." Wu Xinxin waved her slender hand and said with a smile like a child who had not grown up. Wu Chen waved his hand happily, turned around and walked towards the stone pillar gate of Sangqiong Academy. Outside the wall, Zhang Feng and Luo Jun became excited. They're gone, finally gone. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze shifted to the interior of Tsangkong Academy, to the lighted classroom building. A cold light flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Zhang Yu, your death has come. Until Wu Chen's figure completely disappeared, Zhang Feng and the other men took out a piece of black cloth and covered his face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. The two looked at each other, took a deep breath, and then said, "Action." With their toes lightly tapping the ground, they easily flew over the wall like light birds and landed in Tsangkong Academy. Because it was late and the sky was a little dim, and the distance between them was quite a long way, Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and the others did not notice the stranger breaking in. After entering Tsangkong Academy, Zhang Feng and Luo Jun carefully sneaked into the classroom. Although they did not think that Wu Xinxin and her group could stop their actions, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, they were very careful throughout the whole process and tried their best to hide themselves before reaching the classroom. Seeing that they were only 30 feet away from the classroom, Zhang Feng and Luo Jun became a little excited. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a delicate shout came from under a tree not far from them. Along with a delicate cry, a nimble figure suddenly jumped up. In the dim light, the face could not be seen clearly, only a hint of a graceful figure could be seen. There is no doubt that this graceful figure is Yao Muan. Apart from Wu Xinxin, she is the only female student in Sangqiong Academy. Zhang Feng and Luo Jun were shocked at the same time, exposed. They couldn't understand why they were discovered even though they were so careful and made almost no noise. But now they have no time to think about the reasons. Since they have been exposed, they must fight quickly and decisively. "Let's do it." Zhang Feng and Luo Jun suddenly burst out, increasing their speed to the extreme and rushed to the classroom together. Although they were exposed in advance, they did not think that these little guys who were still at the 3rd and 4th levels of Qishuan could stop them. They were not good men and women, and if they were really irritated, they would not mind killing these little guys together. At this time, the students around were all awakened by Yao Muan's voice. As soon as they woke up, they saw Zhang Feng and Luo Jun rushing towards the classroom. "The dean is teaching Brother Wu how to make pills. We can't let them disturb the dean." Yao Muan shouted, then quickly drew the long sword from her waist and chased after Zhang Feng and the others. Having signed the Sky contract, they have subconsciously regarded Sangqiong Academy as their own home and Dean Zhang Yu as their parent. Naturally, they will not allow anything that is detrimental to Zhang Yu to happen. Almost at the same time, Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and others quickly surrounded them. The people behind chased after Zhang Feng and the others, while the people in front blocked their way, forming a double team. Zhang Feng and his companion were very fast, but Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and the others were not slow either. They surrounded the two of them before they arrived at the classroom. The reaction speed is so fast. Zhang Feng and Luo Jun stopped, both with surprise on their faces. Luo Jun casually glanced at the young students around him and felt the fluctuations of their true energy. A scornful smile appeared on his face. "A bunch of little brats at the 3rd and 4th level of Qishuan, you dare to stop us." There were 8 students surrounding them, and among them, only Wu Xinxin had reached the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan. The rest of the students, except Lin Ming who reached the 4th level of Qishuan, all had only the 3rd level of Qishuan. Under normal circumstances, Luo Jun could kill a large number of such weaklings with just one slap. "Okay, stop talking nonsense with them, the mission is important." Zhang Feng frowned and urged. "Leave these brats to me, you just go and kill Zhang Yu." Under the black cloth, Luo Jun had a playful smile on his face. "I'll have some fun with them here." Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, be careful." Luo Jun laughed and said nonchalantly, "They are just a bunch of Qishuan 3rd and 4th level brats. Even the girl from the Wu family is only Qishuan 5th level. After all, I am also a Qishuan 9th level expert. Can't I even beat them?" In his eyes, Wu Xinxin and her group were like little lambs, and he could do whatever he wanted to them. After hearing what Luo Jun said, Zhang Feng felt that his worries were unnecessary, so he said nothing more and walked straight to the classroom. "Stop. You are not allowed to interrupt the dean teaching my brother to make alchemy." Seeing Zhang Feng ignoring everyone and walking straight towards the classroom, Wu Xinxin was very angry, and an unhappy expression appeared on her cute face. Zhang Hengyang stood beside Lin Ming and said intoxicatedly, "She is worthy of being my goddess." She is so beautiful even when she is angry. Lin Ming rolled his eyes and moved away from Zhang Hengyang, muttering, she's only 15 years old, you beast. You sound like you're older. Zhang Hengyang curled his lips. If I remember correctly, you're only 15 years old, right? Lin Ming was stunned for a moment, then he seriously retorted, I'm different. I'll be 16 in a few days. Hearing Wu Xinxin's words, Zhang Feng stopped and sneered, just as we guessed, Zhang Yu has quietly become an alchemist. The status of an alchemist is indeed respected. If you can win him over and make friends with him, it will definitely bring huge impetus to a force. But if this alchemist is an enemy, that would be a bit not good. Luo Jun's focus was different from Zhang Feng's. He frowned and said, these little brats are not afraid at all. Be it Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, Zhang Hengyang, Yao Muan, Mao Zongfeng, and others, they never showed the slightest fear from beginning to end. On the contrary, there was a hint of expectation in their eyes, and they seemed eager to try. Luo Jun was very dissatisfied with the reactions of Wu Xinxin and others. Since when did a 9th-level Qishuan warrior become completely without any deterrent power? No, they don't know my cultivation level at all. Luo Jun suddenly reacted. He has a high level of cultivation, so he can naturally sense the cultivation levels of Wu Xinxin and others easily. However, Wu Xinxin and others cannot sense his cultivation level, so naturally they don't know how high his cultivation level is or how strong his strength is. Hey, beautiful girl, your opponent is me. Luo Jun, who thought he had guessed the answer, couldn't help but grin, revealing an evil smile. Although his face was covered by a black cloth and his expression could not be seen, his eyes still made people feel very uncomfortable. He just hooked his finger at Wu Xinxin and said, come on, uncle will play with you. Wu Xinxin seemed not to hear his words. She stared straight at Zhang Feng, ready to strike. Seeing Luo Jun's lustful look, Zhang Feng frowned and warned him, Luo, this girl is Wu Chen's daughter, you'd better not go too far. Our mission is only to kill Zhang Yu, it's best not to involve the Wu family. If you go too far, it will not end well. Don't worry, I know my limits. Luo Jun smiled faintly. Of course he knew Wu Xinxin's identity, and he also knew that Wu Chen was not someone he could afford to offend for the time being. However, there would be no problem in just taking advantage of her verbally, right? Hearing the conversation between the two, Wu Xinxin stared at them in astonishment and asked in a silly manner, you want to kill the dean? Just the two of you? Lin Ming and the others also had strange expressions on their faces, looking at them as if they were fools. Although they had never seen Zhang Yu use his full strength, they knew that Zhang Yu's strength was extremely terrifying, and even Wu Chen was far from his opponent. They even heard Wu Chen vaguely mention that Zhang Yu might be the legendary Vortex Realm expert. Just the two of us? Ha, you are so arrogant, little girl. Feeling the gazes from Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and the others, Luo Jun seemed to be stimulated, as if he had been greatly insulted, and said in a cold voice, do you know who you are talking to? To tell you the truth, we are all Qishuan 9th-level masters. We can kill the so-called dean in your mouth with just a flick of our fingers. How about it, are you scared? Wu Xinxin asked dazedly, Qi Xian Jiu Chong, is it very powerful? Not long ago, her brother Wu Mo, and herself, had a fight with Wu Chen. Although they were defeated in the end, they at least lasted for dozens of moves. According to what Wu Chen said at the time, although the brother and sister had only reached the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan, their true strength was enough to rival that of an ordinary 9th level Qishuan powerhouse. These two people are both Qishuan 9th level warriors. Doesn't that mean that their strength is about the same as mine? If that's the case, then it seems that I don't need to be afraid. Judging from your accents, you must be locals. Even if you are not locals, you must have lived in the deserted city for many years. Among the students present, Mao Zongfeng was the oldest and had a rather steady personality. He narrowed his eyes slightly and analyzed, there are only a few Qishuan 9th level masters in the deserted city. Apart from the Wu family, the only forces that can summon two Qishuan 9th level masters are Chengwang College and Yunshan College. It is obvious that you cannot be from the Wu family, so there is only one possibility left. He looked deeply at Zhang Feng and Luo Jun, as if he saw through them at a glance. You are either from Chengwang College or Yunshan College. Or, both colleges. You kid. Luo Jun looked at Mao Zongfeng in surprise. This kid was so young, but he could reveal the identities of both of them at once. He was really not simple. Stop talking and do it quickly. A trace of disgust flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. He hated Luo Jun from the bottom of his heart. If this guy hadn't been talking nonsense here, their identities would not have been exposed. The only way now was to kill Zhang Yu as soon as possible and then get away. Anyway, their faces were covered, so even if someone suspected them, they could deny it. Before Luo Jun could answer, Lin Ming on the opposite side laughed. Do it. Great. Hurry up and do it, we also want to see the strength of a Qishuan 9th level strongman. Since he entered Sangqiong Academy, he has never fought with anyone. Now, it is time to test the results of his training in the past month. And us. Mao Zongfeng, Su Lai, Yao Muan, Zhang Hengyang and others also laughed, eager to try. Looking at the eager students, Luo Jun was very surprised. Aren't you afraid? Be careful, there's something strange. Zhang Feng frowned, narrowed his eyes slightly, and reminded in a low voice. According to common sense, a group of little brats at the 3rd and 4th levels of Qishuan could not pose any threat to them, but he still became secretly alert in his heart. Under the light leaking from the classroom, the smiling faces of a group of students were clearly illuminated, with a hint of weirdness. If you want to take action, just do it now. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Ming restrained his smile and looked at Luo Jun indifferently. Having practiced the extreme martial arts art, they have extraordinary combat power. Although he, who is at the 4th level of Qishuan, is no match for a 9th level Qishuan warrior, it still takes a lot of effort for a 9th level Qishuan warrior to defeat him. Luo Jun was obviously angered by Lin Ming. He laughed in anger. Okay. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jun tapped his feet on the ground, and his figure drifted out like a ghost, instantly rushing towards Lin Ming. His high-speed moving body produced violent friction with the air, forming a sharp sound of breaking wind. Boom! The terrifying speed of the 9th level Qishuan strongman was fully utilized. There was a hint of a grim smile on his face. Die, boy. As he spoke, he put his 5 fingers together, clenched his calloused palm into a fist, and punched Lin Ming. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind pressure deformed the surrounding air. This punch did not use any martial arts, but Luo Jun had absolute confidence that he could kill Lin Ming with one punch. A powerful Qishuan 9th level warrior, what martial arts would he need to kill a Qishuan 4th level warrior? Just because he didn't dare to touch Wu Xinxin didn't mean he didn't dare to touch Lin Ming either. Not to mention the abandoned child of the Lin family, he doesn't even take the entire Lin family seriously. Seeing Luo Jun take action, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and then rushed towards the classroom according to the original plan. At this moment, Lin Ming planted his feet firmly on the ground like a pine tree. He took a deep breath and then shouted with full force, "Ha!" As this roar sounded, Lin Ming slowly retracted his fist, and then suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying force and struck out suddenly. The Lin family's most powerful martial art, Inch Explosion Fist. Kung Fu, a castrated version of extreme martial arts, medium mortal level, 6 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is the 6th level of Qishuan, with an average of 3 errors per level. Martial arts, Inch Explosion Fist, ordinary level superior, 412 errors. Although Inch Explosion Fist is a top-level ordinary martial art, it has unique advantages in terms of energy explosion. In an instant, Luo Jun and Lin Ming came face to face. The two powerful forces generated a powerful airflow, which caused the dust on the ground to fly everywhere. Mao Zongfeng, Yao Muan, Su Lai, Zhang Hengyang and others who were not far away had their clothes shaken and their hair fluttering. Except for Wu Xinxin who chased after Zhang Feng, everyone else opened their eyes wide and stared at the two people in the field. When the two fists collided completely, a huge collision sound rang out, bang. The next moment, Luo Jun and Lin Ming groaned at the same time, and their bodies were knocked back by the powerful impact. The difference was that Lin Ming retreated 2 steps, while Luo Jun retreated 3 steps. There was even a trace of bright red blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Feng glanced back inadvertently, but this glance made him stop and his eyes widened. When Wu Xinxin saw Zhang Feng stop, she also stopped. Her cute eyes were still fixed on Zhang Feng, and she didn't care about what was happening on the field. Luo Jun was completely shocked. He looked at Lin Ming in disbelief, his voice trembling. How? How is it possible? A little brat who was only at the 4th level of Qishuan actually managed to block his punch in a head-on fight and gain the upper hand. Luo Jun's mind was almost confused. Was it the world that was crazy, or was it himself? Weren't they a group of little sheep? When did they turn into man-eating tigers? Zhang Feng was also stunned by this scene, and a deep shock surged in his heart. Is this kid's cultivation really only at the 4th level of Qishuan? Could it be that some old guy at the 9th level of Qishuan is pretending to be him? This guy, was he only slightly injured? Lin Ming frowned, obviously very dissatisfied with the result. He originally thought that he could use his martial arts to counter an ordinary punch, and even if he couldn't kill Luo Jun, he could at least seriously injure him. However, the opposite happened, and Luo Jun only suffered minor injuries. This result was far from what Lin Ming expected, and he was naturally very disappointed. Alas! Lin Ming sighed, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. My current strength is still far behind that of a Qishuan 9th level expert. He calculated silently in his mind, and finally came to the conclusion that his current strength could only be comparable to that of a Qishuan level 8 expert. Come on, Lin Ming, if you really beat him to death, what are we going to play? Zhang Henyang curled his lips, then stretched his muscles and bones, and laughed. Hee, now is the perfect time, everyone can have fun. Before this, the students still had a little fear of Luo Jun in their hearts. After all, the deterrent power of a 9th level Qishuan strongman is not small. But now, the invincible myth of the 9th level Qishuan strongman has been completely broken by Lin Ming, and it is no longer so unattainable. They believed that they were no match for Lin Ming, but the gap between them was not that big. Since Lin Ming could fight against a Qishuan 9th level expert head-on and injure him, even if they were not his opponent, they could still fight him. The most important thing was that they had so many people, and if they joined forces, they were definitely not comparable to Lin Ming. Luo Jun, a Qishuan 9th level expert, might not necessarily be their opponent. The situation has changed. Zhang Feng glanced at the students on the field. Seeing their eager expressions, he felt a little unsure and his expression became serious. Just in case, let's retreat temporarily. He admitted that he had underestimated Sangqiong Academy. It was simply a den of dragons and tigers. Beneath its ordinary appearance, there was an undetectable murderous intent. Among the 9 students present, Lin Ming alone is so powerful. God knows whether the other students are also so powerful. You know, the one with the highest cultivation among the 9 students is not Lin Ming, but Wu Xinxin, a little girl whom they have never taken seriously before. If you want to leave, go by yourself. I won't leave. Luo Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes became particularly sharp, and his words were full of murderous intent. None of these little bastards will survive today. I will definitely kill them. Being made so embarrassed by a little brat of the 4th level of Qishuan, for Luo Jun, it was simply a great shame and humiliation. Shame can only be washed away with blood. His gaze paused on Lin Ming for a moment, then moved to other students. I don't believe that other people are so powerful. To be able to challenge a 9th level Qishuan expert with the 4th level Qishuan cultivation base is definitely a rare genius that only appears once in a century. He doesn't think that such geniuses can be mass-produced. After he finished speaking, he grinned and revealed a cruel smile. Before Zhang Feng could speak, Luo Jun kicked the ground with his feet, and a small hole suddenly appeared on the ground. His body rushed out like a cannonball, heading exactly in the direction where Yao Muan was. He seems to have a special liking for female students. Lin Ming's expression changed slightly, and he solemnly reminded, everyone be careful. You think Lin Ming is difficult, so you come after us. Ha, you think we are soft persimmons? Yao Muan said unhappily. Su Lai smiled faintly, you came just in time. Let's go together. Mao Zongfeng took a breath and said. Although Luo Jun suffered a small loss at the hands of Lin Ming, they would not underestimate Luo Jun because of this. A Qishuan 9th level strongman was definitely not someone they could handle alone. Everyone was very clear about this. Fortunately, the 3 of them were standing relatively close to each other, so when Luo Jun attacked, they still had time to adjust their positions and think of countermeasures. When he was more than 10 feet away from the three people, Luo Jun's back suddenly bent, and a crisp sound came from between his vertebrae. The power concentrated in his fist suddenly increased by nearly one-fold. The air in front of him was blown up like a ball of stone, and a piercing sonic boom sounded, boom. Kung Fu, Iron Crotch Kung Fu, medium spiritual level, 11 levels in total, can be cultivated to the middle level of Vortex, with an average of 29 errors per level. Martial Arts, Iron Back Fist, lower spiritual level, 255 errors. Iron Back Fist is the famous skill of Luo Yueshan, the president of Yunshan College. When it is practiced to perfection, he can tear fine steel with bare hands and fight against sharp weapons. In fact, any martial art, when practiced to a high level, will have similar effects. The difference is that Iron Back Fist has stronger explosive power and harder fist than ordinary boxing. Feeling the sharp breath, Yao Muwen, Su Lai and Mao Zongfeng's pupils shrank slightly, and they launched their strongest attacks without hesitation. Flying Cloud Claw. 1,000-pound Hammer. Thunder Sound Fist. The three martial arts are all top-grade ordinary martial arts, and are the unique skills of the Yao, Su, and Mao families. Naturally, there is no need to elaborate on their power. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive collision sounds were heard. Yao Muwen, Su Lai and Mao Zongfeng flew backwards more than 10 feet almost in no particular order. A trace of blood was faintly flowing from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. However, Luo Jun was not feeling well either. He was bearing 3 forces at the same time, which caused his blood and qi to surge and aggravated his injuries. Not good. Luo Jun's face changed. The strength displayed by Yao Muwen and the other two was much stronger than he had imagined. Although they were slightly weaker than Lin Ming, they should not be underestimated. How could these little brats be so strong? He was sure that Lin Ming definitely had a strength close to that of a 9th-level Qishuan warrior. The strength of Yao Muwen, Su Lai, and Mao Zongfeng was also extremely amazing, no less than that of a 7th-level Qishuan warrior. He thought that if he gave it his all, he should be able to kill Yao Muwen and the other two in one move. But the actual result was that not only did he fail to kill Yao Muwen and the other two, but his own injuries became much more serious. I'm the vice president of Yunshan College and a 9th-level Qishuan expert, but I can't do anything to a group of students from Songkong College. Luo Jun's eyes were full of disbelief, and he was a little panicked in his heart. These little brats are simply monsters. We can't fight anymore. Luo Jun wiped the blood that was overflowing from the corner of his mouth, made a prompt decision, and prepared to retreat. If the fight continues, he, a 9th-level Qishuan expert, will most likely be killed here today. Lin Ming alone was already a bit too much for him to handle, and now after seeing the strength of Mao Zongfeng, Yao Muwen, and the others, he was already thinking of retreating. However, Luo Jun wanted to leave, but the students of Zhangqiong Academy were not happy. What is Zhangkong Academy like? You can come and go as you please. Go. The students worked in perfect harmony. Before Luo Jun could take any action, Zhang Hengyang, Hua Zhenchang, and Zhao Shen rushed forward and launched an attack together. From the very beginning, they did not hold back and used their best tricks. Feeling 3 waves of true energy coming from behind that could pose a slight threat to him, Luo Jun's pupil shrank slightly, and he immediately turned around and threw a punch, Iron Back Fist. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, Zhang Hengyang and the other two were knocked flying by the punch, but there was no joy on Luo Jun's face at all. His face became even paler, and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. The situation is not good. Luo Jun was already panicking and regretting deeply. He had never expected that the students of Zhangqiong Academy were so strong that he couldn't even find a chance to escape. The students of Zhangqiong Academy fully demonstrated the style of killing you while you're sick. As soon as Zhang Hengyang and the other two were knocked out, Lin Ming and Yi Luo followed closely and attacked Luo Jun, giving him no chance to breathe. For a while, Luo Jun was attacked continuously by 8 students including Lin Ming and Yao Muwen. Just when he repelled one wave of students, another wave of attacks came as expected. He could only passively face the successive attacks from Lin Ming and the other 8 students. Outside the classroom, the sounds of Luo Jun colliding with the students continued, almost without stopping. Luo Jun was actually forced to this point. Zhang Feng was shocked and looked at the scene in disbelief. As Luo Jun's temporary partner, he was naturally very aware of Luo Jun's strength. To put it bluntly, if they really fought, he would not even be Luo Jun's opponent, only because he had just broken through to the 9th level of Qishuan not long ago and could not fully exert the strength of this realm. However, Luo Jun, who had already entered the 9th level of Qishuan, was now forced to this point by a group of students. How could he not be shocked? When did the students of Tsangqiong Academy become so terrifying that they dared to confront a Qixuan 9th layer strongman and force him to such a point? You know, Luo Jun is a well-known 9th level Qishuan expert and the vice president of Yunshan College. Isn't it too unreal that a vice president is forced to this point by a group of students? According to the strength shown by this group of students, it seems that each of them is comparable to the senior instructors in Morning Light College and Yunshan College, and some are even stronger than the senior instructors. The most powerful among them, Lin Ming, is even second only to the dean and vice dean. And now, a group of people who are comparable to the senior instructors in Morning Light College and Yunshan College are just students of Tsangqiong College. Student. It is such a luxury for Tsangqiong Academy to have such students. These are not students at all, they are simply a group of monsters. No, this is not an academy, this is simply a den of dragons and tigers. Seeing that Luo Jun was in a precarious situation, Zhang Feng had no time to think about it and subconsciously wanted to rush over to help. If Luo Jun dies here, things will get out of hand. Luo Jun is not only the vice president of Yunshan College, but also the only son of Luo Yueshan. Once Luo Jun dies, Luo Yueshan will definitely go berserk. Even if Zhang Feng has 9 lives, he cannot withstand Luo Yueshan's anger. However, just as Zhang Feng rushed out, Wu Xinxin followed him like a shadow, blocking in front of Zhang Feng, and said with a smile, "Old man, your opponent is me." So fast. Zhang Feng's pupils shrank slightly, shocked by the speed displayed by Wu Xinxin. The terrifying, ghostly speed frightened him so much that he stopped abruptly and his body stiffened slightly. Wu Xinxin looked at him with her lovely eyes without blinking. "You are my toy, you can't disturb them fighting." She still looked harmless as usual. Even her smile seemed so cute that people didn't feel the slightest threat. Play with toys. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched a few times. He was angry and anxious. He was the vice president of Chengwang College and a 9th level Qishuan expert, but in the eyes of this little girl, he was just a toy. But for some reason, he didn't get angry, and even felt a little afraid of Wu Xinxin. He had a vague feeling that all the people in Tsangqiong Academy were very evil, and the seemingly harmless little girl might be hiding terrifying strength. Zhang Feng stared at Wu Xinxin with a gloomy and uncertain expression, and an old and hoarse voice uttered, "Little girl, I am a Qishuan 9th level strongman, are you sure you want to go against me?" He didn't dare to act rashly and could only threaten her verbally. At the same time, he also wanted to test Wu Xinxin's reaction. If Wu Xinxin was afraid, it meant that Wu Xinxin's strength was not as strong as he imagined. Wu Xinxin was stunned for a moment, her expression a little confused. A Qishuan 9th level expert. Dad seemed to have said that a Qishuan 9th level expert is very powerful. Wu Chen not only said that a Qishuan 9th level strongman was powerful, but also said that her strength was no less than that of an ordinary Qishuan 9th level peak strongman. After all, it was difficult for an average Qishuan 9th level warrior to last dozens of moves under Wu Chen's hands. Only masters of Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan's level could do it. Compared with Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan, what Wu Xinxin lacked was only rich combat experience. What kind of reaction is this? Zhang Feng frowned, a little confused about Wu Xinxin's reaction. Are you scared or not? He was a little confused about Wu Xinxin's thoughts and did not dare to act rashly for a while. On the other side, Luo Jun was gasping for breath, looking extremely miserable. Compared to when he came, there was no more ferocity in his eyes, but instead fear. He was scared. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death here. "You old bastard, why don't you come and help, Puff?" After waiting for such a long time without any action from Zhang Feng, Luo Jun was so angry that he cursed loudly. However, before he could finish his curse, he was distracted and given an opportunity by Lin Ming and others. He was hit hard in the chest, and the injury that he had forcibly suppressed could no longer be controlled. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth, staining the black cloth of his mask and his collar red. Having succeeded in their first attack, Lin Ming and his companions launched another continuous offensive. Luo Jun, who was covered in wounds, did not dare to fight Lin Ming and others head-on, and dodged around in a panic. The situation on the scene gradually developed in a direction that was more favorable to Lin Ming and others. Zhang Feng's eyes were uncertain, hesitant, and anxious. After a long while, he took a deep breath and stared at Wu Xinxin. "Whether you are real or pretending, today, I will make you understand that the majesty of a Qishuan 9th-level strongman cannot be violated." As he spoke, Zhang Feng had already launched an attack, and his first move was his famous skill, Paiyun Hand. Kung Fu, Zixia Sutra, lower spiritual level, a total of 10 levels, the highest level that can be cultivated is the lower vortex realm, an average of 38 errors per level. Martial arts, Paiyun Hand, low spiritual level, 302 errors. Wu Xinxin is not Zhang Yu, so naturally she cannot recognize the skills and martial arts that Zhang Feng practices. However, Wu Xinxin's strength is not worse than Zhang Feng's, and is even better. She only needs to know that Zhang Feng is very strong, and to deal with a strong opponent, one must use strong means. Knowing this is enough. She raised her palm, and the silk cuffs covered with purple patterns moved without wind, as if a strong wind had inflated them, making a buzzing sound. Kung Fu, a castrated version of extreme martial arts, medium mortal level, 6 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is the 6th level of Qishuan, with an average of 3 errors per level. Martial skills, flowing cloud sleeves, low spirit level, 274 errors. In an instant, a wrinkled palm collided with a tender white palm, boom. The peak of the 5th level of Qishuan versus the early 9th level of Qishuan. A 15-year-old girl versus an old man in his 60s or 70s. An ordinary student of Zhangqiong Academy versus the vice president of Chengwang Academy. In an instant, the winner was determined. Wu Xinxin's body shook slightly, and then she took a step back. The powerful impact force was immediately transmitted to the ground. The floor cracked where her feet stepped, and was covered with cracks like a spider web. Unlike Wu Xinxin's calmness, Zhang Feng seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt. His body retreated again and again, and his feet stepped on the ground, forming small pits. The earth and rocks exploded and flew everywhere, raising countless gravel and dust, as if he was in a violent storm. Puff. After just one encounter, Zhang Feng was injured and blood spurted out of his mouth. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. Zhang Feng raised his head, his cloudy eyes filled with fear. How can he be so strong? The feeling Wu Xinxin gave him was no different from that of Lin Haya, the dean of Morning Light College. She was absolutely powerful, so powerful that she could easily crush him. In the entire deserted city, there were only 3 people who could give him this feeling. One was Wu Chen, one was Lin Haya, and the last one was Luo Yueshan. And now, when he was fighting with Wu Xinxin, he actually had a similar feeling. In other words, Wu Xinxin's strength is definitely much stronger than his. Even if she is not as strong as Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan, she will not be too far behind. Oh my god, Lin Ming alone is already a very troublesome person. Wu Xinxin's strength is actually much stronger than Lin Ming's. Zhang Feng's heart trembled. His strength is weaker than Luo Jun's, but the pressure he bears is greater than Luo Jun's. Because what he was facing was an existence far more terrifying than Lin Ming and others. A witch who appears to be only at the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan, but actually possesses extremely terrifying strength. It's over. Zhang Feng's heart was filled with despair and his eyes were full of horror. Only then did he realize what kind of monsters they were facing. Not to mention completing the task of assassinating Zhang Yu, they hadn't even seen Zhang Yu yet, and they were about to be killed by a group of unknown juniors whose names he couldn't even remember. Zhang Feng's face was very ugly. Seeing Wu Xinxin about to attack again, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait." Unexpectedly, Wu Xinxin didn't listen at all and continued attacking without any pause. "Stop. I am Zhang Feng, the vice president of Chengwang College. You can't kill me." Zhang Feng's eyelids jumped and he shouted loudly. As the words fell, Wu Xinxin stopped a few feet in front of him, and her waving white hand was suspended in the air. On the other side, Lin Ming and others also stopped fighting with Luo Jun. After keeping a distance, Lin Ming and others guarded against Luo Jun while turning to look at Zhang Feng. Tick. Looking at the palm so close to him, a drop of cold sweat flowed down Zhang Feng's forehead. Wu Xinxin looked at Zhang Feng in confusion, vice president of Chengwang College. Feeling the suspicious looks from everyone, Zhang Feng took a deep breath, then slowly removed the black cloth covering his face, revealing an old face. At this point, he can no longer hide it. Only by revealing his identity can he have a chance of survival. It's him. Zhang Feng, vice president of Morning Light College. It's really him. Lin Ming and the others all showed surprised expressions. They had seen Zhang Feng from afar before, so they naturally recognized him at a glance. I think I've seen you before. Wu Xinxin looked at Zhang Feng blankly. So, you are really the vice president of Morning Light College? At this time, Mao Zhangfeng frowned and said, you are the vice president of Chengwang College. Then he. As he spoke, his gaze moved to Luo Jun. I'm Luo Jun. Luo Jun tore off the black cloth covering his face without hesitation and revealed his identity, vice president of Yunshan College, Luo Jun. Yes, he is indeed the vice president of Yunshan College, Luo Jun. Mao Zhangfeng nodded, obviously recognizing Luo Jun. Zhang Hengyang muttered quietly, one is the vice president of Chengwang College, and the other is the vice president of Yunshan College. What are these two guys doing in Sangqiong College? Lin Ming sneered and said, didn't they just say that? Their goal is to assassinate the dean. Hearing Lin Ming's words, everyone immediately remembered what Luo Jun had said before, and their faces turned cold. They can't even defeat us, yet they actually want to assassinate the dean. I don't know where they get the courage from. Zhang Hengyang said contemptuously. Zhang Feng ignored Zhang Hengyang's sarcastic voice and said calmly, I admit that I underestimated you, but you'd better not push your luck. Don't forget, I'm the vice president of Morning Light College. If I die here, you can expect crazy revenge from Morning Light College. Morning Light College is his biggest backer. With this backer, even if Wu Qin himself comes, he would not dare to touch him easily. He knew that he could not defeat Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and their group, so he could only use his identity to threaten them. Luo Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, you'd better think it over carefully. If the two of us die here today, neither Morning Light College nor Yunshan College will let you go. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, somewhat hesitant. Zhang Hengyang glanced around and asked hesitantly, what should I do? Mao Zhangfeng looked at Zhang Feng and Luo Jun in silence. Why hesitate? In my opinion, there is only one word, kill. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and his tone was cold. At worst, we can fight to the death with Chengwang College and Yunshan College. Hearing this, Mao Zhangfeng shook his head and frowned, I'm not afraid of death, but if we kill them here, will it implicate Sangqiong Academy? This, Lin Ming was stunned. Although he was still murderous, there was hesitation on his face. In Lin Ming's heart, Sangqiong Academy was his second home. He was not afraid of his own death, but was only afraid that Sangqiong Academy would be implicated. Under the light coming through the classroom window, the students' hesitant expressions were clearly visible. Opportunity. Zhang Feng's mind moved, and he immediately shouted to Luo Jun, let's go. While reminding Luo Jun, Zhang Feng had already taken a step forward. With their strength, as long as they broke out of the encirclement of Lin Ming and others, they would have a great chance of escaping. After all, among the 9 students present, only Wu Xinxin could keep up with his speed, and the others could not catch up even if they wanted to. If it was only Wu Xinxin alone, she would definitely not be able to stop the two of them. Luo Jun had been looking for an opportunity to escape. When he saw Zhang Feng move, he immediately followed him without hesitation. In a flash, Zhang Feng and Luo Jun rushed out of the encirclement of the crowd at lightning speed. By the time Lin Ming, Wu Xinxin, and the others reacted, it was already too late. After putting some distance between himself and Lin Ming, Wu Xinxin, and the others, Luo Jun paused, turned around and said sinisterly, you little bastards, I, Luo Jun, will remember today's shame. You'd better not run into me in the future, otherwise. What else? A faint voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Luo Jun's words. The classroom door opened at some point, and Zhang Yu was seen standing at the door with an expressionless face, staring at Luo Jun and Zhang Feng indifferently. The purple robe belonging to the dean reflected a mysterious and majestic luster under the light. Behind Zhang Yu, Wu Mo looked at them like fools. In fact, Zhang Yu had already noticed the movement outside the classroom, but he just wanted to take this opportunity to test the strength of the students, so he did not rush to show up. Now that Zhang Feng and Luo Jun are planning to escape, Zhang Yu can no longer remain indifferent. Zhang Yu. Luo Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked Zhang Yu up and down, and sneered, "You are lucky today, but you may not be so lucky next time." Different from Luo Jun's arrogant attitude, Zhang Feng's expression was very solemn. He felt somewhat doubtful and suspicious, this kid's aura. He couldn't even sense the fluctuations of Zhang Yu's true energy. Weird. So weird. Normally speaking, there are only two types of people who cannot sense the fluctuations of their true energy. One is ordinary people who have not stepped into the threshold of martial arts, and the other is martial arts masters whose cultivation is equal to or even higher than his. Is Zhang Yu an ordinary person? Obviously not. Then, the answer is self-evident. This idiot. Zhang Feng cursed inwardly as he watched Luo Jun still provoking Zhang Yu. He swore that he never wanted to cooperate with Luo Jun again in his life. I don't know how such an idiot could cultivate to the 9th level of Qi Xian. If Luo Jun was not the son of Luo Yueshan, the president of Yunshan College, Zhang Feng would have abandoned him long ago. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feng secretly guarded against Zhang Yu and said coldly, "That's enough, Luo Jun, aren't you ashamed? If you don't leave, I won't care about you anymore. What are you afraid of? Can they catch up with us?" Luo Jun said proudly. He seemed to have forgotten the pain after his wound healed, and there was an inexplicable confidence in him. Zhang Yu ignored Zhang Feng and Luo Jun. He turned around, smiled at Lin Ming, Wu Xinxin, and the others, and said thoughtfully, "You have been at Songqiong Academy for almost a month, right? During this time, I was busy teaching you the techniques but forgot to teach you martial arts. It just so happens that I plan to teach you a martial arts tomorrow. Today, I will let you experience its power in advance." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Martial arts. What martial arts? The martial arts taught by the dean must be extremely powerful. Maybe it's a magical skill that's comparable to the ultimate martial arts technique. Everyone was very excited, their eyes full of anticipation. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "What kind of martial arts it is, you will know in a moment. Now I can only tell you that this is a medium-level ordinary martial arts, but its power is very strong, stronger than you can imagine. An intermediate mortal martial art." Everyone's expressions froze, and the expectation in their eyes suddenly turned into astonishment. "Why, do you look down on ordinary-level mid-level martial arts?" Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows, and then said seriously, "I'm not bragging, my ordinary-level mid-level martial arts is really strong. No matter how powerful a mid-level mortal martial art is, it is still a mid-level mortal martial art, right?" Lin Ming laughed dryly twice, "Ha ha, ha ha." Zhang Yu looked at Lin Ming and asked, "Lin Ming, it seems that you don't believe it." "I believe it. I believe everything the dean says." Lin Ming said he believed it, but his expression showed that he didn't believe it at all. He thought Zhang Yu was joking with him. "You guys. Oh, forget it, just stay away." Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly, then waved his hand, "Leave these two guys to me." He raised his head, his eyes fell on Zhang Feng and Luo Jun again, and smiled, "Zhang Feng, Luo Jun, right. I just happen to have developed a mid-level ordinary martial art, so I'll use you to test its power. If you can resist and survive, I'll let you go, but if you die, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Middle-level mortal martial arts. Luo Jun felt greatly insulted and shouted like a fool, "Boy, don't look down on me. Believe it or not, I can kill you with just one slap." Zhang Feng frowned deeply and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. I can't see through this kid's cultivation. Moreover, once he gets entangled with us, the group of guys next to us might rush over in a swarm." He had never felt so tired before. He was simply exhausted. Not only did he have to be on guard against sneak attacks from Zhang Yu, Lin Ming, Wu Xinxin, and others at all times, he also had to find a way to stop Luo Jun from doing anything stupid. If he didn't know Luo Jun's identity, he would even suspect that this guy was an undercover sent by the opposite side. After hearing what he said, Luo Jun's wooden head seemed to suddenly open up and he broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, I almost forgot about those little monsters over there. He was not afraid of Zhang Yu, but he was extremely afraid of Lin Ming and his group, because he had suffered too much at the hands of Lin Ming and his group and almost lost his life here. He glared at Lin Ming fiercely, then said without hesitation, "Let's go." Seeing that Luo Jun finally stopped making trouble and left obediently, Zhang Feng felt a sense of gratitude for a moment. This old man is finally willing to leave, it's not easy. God knows how much thought he put into this. Seeing Zhang Feng and Luo Jun leaping out of the academy at high speed, Lin Ming and others suddenly became anxious. "Dean." Zhang Yu took a step forward calmly and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, they can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu's figure disappeared from everyone's sight like a residual image. Although he was only at the 6th level of Qixuan, Zhang Yu's strength was far beyond the reach of Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and others. If I were to use one word to describe Zhang Yu's strength, it would be unfathomable. Having practiced the complete version of extreme martial arts, the true energy in his body had long since been converted into a more terrifying vortex force. Therefore, his strength has already exceeded the limits of the Qixuan realm. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe him as a pseudo-vortex realm powerhouse. As the swirling force flowed into his limbs and bones, Zhang Yu's speed instantly exploded to an extremely terrifying level. Wherever he passed, a strong wind blew up, and the grass and trees on both sides were swayed left and right. In just a few breaths, the disappeared Zhang Yu reappeared, blocking the escape route of Zhang Feng and Luo Jun. The sudden appearance of Zhang Yu startled Zhang Feng and Luo Jun. They stopped running and stared at Zhang Yu in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. You. They turned their heads to look behind them and saw that there was no one beside Wu Mo. They turned back and looked at Zhang Yu, who seemed to have been standing in front of them from the beginning, with their eyes wide open. My God, this is more than 30 meters away. Can human speed really be so incredibly fast? Vortex realm. Zhang Feng's face turned pale, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and said with trembling lips. Such amazing explosive power, such terrifying speed, and the fact that he couldn't see Zhang Yu's cultivation level at all, he really couldn't think of any other possibility except that Zhang Yu was a vortex realm expert. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Luo Jun's face turned even paler. How is it possible? How is it possible? He screamed frantically in his heart, panicked and uneasy. Who can tell me how this kid became a vortex realm expert? Isn't it said that this kid only has the 7th or 8th level of Qixuan cultivation? Luo Jun clenched his fists tightly and cursed. Asking the two of them to assassinate a vortex realm expert is tantamount to asking them to die. Not to mention the two of them, even if all the masters in the deserted city were added together, they would not be enough to defeat the vortex realm expert. It's over, it's really over this time. Zhang Feng was scared before the battle even started. He had already scared himself and his face was full of despair. Run. Luo Jun no longer had any will to fight. Facing a powerful man in the vortex realm, he had no choice but to run away. Unlike Zhang Feng and Luo Jun, the students of Cangqiong Academy watched Zhang Yu from afar with wonderful eyes. The dean is so fast. Oh my God, in the blink of an eye, he caught up with two Qixuan 9th level masters. It was too fast. I didn't even see the dean's movements. Everyone was amazed and looked at Zhang Yu with admiration. Wu Xinxin stared at Zhang Yu like a fangirl, without blinking. Big brother is so awesome. She suddenly felt fortunate. If she hadn't been confused at the beginning, she would probably have no chance to become a member of Cangqiong Academy. Lin Ming was also extremely adoring, and looked at Zhang Yu with a look of enthusiasm. This is the true strength of the dean. This speed is even faster than a month ago. Wu Mo exclaimed. Among all the students present, he thought he knew Zhang Yu's strength best, but at this moment, he found that he still underestimated Zhang Yu. It turns out that when the dean fought with my father, he didn't use his full strength at all. For a moment, Zhang Yu's image in Wu Mo's mind became more and more unfathomable. He even suspected that Zhang Yu still hadn't exerted his full strength at this moment. I'm afraid that no one in the entire deserted city can force the dean to use his full strength. Wu Mo thought secretly in his heart, my father can't do it, and Lin Haya, Luo Yueshan and others are even less capable. Looking at Zhang Yu's indifferent face from afar, Wu Mo seemed to be able to feel the loneliness of a master. Next to a sparse woods. Mercy, mercy, please spare my life, Dean Zhang. Zhang Feng had completely given up on escaping and begged for mercy in a very ungraceful manner. He knew very well that if the Vortex Realm expert was determined to kill him, he would not be able to escape death even if he escaped back to Morning Light Academy. In this remote border town, the Vortex Realm masters are like gods who can decide life or death with just one glance. No one can resist. Even if Lin Haya, the dean of Morning Light College, comes in person, he cannot change the outcome. Luo Jun also woke up from his fear and begged for mercy, Zhang. Dean Zhang. We were also forced to do this. Please forgive us. His voice was raspy and hoarse from sheer fear. Zhang Yu folded his arms and said leisurely, spare you. Fine, as long as you can survive one of my martial arts, I will spare you. Hearing this, Zhang Feng and Luo Jun's breathing stagnated, their hearts trembled violently, their faces turned pale with fear, and their legs went weak. How is the difference between taking a move from a Vortex Realm expert and letting them die directly? They don't think they have the ability to withstand the attack of a Vortex Realm expert. Zhang Yu didn't care what they thought, and continued, also, let me remind you that this martial art is something I just researched, and its level is, middle level of ordinary level. Intermediate mortal martial arts. After hearing what Zhang Yu said, Zhang Feng and Luo Jun seemed to see a ray of hope in their desperate situation, and their emotions calmed down a little. If it was a mid-level mortal martial art, they might still have a chance of survival. In their impression, the increase in strength brought by low-level and medium-level martial arts was very limited. In other words, the power of such martial arts was only slightly better than ordinary attacks. If they were lucky, they might be able to survive Zhang Yu's attack. I hope President Zhang will keep his word. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and regained his fighting spirit. Luo Jun also tried to control his emotions, forcing himself to calm down and face Zhang Yu's next attack in the best condition. Zhang Yu glanced at them, then smiled at Wu Mo and other students standing in the distance and said, look carefully, what I will teach you tomorrow is the martial art I will be performing next. Its name is slashing. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu's body rotated 180 degrees from the original position, and his slender palm suddenly stretched out and then chopped down diagonally. His movements were extremely simple and smooth, without any unnecessary frills, and looked like an ordinary knife-like move. Zhang Yu's movements were ordinary, and the name of his martial arts was also ordinary, slash, just two simple words. This kind of martial arts name is rare in the entire wilderness continent. After all, any martial arts, in the process of creation, exhausts the hard work of its owner. Naturally it is impossible to just give it a simple name, that is disrespectful to oneself, and also disrespectful to the martial arts created by oneself. Wu Mo and other students watched lazily with a nonchalant look on their faces. This simple martial art could hardly arouse their interest. If Zhang Yu hadn't asked them to look carefully, they wouldn't even be interested in paying attention. Zhang Feng and Luo Jun were also a little confused. Watching the whole process of Zhang Yu performing martial arts, they almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Is this also considered a martial art? They even suspected that Zhang Yu casually chopped out a knife and called it a martial art he had researched. If this can be considered a martial art, then doesn't it mean that any ordinary person can create a large number of martial arts? Zhang Feng and Luo Jun tried hard not to laugh out loud so as not to let Zhang Yu think they were laughing at them. If this is the martial art he is talking about, then our chances of survival are great. Zhang Feng and Luo Jun both smiled and felt relieved. However, is the martial art that Zhang Yu values so much really as simple as it appears? Boom. A deafening sound suddenly rang out from the edge of the sparse woods. Before anyone could react, the sound rang out again, continuously, boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind as strong as a substance suddenly swept over with Zhang Yu as the center. The deafening sound came from the wind. The wind was so strong that it blew up the stones on the ground and caused the surrounding trees to shake violently. As soon as the wind appeared, it quickly moved towards Zhang Feng and Luo Jun, and instantly swallowed up the two in their astonished eyes. In the center of the strong wind, Zhang Feng and Luo Jun were swept into the air, with blood oozing from their bodies. They let out sharp and piercing screams, ah! Amid their screams, a dozen nearby trees broke off at the roots, split into dozens of pieces, and were swept into the air together. Wu Mo, Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and the others all fell silent, staring in disbelief at Zhang Feng and Luo Jun, who were swept into the air. After a long while, the horrible gale gradually died down, and Zhang Feng and the other men fell down along with a pile of rocks and broken wood, and hit the ground hard. Their bodies looked riddled with holes, with almost no intact parts, and they were buried in the rocks and broken wood, and there was no sound anymore. The area of 60 feet in radius was like the end of the world. There were huge pits everywhere on the ground, and the land looked like it had been turned over and was in ruins. Under the hazy moonlight, Zhang Yu stood in the center of countless huge pits, calmly staring at the incomplete bodies of Zhang Feng and the other men, with no joy or sadness on his face, as if he had done something insignificant. Silence, deathly silence. All the students, including Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin, held their breath, their eyes filled with shock. They had never seen Zhang Yu take action before, but this time Zhang Yu's action was earth-shattering. The noise he made and the terrifying destructive power were really scary. The destructive power of a Vortex Realm expert was fully demonstrated in Zhang Yu. Although Zhang Yu was only a pseudo-Vortex Realm expert, the strength he displayed at this moment was in no way inferior to that of a true Vortex Realm expert. For a long time. Is this the true strength of the Dean? Too strong. It's simply invincible. A cool breeze blew by, and the slight chill woke the students from their deep shock. They moved their gaze away from the bodies of Zhang Feng and the other men, and looked at Zhang Yu again, and couldn't help but swallowing hard. At this moment, all the students' eyes were focused on Zhang Yu without exception, worshipping him as if he were a god, and their eyes were full of awe. Zhang Yu enjoyed the students' worshipful and awe-inspiring gazes very much, but he disguised himself very well and did not show it at all. Well, did you all see it clearly? Zhang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face, looking very impressive. Hearing this, Wu Mo, Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming and the others nodded excitedly. Wu Mo asked nervously, Dean, is such a powerful martial art really just an average mortal martial art? Although the name of / is a bit simple, its power is extremely terrifying. All the students present have witnessed it with their own eyes, so they are naturally very eager to learn this martial art. They didn't expect to become as powerful as Zhang Yu after learning it, but they would be satisfied as long as they could have 1/10 of his power. If you don't learn this cool martial art, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Yes, Dean, in my opinion, this martial art must be at least of the middle spiritual level, or even the high spiritual level. Lin Ming agreed. Also, the name of this martial art is too ordinary and simple. Why don't you give it a cool name? For example, Gale / Death Storm. As he spoke, Lin Ming gestured, that would be cool enough. Zhang Yu smiled and shook his head, the name is just a code name. The name is not important. What is important is its power. As for its power, as you said, as long as it is practiced well, its power may not be worse than that of high-level spiritual martial arts. Except for Zhang Yu himself, no one knew how the / came about, let alone how terrifying the power of the / was. Like the extreme martial arts art, / is also a perfect martial art modified by Zhang Yu through the art of insight. The prototype of / is a palm-type intermediate martial art, Tornado Rain Strike, which has 573 errors. Zhang Yu spent a lot of energy and read through hundreds of palm-type martial arts books before he integrated the correct parts of various martial arts and finally created the perfect intermediate martial art, / Martial arts, / middle level, 0 errors. The power of this martial art did not disappoint Zhang Yu. Facts have proved that its power is much stronger than the spiritual level martial arts dragon elephant power and falling leaf sword technique that Zhang Yu originally practiced. Conservative estimates show that its power is completely comparable to high-level spiritual level martial arts, or even slightly stronger. During this month, in addition to teaching the students the castrated version of extreme martial arts art, and teaching Wu Mo how to make elixirs, Zhang Yu spent most of his time organizing his skills and martial arts. In addition to / he also modified several perfect martial arts. Among these martial arts, / is of the highest level and the most powerful, and is fully qualified to become another signboard of Tsangcheong Academy. With the combination of extreme martial arts and slashing, when these students grow up, each of them will be able to stand on their own. It's not inferior to advanced spiritual level martial arts. Lin Ming and the others all opened their eyes wide without exception, and their breathing became heavy. Even Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin had longing in their eyes as they looked at Zhang Yu eagerly, wishing they could learn how to slash right now. They didn't know whether there were any advanced spiritual martial arts in the deserted city. Maybe there were, maybe not. But whether there were or not, it had nothing to do with them, because they had never heard of it, never seen it, and had no chance to learn such advanced martial arts. And now, they will soon have the opportunity to learn a martial art comparable to advanced spiritual level martial arts. No wonder they are so excited. Don't be impatient. Feeling the students' enthusiastic and eager gazes, Zhang Yu said slowly, I said I would teach you, and I will not break my promise. However, I have other things to do now. As he spoke, his gaze shifted away from the students and finally stopped on Zhang Feng and Luo Jun, who were buried in the rubble. Long-forgotten memories flooded into his mind like a tide. This was not the first time he met Zhang Feng and Luo Jun. In fact, they had met 7 years ago. Zhang Yu will never forget that day 7 years ago when, amidst the chaos and fire, countless people rushed into Tsangcheong Academy, beating, smashing, and looting, using every means possible, almost emptying the entire Tsangcheong Academy. Zhang Yu, who was still very weak at the time, could only watch it all happen. The helplessness and despair were deeply engraved in Zhang Yu's mind, and he still remembers it to this day. Zhang Feng and Luo Jun were two of the leaders of that group back then. In addition to Zhang Feng and Luo Jun, the other leaders are Lin Haya, the dean of Chengwang College, Luo Yueshan, the dean of Yunshan College, Du Ruoyun, the former vice dean of Tsangcheong College, Mo Tianqiu, the former tutor of Tsangcheong College, Deng Beixiao, the head of the Deng family, Lu Yang, the head of the Lu family, and Wu Kuan, the head of the Wu family. In other words, these 9 people were the planners of the turmoil in Tsangcheong College and single-handedly led the turmoil in Tsangcheong College. Zhang Yu's memory was not very good, so he did not remember the others, but only remembered these 9 leaders. It's a relief for the 2 of them to die like this. Zhang Yu originally planned to go to Chengwang College and Yunshan College after a while, but what happened tonight made him change his mind. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of Chengwang College and Yunshan College. Perhaps, now is the time to settle accounts with them. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu turned his back and said to Wu Mo, Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and the others, okay, it's getting late, you should go back. Although the students were very curious about what Zhang Yu was going to do next, since Zhang Yu didn't say anything, no one dared to ask, so they had to leave the academy obediently. After all the students left, Zhang Yu took out a gray cloth bag from his sleeve and slowly walked out of the academy gate. Under the hazy moonlight, Zhang Yu's shadow was very long, and in the darkness, there was a hint of murderous intent. A moment later, at the gate of Morning Light College, a calm and restrained young man stood there, holding a gray bag in his hand and chewing some snacks, which emitted a faint fragrance. While chewing, the young man looked towards the interior of the academy with a deep gaze. Chengwang College was quite quiet at night. Except for the instructors and a few students living in the college, most of the students had returned home. Zhang Yu swallowed the Qishuan pill completely, then took a step forward and walked straight into the Morning Light Academy. Stop. Before Zhang Yu could pass through the gate of Morning Light College, a middle-aged guard walked out of the booth and asked loudly, "Which class are you from? You have to show your identity badge before entering the college. Don't you know this rule?" He looked at Zhang Yu with dissatisfaction, obviously thinking Zhang Yu was a student of Morning Light College. Morning Light College is one of the 2 major colleges in Wancheng, with tens of thousands of students. Naturally, it is impossible for him to know them all. Zhang Yu glanced at the middle-aged security guard indifferently, then retracted his gaze and continued walking deeper into the academy. Since we have decided to settle accounts with them, there is no need to keep a low profile. However, we can also get a few security guards for Tsangcheong Academy in the future. In this way, the academy should appear more reliable. You. The middle-aged security guard felt that his dignity was challenged and suddenly became furious. However, just as he was about to scold Zhang Yu, before he could say anything, Zhang Yu's figure suddenly disappeared from his sight, like a ghost, silently. The middle-aged guard's pupils suddenly shrank, his face turned pale, his teeth trembled slightly, and he shouted, "Ghost, ghost." Zhang Yu, who had walked several dozen feet away, heard the scream of the middle-aged security guard behind him and couldn't help laughing. Ghost. There is such a thing as a ghost in this world. Shaking his head helplessly, he continued to hide in the dark, secretly observing the situation around him. After a while, the mentors who were awakened by the voice of the middle-aged security guard gathered around in confusion and asked about the situation. After hearing the middle-aged security guard's trembling narration, everyone sneered, "Ghost. There are no ghosts in this world." "Okay, everyone, be quiet." A middle-aged instructor with a lot of dignity stood up from the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Ghosts definitely don't exist, but I believe Li Tianyong won't lie, so." Another instructor continued, "You mean, someone broke in?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted, but they were a little bit incredulous. As one of the two major academies in Deserted City, Morning Light Academy was headed by a Qishuan 9th level expert. Who was so bold as to come to Morning Light Academy to cause trouble? Search. The dignified middle-aged mentor, who had no idea what he was thinking, immediately gave an order, "Search the person out immediately, even if you have to dig 3 feet underground." Behind a big tree, Zhang Yu stared at the dignified middle-aged mentor in the crowd, his eyes narrowed slightly. It's him. Zhang Yu not only recognized this person, but was also deeply impressed by him. Mo Tianqiu, one of the planners of the turmoil at Songqiong Academy and the former tutor at Songqiong Academy, has now transformed himself into a tutor at Chengwang Academy, and it seems that his status is not low. It seems that I am lucky enough to meet one of the targets of this trip so soon. Zhang Yu showed a smile on his face. He was in a good mood. He couldn't help but take out another Qishuan pill from the gray bag, put it into his mouth, and chewed it gently. While chewing, Zhang Yu walked out from behind the tree and appeared in front of everyone, smiling and greeting, "Are you looking for me?" Because he hadn't finished chewing the Qishuan pill in his mouth, Zhang Yu's words were a little unclear. He immediately swallowed the remaining Qishuan pill crumbs and repeated, "Are you looking for me?" Everyone was startled by Zhang Yu's sudden appearance. However, after seeing Zhang Yu's appearance clearly, the dignified middle-aged mentor, whom Zhang Yu called Mo Tianqiu, had a flash of shock and confusion in his eyes, and then asked in a deep voice, "Zhang Yu, why are you here?" Zhang Yu had a playful smile on his face, "Why can't I be here?" As he spoke, he reached his fingers into the gray bag again, picked out a Qishuan pill, and began to eat it as if no one was around. The sound of his chewing was extremely harsh in the silent open space. Could it be? Mo Tianqiu's face changed. He thought of Zhan Feng and Luo Jun who had not returned yet, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something happened to them? Zhan Feng and Luo Jun were sent out to assassinate Zhang Yu in the afternoon. Now that Zhang Yu appeared here safe and sound, it proved that Zhan Feng and Luo Jun's assassination had failed. There was a trace of worry in Mo Tianqiu's eyes. With a gloomy face, he said to a teacher beside him, "Go to Songqiong Academy right away." The instructor nodded and was about to leave. "No need to go." Zhang Yu smiled slightly, and in the face of Mo Tianqiu's incredulous gaze, he slowly said, "I'll give you a piece of news for free. Zhan Feng and Luo Jun are already dead. In addition, they asked me to tell you something. They said that the road to the underworld is too lonely, and they hope you can go down early to accompany them." Mo Tianqiu was slightly flustered, and then he forced himself to calm down, and said coldly, "You are lying. Just based on you, you want to kill Vice Dean Zhan and Vice Dean Luo. Dream on." Zhan Feng and Luo Jun both have the 9th level of Qishuan cultivation. In the entire deserted city, they are considered to be top masters. Except for Wu Chen, Lin Haya, and Luo Yueshan who can pose a threat to them, no one else can be their opponent. Mo Tianqiu absolutely does not believe that Zhang Yu can kill Zhan Feng and Luo Jun by himself. Forget it. I won't waste my time talking to you. Zhang Yu was getting a little impatient and didn't bother to say anything to Mo Tianqiu anymore. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his figure instantly turned into an afterimage, causing all the instructors present to shrink their pupils. When the afterimage disappeared, Zhang Yu, who had disappeared, had reappeared beside Mo Tianqiu. He grabbed Mo Tianqiu's throat with one hand and said lazily, "Tell me, where is Lin Haya?" Mo Tianqiu, whose throat was strangled, looked drastically changed and his mind was a little confused. Everyone was shocked by the speed Zhang Yu displayed, and their eyes were full of disbelief. How is it possible? Mo Tianqiu looked at Zhang Yu in shock. He felt the hand that was as strong as steel strangling his throat. His body suddenly stiffened and he dared not move rashly. Zhang Yu frowned. Don't tell me. Then go to hell. Just as Zhang Yu exerted a little force on his hand, Mo Tianqiu's face changed drastically and he shouted, Wait, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. He no longer had time to think about why Zhang Yu suddenly became so powerful. Seeing that Zhang Yu looked like he was ready to take action at any time, he didn't dare to delay any longer. The dean left the deserted city in the afternoon. Mo Tianqiu froze and said in a trembling voice, I swear, I absolutely did not lie. The dean said that he had to pick someone up and would not be back until tomorrow at noon. Yes, by the way, the dean of Yunshan College, Luo Yueshan, also went with the dean. The relationship between him and Lin Haya was a transaction relationship, and there was no loyalty at all. In order to save his life, he naturally would not hide it. Hearing this, Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. Gone. No wonder Lin Haya never showed up despite all the commotion he caused. It turned out that the old guy was not at Morning Light College at all. This old guy is really lucky. Zhang Yu shook his head, his eyes turned to Mo Tianqiu again, and said lightly, Take me to the library of Morning Light College. Mo Tianqiu's eyelids jumped suddenly, and he asked nervously, What do you want to do? The library is one of the most important places in Morning Light Academy. It contains the skills and martial arts accumulated by Morning Light Academy over the years. If anything goes wrong with the library, Lin Haya will never let him go after he returns. Why are you asking so many questions? Just take me there quickly. Zhang Yu exerted a little force with his palm to show his threat. Mo Tianqiu gritted his teeth, then stiffened his neck and led the way. The surrounding mentors all stared at Zhang Yu with hatred and followed him closely all the way. Zhang Yu followed Mo Tianqiu's footsteps and moved forward, ignoring the gazes of the instructors around him. After a while, a group of people came to the outside of a hall. The hall was very magnificent and covered a huge area, which was far beyond the reach of the Zhangqiong Academy's library. Above the stone pillar outside the main hall, there is a horizontal beam, on which is a stone plaque with 3 words inscribed on it, Library. Whether it is a library or a book collection pavilion, the meaning is almost the same. They are all places where skills and martial arts are stored. We're here. Mo Tianqiu stopped outside the hall. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have said and done everything you asked me to say and do. Now, can you let me go? Under his nervous gaze, Zhang Yu slowly loosened his grip. However, before he could be happy, Zhang Yu's grip once again gripped his throat and lifted his entire body up, his grip getting tighter and tighter. No. Mo Tianqiu only had time to say one word before he was speechless. He struggled violently, kicking his feet weakly like a frog, until a crack sound came from his throat. He gradually stopped struggling, the light in his eyes slowly disappeared, and his pupils dilated. I didn't promise to let you go. Zhang Yu threw Mo Tianqiu's body aside and said calmly, none of the 9 leaders back then will survive. He wanted to settle all the accounts from that year one by one. He wants to collect the debt from that year bit by bit. Zhan Feng, Luo Jun, and Mo Tianqiu have all paid the price they deserved. Next, it is Lin Haya and others' turn. After killing Mo Tianqiu, Zhang Yu raised his head and looked around. The instructors around him were so frightened that they stepped back one after another, saying in fear, Devil, devil. The middle-aged guard said that Zhang Yu was a ghost, and now, it has come true. However, this ghost is not an ordinary ghost, but a demon that is countless times more powerful than a ghost. The mentors' faces were filled with fear and they had no fighting spirit at all. Even Mo Tianqiu, an 8th-level Qishuan expert, was easily killed by Zhang Yu. They did not think they could be Zhang Yu's opponent. Not to mention attacking Zhang Yu, they didn't even dare to look at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu ignored the frightened mentors. He looked up at the stone plaque engraved with Library. After confirming that it was correct, he lifted his feet and walked over as if no one was around. Walking to the entrance of the library, Zhang Yu held a gray cloth bag in one hand and pushed open the door with the other. The moment the door was pushed open, Zhang Yu's figure suddenly retreated, leaving only a residual image. Boom. In an instant, a powerful force rushed down from the sky, hit the gate, and shattered the iron-hard door. Zhang Yu had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes fell on an old man in a gray robe at the gate, Qi Xian Jiucheng. Without waiting for the gray-robed old man to answer, Zhang Yu laughed again. I didn't expect that in addition to Lin Haya and Zhang Feng, Chengwang Academy actually hides a Qishuan 9th-level strongman. Interesting. The strength of this gray-robed old man is stronger than Zhang Feng, and can be compared with Lin Haya. He is obviously a peak 9th-level Qishuan warrior. Zhang Yu. The gray-robed old man stared at Zhang Yu solemnly, and his hoarse voice slowly rang out, "This is not a place for you to act wild." When they saw the appearance of the gray-robed old man clearly, hope lit up in the eyes of the instructors of Morning Light Academy. When Lin Haya left the academy, this gray-robed old man was the number 1 in Morning Light Academy, and his strength was unfathomable. At this time, the appearance of the gray-robed old man greatly encouraged everyone. Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "You know me. So, you were also involved in the turmoil at Sangqiong Academy back then." The old man in gray robe remained silent, with no expression on his wrinkled face, just like a stone sculpture. "Oh, you're only at the 9th level of Qishuan. Why are you pretending to be so great in front of me?" Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly. The next moment, Zhang Yu attacked without warning. He threw a punch at the gray-robed old man when the old man was completely unexpected. This punch did not involve any martial arts, it was just an ordinary punch, but the power it contained was terrifying. Boom. The old man in gray robe had no time to react before he was hit by Zhang Yu. His body slammed into the bookshelf like a cannonball, and then continued to smash several rows of bookshelves. Finally, he fell to the ground, making a hole in the ground. His wrinkled face almost completely collapsed, and his head was almost blown up. The gray-robed old man who was so impressive one moment, became a dead man the next. From his appearance to his death, he only said one sentence, and he didn't even have time to leave a final word. The instructors around him suddenly broke out in cold sweat. There was total silence near the library, everyone held their breath and fell into deathly silence. The great elder is dead. The second-ranked expert in Morning Light Academy, second only to Lin Haya, was punched to death by Zhang Yu after he could finish just one sentence. Everyone was stunned by the strength Zhang Yu displayed, and the last thought of resistance disappeared. Zhang Yu retracted his fist and said calmly, "Stand still, anyone who moves will die." After he finished speaking, Zhang Yu turned around and walked into the library. The instructors outside the library stood still like stone sculptures. No one dared to ignore Zhang Yu's words. The deaths of Mo Tianqiu and the gray-robed old man were too intimidating to them. What happened today would surely cast a shadow over their hearts that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. For a long time. The tutors of Morning Light College were still standing outside the library like fools, not daring to move even a finger. Just when everyone felt that their bones were about to be frozen by the cold night wind, Zhang Yu's voice finally came from the library, "Okay, everyone come in." Everyone looked at each other and walked into the library with gritted teeth. However, when they entered the library, they were all shocked by its appearance and their eyes almost popped out. In such a huge library, not even a single book or piece of paper could be found. The surrounding bookshelves and the ground seemed to have been plowed over and over again, and there was almost no intact area. Is this still the library they remember? This is too cruel. The instructors of Morning Light Academy could not help but swallow their saliva, even low-level mortal skills and low-level mortal martial arts are not spared. They had also heard about what happened at Sangqiong Academy back then, and some of them had even participated in it personally. However, Zhang Yu's actions were even more ruthless than what they had done back then, and the plunder was more thorough. Not even a single piece of paper was left in the entire library. The only difference is that Zhang Yu did not harm any innocent students or instructors. All the people he killed deserved to die. Take these bags and boxes and follow me. Zhang Yu pointed to the dozens of sacks and wooden boxes around him, and slowly glanced at the group of instructors, smiling and saying, "Of course, you have the right to choose to refuse." The tutors at Morning Light Academy were so furious. They stole our things and wanted us to help carry them back home. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? but refuse. When the instructors of Morning Light College thought of the consequences of rejection, they were dejected. They smiled bitterly and comforted themselves, forget it, just move. Compared with dignity and face, your life is more important. As expected, the tutors of Chengwang College were very enthusiastic. They rushed to pick up the sacks and carry the wooden boxes on their shoulders, fearing that they would be a step slower and Zhang Yu would mistakenly think that they had chosen to refuse. On the street, the tutors of Chengwang College walked by in a mighty procession, carrying large and small bags, attracting countless surprised looks. Isn't this the instructor from Morning Light Academy? Where are they going at this late hour? What's in those sacks? They were like gorillas in a cage, being watched by everyone. The most depressing thing was that they didn't dare to scold anyone. The image of Morning Light College was almost completely ruined by them. About a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Yu stopped at the gate of a house, and the instructors from Morning Light College also stopped. The guard at the gate of the mansion was frightened by the scene before him and immediately became alert, looking at Zhang Yu with a wary look. Zhang Yu ignored the guard's gaze and said calmly, "Go and tell your clan leader that Zhang Yu is here." The guard hesitated for a moment, looked at the large group of Morning Light Academy instructors behind Zhang Yu, finally took a deep breath, turned around and ran into the courtyard. After a while, Wu Chen came out with Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin. "Dean." Wu Chen walked up to Zhang Yu and called respectfully. Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin stood on Wu Chen's left and right and also shouted respectfully, "Dean." Seeing how respectful Wu Chen and the other two were to Zhang Yu, the guard was stunned and at a loss. Zhang Yu didn't care what the guard was thinking. He nodded slightly to Wu Chen and said, "Please keep some of my things for me. I'll come back to get them later." Things. Wu Chen was a little confused. He looked in the direction of Zhang Yu's finger and was stunned. Are they, the instructors of Morning Light College? Each college has its own unique uniforms. Although Wu Chen was not familiar with the instructors from Chengwang College, he recognized their identities as soon as he saw the clothes they were wearing. At this time, a middle-aged tutor from Chengwang College asked with gritted teeth, "Look, we have delivered the things, right, can we?" Zhang Yu glanced at him, and he was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth. "Okay, you can go now." Zhang Yu waved his hand and did not embarrass this group of instructors any further, even though he knew that some of them must have participated in the turmoil at Sangqiong Academy that year. In fact, there were too many people who participated in the turmoil that year, and it was impossible for Zhang Yu to kill everyone. If he really did that, the deserted city would probably be flooded with blood immediately, and he himself would become a devil who kills without blinking an eye. Therefore, the most he could do was hold the leader responsible. After hearing Zhang Yu's words, the tutors of Chengwang College felt as if they had been pardoned. They put down the sacks and wooden boxes and slipped away like rabbits. The dancers were all stunned when they saw this scene, as confused as monks, unable to figure out what was going on. "I just went to Morning Light College." Zhang Yu explained rarely, "These are all filled with skills and martial arts. I stole them all from Morning Light College. No, I should say that these things originally belonged to Sangqiong College. Now I just ask them to return them. As for the extra things, just consider them as interest." He looted the library of Morning Light College just to imitate what Morning Light College did back then. Wu Chen's face froze. Morning Light College? Just one person went alone and broke into Morning Light College. Not only did he break in, but he also got back so many things. This dean is really too powerful. Then, have you seen Lin Haya? Wu Chen asked cautiously. Lin Haya? I didn't see him. Zhang Yu shook his head and said with some regret, "This old guy is lucky. When I went there, he was not in the academy. But it doesn't matter. Although I missed Lin Haya, I ran into Mo Tianqiu. If I remember correctly, this guy was also one of the leaders of the turmoil back then. Killing him can be regarded as getting some interest back." Gurgle. Wu Mo swallowed his saliva, glanced at Wu Chen, and said, "I've seen Mo Tianqiu before. He's very powerful, and should be an 8th-level Qishuan expert. Just a month ago, when Wu Xinxin was tricked by Zhang Yu into enrolling at Sangqiong Academy, he met Mo Tianqiu once and was quite impressed by this man. His eyes were full of enthusiasm, and he said excitedly, 'Dean, you actually rushed into Morning Light College alone and killed their chief instructor. It's really too exciting. Just thinking about it, Wu Mo felt his blood boiling, and he only regretted that he didn't have the chance to witness the scene with his own eyes. The Dean is so awesome. Wu Xinxin instantly turned into a fangirl, looking at Zhang Yu with eyes full of admiration. Exciting. Zhang Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. If I tell you that I not only killed Mo Tianqiu, but also killed someone more powerful than Mo Tianqiu, would you find it more exciting? By the way, I vaguely remember that those mentors seemed to call him the Great Elder. Until this moment, Zhang Yu still didn't know the name of the grey-robed old man. This master who appeared for only a few breaths, until his death, no one knew his name. It was really sad. The Grand Elder of Morning Light Academy. Wu Chen's pupils shrank, and he whispered in shock, "You killed him too. What's the matter? Is there any problem?" Zhang Yu asked puzzledly. Of course, no problem. But his strength is not weak. Wu Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I have never seen this person, I have heard some information about him. This person joined Morning Light College a long time ago, and his strength is unfathomable. It is said that he cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan earlier than Lin Haya. If it weren't for his lazy personality and his dislike of taking care of mundane affairs, I'm afraid Lin Haya would not have been the dean of Morning Light College. After saying this, Wu Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that such a master died just like that. Shaking his head, Wu Chen looked at Zhang Yu again. Now the vice president, the chief elder, and the chief instructor of Morning Light Academy are all dead in your hands, and only a few insignificant minions are left. If Lin Haya knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would die. Although he didn't say anything, Wu Chen felt even more in awe of Zhang Yu in his heart. 3 Qishuan 9th level strongmen, 1 Qishuan 8th level strongman, and 4 lives completely established Zhang Yu's majesty. The dean is so awesome. I really hope I can become as awesome in the future. Wu Mo admired Zhang Yu very much, and there was a hint of yearning in his eyes. Wu Chen and the other two never doubted what Zhang Yu said from beginning to end, because there was no need for Zhang Yu to lie to them, and Zhang Yu did have the ability to do so. The most important thing is that the group of mentors from Morning Light College just now are enough to explain many problems. Let's talk about the matters of Morning Light Academy later. You guys keep these things for me for now, I'll come back to get them later. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and said, "Of course, you can also wait here, I estimate that I will be back soon." After Zhang Yu left, Wu Chen immediately ordered the guards of the clan to stay nearby. The powerful formation made passers-by around tremble with fear and retreat. "Chief." The Wu family's guard swallowed deeply and hesitated to speak. He heard clearly the conversation between Zhang Yu, Wu Chen, and the other two, but the content of their conversation frightened him so much that his heart was trembling and his mind was still a little confused. The young man told the story of the murder in a calm and relaxed manner, and the guard will never forget that demeanor. The most important thing is that all the people killed by the young men were famous people. The vice president of Morning Light College, the grand elder of Morning Light College, the chief tutor of Morning Light College, which one of them is not a heavyweight? Normally, if these people stomped their feet casually, the deserted city would shake 3 times. But now, they were all dead, died at the hands of that young man, silently, without even a ripple. You only need to know what happened today. Wu Chen glanced at the guard and said calmly, "Otherwise, even I can't protect you." He believed that the guard knew what to say and what not to say. "Yes," the guard said loudly, as if only this loud voice could suppress his inner panic. Half an hour later, Zhang Yu came back. Along with Zhang Yu came a huge team, which were exactly the same as the instructors from Morning Light Academy who appeared outside the dance house not long ago. The cultivation base of these people is not weak, the highest has reached the 8th level of Qishuan, and the lowest has reached the 4th level of Qishuan, and all of them are wearing the exclusive clothing of Yunshan Academy. As expected, the appearance of this group of people caused a commotion. These people are the tutors of Yunshan College. Wu Chen looked at the tutors of Yunshan College, his eyes twitching fiercely. The dean has caught both Chengwang College and Yunshan College in one fell swoop. In the end, the tutors of Yunshan College did not escape their fate. The most incredible thing is that Zhang Yu's work efficiency is so amazing that it only took him half an hour from departure to return. The dean actually went to Yunshan College. Wu Mo's eyes widened, and it was done so quickly. When did Yunshan College become a street vendor where anyone can come and go? Are all the people in Yunshan College useless? Zhang Yu slowly approached Wu Chen and the other two and apologized. I'm sorry, there are too many things and I wasted a lot of time. I kept you waiting for a long time. So most of this half hour was spent packing things. The corners of Wu Chen's eyes twitched even more violently. What's wrong? Is your eye cramp? Zhang Yu asked in surprise. No, no. Wu Chen laughed dryly, trying hard to control his emotions. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu ignored Wu Chen. He turned his gaze towards the instructors of Yunshan College and said calmly, "Put your things down, you can leave." The instructors of Yunshan College all breathed a sigh of relief, and then fled in a panic, fearing that they would be unable to move if they ran a step slower. After the instructors from Yunshan College left, Zhang Yu looked at the densely packed sacks and wooden boxes around him, with a satisfied smile on his face. Now, the library finally has something to put in it. Wu Chen suddenly asked, "Dean, it's not easy for you to move so many things by yourself, how about I send someone to deliver them now?" "No hurry." Zhang Yu waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Since I have been to Chengwang College and Yunshan College, there is no reason not to go to the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Hu family." Deng Beixiao, head of the Deng family, Lu Yang, head of the Lu family, and Hu Kuan, head of the Hu family, were also leaders back then. Zhang Yu had no reason to let them go. Relying on the resources plundered from Sangqiong Academy, the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Hu family have grown extremely fast and have almost no rivals among second-rate families. In time, they may even have the hope of replacing the Wu family's current position. When Wu Chen heard this, he hesitated and was about to say something. Zhang Yu frowned and asked, "What do you want to say?" "Dean, I have also heard about what happened back then. Perhaps the Deng, Lu, and Hu families also have their own difficulties." Wu Chen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Do you know something?" Zhang Yu glanced at Wu Chen, thoughtfully. "Don't misunderstand, Dean. I was not involved in that incident." Wu Chen was shocked and hurriedly explained, fearing that Zhang Yu would misunderstand. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. "Don't be nervous, I believe you. Tell me what you know." Wu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly said, "As far as I know, there are actually only 3 real leaders. They are Lin Haya, Luo Yueshan, and Du Ruoyun. The turmoil was secretly planned by the 3 of them. Mo Tianqiu, Zhan Feng, and Luo Jun all joined later. Among them, Mo Tianqiu obeys Du Ruoyun, Zhan Feng obeys Lin Haya, and Luo Jun obeys Luo Yueshan. As for the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Hu family, they all joined in under the coercion of Lin Haya and the other 2. Their original target was me, but I rejected them, so they shifted their targets to the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Hu family." Having said this, Wu Chen looked at Zhang Yu cautiously. "Go on." Zhang Yu had a blank expression and a calm look on his face. "Deng Beixiao, the head of the Deng family, told me personally that they didn't really want to get involved in that incident. They were probably afraid that your father would come back to settle accounts with them one day. But under the coercion and inducement of Lin Haya and the other 2, they had no choice but to agree." Wu Chen said, "The reason why I believe what Deng Beixiao said is that on the day of the riot, Lin Haya and the other 2 originally planned to kill you. After Deng Beixiao noticed their intentions, he hurriedly found me and asked me to stop Lin Haya and the other 2. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was surprised and asked, "You also took action back then?" Wu Chen said ashamedly, "I'm sorry, Dean, I only stopped them from attacking you, but I couldn't stop them from emptying Sangqiong Academy." In fact, Wu Chen didn't say one more thing. The reason why he took action back then was mainly to take a gamble, betting that Zhang Haoren would come back. If Zhang Haoren came back and knew that he had saved Zhang Yu's life, it would mean that Zhang Haoren and Zhang Yu owed him a huge favor. But this purpose seemed too utilitarian, and Wu Chen was embarrassed to say it out loud. Of course, even if he didn't say it, Zhang Yu could guess it a little. After all, he had nothing to do with Zhang Yu at the time. If there was no benefit at all, why would he take a huge risk to save Zhang Yu's life? "So, I was able to survive thanks to the Deng, Lu, and Hu families." Zhang Yu's expression was a little strange. "Should I thank them? After all this time, the person I hated for 7 years turned out to be kind to me. It's a merit, it's a fault."
They asked me to help, which is a credit, but they also participated in the turmoil of that year, and many people from Sangcheong Academy died because of them. Wu Chen was silent for a moment, then looked at Zhang Yu steadily. The right and wrong should be judged by you, the dean. Many people died in that riot. Although Zhang Yu was not very old at the time, his memory of the turmoil was too profound. He remembered that on the day of the riot, several elders of Sangcheong Academy, as well as some instructors and students loyal to the academy, fought desperately. However, the enemy came like an endless tide, and the traitor Du Ruoyun suddenly launched a sneak attack, which eventually led to the death or escape of the people of Sangcheong Academy. After one night, he was the only one left in the entire Sangcheong Academy. It can be said that that memory has become a shadow in Zhang Yu's heart. Although the current Zhang Yu has a new soul, he has inherited the memory of another Zhang Yu, and naturally inherited everything from him, including his past and his hatred. Zhang Yu stood quietly, his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Wu Chen, Wu Mo, and others held their breath, not daring to make any sound, for fear of disturbing Zhang Yu's thoughts. Wu Xinxin also stood obediently aside, looking at Zhang Yu curiously, as if guessing what Zhang Yu was thinking. It was late at night, and although there were many people standing outside the Wu family residence, it was not lively at all. Instead, the atmosphere was a bit deserted. After about half an incense stick of time, Zhang Yu finally came back to his senses. Looking at the nervous Wu Chen, he sighed and said, "Forget it, I won't bother them this time. Tell them for me that everything they took from Sangcheong Academy must be returned within 3 days, nothing less. In addition, their hands are stained with the blood of Sangcheong Academy people, so Sangcheong Academy will never accept members of their family." Hearing this, Wu Chen's heart trembled, and he responded respectfully, "Yes." It was not difficult for the Deng, Lu, and Wu families to return the skills, martial arts, weapons, and medicinal materials. After all, the good stuff was all taken away by Lin Haya, Luo Yueshan, and Du Ruoyun. In the end, the Deng, Lu, and Wu families only had a few items, and their value was limited. What is really scary is that he is banned from admission by Sangcheong Academy. You know, the current Sangcheong Academy not only has a vortex realm expert in charge, but also has magical secrets such as the extreme martial arts art. What's more rare is that the academy also distributes Qishuan pills regularly. There may be more surprising things in the future. These things are opportunities for anyone. As long as you grasp them, you can ignore the difference in talent and become a true martial arts master. And now, with just one sentence from Zhang Yu, the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Wu family were forever blocked from entering the gate of Sangcheong Academy. In Wu Chen's opinion, this is the cruelest punishment. Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin also felt sorry for the Deng, Lu, and Wu families in their hearts. Only they understood what a terrifying opportunity the Deng, Lu, and Wu families had missed. "Dean, aren't you worried at all that I was lying to you just now?" Wu Chen asked curiously. From beginning to end, Zhang Yu never seemed to doubt what he said, which made him feel a little puzzled. None of the words he had prepared to explain were of any use. He was very touched by Zhang Yu's trust, but also a little depressed. There were some things that he had to say, like a thorn in his throat that he couldn't feel relieved until he got them out. "I believe in your character." Zhang Yu looked at Wu Chen quietly, then slowly uttered a word, with a gentle smile on his face, making people feel like spring breeze. "Thank you for your trust, Dean." Wu Chen was immediately moved and excited, and felt sincere admiration for Zhang Yu in her heart. However, if he knew that Zhang Yu believed him because he signed the Sky contract, I wonder how he would feel. By the way, I have another question. What is the relationship between the Deng family, the Lu family, the Wu family and your Wu family, so that you are willing to risk offending me and plead for them? Zhang Yu waved his hand, then looked at Wu Chen curiously and asked the question that had been in his mind for a long time. As far as Zhang Yu knows, the Deng, Lu and Wu families have grown very fast in recent years, and their industries have been expanding again and again. However, Huangqing is only so big, and the market is limited. The development of the Deng, Lu, and Wu families' industries will naturally affect other families and forces. The Wu family's industry has also suffered an impact. It can be said that the Deng, Lu, and Wu families have frictions with the Wu family in many aspects, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are competitors. Zhang Yu really couldn't understand why Wu Chen pleaded for the Deng, Lu, and Wu families. "I knew you would ask, Dean."
Wu Chen was not surprised at all. He sighed and said with a complicated expression, "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. In fact, I was a servant of the Deng family. It was the Deng family that gave me the opportunity to get in touch with martial arts. But later, due to some accidents, I left the Deng family, left the deserted city, and went to the outside world. It was not until I barely made some progress in my cultivation that I returned to the deserted city and established the current Wu family." Ah. Wu Mo was confused, his eyes widened. "Dad, you used to be a servant." Wu Xinxin also looked at Wu Chen in a daze. The father who was as tall and majestic as a mountain in her mind was actually a servant back then. At this moment, Wu Chen's image in Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin's hearts completely collapsed. Who would have thought that the strongest man in Huangqing, a legendary figure, had once been a servant in the Deng family? The servant of the Deng family and the head of the Wu family, these two people are actually connected together. Zhang Yu was already stunned, but he concealed it very well and no one could see it. Although he was laughing so hard that his stomach was about to cramp, he said seriously on the surface, "So that's how it is, it seems that your experience is quite magical." If it happened on Earth in his previous life, Wu Chen's experience would obviously be called a typical loser's counterattack. From a servant, he suddenly became the strongest man in the deserted city. Wu Chen's life can truly be called a legendary life. I have kept this secret for almost 30 years and never told anyone. After Wu Chen revealed the secret, he felt relieved, as if he had broken free from shackles and felt very relaxed. Even Moer and Xinxin only found out about it now. Perhaps because of the sky contract, Wu Chen had no guard in front of Zhang Yu at all. He had that kind of trust from the bottom of his heart, which he had never had even in front of his wife and children. After telling his story, Wu Chen said calmly, "I don't care about the life or death of the Lu and Hu families. But the Deng family has been kind to me, and I cannot be ungrateful. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night." What happened outside the Wu family's mansion was seen by countless eyes. It's a pity that only the parties involved know the inside story. However, even so, the incident still caused quite a stir, and in the days to come, it will surely become a topic of conversation after dinner. After Zhang Yu talked with Wu Chen, he returned to Tsangqiong Academy. The burlap bags and wooden boxes containing tens of thousands of exercises and martial arts were sent to Tsangqiong Academy by Wu Chen. Half an hour later, Zhang Yu stood in the library of Tsangqiong Academy, looking at the skills and martial arts that had filled the bookshelves again, and felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. "President Zhang, is there anything else we need to do?" Wang Tao, the Wu family's housekeeper, asked respectfully. Wang Tao was not clear about Zhang Yu's strength, nor did he know that Wu Chen had become a student of Tsangqiong Academy, but he was smart and knew that Wu Chen attached great importance to Zhang Yu. Before leaving, Wu Chen personally told him to obey Zhang Yu's orders, so he was very respectful to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need, I'm sorry to bother you today, you can go back now." "Okay, goodbye, Dean Zhang." Wang Tao nodded, then turned around and said to the Wu family guards, "Let's go." After a while, Wang Tao and the guards left one after another, leaving Zhang Yu alone in the entire library. After watching Wang Tao and his group leave, Zhang Yu looked at the library again. Looking at the rows of bookshelves filled with martial arts and techniques, the smile on his face became more and more intense, as if the lights in the library were made brighter by the martial arts and techniques that filled the room. Zhang Yu had already counted the skills and martial arts that were snatched this time, among which there were 11,000 low-level mortal skills and 15,000 martial arts, 2,200 medium-level mortal skills and 6,100 martial arts, 306 high-level mortal skills and 696 martial arts, 10 low-level spiritual skills and 22 martial arts, 1 medium-level spiritual skill and 1 martial art. More than half of the skills and martial arts originally belonged to Tsangqiong Academy, and nearly half of the remaining skills and martial arts came from Chengwang Academy and Yunshan Academy. After a long while, Zhang Yu let out a light breath, turned around, and walked up the stone stairs to the second floor. Stopping in front of a row of bookshelves, Zhang Yu carefully took down a martial arts technique, his eyes flashing. "With so many advanced ordinary martial arts techniques, I should be able to modify the first 9 levels of the extreme martial arts. The 6th level, extreme martial arts, is already very terrifying. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the 9th level, extreme martial arts is."
With excitement, Zhang Yu gently opened a martial arts technique and activated the insight technique at the same time. Withered Pine and Rain Moistening Technique, upper class ordinary level, with 9 levels in total, and the highest level that can be cultivated is the 9th level of Qishuan, with an average of 36 errors per level. Apart from the extreme martial arts that Zhang Yu once practiced, this martial art can be said to be the first martial art that Zhang Yu has seen that surpasses the average level of ordinary martial arts. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. 36 mistakes, fewer than the mistakes in the extreme martial arts I practiced before. It is worthy of being a top-level mortal martial art. If you pick up any copy, you will find so few mistakes. After seeing the power of the top-level ordinary martial arts, Zhang Yu became more confident. The fewer mistakes he made, the more correct points he would have. In this way, it would be easier for him to modify the first 9 levels of the extreme martial arts art. While Zhang Yu was busy modifying his skills, Wu Chen was not idle either. At this time, Wu Chen was standing alone outside a solemn mansion. He looked quietly at the stone plaque at the door of the mansion. On the stone plaque were 2 big characters engraved, Deng Mansion. Unlike the Wu family, the Deng family has been rooted in the deserted city for hundreds of years, and has experienced countless hardships. The mansion is full of ancient and heavy atmosphere, and it is large and can accommodate thousands of people. In comparison, although the Wu family is the first family in the deserted city, it lacks heritage and has a small population. Its mansion is far inferior to the Deng family's mansion. A mansion is a difference of a millimeter, and 1,000 miles away. In the night wind, Wu Chen stood outside the mansion with a complicated expression, filled with remembrance and sighs. Wu Chen didn't have to wait long before Deng Beixiao, the head of the Deng family, came hurriedly and greeted him grandly. I didn't know that Chief Wu was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please forgive me. Deng Beixiao said politely, his voice very hoarse. Although the Deng family and the Wu family were fighting fiercely over many industries, Deng Beixiao was very polite to Wu Chen. There was no trace of anger in his words, but rather a hint of fear. Looking at Deng Beixiao's white hair and weathered appearance, Wu Chen felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Time is so cruel. Deng Beixiao was so ambitious and vigorous back then, and his confidence and sharpness in commanding the world are still unforgettable to Wu Chen. However, more than 20 years have passed, Deng Beixiao has matured and aged, and he no longer has that kind of confidence. Wu Chen sighed lightly, calmed down, and then smiled and said, Patriarch Deng, long time no see, I hope you are well. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Wu. Patriarch Wu, please come in. Deng Beixiao didn't know why Wu Chen suddenly visited the Deng family, but since Wu Chen was here, of course he had to deal with him carefully. Wu Chen glanced at the vigilant guards on both sides, then smiled faintly and walked calmly into the Deng family mansion. It was late at night and most of the lights in the deserted city had been turned off. Under the hazy moonlight, this bustling city seemed to have returned to nature, silent and still. The lights in the Tsangqiong Academy library were still on, and a shadow was reflected on the window. Zhang Yu was flipping through the martial arts techniques tirelessly, completely unaware of the passage of time. His mind was immersed in modifying the martial arts techniques, and he was completely unaware of anything in the outside world. Time passed silently. On the other side of the deserted city, the sun rose slowly, and a ray of dawn illuminated the earth. In the library, Zhang Yu did not look tired at all, his eyes were full of energy. The revision was successful. The first 9 levels of extreme martial arts were finally completed after his hard work that lasted all day and night. Zhang Yu clenched his fists tightly, and an unconcealable excitement surged in his heart. He had a hunch that after he practiced the 7th to 9th levels of the extreme martial arts art, his strength would rise to another level. After a while, Zhang Yu calmed down. When his stomach growled, he realized the time had changed. Before I knew it, it's already morning. However, although he was busy all night, Zhang Yu gained a lot and it was worth it. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu casually poured out a few Qishuan pills from the gray cloth bag he carried with him, stuffed them into his mouth, and started chewing them in big and small bites. Although this thing cannot be eaten as a meal, it is still quite useful to eat a few when hungry. After swallowing a few Qishuan pills, Zhang Yu stretched and put the martial arts techniques he had read back to their original place. After doing all this, he slowly walked downstairs and returned to Xiangxie residence. Woof. As soon as Xiao Chang saw Zhang Yu, he started barking excitedly, his long tail wagging non-stop. Zhang Yu casually threw a few Qishuan pills to it, then walked into the bedroom and sat cross-legged on the bed. The 7th level of extreme martial arts is obviously more complicated than the first 6 levels. It took Zhang Yu quite a while to barely guide the mysterious power in his body to run a full cycle. Fortunately, after running a full cycle, the mysterious power started to run on its own according to the route of the 7th level, and Zhang Yu didn't need to actively guide it. In an instant, Zhang Yu's body was like a giant magnet, pulling the surrounding spiritual energy towards him. It is no exaggeration to describe that kind of crazy plundering as brutal. A large amount of spiritual energy was absorbed into Zhang Yu's body, and then refined, becoming a part of the mysterious power in his body. In this process, his bones and muscles were also tempered, and his body became increasingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu successfully broke through the peak of the 6th level of Qishuan and reached the early stage of the 7th level of Qishuan. However, his cultivation did not stop at the early stage of the 7th level of Qishuan, but skyrocketed at an incredible speed, from the middle stage of the 7th level of Qishuan to the late stage of the 7th level of Qishuan to the peak of the 7th level of Qishuan. After his cultivation reached the peak of the 7th level of Qishuan, Zhang Yu not only did not stop practicing, but instead practiced the 8th level of extreme martial arts technique. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The torrent of spiritual energy rushed towards Zhang Yu violently, and a violent storm blew around the entire Xiangxie residence. This storm was even more violent than the last time Zhang Yu practiced. Just like the raging waves in the sea, any residual force could sink a huge ship. However, Zhang Yu, who was in the center of the storm, stood still as a mountain. The terrifying storm had no effect on him at all. When the storm subsided, Zhang Yu's cultivation finally reached the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan. Zhang Yu opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashed, and then disappeared. He took a deep breath, with a hint of excitement on his face, the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan. In just a short moment, his cultivation level increased dramatically from the peak of the 6th level of Qishuan to the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan. Such a terrifying speed is probably something that no one has been able to achieve from ancient times to the present. Others practiced and persisted every day. Those with good talents might be able to do it in 3 to 5 years, while those with poor talents might not be able to do it in 30 to 50 years. Even the top geniuses in the wild continent could not, like Zhang Yu, improve his cultivation from the peak of the 6th level to the peak of the 9th level in just a short period of time. This speed of cultivation is simply abnormal. If we only talk about my cultivation, I have already ranked among the top in the deserted city. There are many cultivators in the deserted city, but the highest level of cultivation is only at the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan. Whether it is Wuchen, Linheya, or Liyueshan, they are only at the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan. The barrier between the peak of the 9th level of Qishuan and the lower level of Vortex is like a natural moat, blocking everyone's way forward. Therefore, Zhang Yu's current cultivation level alone is comparable to those old guys who have practiced for decades. However, my strength. Zhang Yu was both happy and depressed. I am a little confused about my own strength. When he was at the peak of the 6th level of Qishuan, he could easily kill a peak 9th level expert. His fighting power was definitely not inferior to that of a Vortex Realm expert. Now that his cultivation has skyrocketed again, his strength has also increased, so he is not sure about his own strength. Forget it, no matter what, no one in Desolate City is my opponent anyway. Zhang Yu did not dwell on this issue. In a remote place like Desolate City, a Vortex Realm expert is almost invincible. It was getting late, so Zhang Yu got out of bed and prepared to go to the classroom for class. However, as soon as he raised his head, his expression suddenly froze, and the place where his eyes swept across was messy and chaotic, as if it had been ravaged by a typhoon. What's going on? Zhang Yu looked around the messy house in astonishment, then turned his gaze to Xiao Chang at the door with a rather unfriendly look. Xiao Chang, tell me the truth, did you do this? Woo-woo. Xiao Chang cried out innocently a few times, but was frightened by Zhang Yu's unfriendly look and stepped back repeatedly. Zhang Yu walked out of the house with a gloomy face. When he saw the crooked grass and trees outside the house, his brows furrowed deeply. While I was practicing, what on earth happened outside? After thinking about it carefully, Zhang Yu vaguely guessed something and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Zhang Yu scratched his head, looked at the messy yard,
and smiled bitterly. It seems that I really did it myself. With a sigh, Zhang Yu turned around and walked towards the classroom. As he walked, he muttered, "It seems that I can't practice in the room next time." Ji Wu Ju is an extremely domineering martial art. The noise it makes when practicing is too loud. In the past, Zhang Yu's cultivation was still low, and the impact on Xiang Xie Xiaoju was not big. But as his cultivation level gets higher and higher, the noise made by Ji Wu Ju will become louder and louder. The next time he practices, I'm afraid the entire Xiang Xie Xiaoju will not be able to be saved. After passing through the narrow path in the college, Zhang Yu arrived at the classroom in a short while. At this time, all the students had arrived, including Wu Chen, Wu Mo, and others, and they were all sitting in the classroom, without missing a single one. Everyone looked at Zhang Yu expectantly, and they were quite excited, even Wu Chen was no exception. Zhang Yu walked into the classroom slowly, glanced around, and then coughed lightly. Ahem. Class starts now. 2 days later. Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan, who had been missing for 2 days, finally showed up, and with them appeared a mysterious middle-aged man. The identity of the mysterious middle-aged man seemed to be extremely noble. Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan not only accompanied him all the way, but also fawned on him and tried to please him everywhere, like two pugs, completely lacking the demeanor of a usual head of a courtyard. Lin Haya and Luo Yu Mountain welcomed the mysterious middle-aged men into the deserted city like stars surrounding the moon, all the way to Chengwang College. The mysterious middle-aged man's attitude was quite arrogant. He was accustomed to the respect and flattery of Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan, as if everything was as it should be. When the three of them arrived at the gate of Morning Light College, the mysterious middle-aged man stopped, looked around, and said disdainfully, "Is this Morning Light College? It's too small. Any college in Tongzhou City is much larger than Morning Light College. However, the requirements for one-star colleges in this regard are very low, and Morning Light College can barely meet the standards. Tongzhou City, the capital of Tongzhou Prefecture, is one of the few large cities in the Zhou dynasty. What Lord Zhou said makes sense. After all, our Huanqing is just a small, second-rate city. Lord Zhou is flattering us by comparing Chengwang College with the colleges in Tongzhou City." Lin Haya smiled apologetically, nodding and bowing, not looking like a dean at all. Luo Yueshan was also fawning on him, saying, "Master Zhou is well-informed and knowledgeable, so he naturally looks down on our college in a remote place." At this time, Li Tianyong, the gatekeeper of Morning Light College, saw Lin Haya and was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "Dean, Dean." Before Lin Haya could speak, Li Tianyong suddenly shouted towards the inside of the academy, "The dean is back." In just a few breaths, a large group of people suddenly rushed from the direction of the college. All of them were wearing the exclusive tutor uniforms of Morning Light College. They looked excited, like wrong children who suddenly saw their parents. They shouted, "Dean." The loud and uniform voices sounded as if they had received professional training. They had just been bullied by Zhang Yu, and now they finally found someone to support them, so they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Lin Haya looked at the group of instructors in confusion, and began to wonder in his heart, these guys' behavior today is too weird. Lord Zhou, who also saw this scene, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Is Dean Lin so close to his tutors?" "Good relationship." Lin Haya's face froze, and then he laughed dryly, "Haha, it's okay." Luo Yueshan looked at Lin Haya suspiciously. He had been dealing with Lin Haya for many years and thought he knew Lin Haya and Chengwang College very well, but he had never discovered how good the relationship between Lin Haya and the instructors was. However, the scene before him was really puzzling to him. He even wondered if this was arranged in advance by Lin Haya. Lin Haya didn't care why these instructors were behaving so strangely today. Since everyone was out, he could take advantage of them. He made a gesture to silence everyone, and when everyone quieted down, he smiled and said, "Do you see this distinguished man next to me? He is Zhou Sun, the steward of the Tongzhou Prefecture branch of the 100 Academy Alliance. Lord Zhou. Please applaud and welcome him." The mentors originally wanted to tell Lin Haya what happened 2 days ago, but when they learned about Zhou Sun's identity, they were so shocked that they had no idea what to do. 100 Colleges Alliance. Deacon of the Branch Alliance. These two nouns carry too much weight. The 100 Colleges Alliance is one of the most powerful alliance organizations in the wild continent. It is composed of countless colleges of all sizes. It can be said that all the colleges in the wild continent are under its jurisdiction. Therefore, the influence of the 100 Colleges Alliance covers the entire wild continent, and it can be said to be a real behemoth. There is a strict level division within the 100 Colleges Alliance, from small colleges to the highest 6-star colleges. Different levels have very different influences. The higher the level, the more resources can be obtained. In the eyes of ordinary people, Chengwon College and Yunshan College are very powerful. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the holy places for cultivation in the deserted city. However, in the rating of the 100 Colleges Alliance, Chengwon College and Yunshan College are just two small and second-rate colleges that are not even qualified for star rating. The strength of the 100 Colleges Alliance is evident from this. At this moment, the Lord Zhou Xuanzhou standing in front of everyone was actually the deacon of the Tongzhou branch of the 100 Academy Alliance. No wonder everyone was so shocked. You know, the 100 Academies Alliance is not an ordinary force. Even a deacon has extremely terrifying strength. In other words, Zhou Sun's strength is very strong, extremely strong, and he is most likely a legendary Vortex Realm expert. In the eyes of these mentors, Zhou Sun is like the god they worship day and night. When the legendary god appears beside them, how can they remain calm? Zhou Sun was a little intoxicated. He really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. In the alliance of 100 colleges, he was just an insignificant minion, but when he came to a small college like Morning Light College, he attracted a lot of attention and was as dazzling as the sun. This feeling of being the center of attention made him very intoxicated and somewhat unable to extricate himself. Pa. Pa. Snap, snap, snap. The instructors of Chengwon College clapped excitedly. The applause was like thunder, echoing throughout the college and lasting for a long time. Zhou Sun solemnly straightened his clothes, then took a deep breath, walked in front of the instructors, and smiled what he thought was a very charming smile. Hello everyone. Of course, in the eyes of the instructors at Morning Light College, this Mr. Zhou is indeed very charming. His charm does not come from his smile, but from his identity. When the applause stopped, Lin Haya noticed something unusual and frowned. He asked, "Where is Zhang Feng? Where is Mot Ancho? Does anyone know where they are?" As soon as these words were spoken, the academy, which had been bustling a moment ago, suddenly fell silent. After Lin Haya's reminder, everyone remembered that they had not had time to tell Lin Haya something important. Dean, a tutor stuttered, Vice Dean Zhan and Tutor Mo, both dead, 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 dead. Hearing this, Lin Haya's face changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, "How is it possible? A powerful warrior at the early 9th level of Qishuan and a powerful warrior at the peak 8th level of Qishuan, just died like that." The other mentors seemed to open their mouths all of a sudden and started crying. Dead, all dead. Vice President Zhan is dead, Instructor Mo is dead, even the Great Elder is dead. Wow. Zhang Yu is simply a devil. Not only did he kill Vice President Zhan and his men, he also emptied the library without leaving a single piece of paper behind. He also forced us to move things for him, and if we didn't, he would kill us. Dean, you must make the decision for us. A group of tutors, the youngest was in his 30s and the oldest was in his 70s. However, at this moment, they were like wrong children, crying and complaining in front of their parents, telling about the grievances in their hearts and the injustices they had encountered. Lin Haya felt dizzy and swayed, almost losing his balance. He murmured in a daze, "Are they all dead?" In the entire Morning Light Academy, except for him and a few surviving elders, are these the only minions left? The instructor's complaints also gave Luo Yueshan a bad feeling, and he felt uneasy. When we were leaving, Zhan Feng and Luo Jun went to carry out the assassination mission together. Zhan Feng died. Doesn't that mean? No, it won't happen. It's impossible. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He suddenly rushed to the instructor, grabbed the other's collar with both hands, and asked excitedly, "Where is Luo Jun? Tell me, where is Luo Jun?" Luo Jun is not only the vice president of Yunshan College, but also his son, his only child in this world. Dead, Vice President Luo is dead too. The instructor,
whose collar was grabbed by Luo Yueshan, said with lifeless eyes, Zhang Yu personally admitted that he killed Vice President Zhang and Vice President Luo. Suddenly, Luo Yueshan yelled out in grief, "Ah! The greatest pain in the world is to see the young die before the old." Tear. The veins on Luo Yueshan's neck were exposed, and he tore his mentor's clothes in one go. His eyes were filled with tears, and his scarlet eyeballs looked ferocious and scary. A tremendous murderous intent emanated from his body. "Zhang Yu, I will kill you." The pain of losing his son made him lose his mind. His image was no different from a ferocious beast that would choose its prey. The mentor, whose clothes were torn, stepped back in fear, his eyes filled with terror. At this time, Lin Haya managed to calm down. He came to Luo Yueshan and said in a deep voice, "Brother Luo, calm down. Calm down." Luo Yueshan suddenly raised his head, his scarlet eyes staring at Lin Haya like a venomous snake, emitting a hint of danger. "My only son is dead, and you want me to calm down?" Luo Yueshan's attitude immediately angered Lin Haya. "Luo Yueshan, if you want to act wild, go back to your Yunshan Academy and act wild. What's the point of getting angry at me?" After being scolded by Lin Haya, Luo Yueshan sobered up a little and his out-of-control emotions were brought under control. He didn't dare to get angry at Lin Haya, and could only grieve alone, crying sadly, "Wow! My son, you died so tragically." Seeing Luo Yueshan's half-crazy and half-awake appearance, Luo Yueshan's anger disappeared, he sighed, and comforted him, "Brother Luo, I am in deep sorrow." Although he was in a very bad mood, his emotions were still under control. "To be honest, I understand your feelings. After all, our Morning Light Academy experienced the same thing. Vice President Zhang died, the Great Elder died, Mo Tianqiu also died. I hate it too." Lin Haya took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "The most urgent thing is to find out what happened during the time we were away, and then we can make a long-term plan." After a pause, Lin Haya turned to look at the nearest instructor. "Zhang Yu, you go ahead." Zhang Yu, who was named, nodded to Lin Haya, and then said with a heavy heart, "On the afternoon when you, Dean, left, Vice Dean Zhang and Vice Dean Luo followed the original plan." Zhang Yu was still calm and recounted in detail what happened 2 days ago in an orderly manner. After listening to Zhang Yu's story, Lin Haya looked around and asked everyone, "Do you have anything to add?" Everyone shook their heads, obviously agreeing with Zhang Yu's story. Lin Haya frowned deeply and said solemnly, "In that case, we have always underestimated Zhang Yu. His strength may be even stronger than Wu Chen. He may even have reached the Vortex realm. Wu Chen has always been recognized as the strongest man in Huangqing, but the strength displayed by Zhang Yu seems to be more suitable for this title." Luo Yueshan had managed to calm down by this time. He clenched his fists tightly and said coldly, "This boy is so scheming." Lin Haya nodded in agreement and said, "For so many years, he has been hiding his strength right under our noses, looking harmless. We didn't even notice him until he had the strength to protect himself and even fight back. His scheming is so deep that it's simply outrageous." Hearing this, Luo Yueshan rubbed his head in pain and murmured, "He is so powerful, what should we do? Is Luo Jun's revenge just going to end like this?" According to the instructors of Morning Light Academy, Zhang Yu killed Mo Tianqiu and the Great Elder without any effort. His strength is obviously stronger than Wu Chen. Maybe he has really reached the Vortex realm. How could they afford to provoke a strong man in the Vortex realm? There was a struggle on Luo Yueshan's face. He dreamed of avenging Luo Jun, but he knew better that Zhang Yu was no longer the little lamb that they could control at will, but a tiger that could pounce and kill at any time. Vortex realm, Lin Haya sighed, feeling extremely powerless. If Zhang Yu was really a Vortex realm expert, then it would be questionable whether the two of them could walk out of the deserted city alive, not to mention revenge. Asking them to take revenge would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, sending themselves to death. For a moment, everyone fell silent and the atmosphere seemed somewhat sad. Vortex realm. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of surprise sounded, and Zhou Sun said with interest, "In a small place like Huangqing, there are actually Vortex realm masters." To Lin Haya, Luo Yueshan, and a group of instructors, Vortex realm masters are invincible masters who cannot be provoked.
However, to Zhou Sun, Vortex Realm Masters are just slightly more powerful martial arts practitioners. Hearing Zhou Sun's voice, Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan were suddenly awakened. They almost forgot that there was a big boss named Zhou Sun next to them. That's right, to everyone in Huangcheng, Zhou Sun is definitely a big shot. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, for making a fool of myself. Lin Haya forced a smile. We originally wanted you to help us rate the academy, but we didn't expect so many accidents to happen. Luo Yueshan also suppressed his sadness, forced out an ugly smile, and said, Master Zhou, please forgive my rudeness just now. Zhou Sun waved his hand and smiled, it's okay, I understand how you feel. After a pause, Zhou Sun asked curiously, I'm actually very curious, who is the Zhang you're talking about? From what you guys said just now, this person seems to be quite extraordinary. Without the guidance of a famous teacher or a lot of resources, he broke through to the Vortex Realm on his own, which successfully aroused Zhou Sun's interest. Lin Haya hesitated for a moment, but finally confessed honestly, this matter started 7 years ago. He recounted the turmoil 7 years ago, but in the process of narrating, he beautified the image of Chengwang College and Yunshan College a lot. Most importantly, when he was telling the story, he mentioned Du Ruoyun many times, as if this name had an unusual meaning. The head deacon is also involved in this matter. Zhou Sun couldn't help but be surprised after hearing this. The chief deacon he was talking about was Du Ruoyun. Only very few people know that the vice president of Tsangqiong Academy, after leaving the deserted city, was like a hidden dragon ascending to the sky. In just 7 years, he became the chief deacon of the Tongzhou branch of the 100 Academy Alliance. The most incredible thing is that 7 years ago, Du Ruoyun only had the cultivation base at the 9th level of Qishuan, but 7 years later, like riding a rocket, his cultivation base soared to the upper level of Vortex. It's absolutely true. If Lord Zhou doesn't believe it, you can ask someone. There are many people who know about what happened back then. Lin Haya vowed. Zhou Sun shook his head, I believe it. He didn't think Lin Haya had the courage to deceive him. I can't believe it. The deacon actually came from a remote place like Desolate City, and he was once the vice president of a small college. No wonder the deacon took such good care of you and even personally asked me to accompany you to this small place like Desolate City for investigation. Zhou Sun sighed, if I tell other deacons, I'm afraid everyone will think I'm crazy. Zhou Sun felt that he had come at the right time this time. Unknowingly, he had heard so many secrets. Lin Haya hesitated for a moment and whispered, Master Zhou, we'll have to trouble you to keep this a secret for us. After all, Master Du has always been very averse to others mentioning this matter. If we hadn't really had to, we wouldn't have asked Master Du for help this time. Haha, don't worry, I still have some sense of propriety. Zhou Sun smiled faintly, I don't need you to remind me. Yes, I was overthinking it. Lin Haya said with an apologetic smile, please forgive me, Lord Zhou. At this time, Luo Yueshan on the side took a deep breath, and a firm look flashed in his eyes. He walked to Zhou Sun with heavy steps, then bent down and said respectfully, Master Zhou, please make the decision for us. After hearing Luo Yueshan's words, Zhou Sun and Lin Haya stopped talking and glanced at Luo Yueshan. Feeling Zhou Sun's gaze, Luo Yueshan gritted his teeth and said, Master Zhou, please make the decision for us for Master Du's sake. Zhou Sun frowned and said with a bad look, are you threatening me with the title of Deacon Chief? No, Lord Zhou has misunderstood. Luo Yueshan was a little flustered and explained anxiously, I have no intention of threatening you. I just beg you, Lord Zhou, to make the decision for us. No matter what the cost, I will never say no. Even if Lord Zhou wants Yunshan College, I will be willing to do it. Luo Yueshan was also furious. For revenge, he even gave up Yunshan College, which the Luo family had worked hard to run for hundreds of years. It's just a small, second-rate academy. Why would I come here? Zhou Sun curled his lips in disdain. He really looked down upon Yunshan Academy. However, I am somewhat interested in Zhangyu. A place like Desolate City can actually produce such a young Vortex Realm expert. TSK. Although he knew that Zhang Yu was very likely a Vortex Realm expert, Zhou Sun did not take Zhang Yu seriously at all. It should be noted that the strong men in the Vortex realm are also divided into different levels. Zhou Sun is not only a Vortex realm expert, but also a very powerful Vortex middle realm expert among the Vortex realm experts. At the level of the Vortex realm, there are not many people who can pose a threat to him, and he doesn't think that there will be such people in the deserted city. What do you mean? Luo Yueshan asked cautiously. I will meet this person in person. If there is a chance, I will take care of him. Zhou Sun stretched and said lazily, there are so many Vortex realm masters who have died in my hands. One more won't hurt. Anyway, you should find a way to lure him out. It's best to lure him to a narrow place, so that I can take care of him in one move. After all, every Vortex realm master has a set of life-saving methods. If you are a little careless, he may escape. At the end of his words, Zhou Sun's expression became slightly more serious. He didn't say this casually. The strong men in the Vortex realm are different from those in the Start Vortex realm. Every strongman who reaches this level is a genius picked from thousands of miles away, and has endless trump cards. Even if he is a strongman in the Middle Vortex realm, he dare not say that he can kill any strongman in the Lower Vortex realm with 100% certainty. In the past few days, several powerful warriors in the Lower Vortex realm escaped from his hands, which made him depressed for a while. Therefore, he would not easily attack Zhang Yu unless he was fully prepared. After all, the talent displayed by Zhang Yu was really amazing. Not to mention in a small place like Huangcheng, it was extremely rare even in the provincial capital. If Zhang Yu was allowed to escape and then hide away to practice for several years or even decades, then it would be Zhou Sun who would be in trouble. Although the 100 Colleges Alliance can protect him, once a life-and-death feud is involved, no identity can deter the enemy. It's obviously not worth taking such a big risk for two unrelated people. Okay, that's it, you guys figure it out. Notify me when you're ready. Zhou Sun shook his head, stretched again and yawned. I'm a little sleepy after a whole day's journey. Lin Haya, please arrange a place for me to rest first. If there's anything, let me sleep first. Okay, please wait a moment. Lin Haya nodded and bowed in response. Turning around, he immediately said to Zhang Yu beside him, Zhang Yu, go to the dormitory building quickly and clean up the best and largest room. Master Zhou has been traveling a long way and needs to have a good rest. Zhou Sun waved his hand and said, no need to go through so much trouble, just take me there. Lin Haya hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, Zhang Yu, you take Mr. Zhou over there. Zhang Yu bowed respectfully to Zhou Sun and said, Master Zhou, please come this way. Zhou Sun straightened his clothes and took a step forward. However, after taking 3 steps, he paused and turned to look at Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan, as if warning and reminding, I don't like trouble, so don't bother me with trivial matters. After saying that, he continued to move forward. After a while, the two figures walked farther and farther away and finally disappeared. After watching Zhou Sun and Zhang Yu leave, Lin Haya retracted his gaze, looked around at everyone, and said in a deep voice, everyone, follow me to the conference room. In the conference hall, Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan sat in the first seats, with many mentors standing scattered below. Everyone must keep the matter about Lord Zhou and what we are going to say next strictly confidential. No one is allowed to tell anyone. Lin Haya looked serious, and his sharp eyes swept over every instructor. Everyone was startled and nodded seriously, yes. Lin Haya turned his head and looked at Luo Yueshan. Brother Luo, Lord Zhou's meaning just now was very clear. He will not attack Zhang Yu directly unless we lead Zhang Yu to a narrow place. But how and where should we lead him? Do you have any ideas? After a pause, Lin Haya glanced at the instructors. Think about it carefully, do you have any good suggestions? Hearing this, Luo Yueshan rubbed his temple and said, my mind is a little confused now, and I can't think of any solution at all. Brother Lin, this matter is entirely up to you. The instructors at Morning Light College pondered for a while, but no one spoke for a long time. Lin Haya frowned, looking rather dissatisfied. On ordinary days, you all dance happily, but now I ask you to come up with a solution, but you remain silent for a long time. Humph, a bunch of rubbish. The instructors all lowered their heads. Even though they were somewhat dissatisfied, they did not dare to lose their temper in front of Lin Haya. After staring at everyone for a long time, Lin Haya sighed in disappointment. forget it, it seems that I can't rely on you for this kind of thing. Instead of asking you to find a solution, I might as well do it myself. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked Luo Yueshan, Brother Luo, is the day of the Desolate Abyss trial coming soon? The trial of the Desolate Abyss. Luo Yueshan was startled, then his eyes lit up. If I remember correctly, it should be here in half a month. You mean? The Abyss trial is a trial activity jointly organized by Chengwang College and Yunshan College. It is held once a year in order to improve the students' practical combat ability and survival ability in the wild. Of course, there is also an element of competition. In the Abyss trial, students with outstanding performance can often receive generous rewards and are favored by many forces. Therefore, students are also very keen to participate in the Abyss trial in order to seek a brighter future. To date, the Desolate Abyss trial has been held hundreds of times. 7 years ago, when Zhang Haoran had not yet left, Zhangqiong Academy also participated in the Wilderness Abyss trial, and the students of Zhangqiong Academy always came out on top, consistently beating Chengwang Academy and Yunshan Academy. I guess that kid Zhang Yu definitely wants to revive Zhangqiong Academy. The Desolate Abyss trial is a great opportunity for him. As long as we send someone to tell him, he will definitely not refuse. Lin Haiya's eyes flashed with a cunning light. When it comes to conspiracy and calculation, no one in the entire Desolate City can be his opponent. I don't believe that he can still hide in Zhangqiong Academy and not come out at that time. There are many dangers in the Wilderness trial. Every time it is held, Chengwang College and Yunshan College will send a large number of instructors to accompany the team. Their 2 deans will also follow secretly to ensure the personal safety of the students. Of course, they were not concerned about the safety of the students, but were afraid that too many students would die and ruin the reputation of the academy. According to the information we have gathered, there is currently no instructor in Zhangqiong Academy. That guy is both the dean and the instructor. As long as he agrees to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial, he will definitely go with the team. Lin Haiya sneered, there are so many narrow places in the Desolate Abyss. When the time comes, we can find any excuse to lure him over. Hearing this, the instructors below quietly swallowed their saliva. As expected of the dean, he came up with such a sinister plan in just a short time. They have been in Morning Light College for so many years that they have long been accustomed to Lin Haiya's style. They have even learned a lot from him. In their opinion, the more sinister Lin Haiya's plan is, the better, because the more sinister the plan is, the higher the possibility of success. No one felt that there was anything wrong with doing so, nor did they feel shameful, because they themselves had already been influenced by Lin Haiya to become similar people without realizing it. Once Luo Yueshan's thoughts were opened, he had a steady stream of ideas. He nodded repeatedly and said, yes, that's right. After Lin Haiya finished speaking, he even added a few more words, doesn't he attach great importance to those students? If that doesn't work, we can send people to capture those students alive and use them as a threat. Of course, this is the last resort. If there are other ways, we should not do it lightly. After all, the identities of those students are not simple. If we really do this, we will definitely incur public anger. As the saying goes, there is always a mountain higher than another. The viciousness of Luoyue Mountain is no less than that of Lin Haiya. After hearing the conversation between the two, all the instructors broke out in cold sweats and began to sympathize with Zhang Yu. In terms of strength, we may not be as good as that kid, but when it comes to conspiracy, we are experts. Lin Haiya smiled faintly with a hint of pride on his face. He was used to playing conspiracies and tricks, and he was not ashamed of it, but proud of it. But Luo Yueshan frowned. Who should I send to tell him? It stands to reason that they should go there in person, but they know very well that if they appear in front of Zhang Yu, they will be killed by him without even a chance to speak. Therefore, they must send someone else, and this person must be of a certain weight. After all, the trial of the Desolate Abyss is no joke. For such an important matter, people who are not important enough are not qualified to participate. Lin Haiya looked around, sweeping his eyes over the instructors present. Feeling Lin Haiya's gaze, the mentors suddenly broke out in cold sweats and quickly lowered their heads, pretending to be invisible. A bunch of cowards. Lin Haiya curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Don't worry, I won't send you. With your status and strength, you are not qualified at all."
Hearing Lin Hai's scolding, the instructors didn't dare to say anything, but they were extremely disdainful in their hearts. Are you afraid of death? If you are not afraid of death, why don't you go in person? Lin Hai naturally could not hear the thoughts of his mentors. After he withdrew his gaze, he fell into deep thought. In fact, the best way is to let Zhou Sun go to Sangqiong Academy with them. In this way, even if Zhang Yu wants to do something to them, he will be powerless. But they have no right to order Zhou Sun to do anything. On the contrary, they have to try their best to curry favor with Zhou Sun, lest Zhou Sun suddenly quit if he gets unhappy. Alas, Zhang Yu is too cruel. He killed Zhang Feng, Mo Tianqiu, and the Great Elder. Now I can't even find anyone to do anything. Lin Hai sighed, and the hatred for Zhang Yu in his heart grew stronger. The real master of Morning Light Academy, apart from the Great Elder, Zhang Feng and Mo Tianqiu, is him. Those elders in name only were actually a few mentors with more experience. In terms of strength, they were not even as good as Mo Tianqiu and were not worthy of being used at all. If it really doesn't work, let's just go find Wu Chen and ask him to tell Zhang Yu. Luo Yueshan said in a deep voice. Although they were afraid of Wu Chen, they were not so scared that they dared not see Wu Chen. In this entire deserted city, the only person who could scare them so much that they dared not show up in front of him was Zhang Yu. Luo Yueshan's suggestion made Lin Hai's eyes light up. He thought about it carefully and agreed, this is a good idea. Without further ado, we should go meet him tonight. The two of them discussed for a while and finally settled all the details before they breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, I hope Zhang Yu will rush to Morning Light College right now. That way, Lord Zhou will have no choice but to take action. Even for Du Ruo. Lord Du Sake, Lord Zhou will not stand by and watch us die. Lin Hai shook his head and sighed, the Desolate Abyss trial will not be held for another half a month. God knows how many accidents will happen during this period. As long as Zhang Yu was alive, he would not be able to sleep well and would be worried all the time. Luo Yueshan shook his head and said, don't treat Zhang Yu as a fool. He has been able to hide under our noses for so many years without revealing any flaws. This shows how terrible his scheming is. Before he is sure of dealing with Lord Zhou, he probably won't take action easily. In short, let's not provoke him for now. It would be best if he agrees to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial. If he doesn't agree, we can think of another way. The trial of the Desolate Abyss was a bait they threw out, and it could barely be considered an open conspiracy, and its intention was very obvious. It depends on whether Zhang Yu dares to accept the challenge. Lin Hai stroked his long beard and sneered, the Desolate Abyss trial has been held for so many years, and its influence has long covered the entire desolate city and even all the villages at the foot of the mountain. If Zhang Yu wants to revive the former glory of the Sky Academy, the Desolate Abyss trial is undoubtedly the fastest shortcut. I don't believe he can refuse. The trial of the Wild Abyss can be said to be the biggest event of the year in the Wild City. No matter whether it is the major families in the Wild City or the major sects outside the Wild City, they will gather in the Wild Abyss on this day. Even the City Lord's Mansion, which represents the imperial power, will specially send a city guard to maintain order. Zhang Yu could not refuse such a grand event. Late at night that day, Lin Hai and Luo Yueshan visited Wu's house together and stayed there for nearly a quarter of an hour before leaving. Afterwards, Wu Chen was seen hurriedly rushing to Tsangkong Academy. He looked solemn and frowned deeply along the way. About 3/4 of an hour later, Wu Chen arrived at Sangqiong Academy. At this time, all the students had left the academy, making the entire Sangqiong Academy look extremely deserted. Wu Chen saw the lights on in the library from afar, and without thinking, he walked straight towards the library. Arriving outside the library gate, Wu Chen stopped and shouted, "Dean!" The shadow on the window swayed slightly, and then Zhang Yu's voice came from the library, "Come in, I'm on the second floor." Hearing this, Wu Chen walked into the library and went up the stone stairs to the second floor. After seeing Zhang Yu, Wu Chen walked over quickly with a slightly respectful look, "Dean, Lin Hai and Luo Yueshan came to see me just now." In front of Zhang Yu, Wu Chen's attitude became more humble. He could vaguely feel that Zhang Yu's majesty was becoming more and more intense, and that kind of outstanding demeanor was becoming more and more impressive. Compared to the first time they met, Zhang Yu at this moment was like a completely different person.
Wu Chen didn't know if this was his illusion, but it didn't affect his awe of Zhang Yu. Hearing Wu Chen's words, Zhang Yu paused for a moment while flipping through the book, raised his head to glance at Wu Chen, and then said nonchalantly, "Oh. Are they back?" Wu Chen nodded and said, "I have sent people to keep an eye on their whereabouts these days. When I went back in the afternoon, I knew they were back. I was planning to come and tell you tomorrow, but they just came to see me, and since it's related to the Desolate Abyss trial, I had to come and tell you right away." Trial in the Desolate Abyss. Zhang Yu was a little surprised. Zhang Yu was no stranger to the Desolate Abyss trial. Sangqiong Academy was also a participant in the past, but he had not participated in the past 7 years. Frowning, Zhang Yu slowly closed the book in his hand that recorded a high-level martial art and asked, "What did they say?" Wu Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, "They want to invite students from Sangqiong Academy to participate in this year's Desolate Abyss trial." "Is it that simple?" Zhang Yu asked doubtfully. "You went to such great lengths to find Wu Chen, just to ask him to convey a message." "They still wanted to get information out of me, but I said nothing." Wu Chen turned his disdainful eyes when he thought of the ugly appearance of Lin Haya and the other men. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, that's interesting. They invited Sangqiong Academy to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial, but they didn't come to me directly. Instead, they asked you to tell them. These two guys are so afraid of death that they dare not come to see you." Wu Chen also laughed. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu stood up, stretched his muscles, and said, "I thought they would never show up. Now that they have shown up, I should go collect the debt." Hearing this, Wu Chen suddenly thought of the news he received in the afternoon and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Dean." Zhang Yu turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "Dean, according to the news I received, in addition to Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan, there is another person who came back this time." Wu Chen's face showed a rare solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, "Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan are very respectful to that person. It seems that they are trying to curry favor with him. Therefore, I guess that person is probably from a prominent family, and may even be a strong person in the Vortex realm." Wu Chen felt that the deserted city was becoming more and more chaotic. The peace that had been maintained for 7 years with great difficulty would probably be broken soon. A Vortex realm expert. Did they hire them specifically to deal with me? Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Oh, these two guys really think highly of me. Although he is confident, he will not act rashly before he knows the man's background clearly. Wu Chen, continue to send people to keep an eye on that person. If there is any news, inform me at any time. Zhang Yu sat down again and gave up the decision to go to Morning Light College. After instructing Wu Chen, Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment and said thoughtfully, "As for the Desolate Abyss trial." Just as Zhang Yu was hesitating, the system that seemed to have disappeared from his mind long ago once again rang with that unique mechanical electronic voice. The Desolate Abyss trial event successfully triggered the side quest, Rise to Fame. Side quest, Rising in Fame, requires 300,000 reputation. Current reputation is 156. A great academy should have a strong influence and deterrent power comparable to this one. Only with a strong influence can it attract more students and become the supreme holy place in people's minds. Only with a strong deterrent power can it deter the villains from all directions, and no one dares to make trouble in the academy. Sangqiong Academy has been low-key for too long, and people have almost forgotten the existence of Sangqiong Academy. Please actively improve the reputation of Sangqiong Academy. Task Reward, Bewitching Technique. Task Time Limit, counting from the first day of the Desolate Abyss trial, the time limit is 3 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. Mission failed, no penalty. Well, it seems that I can't refuse. The name of Guzushu is not very serious, and I don't know what its specific effect is. However, I think it should be extraordinary. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly, and then said to Wu Chen, "Wu Chen, tell them for me that I agree." Wu Chen hesitated and said worriedly, "Dean, there may be a conspiracy." "It's not a fear, but a certainty." Zhang Yu smiled faintly. "What kind of person is Lin Haya? You have been dealing with him for so many years, how could you not know him? However, be it a conspiracy or an open conspiracy, our Sangqiong Academy will definitely participate in this Wang Yuan trial." He was not worried about the mysterious strongmen invited by Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan.
Even if that guy was really a strongman in the Vortex realm, he might not be unable to defeat him. Even if he really couldn't defeat him, the worst that could happen was that he would just run away. It just so happened that Zhang Yu was modifying a martial arts technique these days. Once this martial art is successfully modified, he will be able to escape calmly even when facing an enemy he cannot defeat. Seeing that Zhang Yu had made up his mind, Wu Chen did not dare to persuade him any further, and finally said solemnly, "Okay, Dean, I will reply to them according to your wishes tomorrow." After watching Wu Chen leave, Zhang Yu checked the tasks issued by the system again, this time looking at them very carefully. Reputation, does it mean fame? That's not right. Although Changqiong Academy has declined, many people know about it. How could there be only 156 people? Zhang Yu denied his guess and then focused on the number 156. After a long while, he vaguely understood, it should be knowing and recognizing. Probably about the same. So, among the many people who know about Changqiong Academy, there are only 156 people who truly recognized Changqiong Academy. If Zhang Yu guessed correctly, this result would be too cruel and depressing. Just as the host guessed, the number after the reputation represents those who have heard of the name of Changqiong Academy and recognize it from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, more than half of these 156 reputation points were contributed by Chengwang Academy and Yunshan Academy. An emotionless mechanical electronic voice sounded slowly. Zhang Yu's eyes widened, Morning Light College and Yunshan College. What a joke. More than half of Changqiong Academy's reputation comes from rival academies. Has the system also learned to be funny? Forget it, I don't have time to dwell on this now. I just want to know, what is the effect of the witchcraft? This name sounds very tempting. Zhang Yu shook his head and asked curiously. After completing the task, the host will naturally know. The voice of this system did not change, but the content of its speech became more and more ridiculous. Seeing that he could no longer extract any information from the system, Zhang Yu had no choice but to give up. 300,000 reputations. This task is not easy to complete. Zhang Yu looked at the pitifully small number behind, current reputation, and felt extremely blinded. After a long while, he couldn't help but sighed, I remember that the permanent population of Desolate City is only over 400,000. In other words, if I want to complete the task, I must make nearly 80% of the people in Desolate City recognize Changqiong Academy. No wonder this side quest is triggered when the trial of the Wasteland Abyss is about to begin. This kind of thing only has a glimmer of hope of being completed during the trial of the Wasteland Abyss. Speaking of the Desolate Abyss trial, Zhang Yu thought of the mysterious strongman again. This mission was not only very difficult, but also very dangerous. Having experienced the turmoil 7 years ago, he knew very well that in this world, fists were the only way to win. Everything was based on one's own strong strength. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yu let out a long sigh and stopped worrying about the mission and the mysterious strongman. He opened the book in his hand again and muttered, the skills cannot be modified for the time being, so we can only start with the martial arts. The most urgent thing is to modify this ordinary level advanced body movement martial arts first. If there is still time, we can modify another ordinary level advanced attack martial arts. The Desolate Abyss trial will begin in half a month. Zhang Yu is not sure that he can modify 2 perfect martial arts in half a month, so he can only try his best. After all, the difficulty of modifying martial arts is much greater than modifying a single level or several levels of skills, and the content is more complicated. The qi surges to the soles of the feet, spreading to the knee veins, and lightly rises. This is the correct part, and can be used to replace the 12th mistaken, flying shadow. Walking freely on the moon, the air is surging and never stops. This is correct, but it contradicts the luck method of flying shadows and cannot be replaced. 3 exhales and 1 breath, 1 inhale and 1 breath. This part is wrong, skip it. Like a shadow skimming the sky, like duckweed floating on water, this one is also correct. Let me see, it corresponds exactly to the 13th mistaken, a shadow skimming the sky. In the quiet library, only Zhang Yu's murmurs could be heard occasionally. Modifying skills and martial arts is a boring thing in itself, but Zhang Yu does not find it boring at all. On the contrary, when he sees a perfect martial art taking shape bit by bit, he always has an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, as if this is his mission in this world.
In class the next day, after 3 consecutive days of explanation, Zhang Yu finally finished explaining slashing. Before dismissing the get out of class, Zhang Yu asked everyone, "Have you all heard of the Desolate Abyss trial?" The trial of the Desolate Abyss is the biggest event of the year in Desolate City. As people from Desolate City, it is impossible for them not to have heard of the trial of the Desolate Abyss. Hearing Zhang Yu's question, everyone nodded with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Yesterday, Chengwang College and Yunshan College invited us to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial. After careful consideration, I decided to accept their invitation. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. "So, everyone should hurry up and practice. You only have more than 10 days left." When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up and they asked excitedly, "Can we also participate in the Desolate Abyss trial?" Ever since they joined Sangqiong Academy, they have been busy practicing all day and have no time to pay attention to other things. Although such days are particularly fulfilling, they are also very boring. The Desolate Abyss trial is undoubtedly a good seasoning. Of course, what they care about more is that after carrying the label of waste for so many years, they finally have the chance to get rid of it. No one wants to be treated as a waste all day long. Even though their talents are indeed poor, it does not mean that they can calmly accept the contempt and neglect of others. Zhang Hengyang changed his previous smiling face. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of excitement. "Great! With their strength, as long as they participate in the Desolate Abyss trial, they will definitely shine. Then, let's see who dares to look down on them." The Desolate Abyss trial is a stage for the students of Sangqiong Academy to establish their reputation. "Dean, do you mean that we don't have to hide our strength anymore?" Mao Zongfeng asked nervously. Since entering Sangqiong Academy, all students have been very low-key. Outsiders can only sense their cultivation at most, but are not sure about their real strength. With great difficulty, Zhang Feng and Luo Jun knew their strength, but were killed by Zhang Yu himself. In other words, except for the people from Sangqiong Academy, no one in the entire Huangqing knew their strength, not even the patriarch of their family. Although they were eager to gain people's recognition and get rid of the label of waste, since Zhang Yu did not say anything, they could only resist the urge to expose their strength. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was stunned and asked in confusion, "When did I ask you to hide your strength? Have you ever said such a thing yourself?" "It seems not." "Ah." Everyone was stunned. The dean did not seem to have said such a thing. However, why did they subconsciously feel that the dean wanted them to hide their strength? Seeing everyone's slightly dazed expressions, Zhang Yu's mind moved, and his expression was a little strange. Could it be that the sky contract is causing trouble again? Apart from this, Zhang Yu couldn't think of any other reason. If it is really because of the sky contract, then this sky contract is too outrageous. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel shocked. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu came back to his senses, looked around, and said, "I repeat, I have never asked you to hide your strength, not before and not in the future. Of course, the Desolate Abyss trial is about to begin. If you can be patient for a while and show your strength after the Desolate Abyss trial begins, the effect may be better." Well, this is just a well-intentioned suggestion. You can decide for yourself what to do. After saying that, Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, "Okay, you guys go out first, Wu Mo stays." Outside the classroom, Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, Mao Zongfeng, Yao Muan and others surrounded Wu Chen and asked about matters related to the Wasteland trial. "Patriarch Wu, I heard that the people who participated in the Wild Abyss trial were the best students from Morning Light College and Cloud Mountain College. Is this true? Chief Wu, how is their cultivation? Are they very strong? Chief Wu, what do you think we can achieve with our strength?" Hearing the chattering of Lin Ming and the others, Wu Chen suddenly felt a headache. He waved his hands quickly. "Stop, stop." After everyone quieted down, Wu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We are all students of Sangqiong Academy, so don't call me Chief Wu anymore. I am much older than you, so if you don't mind, you can just call me Senior Wu Chen." Wu Chen has now figured it out. Sangqiong Academy will only become stronger day by day. As a student of Sangqiong Academy, he will have to integrate into it sooner or later. Instead of waiting to make changes later, he might as well get rid of the burden of his image now. Everyone was frightened by Wu Chen's words and dared not say a word. Wu Chen frowned. "Why, am I not worthy of you calling me Senior Wu Chen?"
no, no, no. Lin Ming quickly shook his head and explained carefully, it's just that, you are the head of the Wu family, and your generation is higher than ours. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to call you Senior Wu Chen? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Okay, you can call me that from now on. I don't mind. Why do you mind? Wu Chen came from an ordinary family and had even worked as a servant in the Deng family. He didn't care much about some empty formalities. At this time, Wu Xinxin bulged her eyes and said with a giggle, Dad, what should I call you then? Wu Chen glanced at Wu Xinxin and said unhappily, of course you have to call me Daddy. Do you want to call me Senior Wu Chen like them? Girl, do you think you have grown wings and can ignore your father now? Oh. Wu Xinxin lowered her head in disappointment. She didn't even have a part in such an interesting thing. I just thought it was fun. Fun. Wu Chen's breathing stagnated and a row of black lines appeared on his forehead. While everyone outside the classroom was surrounding Wu Chen, Wu Mo's alchemy in the classroom had reached a critical moment. Calculating the time, this is already the last day. If this kid can't refine the elixir today, the mission will fail. Zhang Yu chewed the Qishuan pill while thinking viciously, Wu Mo, you'd better do your best. If the mission really fails, don't blame me for making things difficult for you in the future. So far, the system has released 5 main quests and 1 side quest. However, the time Zhang Yu spent on main mission 5 was longer than all other tasks combined, and there was even a possibility of failure. Obviously, the reward of 2-star alchemy is not that easy to get. In front of the alchemy furnace, Wu Mo held his breath, nervously observing the pill gradually taking shape in the furnace, and prayed silently in his heart, it must succeed. In the past few days, he has practiced hundreds of times. The value of the wasted medicinal materials alone is no less than 3 million wild coins. If he continues to fail like this, he will be embarrassed to learn alchemy anymore. Otherwise, why is it said that alchemist is a profession for the rich? Even if ordinary people have this talent, they probably don't have enough coins to support their study of alchemy. Bang, bang. Wu Mo sat cross-legged, staring at the alchemy furnace. His nerves were tense and he could even hear his own heartbeat. When several oval-shaped pills in the alchemy furnace emitted a faint fragrance, Wu Mo seemed to sense something and immediately slapped the furnace wall with his palm covered with true power. With a crisp bang sound, the oval-shaped pill hanging in the center of the furnace suddenly lost its balance and flew out of the furnace mouth. Wu Mo used the box he had prepared long ago to catch the 3 pills, with a hint of excitement on his face. Success! Zhang Yu, who was standing aside, also had a happy smile on his face. It was really not easy to complete the task on the last day of the deadline. The system's mechanical electronic voice rang in his mind, mission completed, do you want to accept the reward? Yes. The reward, 2-star alchemy, has been issued, please check it out, host. Just like when he received the reward for 1-star alchemy, a huge stream of information flooded into Zhang Yu's mind. All the information about 2-star elixirs and how to refine 2-star elixirs was included without any omission. In just this short moment, Zhang Yu jumped from a 1-star alchemist to a 2-star alchemist. The 2-star alchemist has considerable influence in the entire Zhou dynasty. It's all worth it after a month of hard work. After receiving the reward of 2-star alchemy, Zhang Yu felt more and more that alchemy was profound. Not to mention that he had no talent for alchemy. Even if he had a very high talent for alchemy, it would take him 20 years to learn on his own and become a 2-star alchemist. What Zhang Yu didn't expect was that he had just completed this task when he triggered another task. The system has detected that Wu Mo has become a 1-star alchemist, and is now issuing a task. Main Mission 6, cultivate a 2-star alchemist. A great college should tap into the potential of its students, train them in the right direction, and allow every student to maximize their strengths. Quest reward, 3-star alchemy. Task time limit, half a year. Mission failed, no penalty. Another training mission. Zhang Yu couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. The mission reward was undoubtedly very tempting, but the difficulty of the mission. Based on Zhang Yu's experience, the difficulty of this mission was probably no less than the previous training mission. Although there is no penalty for mission failure, the mission reward is so generous, I have to give it a try no matter what. 3-star alchemy. Once Zhang Yu obtains this reward,
he will join the ranks of 3-star alchemists. As far as he knew, there were only a handful of 3-star alchemists in the entire Zhou dynasty. This also means that if he completes the task, he will become the Zhou dynasty's true #1 alchemist. The title of the Zhou dynasty's #1 alchemist still has some appeal to Wu Mo. At this time, Wu Mo turned his head and looked at Zhang Yu, excited. "Dean, did you see that? I succeeded. I succeeded. I finally became an alchemist." Strictly speaking, he is the first alchemist in Huangqing who has successfully learned to make pills through his own efforts. All right, don't get excited. I've seen it. Zhang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're just a 1-star alchemist. There's no need to be so excited. When you become a 2-star alchemist, it won't be too late to get excited. Wu Mo smiled like a child. I'll be satisfied if I can become a 1-star alchemist. After all, he is from a small place, has never seen the world, and has no big pursuits. A 1-star alchemist is enough to get rid of him. Can you be a little more ambitious? How can a student of the Tsangqiong Academy be satisfied with being a mere 1-star alchemist? Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly and said disdainfully, "You don't feel ashamed, but I do." Wu Mo laughed dryly a few times and said nothing. "Where is the pill you made? Bring it here for me to see." Zhang Yu ordered. Wu Mo took a reluctant look at the pill in the wooden box and handed it to Zhang Yu carefully. "Look at what you have accomplished." Zhang Yu rolled his eyes, took the wooden box casually, looked carefully at the 3 strange-shaped pills in the box, and then criticized them mercilessly. "The quantity is not up to standard, the shape is not up to standard, the effect is not up to standard, calling it a pill is simply flattering it. To be honest, this is the worst pill I have ever seen. I am afraid that I will have diarrhea after taking this kind of pill. How dare you be so complacent?" All of a sudden, Wu Mo's excitement was swept away by Zhang Yu's ruthless attack. He has been in contact with Zhang Yu for such a long time, but this is the first time he has seen Zhang Yu's sharp-tongued side. It's so discouraging. Wu Mo's face was frozen, and he laughed dryly. "It does look a bit off. Okay, continue practicing. When you can refine a pill that satisfies me, I will teach you the 2-star alchemy technique." Seeing Wu Mo's pitiful appearance, Zhang Yu was embarrassed to continue to criticize him and handed the wooden box back to Wu Mo. "As for this thing, you can deal with it yourself. Just don't let outsiders see it. If others knew that the students I taught, Zhang Yu, actually refined such inferior pills, I, Zhang Yu, can't afford to lose face." At the end, Zhang Yu couldn't help but turn on the venomous tongue mode again. Upon hearing this, Wu Mo felt like crying but had no tears. It was originally something worth getting excited about, but after what Zhang Yu said, he lost all his excitement. Waving his hand, Zhang Yu said, "You have already mastered the 1-star alchemy technique. What you lack is experience. I can't teach you this. You have to practice more on your own from now on." He patted Wu Mo's shoulder, then turned and left, saying as he left, "Remember, don't come to me before you refine a 1st grade 3 patterned elixir." Refining a 1st grade 3 patterned elixir is the minimum requirement for advancement to a 2-star alchemist. Currently, Wu Mo is still just a rookie in alchemy. Any 1-star alchemist is better than him. His only advantage was that he had mastered very comprehensive knowledge. There was almost nothing he didn't know about 1st grade elixirs and 1-star alchemists. His foundation was incredibly solid, and this was thanks to Zhang Yu's generous teaching. "Oh." Wu Mo responded dejectedly. After Zhang Yu left the classroom, Wu Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and then sighed, 1st grade 3 patterned elixir. He suddenly felt a little envious of Wu Xinxin, Lin Ming, and the others. They only needed to attend classes and practice every day. It was simple. How nice. Little did they know that Lin Ming and the others were also secretly envious of him. Alchemist, what a desirable and noble profession. After leaving the classroom, Zhang Yu went directly to the 2nd floor of the library and devoted himself to refining his martial arts. He had almost finished revising half of the mortal-level advanced body movement martial art, Flying Shadow, and planned to finish it within 5 days. This way, he could reserve more time to revise a mortal-level advanced attacking martial art. Without Zhang Yu's supervision, Wu Mo took a short break and then started practicing again. Even though Zhang Yu was not there, he did not dare to be lazy. In his subconscious, he trusted Zhang Yu very much,
and this trust could even be described as blind. Not only Wu Mo, but everyone in Sangqiong Academy has the same trust in Zhang Yu. Outside the classroom, Lin Ming and the others learned from Wu Chen about the details of the Desolate Abyss trial and then dispersed. As usual, they chose a place they liked in the academy and devoted themselves to practicing. Only this time, they not only have to practice the castrated version of extreme martial arts, but also the martial arts / Although Zhang Yu explained it in great detail and answered all their questions, they still needed to spend a lot of energy to master the slashing attack. Especially for Lin Ming, Yao Muan and others, their comprehension talents were very poor, and it would not be easy to master a martial art overnight. Fortunately, Zhang Yu explained it clearly enough, and as long as they were willing to work hard, they could still master it in a relatively short period of time. The people were so immersed in their cultivation that they didn't notice the passage of time at all. They gradually woke up when the sun in the sky was partially blocked by the distant mountains. Xin, we're leaving first. Yao Muan and her group waved goodbye to Wu Xin. Wu Xin said with a smile, yes, Brother Mao, Brother Su, Brother Lin, Sister Yao, goodbye everyone. While saying goodbye, Wu Xin waved her white and tender little hands. After a while, Wu Xin tiptoed to the classroom door, took a peek, and then shouted to the people in the room, Brother, it's time for us to leave. Wait a moment, I'll be out as soon as I finish refining this furnace of pills. Wu Mo in the room said without turning his head. Oh. Wu Xin responded, then squatted at the door, holding her cheeks with her hands, her eyes wandering around blankly, in a daze. When this girl is quiet, she still looks very gentle and cute. A moment later, Wu Mo successfully refined another batch of pills. This time, not only did they look better, but he also refined 6 pills at a time, doubling the amount. Satisfied with putting away the pills, Wu Mo thought for a moment, put the 3 pills he had refined earlier into a wooden box, then walked out of the classroom and handed the wooden box to Wu Xin. Xin, come here, this is a gift from your brother. Gift? Wu Xin blinked. What is it? She took the wooden box with some joy, and then opened it carefully, her face full of anticipation. However, when she saw the 9 pills in the wooden box, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Qi Xian pills. So many Qi Xian pills. Brother is so amazing. Looking at Wu Xin's surprised face, Wu Mo was very proud and laughed, our Xin is still the one with good taste. But, Wu Xin showed a tangled expression on her face, and then said with disdain, why is it so ugly? How can a girl eat such an ugly pill? Will I have diarrhea after eating it? Hearing this, Wu Mo's eyes twitched fiercely, can I take back what I just said? Admittedly, these 9 pills are a little ugly, but they are definitely the genuine Qishuan pills. Maybe their effects are not as good as the Qishuan pills refined by Zhang Yu, but they will not cause diarrhea after eating them. Wu Mo was going crazy. Could it be that this girl was led astray by the dean? One is big and the other is small, and each one is more poisonous than the other. Here. Wu Xin suddenly stretched out her tender little white hand and handed the wooden box to Wu Mo. You don't want it? Wu Mo was a little surprised. This was the Qishuan pill that could improve one's cultivation level, but the little girl didn't want it. Brother, you need it more than I do. Wu Xin's dark eyes rolled around, and then she said seriously, you have to learn alchemy every day, and you have less time to practice than us, so you should keep it for yourself. Wu Mo was stunned for a moment, and was very touched. He said lovingly, silly girl, I have become a 1-star alchemist. If you need me, I can make them at any time. You keep these 9 pills, and don't worry about me. But I don't dare to eat something so ugly. Wu Xin frowned slightly, her little face full of confusion. Wu Mo's feeling of being touched only lasted for 0.1 second before he was replaced by a feeling of depression. A row of black lines appeared on his forehead, you don't dare to eat it, so you let me eat it. No, such a precious elixir, others can't even ask for it, and you dare to despise it. He stared at Wu Xin, his teeth itching with anger. Wu Xin, have you been itching for a while lately? Stinky brother, bad brother, you are mean to me again. Wu Xin pouted and snorted, be careful or I will go home and tell you that you bullied me. Just wait and see how daddy will deal with you. Although Wu Mo is so powerful outside, in fact, his status in the Wu family is much lower than Wu Xin. If Wu Xinqin really complains to Wu Chen, Wu Mo may suffer physical pain again. This girl is simply a little witch in a cute appearance. You dare. See if I dare. The brother and sister stared at each other, neither of them willing to admit defeat. After a long while, Wu Mo was the first to lose. He rubbed his temple and admitted defeat. Okay, girl, you win. If I had known it would be like this, why would I have sent the elixir myself? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Humph. Wu Xinqin pouted her lips, looking smug. Wu Mo's face darkened as he held out his hand. Give it to me. If you don't want it, there are plenty of people who do. TSK. It's so ugly, who wants it? Wu Xinqin threw it to Wu Mo nonchalantly, then took out a cloth bag from her long sleeves like a magic trick, carefully poured out a scarlet pill, and stared at it obsessively. The pills made by the Dean brother are still beautiful, like a precious work of art. Yes, the Qishuan pill refined by Zhang Yu is indeed very tempting in appearance, and it is no exaggeration to describe it as round and smooth like pearls and jade. Wu Mo certainly knew the gap between himself and Zhang Yu, and there was no way to make excuses for such things. He took the wooden box silently, then curled his lips, snorted, and said, "Put it away quickly, it's time to go home." Wu Xinqin giggled and carefully put the pill away. The way she treasured it even made Wu Mo a little jealous. This girl is absolutely bewitched by the Dean. In the setting sun, two people were walking and arguing, one tall and one short, and their two shadows were stretched very long on the ground. Suddenly, Wu Xinqin stopped. What's wrong, girl? Wu Mo turned his head and looked at Wu Xinqin in confusion. Wu Xinqin blinked her bright eyes, then stretched out her delicate hand and pointed in the direction of the Tsangqiang Academy stele. Brother, look, it's Sister Qiuchan. Girl, don't try to fool me, how could Deng Qiuchan come here? Wu Mo shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had been fooled by Wu Xinqin many times before and was immune to it. However, when he subconsciously followed Wu Xinqin's gaze, he was stunned and murmured, actually, it's really her. Next to the stone tablet of Tsangqiang Academy, a tall woman stopped and stood. The woman had a pretty face and her long black hair was tied together with a green silk scarf. Unlike ordinary women, this woman wore a thick armor and had a heavy sword on her waist, looking like a chivalrous woman who was no less capable than any man. Behind the woman stood several burly men, all of whom had impressive skills and were full of hostility. Sister Qiuchan. Wu Xinqin skipped towards the woman happily and called out sweetly. Wu Mo stared at the woman with a complicated expression. The emotions hidden deep in his heart seemed to be suddenly triggered and burst out. In his twinkling eyes, there was a trace of inexplicable emotion that was barely detectable. Deng Qiuchan. Deng Qiuchan, the eldest granddaughter of Deng Beixiao, the head of the Deng family, is also one of the three great geniuses in Huangqing along with Wu Mo. If Wu Mo is the idol of many men in Huangqing, then Deng Qiuchan is the faith of countless women. Although she is young, she not only possesses the cultivation of the sixth peak of Qishuan level, but also started to take over the responsibility of Deng family's numerous industries a few years ago. She goes to the provincial capital almost every month to personally transport a large number of precious goods. It can be said that the head of the Deng family has gradually delegated power to her. Except for some major matters, most other matters are decided by her. It is no exaggeration to say that she is the number one person after Deng Beixiao, the head of the Deng family. Over the years, she has experienced countless battles, both large and small, and has long developed a unique demeanor, which is 1,000 times better than those greenhouse flowers in the academy. In some ways, she is the best of the three geniuses in Huangqing, better than Wu Mo, and more admirable. Beside the stone tablet, Deng Qiuchan touched Wu Xinqin's head with a smile and said lovingly, "Little Xinqin, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown taller." The 15-year-old girl already began to show a hint of femininity. "You're so annoying, Sister Qiuchan. I'm grown up now, stop touching my head all the time." Wu Xinqin pouted. Deng Qiuchan smiled, then turned her head and looked at Wu Mo from afar with a complicated expression, and said with a faint smile, "Wu Mo, long time no see." Wu Mo came back to his senses, took a deep breath, nodded and said, "Yeah, long time no see. How are you doing well recently?" "Of course, is there anything else to say?" Deng Qiuchan subconsciously hid her right hand behind her back, and then smiled faintly. "How about you,
I heard that you joined the Sangqiong Academy. How come you also learned from that guy Mao Zongtian and became the head student in the academy, showing off to a group of students all day long? In my impression, you are not that boring, right? Mao Zongtian, the eldest son of the Mao family, the top student of Morning Light Academy, and the last of the three great geniuses of Deserted City. Among the current students of Sangqiong School, there is also one who is from the Mao family, that is Mao Zongfeng, Mao Zongtian's cousin. However, the relationship between these two cousins is not very good, and the treatment they receive varies greatly. If Mao Zongtian was a dazzling genius who was highly regarded by the Mao family, like the moon surrounded by stars, then Mao Zongfeng was a good-for-nothing who was often ridiculed. The Mao family ignored him and almost forgot about this young master of the Mao family. Mao Zongtian. Don't compare me with him. Although he was listed as one of the three great geniuses together with Deng Qiuquan and Mao Zongtian, Wu Mo looked down on Mao Zongtian in his heart. In his opinion, that guy did nothing serious except idling around all day and showing off in front of a group of students. Shaking his head, Wu Mo said calmly, "As for the reason why I joined Sangqiong Academy, you will understand later. I can only tell you that Sangqiong Academy is a great academy, and the dean is also a great dean. It is my honor to be a student of Sangqiong Academy." He suddenly remembered that Zhang Yu once said that Sangqiong Academy would not accept members of the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Hua family in the future, and he couldn't help but feel sorry for Deng Qiuquan. Hearing this, Deng Qiuquan raised her eyebrows, then shook her head and said, "Great. Wu Mo, this word should be used with caution. The implication is that Sangqiong Academy is not qualified to be described as great, and Zhang Yu is not worthy of the word great." Unlike Wu Mo, Deng Qiuquan had been to the provincial capital, dealt with countless strong men, and met countless geniuses. His vision had long since broken through the constraints of the deserted city. Naturally, he did not think that the academy in the deserted city could be so good, or that the strong men in the deserted city could be so powerful. As a friend, I kindly advise you that if you have the chance, it's best to go out and see the outside world. Only by seeing the outside world will you understand that the sky is much higher than we imagined, and the earth is much larger than we imagined. Don't let the deserted city limit your vision. Deng Qiuquan kindly advised, "Maybe, in your eyes, a peak 9th level powerhouse is already very powerful, but in the eyes of a true powerhouse, a peak 9th level powerhouse is still no different from an ant and can be crushed to death at will." Wu Xinxin, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly retorted, "No, the Dean brother is not a Qishuan 9th level peak expert." Daddy said. "Xinxin, shut up." Wu Mo hurriedly interrupted Wu Xinxin's words. "But I didn't lie." Wu Xinxin pouted aggrievedly. She couldn't stand others belittling Sangqiong Academy, and she couldn't stand others belittling Zhang Yu even more. Seeing the reactions of Wu Mo and his sister, Deng Qiuquan was surprised and asked, "Could it be that Zhang Yu is stronger than the peak 9th level Qishuan realm?" She was indeed a little surprised, but still didn't care. "Maybe I underestimated him, but even if he is really a Vortex realm expert, so what? Vortex realm experts are also divided into different levels. I don't believe that he can still be the most powerful Vortex upper realm expert." She had witnessed with her own eyes a Vortex upper realm warrior fighting with a Vortex lower realm warrior. The Vortex upper realm warrior slapped the Vortex lower realm warrior to death with just one slap, as if he were stepping on an ant. She would never forget that visual and spiritual shock in her life. Let's end this topic here. Thank you for your kindness. Wu Mo took a deep breath and suppressed the emotion surging in his heart. From Deng Qiuquan's perspective, she was indeed not wrong. As a friend, she was indeed thinking about Wu Mo. But she had no idea that the truth of the matter was not as simple as she imagined. Wu Mo sighed and thought to himself, what kind of academy is Sangqiong Academy and what kind of person is the dean? No one knows better than me. Deng Qiuquan. It's not that I have little knowledge, but that you are too ignorant. The magical technique, extreme martial arts, and the magical martial arts slashing were impossible for ordinary people to hear about, let alone learn. Only in the Sangqiong Academy could he learn such magical techniques and martial arts. Apart from that, let alone the capital city, even in the imperial capital of the Zhou dynasty, he probably couldn't find such magical techniques and martial arts. Even if there were similar techniques and martial arts outside, he couldn't afford the price to learn them. As for Zhang Yu,
Wu Mo didn't know how strong Zhang Yu was, but he was sure that Zhang Yu was at least a 2-star alchemist. A 2-star alchemist is definitely an extremely honorable existence in the entire Zhou dynasty. Even the emperor of the Zhou dynasty would not neglect him. This was just Wu Mo's conservative guess, and in fact, Zhang Yu might be more powerful than he imagined. Not to mention an unfathomable alchemist like the Dean. Even if it was me, if I revealed my identity as a 1-star alchemist, I'm afraid everyone in the entire deserted city would rush over to curry favor with me. Wu Mo thought secretly. It's just that he really didn't want to argue with Deng Qiuquan, had no interest in making any excuses, and didn't want to expose anything related to Sangqiong Academy and Zhang Yu too early. He felt that the current Deng Qiuquan was becoming more and more unfamiliar. She had changed greatly from the Deng Qiuquan in his impression. This change could not be said to be good or bad, but he vaguely felt that this kind of Deng Qiuquan made him extremely uncomfortable, so much so that the subtle feelings in his heart had become a little sparse. You are still the same as before, stubborn and obstinate. Deng Qiuquan stared at Wu Mo for a long time, and suddenly said, to be honest, I treat you as a friend, so I say these. Yes, I am still the same as before, but you have changed so much. Wu Mo sighed secretly and nodded seriously, I know you are doing this for my own good. But everyone has their own choices and pursuits, right? At the end, Wu Mo laughed at himself, just think of me as someone who has no ambitions and doesn't want to pursue those useless things. Zhang Yu had said this to him not long ago, and now, he was using this to make fun of himself. Until the end, who can be sure whether their choice is right or wrong? Deng Qiuquan stared at Wu Mo steadily, a trace of disappointment and sadness flashed in her eyes, and she smiled bitterly and said, maybe you are right. Everyone has their own choices and pursuits. I am not related to you and have no right to interfere with your choice. At this moment, Wu Mo wanted to say something, but he finally resisted the urge and laughed dryly, yes, yes. After a pause, Wu Mo changed the subject and said, by the way, when did you come back? What are you doing at Sangqiong Academy? In his impression, Deng Qiuquan was always on the road. In a year, she spent at least 8 months between the capital city and the deserted city. Even if she occasionally returned to the deserted city, she would not stay for long. At most, she would leave after 1 or 2 days. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Yes, I'm here to return the books of Sangqiong Academy. When it came to business, Deng Qiuquan regained her usual calm and generous appearance. She pointed to a pile of wooden boxes behind her and said, although our Deng family was forced to do what happened back then, we are still wrong. We will return what should be returned now, and we will apologize sincerely if we should apologize. In addition, we have also prepared some gifts to show our sincerity. Deng Qiuquan had just finished speaking when she saw Zhang Yu slowly walking out of the woods not far away. He said indifferently, sincerity. If the sincerity you are talking about is to incite my students to leave Sangqiong Academy, then forget it. I can't afford such sincerity. In fact, Zhang Yu noticed Deng Qiuquan not long after she arrived. Out of curiosity, he did not show up immediately, but hid behind the woods and eavesdropped for a while. However, what he overheard made him, the dean of Tsangkong College, very angry. Dean. Wu Mo said respectfully as soon as he saw Zhang Yu. Brother Dean. Wu Xinxin's eyes lit up, and she skipped to Zhang Yu, her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. Wu Mo, you are very good and you have lived up to my trust. Zhang Yu turned his head and glanced at Wu Mo, nodded in appreciation, and then looked at Deng Qiuquan again. Don't think that you are great just because you have seen a little bit of the world. This world is big, and there are countless people you don't understand and things you don't understand. You only show your ignorance by saying these things. Although she realized that Zhang Yu had heard what she said just now, Deng Qiuquan did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she said solemnly, right is right, wrong is wrong. We were indeed wrong in what happened back then, and our apology is also sincere. But this does not mean that I will flatter Sangqiong Academy against my will. She always insisted on her point of view that Wu Mo should go out and visit the capital city instead of staying in the small Sangqiong Academy. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and said calmly, it's either black or white. Little girl, you think the world is too simple. Besides, Sangqiong Academy doesn't need you to flatter it. People who understand it will naturally understand its extraordinariness. Really?
Then please forgive me for being so blind that I can't see what's so good about Sangcheong Academy. Deng Qiuchan and Zhang Yu were tit for tat and neither gave in. Hearing Deng Qiuchan's impolite words, Wu Mo was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly said, "Qiuchan, stop talking." Then he turned around and said to Zhang Yu, "Dean, Qiuchan doesn't understand the situation in Sangcheong Academy. As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. Please forgive her offense." He knew very well how terrifying Zhang Yu's strength was. Even a 9th-level Qishuan strongman was not a match for Zhang Yu. If Zhang Yu attacked Deng Qiuchan, no one could save her. Zhang Yu was a little angry at first, but after seeing Wu Mo's reaction, he couldn't help but become interested. "Wu Mo, why are you so nervous?" "Wu Mo, you don't have to beg him." Deng Qiuchan was still very tough. She looked directly at Zhang Yu without any fear. "I know you are very strong and I am definitely not your opponent. If you want to fight, just go ahead. But I still have to say that Wu Mo should not be bound to Sangcheong Academy. Sangcheong Academy is not worthy of him at all." Wu Mo was touched and scared at the same time. Finally, she looked at Zhang Yu pitifully with a hint of pleading in her eyes. "Dean, don't worry, I won't bother with a little girl." Zhang Yu smiled, "But you, tell me the truth, what is your relationship with this girl?" He increasingly felt that the relationship between Deng Qiuchan and Wu Mo was not simple and was somewhat entangled. Hearing this, Wu Mo touched his head awkwardly, his eyes flickering, not knowing how to answer. Deng Qiuchan glared at her. "Who are you calling a little girl?" Zhang Yu ignored her glare, looked at the burly men behind her, and said, "Okay, move your things to the library, and you can leave. Sangcheong Academy does not welcome outsiders." "You." Deng Qiuchan clenched her fists and took a few deep breaths before she managed to control her emotions. She then said to the people behind her, "Move the things in." Wu Xinxin raised her white and tender little hand and said in a crisp voice, "I know how to get to the library. I'll take you there." After everyone left with Wu Xinxin, Deng Qiuchan took a deep breath and took out a wooden box that exuded a faint fragrance from her sleeve. She carefully handed the wooden box to Zhang Yu and bowed to apologize. "Dean Zhang, on behalf of the Deng, Lu, and Hu families, I sincerely apologize to you. We were wrong about what happened back then, and I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive us. The things in this wooden box are the compensation from the Deng, Lu, and Hu families to you." Zhang Yu looked at Deng Qiuchan with strange eyes. This woman was arguing with him one moment, and bent down to apologize to him the next. This kind of character is something that ordinary people can't compare to. If Deng Qiuchan was not from the Deng family and had a slightly friendlier attitude, Zhang Yu might have considered recruiting her into Sangcheong Academy. Compensation. Zhang Yu took the wooden box nonchalantly, and seemed not to care at all what was in the box. To be honest, with his current strength and alchemy skills, there was nothing in the deserted city that he could not get as long as he wanted. He did not think that the 3 second-rate families, the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Hu family, could produce anything precious. Deng Qiuchan frowned and asked, "Why don't you open it and take a look?" Wasn't he at all curious about what was in the box? What's so good about it? Zhang Yu glanced at Deng Qiuchan with a lazy look. "Why, you can't bear to part with it. If you can't bear to part with it, just say so. At worst, I can return it to you." He really looked down on this so-called compensation. This sentence choked Deng Qiuchan to the point where she was speechless. After a long while, Deng Qiuchan said coldly with a gloomy face, "You'd better open it and take a look. There is a second-grade medicinal pill in the box. Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance." In order to obtain the second-grade medicinal pill, she went through countless dangers, survived several close calls, and almost died in the abyss. It was not easy to get it. She originally prepared this pill for herself. However, in order to obtain Zhang Yu's forgiveness and to atone for the wrong things done by the elders in the clan in the past, she made a great determination and finally contributed the second-grade elixir. Because apart from the second-grade pill, there is really nothing that can express their apology. Second-grade elixir. Zhang Yu was stunned, then looked at Deng Qiuchan in surprise. "Are you sure?" Wu Mo's expression also became a little strange. He glanced at Deng Qiuchan, wanting to say something but stopping himself, feeling very uncomfortable. The vortex pill is a second-grade pill.
After being taken by a Vortex Realm expert, it can improve one's cultivation. If taken when one is about to break through, it can greatly increase the probability of a breakthrough. Guaranteed. Deng Qiuchan snorted coldly, I've made it clear enough. Believe it or not. Snap. Zhang Yu opened the wooden box and his eyes fell on the pill wrapped in a yellow cloth in the middle of the box. Yes, it is indeed the Vortex pill. It has a pattern and the quality is just barely acceptable. When it comes to identifying pills, Zhang Yu is an expert in this area. Not to mention a famous pill like the Vortex pill, even if it is a pill that has never appeared on the market, he can guess the effect and materials of the pill just by taking a look at it. If he is allowed to study it carefully, he can even refine an identical pill. Of course, this statement only applies to first-grade and second-grade pills. Beyond the second rank, Zhang Yu is powerless. Do you know Vortex pill? Deng Qiuchan was stunned. As for Zhang Yu's statement that the quality is barely acceptable, she simply ignored it. If the quality of even a one-pattern pill is only considered barely acceptable, then how many pills are considered good? What is the markless elixir? I know. But this thing is useless to me. Zhang Yu closed the wooden box again, and then threw it to Wu Mo beside him, just like throwing away garbage. Take it, I'll give it to you. Wu Mo hurriedly caught the wooden box, looked at Deng Qiuchan innocently, then looked at Zhang Yu, feeling a little at a loss. Deng Qiuchan's beautiful eyes widened and she said in disbelief, You. That's a second-grade, one-patterned elixir. Moreover, it is a vortex pill that can improve one's cultivation level and is more difficult to refine than ordinary pills. He just gave it away like that. Deng Qiuchan felt dizzy and was completely confused by Zhang Yu's actions. Isn't it just a vortex pill? There's no need to make such a fuss, right? Zhang Yu shook his head. Besides, the quality of this vortex pill is too poor. It's obviously not made with the right technique. I don't know who made it. How can they be so bold as to trade this kind of pill? For Zhang Yu, who has a 100% success rate in alchemy, only 3 patterned pills are qualified pills. Even if 1 patterned pills cannot be called waste, they can only be considered inferior. Compared to this vortex pill, Zhang Yu was more curious about how Deng Qiuchan got the vortex pill with her strength and status. Although Zhang Yu looked down upon this vortex pill, it did not mean that it was not precious. On the contrary, its preciousness even exceeded some spiritual level skills and martial arts. Deng Qiuchan was only from a second-rate family in Huangcheng. How did she obtain this pill that was obviously incompatible with her identity and strength? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but activate his insight technique to check Deng Qiuchan's information. Deng Qiuchan. Gender, female. Age, 23 years old. Physical talent, ordinary bloodline, 2-star medium. Comprehension talent, 2-star medium. Special talent, taming beasts, 4 stars. Cultivation, Qishuan 6th level. Special talent. Zhang Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He actually has a special talent, and the special talent is as high as 4 stars. After obtaining the system for so long, this was the first time Zhang Yu encountered someone with a 4-star talent. And it was a special talent. This Deng Qiuchan is definitely a genius with more potential than Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin. Beast taming, controlling monster beasts. I guess this must be the beast tamer of this world. Zhang Yu thought secretly, TSK, it is said that this is a profession that is even rarer than alchemists, weapon refiners, formation masters, etc. I can't believe that this woman actually has the talent for beast taming. But, so what if she's a genius? Tsangqiong Academy is never short of geniuses. Based on Deng Qiuchan's attitude towards Tsangqiong Academy, Zhang Yu would never recruit her into Tsangqiong Academy. Unless I'm crazy, this woman can never join Tsangqiong Academy. Just when Zhang Yu had made up his mind, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. The system has detected that Deng Qiuchan has a special talent, and now issues a task. No way. Zhang Yu's face suddenly froze, and he had a bad feeling. Main Mission 7, recruit Deng Qiuchan as a student of Tsangqiong Academy. To build a great academy, one must be inclusive and open to all. As the dean, the host has the responsibility and obligation to recruit all kinds of geniuses for the academy. Mission reward,
2-star beast taming technique. Task time limit, 1 month. Mission failed, no penalty. Really? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This system, when it sees a genius, is like a man seeing a beautiful woman, hungry for it. 2-star beast taming skills, the reward is quite tempting, but... Zhang Yu shook his head and sighed in his heart, I just set a flag. Unless I am crazy, otherwise, this woman will never join the Sky Academy. And you immediately do this to me. Is this really okay? Could you at least give him some face? Forget it, forget it. For the sake of the 2-star beast taming technique, I'll just get slapped in the face. Being able to become a legendary mysterious beast tamer, it doesn't matter if he loses a little face. Fortunately, the task time limit is 1 month, and Zhang Yu still has enough time to complete the task. People with 4-star special talents are different. Even the system is willing to modify the task time rules for them. You know, when Wu Xinxin, Wu Mo, and others were recruited, the time limit was only 1 day. From this we can see that only those with a talent of 4 stars can be truly valued by the system. However, the longer the time, the better it is for me. Zhang Yu had no objection to this, but instead agreed very much. He had no intention of giving up on the task, but he also had no intention of completing it immediately. Deng Qiuchan now obviously doesn't take him and Sangqiong Academy seriously. If he invites Deng Qiuchan to join Sangqiong Academy now, would he still have the face to do that? He was waiting for a suitable opportunity to let this girl experience the power of Sangqiong Academy. Deng Qiuchan was furious when she heard Zhang Yu belittling the vortex pill that she had obtained with great difficulty. She glared at Zhang Yu angrily, you can disrespect me, but please respect a 2-star alchemist. Dean Zhang, I know you are very powerful, but if you offend a 2-star alchemist, the consequences will be unbearable. She didn't know that the person standing in front of her was a genuine 2-star alchemist. Moreover, he is a 2-star alchemist who has reached the pinnacle in refining second-grade elixirs. When it comes to refining second-grade elixirs, even the legendary alchemy saint himself might not be able to beat him. 2-star alchemist. Is that so great? Zhang Yu glanced at Deng Qiuchan, who was still in a lazy state, and looked like he deserved a beating. Isn't it just the ability to refine some second-grade pills? Haha, I can refine second-grade pills, too. And the quality of the second-grade pills refined by that guy is definitely better. Deng Qiuchan curled her lips and said, come on, stop flattering yourself. How can you compare to a 2-star alchemist? Ah, that. Qiuchan. Wu Mo held it in for a long time, and finally couldn't help but interrupt, Dean, maybe he really can refine a second-grade elixir. Him? He can even refine a second-grade elixir. How is that possible? Deng Qiuchan obviously didn't believe it, with a look of doubt on her face, unless he refines a second-grade elixir right in front of me, otherwise, I will never believe it. Zhang Yu was not angry either. He shrugged his shoulders, with an attitude of, believe it if you want to, and said calmly, think whatever you want. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I don't care anyway. Zhang Yu was the first person who dared to be so rude to Deng Qiuchan since she grew up, but she just couldn't get angry. Depressed and aggrieved. She wished that Zhang Yu would disappear from her sight immediately. Wu Mo was extremely embarrassed. On one side was his friend, whom he even had a good impression of, and on the other side was the dean whom he respected. No matter which side he helped, it seemed wrong. Since everything he said would be wrong, Wu Mo simply stopped talking. He just looked at the two of them and let them fight. After a while, Wu Xinxin came back with a group of big men. Brother Dean, I put all the skills and martial arts back to the bookshelf. Wu Xinxin ran to Zhang Yu with a smile to take credit. Really? Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Yu touched Wu Xinxin's head with a smile. Wu Xinxin, who didn't allow anyone to touch her head before, now looked like a cute little kitten, enjoying it with a bright smile on her face. Turning around, Zhang Yu looked at Deng Qiuchan and said, okay, the stuff has been delivered, you can leave now. After he finished speaking, Zhang Yu ignored Deng Qiuchan and the others, said goodbye to Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin, and then walked towards the direction of the library. Dean, vortex pill. Wu Mo suddenly thought of something, hurriedly raised the wooden box in his hand and shouted loudly. I said I would give it to you. As for what you want to do with it, it's up to you. Zhang Yu waved his hand without even turning his head, as if he didn't care at all about the vortex pill that Deng Qiuchan treasured. No, not as if, but he really didn't care. For someone who can easily refine dozens of second-grade 3-pattern vortex pills, a second-grade 1-pattern vortex pill is indeed nothing. It was not until this point that Deng Qiuchan was certain that Zhang Yu really intended to give the vortex pill to Wu Mo, and was not just pretending to give it to her to save face. Deng Qiuchan was a little dazed, her eyes full of confusion. He really doesn't care about the vortex pill. That's the vortex pill. Even the strong ones in the vortex realm are eager to get the vortex pill. Oh, right. At this moment, Zhang Yu stopped and turned to look at Deng Qiuchan. Sangqiong Academy will also participate in this year's Wild Abyss trial. If you are interested, you can pay attention to it. Believe me, there will definitely be some interesting things happening then. Deng Qiuchan thought that Zhang Yu had changed his mind, but what Zhang Yu said was not the case at all. She was slightly stunned for a moment, then returned to her usual cold appearance, and said lightly, "The Desert Abyss trial is our annual event in Desert City. Even if you don't say it, I will pay attention to it. Every year, the Deng family recruits some students who perform well in the Desert Abyss trial. After they graduate from the academy, they will directly join the Deng family. While enjoying the cultivation of the Deng family, they will also do some things for the Deng family." In previous years' Wild Abyss trials, it was always Deng Qiuchan who came forward to recruit students, and this year was no exception. Really? That's great. Zhang Yu nodded and said nothing more. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Seeing Zhang Yu's figure gradually disappear, Deng Qiuchan was silent for a moment, and then said to Wu Mo, "You must hide this vortex pill well, don't let anyone know. Once it gets out, even the strong ones in the vortex realm will be tempted and can't help but come to snatch it." Deng Qiuchan felt somewhat relieved that the vortex pill finally fell into Wu Mo's hands, and she was happy for Wu Mo. Strangely, Wu Mo didn't look very happy. He hesitated for a moment and then made a surprising move. He slowly walked to Deng Qiuchan, handed the wooden box to her, and said, "It's such a memorable thing. In my opinion, it's better for you to keep it yourself." Deng Qiuchan was stunned when she saw the wooden box Wu Mo handed over. She didn't reach out to take it, but frowned and asked, "Do you also suspect that this vortex pill is fake?" "No." Wu Mo said seriously, "Since the dean said it is true, then it must be true." "Then why do you still?" "Qiuchan, I don't know how you got this vortex pill, but I know that you must have paid a great price." Wu Mo sighed, with a hint of heartache in his eyes. He didn't feel sorry for the vortex pill, but for Deng Qiuchan. This woman was obviously younger than him, but she shouldered a lot of pressure and carried many heavy responsibilities. "I think you need it more than I do. The dean said that I can dispose of this vortex pill at will. Now, I give it to you. I think the dean will not blame me." Deng Qiuchan stared at Wu Mo in a daze, and suddenly her nose felt a little sour, and a layer of mist formed in her eyes. She took a deep breath, tilted her head back, and tried hard not to cry. After a long while, she managed to control her emotions and said, "Wu Mo, thank you." Her voice trembled a little. Wu Mo smiled, stuffed the wooden box into Deng Qiuchan's hand, and said with a smile, "It would be too polite for the two of us to say thank you, right?" "That's right, Sister Qiuchan is destined to become my sister-in-law in the future, so there's no need to be so formal." Wu Xinxin gave a great assist at the critical moment. After these words were spoken, Wu Mo and Deng Qiuchan were both stunned, and both of their faces turned red. After a long time, Deng Qiuchan looked at the recovered wooden box with a complicated expression. She did not refuse hypocritically, but held the wooden box tightly and said, "This vortex pill. I really need it. Wu Mo, if you regret it one day, I will find a way to return one." Having said that, she also knew that it was a great luck to get one vortex pill, and the chance of getting a second vortex pill was probably infinitely close to zero. In other words, she may not be able to repay this favor. Wu Mo certainly understood this, but he didn't care, because he knew better than anyone that the dean was at least a 2-star alchemist. If he really needed it, he could just ask the dean to refine it. Even, in the future, when he became a 2-star alchemist, he would be able to refine it himself. However,
there was no need to make these words too clear, because even if he said them, Deng Qiuchan might not believe them. It's getting late, let's go. Wu Mo smiled and immediately changed the subject. If we don't go back, my father will probably come directly to the academy to look for someone. Deng Qiuchan nodded, a faint smile appearing on her pretty face. At this moment, she was less heroic and more tender than usual. After they left, Zhang Yu's figure appeared again behind the grove. He looked at the direction where Wu Mo and his group left, and touched his nose. Wu Mo, this kid, is really good at pleasing women. He actually borrowed the flower to offer to Buddha, and gave the vortex pill I gave him to that girl. Although Zhang Yu didn't care about the vortex pill, no matter what, it was a second-grade pill with an estimable value. However, Wu Mo gave it to her without hesitation, which surprised Zhang Yu. Forget it, it's just a second-grade pill. Just give it to her. Anyway, that girl will become a member of Tsangqiong Academy sooner or later, so just consider it an early investment. Which academy could snatch away the students that Zhang Yu has reserved? Whoever dares to reach out, chop off his claws. By the way, the taste of the second-grade elixir should be better than that of the first-grade elixir, right? Zhang Yu held his chin and thought secretly. There is no particularly outstanding food in this world. For a foodie, the absence of delicious food is something that is absolutely intolerable. Although the taste of the first-grade elixir was just barely acceptable, Zhang Yu still missed the delicacies of his previous life, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Shandong cuisine, etc., especially Sichuan cuisine. Thinking about the Sichuan cuisine he had eaten in his previous life, the spicy taste was like an electric shock, so sour and refreshing. Zhang Yu is a foodie himself. In addition to eating all kinds of food, he also often studies some strange ways of eating, so that he has mastered many cooking skills. Unfortunately, after arriving in the wilderness, he has not yet found anything to replace chili peppers, peppercorns, star anise and the like. It just so happens that the abyss trial is about to begin. We might as well go look for something in the abyss then. Zhang Yu began to drool again at the thought of food. I don't believe it. The abyss is so big. Is it possible that we can't even find something to replace peppers? Alas, when will this kind of day end? Zhang Yu smacked his lips, sighed, poured out another Qishuan pill from the cloth bag, threw it into his mouth, and started chewing. Morningside College. Luo Yueshan has been in Chengwang College for 2 days. It's not that he doesn't want to go back to Yunshan College, but he doesn't dare. Zhou Sun is in Chengwang College, therefore, he will only feel safe if he stays in Chengwang College. He was afraid that as soon as he left Chengwang College, Zhang Yu would sneak up on him and kill him secretly. Although it is still uncertain whether Zhang Yu is a Vortex Realm expert, Luo Yueshan does not dare to gamble with his life. After all, even the Grand Elder of Morning Light College was killed by Zhang Yu, so as the Dean of Yunshan College, the outcome for him would not be any better. At this time, Luo Yueshan was sitting in an office at Morning Light College, listening to his subordinates reporting the news. After a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. You continue to send people to monitor Tsangqiong College. Once Zhang Yu leaves Tsangqiong College, notify me immediately." "Yes." "Okay, you can leave first." Waving his hand, Luo Yueshan sent his subordinates away. In the past 2 days, Luo Yueshan has treated Chengwang College as his own office. All matters concerning Yunshan College are handled here and then assigned to others to carry out the work. After a while, Luo Yueshan walked out of the office, hesitated for a moment, and knocked on the door of the office opposite. "The door is not closed, come in." Lin Haya's voice came from the room. Luo Yueshan took a deep breath and walked into the office solemnly. Seeing Luo Yueshan's solemn expression, Lin Haya asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Lao Luo?" Luo Yueshan did not keep the secret. He said in a deep voice, "I just received news that the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Hua family have bowed to that kid Zhang Yu. My people saw with their own eyes that the little girl from the Deng family brought a group of people and returned the martial arts and skills that were stolen from Tsangqiong Academy to Tsangqiong Academy. This is such bad news. Is this true?" Lin Haya frowned. These fence-sitters, as soon as they saw that we had lost power, they couldn't wait to curry favor with their new master. Luo Yueshan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in anger. Please be patient, Lao Luo. We are all old now. We should not be so arbitrary when looking at things. Lin Haya said calmly, I believe you when you said that they sent the skills and martial arts back to Zhangqiong Academy, but I don't believe that they hooked up with Zhang Yu so quickly. Luo Yueshan remained silent and looked at Lin Haya quietly. They have been operating in the deserted city for so many years, and they have many eyes and ears. I don't believe that they don't know that Lord Zhou is here. Lin Haya smiled faintly, although they can't know Lord Zhou's identity and strength, as long as they are not stupid, they can definitely guess that Lord Zhou is a Vortex Realm expert. Zhang Yu may be a Vortex Realm expert, and Lord Zhou is also a Vortex Realm expert. Before the two of them have decided who is better, how could the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Hua family take sides in advance? He looked at Luo Yueshan with a smile and said confidently, those guys are as cunning as human beings. How could they do such a stupid thing? Luo Yueshan was still a little worried, but what if? What if they hook up with Zhang Yu and set us up in the Desolate Abyss trial? That would be troublesome. Your worries are not completely unreasonable. Lin Haya thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll send someone to pass on a few words to them. They are all smart people and will definitely understand what we mean. Hearing this, Luo Yueshan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, this is the best. Even if they don't stand on our side, they can never stand on Zhang Yu's side. Even if they don't help each other, it's better than them betraying us at the last minute. As long as they don't trip us up in secret and don't disrupt our plans, it'll be fine. Lin Haya patted Luo Yueshan on the shoulder and consoled him, don't worry, they are just 3 second-rate families. If they are really bold and try to sabotage our plan, we can just slap them to death. After a pause, Lin Haya continued, the most urgent thing is to prepare for the Desolate Abyss trial. As for the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Hua family, we will go back and settle accounts with them after this matter is over. Before that, let's not make trouble. Lin Haya's calmness reassured Luo Yueshan. He said coldly, Zhang Yu, I will not be a human being if I don't kill you this time. Not only did Zhang Yu kill his only son, but he also caused him to not even dare to return to Yunshan College. It has been so long since he returned to Huangqing, and he didn't even have the chance to hold a funeral for his son. How sad and hateful. Don't worry, son. Dad will cut Zhang Yu into pieces to avenge you. There was a hint of sadness in Luo Yueshan's eyes. Time never stops, and the trial of the Wasteland Abyss is getting closer day by day. Outside the Xiangxia residence, the saplings that Zhang Yu planted a few days ago have grown a few more tender leaves. Xiao Chang was lying at the gate of the Xiangxia residence, with his ears erect, listening to the movements around him. His long tail was shaking from time to time, giving people a lazy feeling. Zhang Yu was still in the library, revising his martial arts day and night. These past few days, after he finished teaching his students, he would sit alone in the library for the entire day, and most of his time was spent on modifying his martial arts. Success. On this day, a slightly excited voice broke the silence of the library. Zhang Yu walked out of the library in high spirits, with a bright smile on his face. After spending more than a week revising it day and night, he finally developed a martial art without any flaws. It can be said that this martial art is the one that has taken him the longest time and consumed the most energy so far. Even if he wanted to modify the Jiwuju, it would not be as troublesome as modifying this martial art. After all, the Jiwuju is a martial art that can be modified layer by layer. Zhang Yu memorized the martial arts training methods carefully, then tore up the manuscript that he had copied painstakingly for more than a week and threw it into a trash can not far away. Flying Shadow, upper class mortal level, 0 errors. Under the observation of insight, the information of Flying Shadow is very simple, just one line of more than 10 words. However, only Zhang Yu knew that the simpler the information displayed by the insight technique, the more complex the martial arts itself was. Although Zhang Yu has not yet practiced Flying Shadows, he is sure that Flying Shadows is definitely a martial art that is no less than the spiritual level high-level martial arts, and can even be comparable to the legendary king-level martial arts. A king-level martial art. Zhang Yu licked his lips, and was eager to see the power of Flying Shadow. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, forcibly controlling his boiling emotions. He turned his head to look in the direction of the classroom and saw that the students around him were practicing quietly. He pondered for a moment, then turned and walked to the other side of Zhangqiong Academy, which was the side facing Huanyuan. After walking out of the back door and looking at the large forest, he nodded slightly. Let's choose this place. It's quite suitable for practice. The area of the forest is about 3,000 to 5,000 square meters. Outside the forest is a rather steep cliff that connects to the abyss below. Zhang Yu casually threw a Qishuan pill into his mouth and began to practice immediately. The mysterious power in his body began to circulate according to the route required by Flying Shadow. The energy surged to the soles of his feet and spread to his knees. His body made a movement like a bird spreading its wings. The air around him suddenly formed a flat cyclone that was invisible to the naked eye. The next moment, Zhang Yu lightly tapped his feet and his body left the ground. This. Zhang Yu was circling in the air like a bird, with a look of shock on his face. I'm flying. I'm actually flying. Although the mysterious power in his body was being consumed at an extremely terrifying speed, he didn't care at all. Instead, he was shocked to the extreme by the effect of Flying Shadow. As far as he knew, even the strong ones in the Vortex realm could not fly. Only when they reached the Danchuan realm could they barely stay in the air for a short time. If they wanted to truly fly, they had to reach a realm above the Danchuan realm. But Zhang Yu is flying now. Even though he relied on a body movement martial art instead of his own cultivation, flying is flying, and no matter what the means, the result cannot be denied. Restraining his excitement, Zhang Yu continued to practice Flying Shadow. His figure, like a shadow, appeared in the air from one end to the other in an instant. His speed was so fast that even the strong men in the Vortex realm could not see it clearly. Too fast. Zhang Yu's eyes were full of surprise, and an irrepressible excitement surged in his heart. Invincible, absolutely invincible. Ha ha ha. After laughing a few times, Zhang Yu's face suddenly changed. He screamed in surprise and then fell heavily to the ground like a stone. Boom. In an instant, Zhang Yu made close contact with the ground, and his face, which was not handsome to begin with, became bruised and swollen, looking horrible. Fortunately, he didn't fly very high just now, otherwise, if he fell down, it would not be just a simple bruises on the face. Hiss. Zhang Yu gasped in pain. After a long while, he moved his fingers and stood up with difficulty. His body was staggering, as if he was drunk. He patted his head vigorously, and when he felt a little more awake, he smiled bitterly and said, "How long has it been?" 1 minute. The mysterious power in my dantian has been completely consumed, without any left. The more powerful the effect of Flying Shadow, the faster it consumes the mysterious power. Zhang Yu's current approach is like using a small diesel generator to forcibly supply electricity to a city. He was lucky not to have his body destroyed. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu sat down cross-legged on the spot, quickly recovering the mysterious power in his body. After a while, when the mysterious power was fully restored, Zhang Yu became lively and energetic again. Standing up, Zhang Yu began to practice Flying Shadow again, but this time he was more cautious. He would stop immediately before the mysterious power was exhausted, and wait until the mysterious power was fully restored before practicing Flying Shadow again. He repeated this cycle over and over again. Before long, Zhang Yu had mastered Flying Shadow. Although his comprehension talent was only at the lower 3-star level, Flying Shadow was, after all, a martial art that he had modified personally. He knew every detail of it like the back of his hand, and naturally made rapid progress when practicing it. After mastering the Flying Shadow, Zhang Yu gained more insights into this martial art. Simply put, flying in the sky is a composite body movement martial art, which consists of 2 parts. One is flying in the sky, and the other is lying. The 2 parts can be split into 2 different martial arts, namely, flying in the sky and lying, or they can be combined together to form a complete flying in the sky. Although a single flying in the air, or a single glimpsing shadow would consume a large amount of mysterious power, it was still within the range that Zhang Yu could bear. Even if I split Flying Shadow into flying and lying, the 2 separated flying and lying still have terrifying effects, and they are probably not worse than the legendary king-level martial arts. A smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. He was very satisfied with the martial arts that he had worked hard for more than a week to modify. In the future, when I fight with others,
I don't need to use flying shadow. I only need to use half of it. Whether it is flying or lying, it is enough to reverse the situation. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yu murmured, from now on, I will use flying shadow as 2 martial arts. In this way, it can also be regarded as one of my trump cards. Normally, flying in the air and lying are 2 unrelated martial arts. When necessary, they will be combined into a martial art called flying shadow, which is absolutely impossible to defend against. After a while, the light in the woods dimmed. Zhang Yu looked up, then walked slowly back to the Champs-Élysées with lazy steps. Before he even entered the Xiangxie residence, Zhang Yu heard a voice behind him shouting, "Dean." Turning around, I saw Wu Chen walking towards me stealthily like a thief, as if he was afraid of being seen. "Wu Chen, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your face?" Zhang Yu was about to ask Wu Chen what was wrong, but before he could finish his words, he saw a fist mark and bruises on Wu Chen's face. He immediately frowned and asked gloomily, "Did that mysterious strongman attack you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Chen's face immediately showed embarrassment, and he quickly waved his hands. No, Dean, you misunderstood. It wasn't him who did it." "Then what are you doing?" Zhang Yu was a little confused. He really couldn't figure it out. As the strongest man in the deserted city, who else in the deserted city could hurt Wu Chen except himself and the mysterious strongman? Wu Chen was extremely depressed. He hesitated for a long time before he said with a troubled look on his face, "It's Wu Mo." When Wu Mo's name was mentioned, Wu Chen had the urge to cover his face and run away. So embarrassing. I was actually beaten by my own son. If I tell this to others, I'm afraid countless people will laugh at me. Ah. Zhang Yu looked at Wu Chen in astonishment, and then couldn't help laughing. "Wu Mo. He beat you up." Although he was a little surprised, he did not doubt Wu Chen's words, because he knew clearly that ever since Wu Mo learned how to refine the Qishuan pill, his cultivation had been increasing rapidly. Even Wu Xinxin, who had better talent than Wu Mo, did not improve as fast as Wu Mo. Calculating the time, Wu Mo's current cultivation might have broken through to the middle 7th level of Qishuan, or even the late 7th level of Qishuan. Because only someone in the middle or late 7th level of Qishuan can defeat Wu Chen, who is in the early 7th level of Qishuan. In 10 days, he broke through from the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan to the middle and late stage of the 7th level of Qishuan. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was definitely possible for Wu Mo, who practiced the extreme martial arts art, and ate Qishuan pills as snacks at any time. Seeing Wu Chen's embarrassed look, Zhang Yu stopped laughing, suppressed his laughter, and asked seriously, "By the way, what do you want to talk to me about?" Wu Chen felt a burning sensation on his face, not because of pain, but because of embarrassment. But in order to prevent such a thing from happening again, he had to grit his teeth, bite the bullet, and said to Zhang Yu carefully, "Dean, I have a request, I hope you can agree to it. Tell me what it is first, and then I'll decide whether to agree to it or not." Zhang Yu glanced at Wu Chen with certainty. No matter what, Wu Chen was once the strongest man in Huangcheng, and he also saved Zhang Yu's life. As long as his request was not too excessive, Zhang Yu would not refuse. After hearing Zhang Yu's words, Wu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it was good that he didn't refuse directly. He secretly glanced around, and after making sure that there was no one around, he bent down and respectfully pleaded, "Dean, I would like to buy 10 extra Qishuan pills from you." In his opinion, Wu Mo's cultivation level increased so quickly because he took a large amount of Qishuan pills, and even ate them as snacks. As long as he bought some Qishuan pills from Zhang Yu, he would be able to quickly improve his cultivation level and re-establish his prestige as the head of the family. "You want the Qishuan pill?" Zhang Yu was a little surprised. Of course he could guess Wu Chen's intention, but in his opinion, even if Wu Chen took the same amount of Qishuan pills, his cultivation level would not be able to improve as fast as Wu Mo's. After all, Wu Mo's own physical talent has reached the lower 2-star level, which can barely be considered a genius. In comparison, Wu Chen is obviously much worse. Unless he spends more time on cultivation, it is impossible for him to catch up with Wu Mo's cultivation growth rate, let alone surpass Wu Mo. Wu Chen nodded and pleaded pitifully, "Dean, you must help me. No matter how much it costs, just name a price and I promise to give it to you with both hands." It is not easy for him to be a father.
Not only does he have to maintain the dignity of the head of the family, but he also has to surpass everyone in cultivation. Otherwise, how can he convince others? If someone had told him a month ago that Wu Mo only needed to practice for another month to defeat him, he would definitely have thought that person was a lunatic. But now, he had to admit that he, as a father, was indeed not as good as his son. Zhang Yu looked at him strangely, and said in a helpless tone, "But, your son Wu Mo is an alchemist. You need the Qi Xian pill, but you don't ask him for it, but come to me to buy it. What's the logic behind this?" "Dean, you don't know, that kid is so arrogant now, how can I have the nerve to ask him for it?" Wu Chen smiled bitterly, and then sighed deeply. "Just think of it as me trying to maintain the last bit of my pitiful self-esteem." Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly. "You are so stubborn that you want to save face but suffer in vain." Looking at Wu Chen's pitiful appearance, Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay, I still have a lot of extra Qishuan pills here. If you want it, I'll give it to you." He took the bulging cloth bag in his hand, poured out a handful, and poured it into Wu Chen's hand like beans. "There are so many, it should be enough for you to eat in a short time." Zhang Yu did not count the exact number, but it should be no less than 30. "How much?" Wu Chen hesitated and asked in a low voice. "Money." Zhang Yu looked at Wu Chen for a few times and finally shook his head. "No need for money. Just think of it as me repaying you for saving my life." Wu Chen swallowed his saliva, somewhat incredulous. All given to me." Although he was holding a pile of Qishuan pills, Wu Chen felt as if he was holding a mountain. "What else? If you really want to count your money, with the financial resources of your Wu family, how many times can you afford it?" Zhang Yu asked back, and then gently patted Wu Chen's shoulder. "Okay, practice well. Wu Mo is a boy with good talent. If you don't want to be left too far behind by him, it's best to hand over your Wu family's assets to people you trust and practice with peace of mind. Otherwise, let alone catching up with Wu Mo, even Wu Xinqin may surpass you in the near future." No one knows better than Zhang Yu that Wu Xinqin's talent is much stronger than Wu Mo's. If Wu Chen can't even catch up with Wu Mo, it's only a matter of time before he's surpassed by Wu Xinqin. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu actually felt a little sympathy for Wu Chen. The three of them entered Sangqiong Academy only one day or even less apart in time. However, Wu Chen, the father, was the one who was doing the worst. He was the strongest when he first came in, but in just over a month, he started to fall behind. Zhang Yu gently patted the wound on Wu Chen's shoulder. Wu Chen grimaced in pain and almost dropped the Qi Xian Dan in his hand. After a long while, he slowly recovered his breath. "Don't worry, Dean, I have thought about this before. I am currently looking for a suitable candidate. I think it won't be long before I can get away from the busy family affairs." Zhang Yu gave a thumbs up. "Smart move. Then, Dean, I'll leave first." Wu Chen said carefully, "I came here secretly without telling Wu Mo and the others. It would not be good if they found out I was here." Hearing this, Zhang Yu rolled his eyes and shook his head helplessly. "Okay, let's go quickly, don't bother me if there's nothing to do." After seeing Wu Chen off, Zhang Yu looked at the cloth bag which was obviously dented a lot, sighed softly, and then walked towards the classroom alone, planning to refine a few more batches of pills. As he walked, Zhang Yu muttered to himself, "I've been eating Qishuan pills for so long, I'm almost tired of it. This time, I might as well refine another pill and see how it tastes." As a foodie, he would be more particular about food than the average person. When Zhang Yu arrived at the classroom, it was already completely dark and the students had already left. Since Wu Mo couldn't use the alchemy furnace for the time being, Zhang Yu naturally didn't need to be polite. He immediately sat cross-legged next to the alchemy furnace and began to refine the pill. It seems that there are only herbs for refining first-grade pills. Zhang Yu glanced at the neatly arranged herbs next to him. "It seems that I have to ask Wu Chen to buy some herbs for refining second-grade pills for me tomorrow. The grade of second-grade elixirs is higher than that of first-grade elixirs, so I think they should taste better as well." For Zhang Yu, there is no difference between refining a second-grade elixir and refining a first-grade elixir. He does not care about the grade and effect of the elixir, but only cares about the taste of the elixir. If the taste is good, it is a good elixir, and if the taste is bad, it is a bad elixir. This evaluation standard is extremely simple and crude, which is just right for Zhang Yu. Perhaps in the eyes of foodies, this is the best standard to measure food. Zhang Yu fiddled with it in the classroom for a while and refined 3 furnaces of different kinds of pills, namely Qishuan pills, healing pills, and Qi transformation pills. The quantity of each kind of pill reached the limit of 1 furnace, which is 99 pills. Qishuan pill is a first-grade medicinal pill. When taken by a strong person in Qishuan realm, it can improve the cultivation level. However, when taken by a strong person above Qishuan realm, the effect is minimal. The first-grade healing pill is a first-grade elixir. When taken by a strong person in the Qishuan realm, it can heal injuries. However, when taken by a strong person above the Qishuan realm, the effect is minimal. The first-grade Qi transforming pill is a first-grade medicinal pill. When taken by a strong person in the Qishuan realm, it can restore true strength. However, when taken by a strong person above the Qishuan realm, the effect is minimal. Zhang Yu stretched lazily, then put the Qishuan pill, the first-grade healing pill, and the first-grade Qi transforming pill into the cloth bag. Gently patting the cloth bag that was bulging again, Zhang Yu said with satisfaction, "Not bad, I can eat it for a few more days." There are 81 pills in a furnace, and 3 furnaces of pills mean 243 pills. If you count the dozens of Qishuan pills left over from before, the bulging cloth bag in Zhang Yu's hand is filled with nearly 300 pills. Nearly 300 pills, which could serve as snacks for a few days, were such an extravagant thing that no one would dare to do except Zhang Yu. After refining the pill, Zhang Yu turned off the lights in the classroom and walked slowly towards the library. As he walked, he took out a first-grade healing pill and put it into his mouth. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he shook his head and said, "Well, not bad. This tastes much better than ordinary candy beans." After entering the library, Zhang Yu became much more obedient. He focused on revising his martial arts and didn't even have time to eat his snacks. The modification of Flying Shadow has been completed, and next, he will modify an attacking martial art. Zhang Yu pondered for a long time, and finally decided to use a finger-based martial arts skill as a blueprint to modify a finger-based martial arts skill. The reason why I chose to modify a finger-based martial art is not because it is more powerful than other martial arts, but because it is high-end enough. No matter what martial arts others use or how powerful they are, Zhang Yu can defeat his opponent with just a poke of his finger. Isn't that great? Zhang Yu is a simple person, so naturally he likes this simple, crude, and extremely intimidating method. However, finger techniques are very rare, and advanced ordinary finger techniques are even rarer. I don't know if the finger techniques in the library are enough. Zhang Yu frowned. Finger techniques require a large amount of true energy to circulate quickly in the body, so they require extremely high toughness of the meridians. Few people will create finger techniques, and few people will practice finger techniques because they require too high toughness of the meridians. People with slightly lower cultivation can't bear it at all. Never mind, let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, we'll think of other ways. Soon, Zhang Yu collected all the ordinary level advanced finger-based martial arts in the library. There are only more than 20, too few. Zhang Yu knew without trying that it was absolutely impossible to modify a finger-based martial art without any flaws with more than 20 finger-based martial arts. In fact, there are quite a few ordinary level high-level martial arts in the library. There are 696 of them snatched back from Chengwang College and Yunshan College alone. Together with the ordinary level high-level martial arts that Deng Qiuchan sent over a few days ago, there are a total of 758. However, among the 758 ordinary advanced martial arts, there are only a few dozen finger techniques. It seems that I have to think of other ways. Zhang Yu was not only able to modify the finger-based martial arts, but he was really reluctant to do so. In the words of the big guys, that was his unclear thoughts. So, what should we do when our thoughts are not clear? Of course, try every possible way to make your thoughts flow. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. He chuckled with a hint of cunning on his face. Don't those guys always ask about the Qishuan pill? This time I will give them a chance, but I don't know if they are willing to give it up. After making up his mind, Zhang Yu no longer worried about the number of finger-based martial arts and turned his attention back to modifying the martial arts. Among the more than 20 existing martial arts, Zhang Yu carefully selected a martial art called Finger of Destruction as a blueprint, and then began to modify it. The next day, after Zhang Yu finished the lecture, he kept Wu Chen and his son. Wu Mo, continue practicing. Zhang Yu casually instructed Wu Mo, and then said to Wu Chen, come with me, I need your help with something. Wu Chen was flattered and hurried to catch up with Zhang Yu, assuring him, just tell me what you want, Dean. I will never say no. After he went back yesterday, he thought about it over and over again, and always felt that those dozens of Qishuan pills were too heavy. It was not appropriate to just accept them. After all, he would feel a little guilty after eating one. He was still wondering if there was any way to repay Zhang Yu. Now, Zhang Yu took the initiative to find him and asked for his help, which was exactly what he wanted. Don't be nervous, it's just a small matter. I believe you can handle it. Zhang Yu smiled and patted Wu Chen's shoulder. Seeing Wu Chen grimacing in pain, he couldn't help but ask, why, your injury hasn't healed yet. Wu Chen smiled bitterly and said, it's only been one night, how could it be possible to recover so quickly? Okay, eat it. Zhang Yu took out a first-grade healing pill from the cloth bag, don't say that I, as the dean, don't care about you. Heal your injuries as soon as possible to avoid suffering. Wu Chen hesitated for a moment, and finally took the first-grade healing pill and ate it in front of Zhang Yu. It's not that he didn't know how precious a first-grade healing pill was, but he really couldn't bear it anymore. It's not that he couldn't bear the pain, but every time the pain came, he couldn't help but think of the scene of himself being beaten up by his son. It was so embarrassing. This will probably become a shadow that will never go away in his life. What an effect! As soon as the pill entered the body, it turned into a stream of pure energy, flowing to the wounds all over the body. Feeling the tingling sensation coming from the wounds, the pain was reduced and disappeared at an astonishing speed. Wu Chen couldn't help but open his eyes wide, his eyes full of shock, too strong. At this rate, his injuries would probably be healed in a quarter of an hour at most. Seeing Wu Chen's shocked expression, Zhang Yu smiled faintly, your injuries are just superficial. A first-grade healing pill can even cure internal injuries. It shouldn't be easy to cure superficial injuries like yours, right? The most important thing is that each of the first-grade healing pills he refined himself is a first-grade 3-pattern healing pill, which is absolutely incomparable to those inferior products on the market. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu did not continue to talk about the issue of elixirs. Instead, he smiled and said to Wu Mo, I recently sorted out the skills and martial arts in the library and found a very interesting problem. There are too few finger-type martial arts in the library. There are only more than 20 ordinary advanced finger-type martial arts. How can this be possible? Our Sanqiong Academy is destined to become a great academy in the future and will welcome more students. How can there be only more than 20 ordinary advanced finger-type martial arts? More than 20 doors, and you still think it's not enough? Wu Chen looked at Zhang Yu in astonishment, feeling like vomiting blood. The Wu family has risen for more than 10 years. Through various channels, either buying or exchanging, and paying a lot of money, they have barely collected dozens of exercises and more than 100 martial arts, including low-level and medium-level exercises and martial arts. As for the finger-type martial arts, there is only one medium-level finger-type martial arts. He really can't understand why Zhang Yu thinks it is not enough when Sanqiong Academy already has more than 20 high-level finger-type martial arts. Looking at Wu Chen's astonished face, Zhang Yu snorted and asked calmly, why, do you have any objections? No. The dean is absolutely right. There are only more than 20 ordinary-level advanced finger-based martial arts. It's really too few. God knows how Wu Chen's conscience was condemned when he said this. Even if he had 10,000 opinions, he wouldn't dare to say them in front of Zhang Yu. Yeah, so you also think it's too little, right? Zhang Yu laughed. He liked the way Wu Chen behaved, where he obviously disagreed but had to pretend to agree. It was really interesting. Wu Chen nodded in agreement on the surface, but secretly slandered in his heart, more than 20 ordinary-level advanced finger-based martial arts, I'm afraid you're the only one who would think it's too little. However, Wu Chen became more and more confused. Dean, what exactly do you want me to do? It's very simple. I want you to help me collect advanced mortal-level finger-based martial arts. Zhang Yu stared at Wu Chen with a smile. If possible, I don't mind you collecting all the advanced mortal-level finger-based martial arts in the entire deserted city. The deserted city may seem small, but it has many families with profound cultural heritage. There are also several extremely powerful sects entrenched around the deserted city. These families and sects usually do not show their talents, but each of them is extremely wealthy and should not be underestimated. If their potential can be squeezed out, it will be absolutely terrifying. Hearing this, Wuchen widened his eyes. This. Even if all of the Wu family's assets were sold, they wouldn't be able to obtain so many mortal-level advanced finger-based martial arts. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhang Yu looked at Wuchen puzzledly. Dean, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that. Wuchen cried and explained anxiously, with the financial resources of our Wu family, we can't collect so many ordinary-level high-level finger-type martial arts. It is really too difficult for him to collect all the advanced finger-based martial arts in the entire deserted city. Really? What if we add this? Zhang Yu seemed to have expected Wuchen to say this. He took out the cloth bag slowly and threw it to Wuchen. With this, it should be a lot easier, right? This was the snack bag he had been using for nearly a month. Naturally, it was filled with densely packed pills. Wuchen meets Zhang Yu every day, so of course he knows what is in the cloth bag. He swallowed and asked, Dean, are you really willing to exchange precious elixirs for those useless mortal-level advanced finger-based martial arts? A common-level advanced finger-handling martial art in exchange for a pill, what do you think? Zhang Yu asked with an undeniable smile. It's a loss. Wuchen hesitated for a moment and said truthfully, it's not them who are losing, but you. He took a long breath and said solemnly, the more popular the martial arts on the market, the more expensive they are, because there are many people practicing them and the demand is so great that the supply cannot meet the demand, and the price is often unexpectedly high. But this does not include finger techniques and cold weapon techniques. Finger techniques have extremely high requirements for the meridians, and there are very few people who practice them. For most people, they are like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. Although ordinary-level advanced finger techniques have the name of ordinary-level advanced, they are still of little value. Finally, Wuchen concluded, in my opinion, one first-grade elixir can be exchanged for 3 to 5 ordinary-level advanced finger-handling martial arts, or even more. The most important thing is that the first-grade elixirs you refined are all first-grade 3-pattern elixirs, which are much more valuable than ordinary first-grade elixirs. If you only use them to exchange for an ordinary-level advanced finger-handling martial arts, it would be a real loss. He really felt sorry for Zhang Yu. Is it a loss? I don't think so. Zhang Yu smiled slightly. Except for Wu Mo, no one knew how easy it was for him to refine a furnace of pills. Some things come too easily, so naturally people don't think they are precious. Forget it, it's a loss, so let it be. An ordinary-level high-level finger-type martial arts in exchange for a pill, that's it. For Zhang Yu, exchanging just a few hundred pills for hundreds of ordinary-level advanced finger-based martial arts is undoubtedly a great deal. At the same time, for the major families and sects, exchanging hundreds of ordinary-level high-level finger-based martial arts for hundreds of pills is also a great bargain. However, perhaps only God knows who wins and who loses. Wuchen opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped himself. You should start taking action on this matter after you return. Zhang Yu waved his hand, obviously not wanting to discuss the issue of whether it was worth it with Wuchen anymore. He gave an order and suddenly remembered something else. Oh, by the way, if you still have time, please get me some medicinal herbs. As he spoke, Zhang Yu walked back to the classroom, picked up a pen, wrote down the names and quantities of a bunch of medicinal herbs on a piece of white paper, and then handed the paper to Wuchen. Here is the list, just have someone send it over later. The medicinal herbs on the list are all used to refine second-grade elixirs, and their prices are relatively expensive. However, for the wealthy Wu family, these are just a drop in the bucket. Wuchen took the list and said respectfully, okay. Come on. Once this is done, I won't treat you unfairly. Zhang Yu glanced at Wu Mo who was conscientiously refining the elixir behind him, then retracted his gaze and said to Wuchen, okay, nothing else, you can go back first. After a moment of silence, Wuchen turned around and prepared to leave. But just as he took a step, Wuchen stopped again and asked hesitantly, well, are you only exchanging for ordinary-level advanced finger technique martial arts? What about other martial arts? The Wu family did not have ordinary-level advanced finger technique martial arts, but they had other martial arts. If they could be exchanged, he would immediately go back and have someone copy a copy and use all of them in exchange for pills. Other martial arts. Zhang Yu thought about it for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No need. I'll change to other martial arts when I have the chance. This time, I'll only change to ordinary level advanced finger techniques." Wu Chen was a little disappointed. What a good opportunity. But since Zhang Yu said so, he could only do as he was told. Nodding helplessly, Wu Chen picked up the cloth bag, sighed with every step, and slowly left Sangkong Academy. After Wu Chen left, Zhang Yu took out a cloth bag from his sleeve like a magician and smiled. "Fortunately, I don't have anything else in Sangqiong Academy, but I have plenty of cloth bags." The cloth bag became his special prop for carrying snacks. Although it is not convenient to carry snacks without pockets, it can hold more things without the trouble of changing them. In the afternoon, after Wu Chen had lunch, he immediately set about completing the tasks assigned by Zhang Yu. He first sent people to invite the patriarchs of the Lin, Mao, Yao and other families in his own name. Naturally, the Lin family leader and others did not dare to neglect his invitation, and almost immediately they hurried to the Wu family. Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, originally thought that Wu Chen had only invited him. However, when he arrived at the Wu family, he discovered that there were more than a dozen people sitting in the room, and each of them was of a higher status than himself. Among these more than 10 people, there are even a few people who rarely interact with them, such as the patriarchs of the Deng family, the Lu family, and the Wu family. "Brother Mao, Brother Yao, do you know why Chief Wu invited us this time?" As soon as Lin Zhan sat down, he couldn't wait to ask the two old friends beside him. These two old friends are Mao Yi, the head of the Mao family, and Yao Yongcai, the head of the Yao family. Hearing Lin Zhan's question, Mao Yi shook his head blankly. "I don't know either." "I thought you knew." "Yes, Chief Wu sent someone to tell us that there was something very important to inform us. As soon as I heard it, I hurried here." Yao Yongcai also shook his head with a wry smile. After all, Wu Chen is known as the #1 master in Huangcheng, so the very important things he mentioned must be of great importance. At the other end of the room, Deng Beixiao, head of the Deng family, Lu Yang, head of the Lu family, and Wu Kuan, head of the Hu family, were also sitting together. Deng Beixiao frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Do you know why Chief Wu called us here?" Lu Yang and Wu Kuan explained and shook their heads in confusion. "Almost all the clan leaders of our second-rate families in Huangcheng, as well as the clan leaders of several third-rate families with some reputation, are here." Deng Beixiao's face was solemn. Clan leader Wu obviously has something very important to announce, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big scene. After he finished speaking, Deng Beixiao and the people around him were a little worried. The more mysterious Wu Chen acted and the bigger the formation, the more worried they became. It's meaningless to guess now. When Chief Wu arrives soon, we'll know what's going on. After a long while, Wu Kuan sighed deeply and smiled bitterly. "Anyway, we're here. We can't just leave now, right?" They dared not disregard Wu Chen's face. After a while, everyone arrived, and Wu Chen finally showed up after hearing the news. As soon as they saw Wu Chen, everyone stood up from their seats and greeted him. "Chief Wu." "Everyone, please sit down." Wu Chen smiled and waved his hand. He walked to the center of the conference room. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats again, he slowly said, "I'm sure everyone is confused now. What exactly is this so-called very important matter?" Upon hearing Wu Chen's words, everyone stood up again. "Yes, Chief Wu, why did you invite so many people here? Chief Wu, please speak quickly and stop keeping us in suspense." Wu Chen looked around and saw that some people were curious, some were worried, but without exception, they all looked very anxious. He couldn't help but smile slightly and waved his hand again, saying, "Sit down, everyone, sit down. Don't worry, I'll tell you right away." After hearing what Wu Chen said, everyone calmed down a little and sat down again. "Don't worry, everyone. In fact, I invited you all here this time because I have something great to tell you." Wu Chen showed a mysterious smile on his face. "I promise, this is definitely a great thing that you have never encountered in your life." Hearing that it was a good thing, Deng Beixiao, Lu Yang, Wu Kuan, and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it was not a bad thing. As for the good things, they couldn't figure out what kind of good things were worth Wu Chen mobilizing so many people and inviting almost all the patriarchs of the top families in Huangcheng. Under everyone's curious gaze, Wu Chen took a deep breath and said slowly,
This good thing is, exchanging martial arts for elixirs. Martial arts in exchange for elixirs. Everyone in the conference hall was stunned. They didn't understand the meaning of Wu Chen's words at all, or they understood but were somewhat unbelievable. Please explain it more clearly, Patriarch Wu. The head of the Lin family, Lin Zhan, had a flickering look in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. He suppressed his excitement and spoke. Wu Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, "Haven't you been asking about the Qi Xian Dan recently? Now you have a great opportunity to get the Qi Xian Dan. As many ordinary level high-level finger-type martial arts as you can get, you can exchange them for as many Qi Xian Dan as you can get. No, not only Qi Xian Dan, first-grade healing pills, first-grade Qi transformation pills, as long as you can get ordinary level high-level finger-type martial arts, you can exchange them for them." After finishing all this in one breath, Wu Chen looked at everyone with a smile. The room suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Wu Chen in disbelief, their wrinkled faces filled with shock. A mortal-level high-level finger-based martial art can be exchanged for a first-grade pill. Everyone was stunned by Wu Chen's words, and even their breathing paused temporarily. After a long while, everyone who had been in a daze suddenly woke up and their eyes became fanatical. Is this true? Is there such a good thing in the world? Chief Wu, are you sure you didn't lie to us? Can a common-level advanced finger-handling martial art be exchanged for a first-grade medicinal pill? Can any elixir really be exchanged? A first-grade healing elixir, a first-grade Qi-transforming elixir, can it be exchanged? At this time, even Deng Beixiao, who usually did not show his emotions, stood up excitedly, his body trembling slightly. An ordinary-level advanced finger-based martial art in exchange for a first-grade medicinal pill. So crazy. Everyone's emotions were ignited and the room was extremely noisy, just like a vegetable market. Looking at the crazy crowd, Wu Chen was not surprised at all. He could completely understand their feelings. After all, when he first heard Zhang Yu talk about this matter, he might not be calmer than them. Quiet, everyone, be quiet for a moment. The room was too noisy, and Wu Chen had to slap the table hard. After everyone quieted down, he said, "I can't joke about this kind of thing. If you don't believe me, you can check the goods first." After saying that, Wu Chen clapped his hands and motioned to the maid waiting outside the conference room, "Bring it in." I saw a group of young maids carrying a tray and walking into the conference hall with an elegant gait. The tray in each person's hand was piled with 20 to 30 straight wooden boxes. More than 10 maids stood in a row. The densely packed wooden boxes immediately gave people a strong visual impact. As early as when he just returned home, Wu Chen had people prepare these wooden boxes and pack the pills separately inside. Wu Chen said that he really couldn't accept the idea of using a cloth bag to carry hundreds of pills. Apart from Zhang Yu, I'm afraid no one in the entire wild continent would do this. Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, his voice trembling. Could these wooden boxes all contain a first-grade pill? Wu Chen seemed to have guessed what everyone was thinking. He smiled and walked to a maid, picked up a wooden box from the tray, and then opened the box. A vermilion pill printed with 3 mysterious patterns immediately came into everyone's sight, and they could faintly smell a hint of fragrance. Qishuan pill, when taken by strong people in Qishuan realm, can improve their cultivation. Wu Chen introduced softly with a faint smile on his face. After closing the wooden box again, Wu Chen walked to another maid, picked up another wooden box, opened it and introduced, "First-grade healing pill, it can treat internal and external injuries caused by Qishuan realm strongmen, and it also has miraculous effects on some old injuries." Then, Wu Chen introduced another kind of elixir. The first-grade Qi-transforming elixir can restore your true strength. If you encounter an opponent of equal strength, taking the Qi-transforming elixir can greatly increase your chances of winning. Every time Wu Chen introduced a kind of elixir, everyone's eyes became more fanatical. When Wu Chen introduced all 3 kinds of elixirs, everyone's breathing became heavy, and their eyes looked at the pile of wooden boxes with full of desire and greed. They couldn't even help but feel the urge to join forces to kill Wu Chen and take these pills for themselves. The atmosphere in the room became a little weird, and there was a hint of murderous intent in the air. Looking at the changing expressions of the crowd, Wu Chen's lips curled up slightly, and there was a hint of expectation in his deep eyes. Take action.
He was actually looking forward to someone taking action so that he could not only establish his authority but also test his current strength. Practicing with the little guys from Sangqiong Academy all day, he almost forgot that he was once the strongest person in Huangcheng. Perhaps, these clan leaders can help him regain the feeling of dominating the deserted city. Unfortunately, although everyone wanted to take all the pills for themselves, they finally restrained their impulse and no one dared to take action. Are you trying to kill yourself by stealing the dancer's things? You must know that elixirs can be exchanged in some way, but you only have one life. No one thought that they could be Wu Chen's opponent. Even if all the people present were added together, they would not be able to pose much of a threat to Wu Chen. Everyone took a deep breath, forced down the fatal impulse in their hearts, and their emotions gradually calmed down. Wu Chen was a little disappointed, and immediately waved his hand and said, "All right, I've shown you the elixir. If you're willing to exchange, hurry back and prepare. There's only one chance. If you miss it, don't blame me for not reminding you." Noticing the disappointment that Wu Chen inadvertently revealed, everyone was secretly glad that they did not act impulsively. Of course, not everyone is so greedy. For example, Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, has never thought of robbing. You know, if you can exchange a high-level ordinary finger-handling martial arts for a pill, why would you risk it? This is not a smart move. After a pause, Lin Zhan asked, "Chief Wu, please forgive me for asking, is it only the ordinary level advanced finger-type martial arts that can be exchanged for a pill? Are other martial arts not acceptable?" In his opinion, since finger-based martial arts can be exchanged for a pill, then other more precious martial arts should also be able to be exchanged, right? After hearing Lin Zhan's words, the others looked at Wu Chen expectantly. It's not that they can't afford first-grade elixirs. Not to mention first-grade elixirs, even second-grade elixirs are affordable if they sell their property. It's just that elixirs have always been in short supply. Even if they can afford the price, they have no channels to buy them. After all, most elixirs, once they are refined, are contracted by the real big families in the capital. Occasionally, a few are left on the market, but they will quickly be snatched up and bought up, and it will never be their turn. Now that they finally have the chance to exchange pills, they naturally hope to exchange as many as possible, even if it means paying a higher price or even suffering a little loss. What's more, exchanging an ordinary level advanced finger-based martial art for a pill, no matter how you look at it, they are getting a great bargain. I understand your thoughts, but... Wu Chen shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, only ordinary level advanced finger-based martial arts will work. After hearing Wu Chen's answer, everyone was a little disappointed, but they could only accept it. After all, they couldn't force Wu Chen to change to another martial art, right? Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the ability to do it. The room was quiet for a while. Lin Zhan was silent for a moment, glanced at the people around him secretly, then pretended to cough and said to Mao Yi, the head of the Mao family, and Yao Yongsai, the head of the Yao family, Brother Mao, Brother Yao, I suddenly remembered that there seems to be something urgent at home. I have to go back and deal with it quickly. Yes. Now that Brother Lin mentioned that, I also remembered that I have some urgent matters at home. Brother Lin, Brother Mao, what a coincidence. I have something urgent to deal with at home. Well, I won't say any more. I'm leaving now. For a moment, the three of them seemed to be in a hurry. They made up an excuse and hurried back home. Deng Beixiao, Lu Yang, Wu Kuan, and others could no longer sit still when they saw what was happening. They hurriedly said goodbye to Wu Chen and then ran back home in a hurry, as if there was a fire in their house. Although Wu Chen prepared a lot of pills, no one knew how many advanced finger-based martial arts other people had at home. If he was a little slow and the pills were exchanged by others, it would be too late to regret. Wait, everyone, don't forget to help me promote it. Wu Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and quickly reminded. Of course. Don't worry, Chief Wu, we promise to do this beautifully. Everyone agreed readily and cheerfully, but a few people really took it to heart, so no one knew about it. After a while, everyone in the conference hall left, not a single hair was left. Looking at the people who disappeared in an instant, Wu Chen rubbed his head and said with a wry smile, there are so many pills, I really don't know why these people are in such a hurry. It's not like there are not enough for them to exchange. He could already imagine that in the next period of time, he would be completely trapped in a busy life, and the leisurely days would be gone forever. Shaking his head helplessly, Wu Chen instructed the maid beside him, "Go make a few more pots of tea and serve everyone a cup later." After seeing everyone off, Wu Chen walked back to the meeting room. However, before he could even sit down, Lin Zhan and his companions, who had left first, came back. Looking at Lin Zhan, Mao Yi and the others who were carrying a large box on their shoulders, Wu Chen's eyes twitched fiercely. "Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Have you brought all the high-level ordinary martial arts in your home? Isn't this just to save some time?" Lin Zhan smiled awkwardly, and looked at Mao Yi and Yao Yongcai beside him who were also carrying a large box. His expression suddenly became even more embarrassed. "I didn't expect that Brother Mao and Brother Yao had the same idea as me." In order to get back to Wu's house earlier, they had no time to check which book contained the advanced mortal-level finger-based martial arts. They simply moved all the advanced mortal-level martial arts to Wu's house together, and planned to check them slowly after arriving at Wu's house. Mao Yi also laughed awkwardly and said, "Great minds think alike, great minds think alike." Seeing the awkward looks of the three people, Wu Chen sighed and said helplessly, "Okay, then you guys can check it out slowly. When you find a high-level ordinary finger-based martial arts, come and exchange it with me for pills." Although he had a good relationship with Lin Zhan and others, Wu Chen did not show favoritism and was still very persistent on matters of principle. Lin Zhan and his companions did not expect Wu Chen to show favoritism, so after listening to Wu Chen's words, they immediately opened the big box outside the conference room and started to check it quickly. Outside the Wu family mansion, the guards of the Lin family, the Mao family and other families followed Lin Zhan and his companions to the Wu family and waited quietly outside the mansion. Seeing that Lin Zhan and his companions had not come out for a long time, the group of people were bored and simply gathered together to chat. Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, there was a sudden noise from the street in the distance, which attracted their attention. I saw Deng Beixiao, the head of the Deng family, and Lu Yang, the head of the Lu family, and others walking towards the gate of the Wu family, surrounded by a large group of people. Many of them were carrying large boxes, just like when Lin Zhan and others came. Lin Zhan and his friends are not the only smart people. The solutions they can think of can naturally be thought of by others as well. Because of this, the Wu family became particularly lively. Outside the gate of the Wu family, guards from various families gathered. The Lin family, the Mao family, the Deng family, the Yao family, the Lu family, the Wu family. Almost all the top families in Wanqing had a certain number of guards waiting outside the gate of the Wu family. The guards from various families stood together, densely packed and extremely crowded. "Brother, where are you from? You stepped on my foot, do you know that?" "Sorry, bro, this place is too crowded, please understand." "Hurry, there's another one coming, move quickly." "I can't move it anymore. If I move any further I'll end up against the wall." "Brother, I'm calling you brother, please stop stepping on me, my toes are swollen." "Ah, be gentle, it's almost broken." I don't know which unlucky guy was stepped on, but listening to the sound, he looked so aggrieved that he almost cried. Outside the conference hall, Wu Kuan, the head of the Wu family, walked straight through the crowd and into the conference hall. In front of Wu Chen's surprised gaze, he handed over 3 handwritten books and said, "These are 3 advanced finger-based martial arts of the ordinary level. Please take a look, Chief Wu." Thanks to the good habits he developed, all the skills and martial arts in the family are always organized and classified, so they can be easily found when needed. Wu Chen took the book, and then carefully wrote down the name and origin of the martial arts, and asked, "What kind of elixir does Patriarch Wu want to exchange?" 1 Qishuan pill, 1 first-grade healing pill, and 1 first-grade Qi-transforming pill each. Wu Kuan thought for a moment and said the pills he wanted to exchange. Wu Chen nodded, then took out 3 wooden boxes, each containing a pill. Taking the wooden box from Wu Chen, Wu Kuan suppressed his inner excitement and bowed to say goodbye. "Clan leader Wu, goodbye." Without waiting for Wu Chen to speak, Wu Kuan hurriedly walked out of the conference hall and disappeared into the crowd, as if he was afraid that Wu Chen would go back on his word. As soon as Wu Kuan left, someone else walked into the conference room, and it was obvious that he was also well prepared. Lin Zhan, Mao Yi, Deng Beixiao and others were desperately searching for ordinary-level advanced finger-based martial arts, while looking at those who came directly to exchange for pills with envy, with sour thoughts in their hearts. "I swear,
after I go back this time, I must put my skills and martial arts in order and never mess around again. Some people like to arrange things in their home neatly so that they look pleasing to the eye at a glance, while others like to be free and put things wherever they want and then look for them when they need them. Now, those who usually like to put things in a mess have finally tasted the consequences. Outside the Wu family meeting room, a long queue of people lined up, and everyone was looking forward to it. The people at the back of the team were a little nervous, fearing that all the pills would have been exchanged by the people in front of them, so that when it was their turn, there would be no pills to exchange. Those in front, hurry up. The people at the back kept urging them. Seeing the wooden boxes containing the pills decreasing little by little, they became more anxious and wished they could rush to the front of the team and replace those in front. Wu Chen was in charge of the whole process personally. Although his hands were sore from taking notes, he looked at the long queue outside the conference room and didn't care to rest at all. As soon as he sent one clan leader away, he immediately shouted to the outside, "Next one." Hearing Wu Chen's words, a middle-aged man immediately said excitedly, "It's my turn." However, an old man next to him frowned, "It should be my turn." "You're talking nonsense." The middle-aged man glared, "I was clearly in front of you. Li Qingye, do you still have any shame? I'm obviously the one standing in front, and everyone is watching me." The old man refused to admit defeat and retorted bluntly. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. The patriarchs of two second-rate families in the deserted city were fighting like children, and they completely lacked the dignity and bearing that a clan leader should have. The person behind them saw this and cursed, "Are you two going in or not? If not, let me go in first." As he spoke, he walked around the two of them and went towards the conference room. However, he had just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by the middle-aged man and the old man. The 2 men stared at him with vicious eyes. "What do you want to do? Cut in line." The man was stared at by the 2 men with vicious eyes, and his heart could not help but feel a chill. He swallowed his saliva and said with a stiff upper lip, "Okay, bosses, I apologize, you continue." After saying that, the men retreated leisurely. After retreating, the man swallowed his saliva again, still feeling a lingering fear. After confirming with his eyes, he knew that this was someone he could not afford to offend. After shouting at the queue jumper to leave, the 2 men turned around again and confronted each other, like a tit-for-tat against a thorn. Neither of them was willing to give in. In the conference room, Wu Chen rubbed his sore wrist, then looked outside the conference room in confusion, and said in a deep voice, "If you want to change the pills, hurry up, don't waste time." Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the old man said in unison, "Wait a moment, Chief Wu, I'll be right there." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men rushed into the conference room. In the end, the middle-aged man was more skilled and entered the conference room before the old man entered, leaving the old man alone staring at the door. The world is in decline and people's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. The old man stood alone at the door, looking up and sighing. The dancer made quite a noise, which obviously could not be hidden from the attention of anyone interested. There is no impenetrable wall in this world, and Wu Chen never thought of keeping it secret, so Lin Haya, Luo Yueshan and others soon found out what happened in the Wu family, as well as the cause and effect. In the office of the dean of Tsangqiong College. A common-level advanced finger-handling martial art in exchange for a pill. Lin Haya said in disbelief, "Wu Chen is crazy. How dare he do such a loss-making business? Not to mention exchanging 1 mortal-level advanced finger technique martial art for 1 pill, even if it were 3 mortal-level advanced finger technique martial arts for 1 pill, that would still be a huge loss." Luo Yueshan also frowned deeply. "What is his purpose?" "I don't know what his purpose is. I only know that those guys made a fortune by exchanging an ordinary level high-level finger-based martial art for a pill." There was a hint of jealousy in Lin Haya's tone, and he wished he could take his place. If Zhang Yu had not almost cleared out all the skills and martial arts from Morning Light Academy, he would probably have rushed to the Wu family with a bag of martial arts. Compared to Lin Haya, Luo Yueshan was calmer. He asked in a deep voice, "Can you find out the source of the elixir?" "The source of the elixirs?" Lin Haya calmed down and narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that kid Zhang Yu again? According to the intelligence they had obtained before, Zhang Yu was very likely an alchemist, and an extremely powerful 1-star alchemist. Apart from Zhang Yu, Lin Haya really couldn't think of who else could give Wu Chen so many elixirs. If it's Zhang Yu, then what does he need so many ordinary-level advanced finger-based martial arts for? Luo Yueshan was puzzled. He didn't believe that Zhang Yu wanted to enrich the library. This statement was almost a lie. Lin Haya shook his head. This is exactly what I can't understand. After exchanging so many ordinary-level high-level finger technique martial arts, what else can they be used for except piling them up in the library to rot? They racked their brains but couldn't figure out what Zhang Yu's purpose was. After all, exchanging an ordinary-level high-level finger-based martial art for a pill, it was definitely a loss for Zhang Yu no matter how you looked at it. The more confused they were, the more they wanted to know Zhang Yu's purpose, especially when the Desolate Abyss trial was about to begin. They would not allow any accidents to happen. But even after they had ripped off a lot of their beards, they still couldn't understand Zhang Yu's actions. Is it to win over the major families? To make it easier to recruit students from the major families next year? Lin Haya pondered for a while before he reluctantly came to a logical conclusion. Luo Yueshan obviously disagreed with this view. Paying such a huge price is just to facilitate the recruitment of students. Zhang Yu's purpose is definitely not that simple. After a moment of silence, Lin Haya suddenly sneered and said, "Who cares what his purpose is? Anyway, with Lord Zhou here, we have nothing to worry about. As for that kid Zhang Yu, just let him jump around. The more he jumps around now, the more miserable his death will be during the Desolate Abyss trial." He was full of confidence in Zhou Sun. He firmly believed that as long as Zhou Sun took action, Zhang Yu would definitely die. The craze of exchanging martial arts for elixirs not only did not subside as time passed, but instead intensified, spreading to the entire deserted city and even outside the deserted city. By the evening, people from all the major families had turned the deserted city upside down. They found one by one the high-level mortal-level finger-based martial arts that had been buried for who knows how long. Even some high-level mortal-level finger-based martial arts that had been buried underground for many years for unknown reasons were found through various channels and eventually sent to the Wu family in exchange for elixirs. In addition, the three major sects around the deserted city also copied all the advanced finger-based martial arts in the sect one by one, and then sent them to the Wu family in exchange for elixirs. That afternoon, the Wu family became the most lively place in the deserted city. People were coming in and out almost every moment, and the outside of the Wu family mansion was also crowded with people at all times. In just one day, all the advanced finger-based martial arts in the deserted city were looted completely, without leaving a single one behind. The power of the masses is terrifying. Wu Chen finally realized the meaning of this sentence. He did nothing else that day. He was so tired just recording the names and origins of the martial arts that his hands were almost broken. Now, whenever he heard someone mention advanced mortal martial arts, his hands would tremble. He didn't know if this could be considered an occupational disease. At night, Wu Chen sent the last collection of mortal-level advanced finger technique martial arts to the library of Tsangqiong Academy, and asked Zhang Yu, "Dean, it should be enough to collect so many mortal-level advanced finger technique martial arts, right?" Now, when this name is mentioned, Wu Chen feels sick of it and wants to vomit. Zhang Yu glanced at the three large boxes in front of him, which were filled with mortal-level high-level finger-based martial arts. The number should be no less than 200, and said in surprise, "So many. Wow, Wu Chen, I didn't expect you to be so efficient." The things he arranged at noon were completed by Wu Chen in the afternoon, and the result made him very satisfied. Seeing Zhang Yu's satisfied smile, Wu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly smiled modestly, "Not bad, not bad." After a pause, Wu Chen asked cautiously, "Then do you think you should continue?" "No need. 200 or so are enough." Zhang Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, "By the way, I said that as long as you do this well, I will not treat you unfairly. Did you bring the herbs I asked you to buy?" Wu Chen nodded hurriedly, I brought it. I asked someone to deliver it directly to the classroom." Zhang Yu stretched his muscles and walked out of the library, saying lazily, "Let's go to the classroom." A moment later, two people appeared in the classroom. Lighting the classroom oil lamp, Zhang Yu checked the herbs Wu Chen had brought and nodded, "Yes, this batch of herbs is fresh, but the picking method is wrong and they were not well preserved, so the efficacy is slightly worse, but it doesn't have much impact." After checking the herbs, Zhang Yu glanced at the curious Wu Chen beside him and smiled, "Wait a moment." Without waiting for Wu Chen to speak, Zhang Yu sat down cross-legged in front of the stove and lit the fire. Boom.
Along with a sound like a gust of wind, a high-temperature flame suddenly ignited in the stove. The scorching air waves were like waves at the seaside, one after another, and soon the temperature of the entire classroom was raised a lot. Zhang Yu fiddled with it casually like eating or drinking. The mysterious power in his body shot out alternately through his 10 fingers, giving people a relaxed and carefree feeling. Is the dean refining the Qishuan pill? Wu Chen was expectant but also confused. But, these herbs are obviously different from the ones the dean used to refine the Qishuan pill before. The price is at least 3 times higher, and some of them are even 10 times higher. He didn't know how to refine pills, so naturally he didn't know what kind of pill Zhang Yu was refining. He only knew that Zhang Yu's attainments in alchemy were extremely high, and every time he refined a pill, it was very easy, as simple as eating and drinking. While Wu Chen was daydreaming, Zhang Yu had already finished refining the elixir. The number of finished pills was still the limit of one furnace, 99 and 81. Suddenly, the classroom was filled with an alluring fragrance, which even caused Wu Chen's inner strength to tremble slightly. What kind of elixir is this? Wu Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. Just by smelling it, the energy in my body has increased slightly. At this time, Zhang Yu took out a pill and handed it to Wu Chen. Don't you want to improve your cultivation faster? Here, take it. The effect of this pill is much stronger than the Qishuan pill. However, if you don't want to burst and die, it's best not to swallow the whole pill directly. When practicing, scrape a little powder or lick it. The effect is guaranteed to satisfy you. As he spoke, Zhang Yu stuffed one into his mouth, chewed it for a few times, and said incoherently, it tastes pretty good, much better than Qishuan pills. I'm tired of Qishuan pills, so it's time to try something else. Dean, what kind of pill is this? Wu Chen carefully took the pill and asked in a low voice. Vortex pill, have you heard of it? Zhang Yu said nonchalantly. Vortex pill, the legendary vortex pill, the priceless vortex pill. Wu Chen opened his eyes wide, staring at the pill in his hand, his fingers trembling. So, what the dean just ate as a snack was also the vortex pill. Why, is there a problem? Zhang Yu frowned slightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I just like to eat something, so I don't need anyone else to tell me what I like to eat, right? Hearing the dissatisfaction in Zhang Yu's words, Wu Chen shrank his neck in fear and quickly smiled and said, no problem. He said so, but when he thought about Zhang Yu actually eating the extremely precious vortex pill as a snack, his heart couldn't help but bleed. Normally, Zhang Yu eats Qishuan pills as snacks, which he can barely accept, but, my God, that's a vortex pill. Who will punish this prodigal son? Zhang Yu retracted his gaze and said calmly, that's good. I thought you had some ideas. I dare not. Wu Chen lowered her head, afraid that Zhang Yu would see her distressed expression. Anything else? No more. If you have nothing to do, don't stay here. I still need to refine a few batches of pills. Zhang Yu looked at Wu Chen expressionlessly and directly asked him to leave. Wu Chen certainly wanted to stay and watch, but looking at Zhang Yu's expressionless face, he didn't dare to ask and could only laugh dryly and walk out of the classroom. After Wu Chen left the classroom, Zhang Yu sat cross-legged again and started refining pills again. This time, Zhang Yu asked Wu Chen to buy many kinds of medicinal herbs, each of which is a necessary material for refining second-grade elixirs. In addition to the vortex pill, there are also second-grade healing pills, second-grade qi transformation pills, and spin force pills. Vortex pill, a second-grade pill, can be taken by strong people in the vortex realm to improve their cultivation. The second-grade healing pill can cure internal and external injuries caused by the vortex force of a strong person in the vortex realm, as well as some old injuries. The second-grade qi transforming pill, when taken by a strong person in the vortex realm, can quickly restore the rotation force. The second-grade pill, the whirlpool realm strongman takes it and can temporarily raise his cultivation by 1 level, which lasts for a quarter of an hour. After the effect ends, the person who takes it will fall into a state of severe weakness. Since he finally had the chance to refine pills, Zhang Yu simply refined all 4 kinds of pills in one furnace. After finishing the alchemy, Zhang Yu put the Xuanli pill in a small bottle separately, and mixed the other pills together, all of which were put in a cloth bag. Finally, he said to himself with satisfaction, more than 200 pills, I can eat them for a long time.
As for the Xuanli pill, the side effects are serious. Zhang Yu naturally would not endure its side effects just to satisfy his own taste buds. After checking the vial containing the Xuanli pill again, Zhang Yu looked quite serious, thinking to himself, this thing can't be confused with other pills, otherwise, the side effects will be serious. The reason why he refined the rotating force pill was because he would soon face the mysterious strongman invited by Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan. Just in case, Zhang Yu refined this batch of pills. It is refined now only for emergency use, not to be eaten as a snack. Zhang Yu sealed the mouth of the small bottle, and after making sure it was sealed, he threw it into the cloth bag. Finally, he turned off the lights in the classroom and walked slowly towards the library carrying the cloth bag. In the library, Zhang Yu picked up a book that recorded advanced finger-based martial arts of the mortal level, and then activated the insight technique. 6 Yang Finger, Upper Ordinary Level, 458 errors. As Zhang Yu turned to the first page, the specific content of 6 Yang Finger appeared on the paper. The errors were directly marked with red circles by the system, which was very eye-catching. Zhang Yu picked up a notebook and began to proofread. He skipped the wrong parts and tried to replace the correct parts in Finger of Destruction. If they could be connected, he would replace them directly. If they could not be connected, he would try again with another correct part. After a while, Zhang Yu stopped, closed the 6 Yang Finger, and put it back on the bookshelf. Then, Zhang Yu took out another book. Star-Breaking Finger, Upper Class Mortal Level, 466 errors. Zhang Yu repeated the monotonous and boring work, and patiently flipped through one ordinary level advanced finger-based martial arts after another. The nearly perfect Finger of Destruction was also taking shape in his hands bit by bit. Vajra Finger, Upper Level, 498 errors. Unparalleled Chiba Finger, Upper Class Mortal Level, 511 errors. Qing Tian Finger, Upper Level of Ordinary Level, 476 errors. In the process of modifying the Finger of Destruction, Zhang Yu was also amazed to see all kinds of finger techniques. Although they were different, their power was amazing, and even more powerful than some of the same level of boxing, palm, leg, sword, and knife techniques. Of course, although these finger techniques are powerful, they are also extremely difficult to practice, and the conditions for practice are also quite harsh. Most people simply cannot practice them. Only Zhang Yu, whose meridians are constantly nourished by mysterious power, dares to practice so unscrupulously. Time passed quickly as Zhang Yu worked day and night to modify his martial arts. The trial of the Desolate Abyss was getting closer and would begin in 2 days. That afternoon, after a week of sleepless nights and long hours revising the technique, a perfect fingering technique was finally born in Zhang Yu's hands. In the library, Zhang Yu looked at the modified fingering in his hands with some excitement, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Destruction Finger, High-Level Mortal Level, 0 errors. There is no doubt that this is another extremely powerful martial art, even more powerful than the slash that Zhang Yu had modified before. Zhang Yu even speculated that if he could master the Destruction Finger, even a Vortex middle-level expert would not be able to resist a random finger from him. Even a Vortex photogenic expert would die under a single finger from him. Of course, all of this was just Zhang Yu's guess. He had never fought with a Vortex realm expert, nor did he understand their strength. Therefore, he might have overestimated himself or underestimated himself. After memorizing the contents of the Finger of Destruction firmly, Zhang Yu tore up the notebook that recorded the Finger of Destruction, and then walked alone towards the woods behind Songqiong Academy. That place has become his special venue for practicing his skills, practicing martial arts, and testing the power of martial arts. After passing through several paths and woods, Zhang Yu walked out of the back door of Songqiong Academy and appeared again in the wide woods behind the academy. Zhang Yu stood in the middle of the woods, his eyes closed and his hands behind his back. He adjusted his state slightly, and then began to guide the mysterious power in his body, running along the route of the Finger of Destruction. Sharp energy like sword energy suddenly surged in his meridians. Each sharp energy contained an inexplicable and terrifying power, as if it was going to cut his meridians open, causing him to feel a knife-cutting sensation in various parts of his meridians, and a dull pain. No wonder finger-based martial arts have such stringent requirements on the meridians, Zhang Yu murmured softly, enduring the pain in his meridians. The sharp energy in the body was like pieces of blades, cruelly cutting the meridians along the way. If Zhang Yu's meridians were the same as those of an ordinary person, he would probably have been completely severed and his cultivation would have been lost. Hiss. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and his slightly cynical temperament was completely eliminated by the sharp energy in his body. His eyebrows were slanted above his eyes like sharp swords, making his temperament become extremely sharp, and his eyes became deeper, giving people a feeling of majesty without anger. At this moment, Zhang Yu looked like a hermit. The cool temperament that comes from within makes his image infinitely elevated, so that even that ordinary face is filled with an inexplicable charm. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu was not aware of his current appearance, nor did he have the time to care whether his image was impressive or not. He repeatedly channeled the mysterious power, allowing his meridians to constantly adapt and strengthen. After a long time, when he felt that his meridians had barely adapted to the strength of the energy, he let out a light breath and then guided countless energy to condense at his fingertips. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from Zhang Yu's fingertips. The light shot out from Zhang Yu's fingertips, and the brightness it emitted even overshadowed the sun's brilliance. Even the surrounding space was rippled. Although it lasted only for a short moment, it left an indelible impression on people. Call out. When the light disappeared, a sharp sound that hurt the eardrums began to sound. When the sharp sound and light disappeared together, the surrounding scenery became clear again. Zhang Yu raised his head and looked forward. His pupils suddenly shrank. That is. Zhang Yu was looking at an ancient tree that was so big that 3 people could hug it. There was a fist-sized hole at the bottom. The hole emitted a burning smell and some sparks could be vaguely seen. Through the hole, he could see another ancient tree behind it, and there was also a similar hole at the bottom of the ancient tree. After a careful count, it was found that Zhang Yu's finger had directly pierced through 13 large trees and finally damaged the 14th tree. Judging from the extent of damage, the last 14th tree suffered the most serious damage. Although it was not directly pierced like the previous 13 trees, its front was charred black and emitting thick green smoke. Its huge branches were burning and could break or collapse at any time. What a terrifying penetrating power. Zhang Yu couldn't believe that all this was caused by just one finger of his. He had no doubt that the power of the finger of destruction was definitely much more terrifying than the firearms in his previous life. Even the most powerful sniper rifle was not even 1/10 of its power. In addition, the instantaneous destructive power of the finger of destruction is also extremely terrifying, which can be easily seen from the damage suffered by the 14th tree. Zhang Yu looked down at his still stretched fingers and couldn't help swallowing. Finger of destruction is cool, but the power is a bit too strong. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. If this is used, it will probably kill a lot of people with one finger, right? With the power of the finger of destruction, once it is used, anyone standing in a straight line and not far away will probably die. What does this look like? Human meat skewers. Zhang Yu felt sick at the thought of that scene, and immediately decided in his mind, if it is not necessary, try not to use the destruction finger in the future. Not only because the scene was too disgusting, but also because it was too easy to hurt innocent people. He had no psychological burden when killing enemies, but he never wanted to implicate innocent people. In the woods outside the back door of Assassination Academy, Zhang Yu practiced for an entire afternoon. After destroying almost all the trees in the forest, he finally stopped practicing. As the sun set, Zhang Yu stretched lazily, then walked back to the college lazily, dragging his long shadow. On the way, Zhang Yu activated his insight and checked his current information. Zhang Yu. Gender, male. Age, 23 years old. Physical talent, ordinary bloodline, 3 stars lower level. Comprehension talent, 3 stars lower. Special talent, alchemy, 2 stars. Kung Fu, extreme martial arts, advanced ordinary level, 9 levels in total. The highest level that can be cultivated is Qishuan 9th level, with an average of 0 errors per level. Martial arts, dragon elephant power, lower spiritual level, 231 errors, falling leaf sword technique, lower spiritual level, 285 errors, destruction finger, high mortal level, 0 errors, flying shadow, high mortal level, 0 errors, slash, medium mortal level, 0 errors. Cultivation, Qishuan 9th level. Skills, Insight, 2-star Alchemy. In just over a month, Zhang Yu had undergone earth-shaking changes in every aspect.
His life is also moving further and further away from the ordinary. After checking his own information, Zhang Yu paid attention to the tasks that had not yet been completed. Main Mission 6, Cultivate a 2-star alchemist. Main Mission 7, Recruit Deng Qiuchan as a student at Sangqiong Academy. Side Quest, Rising Fame, requires 300,000 reputation, current reputation 375. Looking at the 3 unfinished tasks, Zhang Yu pondered and said, Main Task 6, cannot be completed in a short period of time, but Main Task 7, and Side Task, may be completed in the next few days. Although Deng Qiuchan had a bad impression of Zhang Yu and Sangqiong Academy, and even looked down on them, this did not mean that Zhang Yu had no chance to complete the task. The Desolate Abyss trial is about to begin. Once Deng Qiuchan sees the performance of the students of Sangqiong Academy in the Desolate Abyss trial, her previous impression of Zhang Yu and Sangqiong Academy will be immediately overturned. By then, Zhang Yu can just fool her a little, and this girl will be easily captured, right? As for the side quests, Zhang Yu doesn't have any detailed plans for now and can only go with the flow. It would be good if the task was completed, but there would be no punishment if it was not completed. Therefore, Zhang Yu was not in a hurry at all and was in a very relaxed state of mind. Morningside College. Zhou Sun, who had not been seen for a long time, made a rare appearance in the conference hall of Morning Light College today. Lin Haya suppressed his inner excitement and said to Zhou Sun with a flushed face, Master Zhou, everything is ready. I'll trouble you when the time comes. He has been busy these days, arranging all the links and waiting for Zhang Yu to fall into the trap. It will be soon. Just endure for the last 2 days and they will be able to take revenge. Compared with Lin Haya, Luo Yueshan was undoubtedly more excited. He had waited for this day for too long, and now, it was finally coming. Looking at the expectant and nervous faces of Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan, Zhou Sun smiled faintly. Don't worry, as long as there are no mistakes on your side, Zhang Yu will definitely die. Then we wish Lord Zhou success in advance. Lin Haya nodded and bowed, flattering him respectfully. Zhou Sun glanced at Lin Haya and said calmly, I will kill Zhang Yu, but don't forget that I came to the deserted city for other tasks. Don't mess up other things for Zhang Yu. You mean, about raiding Chengwang College and Yunshan College? Lin Haya was excited, with an unconcealable excitement on his face. Luo Yueshan was a little calmer. He shook his head and said, Old Lin, what Lord Zhou is talking about is not the star rating. Lin Haya's words originally made Zhou Sun frown, but after hearing Luo Yueshan's words, he relaxed his brows and said lightly, in addition to rating stars, this deacon has a more important task, which is, to recruit a group of good talents for the academy in the capital city. Originally, this task was the responsibility of an ordinary member under him. This time he came to the deserted city in person and did this thing as well. Hearing this, Lin Haya immediately broke out in a cold sweat and quickly bowed his head to apologize. I'm sorry, Lord Zhou, I actually forgot such an important thing. It's all my fault. I'm old and my brain is not very useful. I think you are not stupid, but you just don't take this deacon's business to heart. Zhou Sun's words were somewhat dissatisfied. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Haya and the chief deacon Du Ruoyun had a little friendship, he would have probably taught Lin Haya a lesson and then walked away. This time, for the sake of the chief deacon, I won't bother with you, but I don't hope there will be a next time. He cast a warning look at Lin Haya. Deng family. Deng Qiuchan, who had just delivered a batch of goods in the afternoon, walked back to her own courtyard with a tired look on her face. She took off her heavy armor and boots, washed herself a little, climbed onto the bed, and lay down quietly. The strange thing is that she could usually fall asleep as soon as she closed her eyes, but today she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. After a long time, she opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the beams of the house, not knowing what was in her mind. The Desert Abyss Trial. Deng Qiuchan was silent for a long time. A rare hint of tenderness flashed across her beautiful eyes. After a moment, she sighed quietly, Wu Mo, are you really willing to stay in a small academy in Desert City? Having been in the capital city for many years, she had naturally heard of the behemoth, Alliance of 100 Colleges. She also knew that the colleges in the deserted city were simply useless compared to those in the Alliance of 100 Colleges. Not to mention the highest-rated 6-star academy in the 100 Academy Alliance, even the inconspicuous 1-star academy among them is by no means comparable to any academy in the deserted city. Even if you can't get into a college above 4 stars, you shouldn't stay in a second-rate college that doesn't even meet the star standards, right? Deng Qiuchan felt very sorry and unworthy for Wu Mo, and seemed to be disappointed in him. After all, with Wu Mo's talent, it's not impossible for him to join a 1-star academy or even a higher-star academy. In Deng Qiuchan's opinion, if Wu Mo really wants to surpass his father Wu Chen and become the legendary Vortex Realm expert, the only way is to join a star academy. After a long time, a long sigh was heard in the room again. Zhang Yu, Sangqiong Academy, this time, let me, Deng Qiuchan, unveil your mysterious veil so that Wu Mo will no longer be deceived by you. Mao family. In an exquisite private pavilion, a handsome young man in exquisite clothes sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy around him was like ripples, slowly rippling and converging towards the young man in circles. I'm only one step away from reaching the peak of the 6th level of Qishuan. The young man opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and then carefully took out a wooden box from his arms. He opened the box, picked up a scarlet pill in the center of the box, and swallowed it all. The next moment, the young man closed his eyes again and practiced his skills frantically. After a few breaths, the young man's whole body trembled slightly, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. The surrounding spiritual energy also suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the young man. After his cultivation was completely stable, the young man slowly opened his eyes. On his handsome face, there was a domineering and confident look that looked down upon the world. The 7th level of Qishuan, it's done. After staying at the 6th level of Qishuan for several years, the young man finally succeeded in breaking through to the 7th level of Qishuan before the start of the Wasteland Abyss trial this year. These 3 Qishuan pills that Grandpa sent really came just in time. The young man stood up, the smile on his face becoming brighter. They have saved me at least 1 year. He knew very well that he needed at least another year of practice to reach the barrier between the peak of the 6th level and the 7th level of Qishuan. However, after taking the 3 Qishuan pills, he managed to break through to the 7th level in just 1 week. Great! The young man's eyes flashed with excitement. He clenched his fists tightly and murmured, "This time, I want everyone in Desolate City to understand that I, Mao Zongtian, am the #1 genius in Desolate City. That guy Wu Mo is not qualified to compare with me. And, Deng Qiuchan, I want you to know that in the entire Desolate City, only I am worthy of you." There is no doubt that this person is one of the 3 great geniuses in Huangcheng, along with Wu Mo and Deng Qiuchan, the genius of the Mao family, Mao Zongtian. However, few people know that Wu Mo and Mao Zongtian both like Deng Qiuchan, but Deng Qiuchan is closer to Wu Mo and mostly ignores Mao Zongtian's various attempts to please her. This made Mao Zongtian very jealous, and at the same time extremely unwilling. Now, Mao Zongtian's cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of Qishuan, and he has regained his former confidence. He wanted to prove himself in the trial of the Wasteland Abyss, prove that he was the #1 genius in the Wasteland City, and prove that he should be Deng Qiuchan's best choice. Even if he still couldn't change Deng Qiuchan's mind in the end, at least he could prove that it wasn't him, Mao Zongtian, who was bad, but Deng Qiuchan's vision was poor. Master Zongtian. A maid's voice interrupted Mao Zongtian's thoughts while he was deep in thought. The clan leader asks you to go to the meeting room. Mao Zongtian nodded and smiled at the maid. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The maid was so mesmerized by the smile that she couldn't take her eyes off him. She shook her head shyly. It's not hard. By the way, where is Zong Feng? Mao Zongtian enjoyed the maid's obsessed look very much. He kept a charming smile on his face and asked casually, I don't think I have seen him much recently. Do you know where he went? Hearing this, the maid whispered, Master Zong Feng went to Xinglin to practice as soon as he came back recently. Although Mao Zongfeng is also the direct descendant of the Mao family, most people do not take him seriously. Apart from giving him a certain respect on the surface, no one will take the initiative to care about his situation. If this maid had not happened to meet Mao Zongfeng once in Xinglin, she would probably not be able to answer Mao Zongtian's question. From this point, it can be seen that although both are direct descendants of the Mao family, the treatment and status of Mao Zongtian and Mao Zongfeng are completely opposite. If Mao Zongtian is the star in the sky, held in the palm of everyone's hand, then Mao Zongfeng is the mud in the water, which others find dirty when they touch him. Mao Zongtian thought thoughtfully, my cousin is as hard-working as ever. He didn't really care about Mao Zongfeng, he just wanted to get some information from Mao Zongfeng to understand Wu Mo's situation. As for Mao Zongfeng himself, he never took him seriously from beginning to end. Although he always called him affectionately, in his heart, he never cared about this cousin. In the anxious waiting of countless people, another long day passed. The deserted city is like a pool of stagnant water, calm on the surface, but in places that people cannot see, it is breeding countless bacteria and viruses, and the undercurrent is surging. The next day, classes at Sangqiong Academy resumed as usual, with all 11 students present. What Zhang Yu is talking about today is still the 8th level of Ji Wuju. On the one hand, it is because the 8th level of Ji Wuju is more complicated and it was not finished in the first 2 classes. On the other hand, Wu Mo's cultivation is almost reaching the peak of the 7th level of Qi Xian. The sooner he can finish teaching the 8th level of Ji Wuju, the sooner Wu Mo can break through. Of course, from the beginning to the end, Zhang Yu was talking about a castrated version of Ji Wuju. So far, he is the only one who has practiced the real Ji Wuju without any flaws. In Zhang Yu's words, this is the dean's privilege. The real, ultimate martial art can be practiced by only me. If everyone can practice it, will I still be the dean? Zhang Yu must ensure that he has absolute authority in Sangqiong Academy, and no one is allowed to challenge his authority. Nearing noon, Zhang Yu finally finished explaining the 8th level of the extreme martial arts technique. Okay, I have basically finished explaining the 8th level of extreme martial arts. If you have any questions, you can ask each other. If no one understands, then come and ask me. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. He explained it so carefully, if someone still didn't understand, he should suspect that the other person was not listening carefully. Seeing that no one answered for a long time, Zhang Yu smiled with satisfaction. It seems that everyone is listening very seriously, which is good. At this time, Lin Ming, Mao Zongfeng, and others seemed to be listening quietly, but in fact they were already impatient, thinking about tomorrow's desolate abyss trial. Even Wu Mo was looking forward to it, and secretly decided not to practice alchemy today, and use this time to consolidate his cultivation. Looking at you all, you seem to be in a hurry. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows, and then looked at everyone with a half-smile. Are you in a hurry to make a big splash in the desolate abyss trial? Lin Ming, Mao Zongfeng, and others, whose thoughts were guessed, were suddenly embarrassed. Lin Ming smiled awkwardly. No hurry, no hurry. Zhang Yu restrained his smile and looked much more serious. I know a little about your past situations, so I can understand your feelings. It's nothing to be in the spotlight. In fact, the better you perform, the happier I am. But I hope you can figure out the true meaning of the desolate abyss trial. Amid the confused gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yu said calmly, the real meaning of the desolate abyss trial is to accumulate combat experience and survival experience, to improve one's own combat ability and ability to survive in the wilderness. Everyone was stunned, and then fell silent. If your goal is just to attract attention, then I suggest that you don't participate in the desolate abyss trial. With your current strength, you can attract attention by doing anything. You don't have to participate in the desolate abyss trial. Zhang Yu's voice echoed in the classroom. There was a hint of sternness in the voice, which was extremely rare for Zhang Yu. Lin Ming and the others lowered their heads and said in shame, Dean, we know we were wrong. Zhang Yu smiled noncommittally, then said mysteriously, I don't know if you really understand, so I have to assign you a task. At this time, Wu Chen interrupted Zhang Yu's words with a low cough, and said awkwardly, Dean, I don't need to participate in this desolate abyss trial, right? He really can't afford to lose face by asking him to participate in the desolate abyss trial with a bunch of little brats. Even if he wins the first place in the end, he will lose all his face. What's more, with those evil students from Sangqiong Academy around, he may not be able to win the first place. Just think about it, the former strongest man in Wangcheng, a middle-aged man in his 40s, actually went to participate in the Huangyuan trial and competed with a group of little brats, and ended up losing to 1 or 2 of them. That's really laughable. Are you sure you don't want to participate? Zhang Yu looked at Wu Chen with a smile and confirmed again. Wu Chen nodded firmly, no participation. His attitude seemed very determined. Zhang Yu continued, but, if you participate in the Desolate Abyss trial and complete the tasks I assign, you will receive a good reward. So why don't you participate? Reward. Wu Chen couldn't help but hesitate. Zhang Yu was not an ordinary person, so the reward he offered was naturally extraordinary. But after thinking for a long time, Wu Chen gave up. Forget it. Dean, I really can't do this. Just think of it as me giving the opportunity to these little guys. Hearing this, Zhang Yu gave a thumbs up and said, since you are so willing to do so, I will allow you not to participate as you wish. After a pause, Zhang Yu looked around and asked with a smile, is there anyone who wants to quit? If not, I will start assigning tasks. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Well, let me tell you about the mission first. Zhang Yu said with a smile, first, you must enter the abyss and stay in the abyss for 2 days. The abyss is very large. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever completely conquered it. Even its central area has never been visited by anyone, or some people have been there but have never come out again. Despite this, people still have endless enthusiasm for the abyss, and this enthusiasm has never faded, because there are inexhaustible resources in the abyss. Once conquering it, it is equivalent to conquering the entire world. After countless years of exploration, as people gradually understood the abyss, they divided it into 4 major areas to represent its degree of danger: outer abyss, dark abyss, deep abyss, and nether abyss. The outer abyss, the outermost part of the wild abyss, is the least dangerous and most of the low-level monsters live in this area. The abyss, passing through the outer abyss area and continuing to go deeper into the wild abyss, is the range of the dark abyss area. There live many powerful monsters, and there are even some vortex-level monsters. For ordinary people, this is an extremely dangerous place, and it is also a paradise for adventurers. The abyss can be said to be the inner circle of the wasteland abyss. Even adventurers who love to hunt for novelty dare not easily set foot on this land, because there are many more powerful monsters here. Even the monsters in the vortex realm can only become food for these powerful monsters. The nether abyss is, without a doubt, the center of the wild abyss and the most mysterious place. No one knows what exists here, and those who know are all dead. Stay in the abyss for 2 days. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but swallow and looked at Zhang Yu in disbelief. This task is too difficult, isn't it? Why, do you think it's difficult? Facing everyone's gaze, Zhang Yu couldn't help but shook his head and asked, carefully weigh your own strength and ask yourself, is it really difficult to stay in the abyss for 2 days? Half a month ago, they dared to fight with Qishuan 9th level masters. Half a month later, their strength has improved a lot. Especially after they decided to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial, Zhang Yu specially refined a lot of Qishuan pills for them. They also practiced like crazy, and the speed of their cultivation improvement was terrifying. Let's talk about Wu Mo first. This guy has learned from Zhang Yu and eats Qishuan pills as snacks all day long. His cultivation has already soared to the late 7th level of Qishuan. In a few days, he will probably reach the peak of the 7th level of Qishuan. Although Wu Xinxin did not take as many Qishuan pills, her talent was higher than Wu Mo. After half a month of practice, her cultivation had steadily reached the middle 7th level of Qishuan. Among the remaining 8 people, Lin Ming had reached the early stage of the 6th level of Qishuan, while Mao Zongfeng, Su Lai, Yao Muan, Zhang Hengyang and the rest had all reached the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan. One was at the peak of the 7th level of Qishuan, one was in the middle of the 7th level of Qishuan, one was at the early stage of the 6th level of Qishuan, and 7 were at the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan. In addition, they practiced the castrated version of extreme martial art, and the slash that Zhang Yu taught them without reservation. Their combat power was unimaginable. With such a terrifying lineup, let alone staying in the abyss for 2 days, it would not be difficult for them to kill a vortex realm monster. When everyone thought about it carefully, they suddenly felt ashamed and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Especially Lin Ming and others, they had been labeled as waste for too long, so their mentality couldn't be changed for a while. Therefore, even though they clearly possess strong strength, they are still somewhat unconfident. You guys have been keeping a low profile for too long. Now, it's time to change your mindset. You must know that your current strength is much stronger than you think. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly, and then said proudly, I'm not bragging, any one of you 10 is stronger than Lin Haya, the president of Chengwon College, and Luo Yueshan, the president of Yunshan College. After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Zhang Yu in disbelief. Even Wu Qin was quite skeptical about this conclusion. Don't believe it. Zhang Yu glanced at everyone, then asked, "Let me ask you, do you still remember the fight between Wu Xinxin and Chengwon College Vice President Zhang Feng half a month ago?" Lin Ming and the others nodded. That was the first time they had displayed their strength in front of outsiders. They certainly could not forget that sweaty battle so quickly. They clearly remembered that Wu Xinxin, who was only at the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan at that time, was suppressing Zhang Feng, who was at the early 9th level of Qishuan, and had the upper hand. They thought at that time that even if the dean of Chengwon College, Lin Haya, came in person, he might not be able to defeat Wu Xinxin. In terms of cultivation alone, the worst among you is no weaker than Wu Xinxin half a month ago. Zhang Yu suddenly raised his voice and stared at everyone with an exceptionally sharp gaze. In terms of martial arts, you have learned slashing, which is stronger than Wu Xinxin at that time. Excuse me, you are so powerful, why are you not confident? Why do you think you can't beat Lin Haya? After hearing what Zhang Yu said, everyone was in a trance. It turns out that we have become so powerful without realizing it. If Mao Zongfeng and others who were at the peak of the 5th level of Qishuan were so strong, then how strong would Lin Ming, who was at the early stage of the 6th level of Qishuan, Wu Xinxin, who was at the middle stage of the 7th level of Qishuan, and Wu Mo, who was at the late stage of the 7th level of Qishuan, be? I'm afraid that even ordinary Vortex lower realm masters might not be able to do anything to them, right? This lineup is really terrifying. Wu Qin took a deep breath, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. In the classroom, Zhang Yu looked at the students quietly, and waited for them to digest that paragraph, then asked with a smile, "Now, do you still think this task is difficult?" Of course, it is still a little difficult, but as long as they don't do anything stupid and run to the abyss area, there won't be too many problems. Seeing Zhang Yu's playful expression, the students couldn't help but lower their heads in embarrassment. Zhang Yu didn't care whether they were embarrassed or not. Seeing that no one spoke, he didn't care and said to himself, "I just talked about the first task, now I want to talk about the second task." After a pause, he pondered and said, "This second task is slightly more difficult than the first task, which is, to kill the monster." Kill the monster? The students looked at Zhang Yu curiously. Isn't it just about killing monsters? What's difficult about this task? Seeing the students' indifferent expressions, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh, but that smile made people feel a little uneasy. Don't think that you can kill any monster. I tell you, if you want to complete the task, you must kill a monster of Qishuan 9th level or stronger. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, the students' eyes widened. Kill the 9th level Qishuan and higher level monsters. Hiss. Mao Zongfeng took a breath and felt a chill on his back. Wu Mo, Wu Xinxin, and Lin Ming are better off. Their strength is definitely better than that of the Qishuan 9th layer monster beast. As long as they don't mind the trouble, they can easily kill one or more Qishuan 9th layer monster beasts. However, Mao Zongfeng and others are far worse. Although they have a clearer understanding of their own strength, it is still quite difficult for them to kill the Qishuan 9th layer monster beast. Looking at his friends who were frowning around him, Zhang Hengyang couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "The dean really thinks highly of us. Let a group of young students kill the 9th level monster Qishuan. In the whole deserted city, perhaps only Tsangkong Academy can do such a thing. This mission is indeed a bit difficult." Zhang Yu did not deny the difficulty of the mission, but he did not think there was anything wrong with it. So if your strength is too low, it will not serve the purpose of the trial at all. Naturally, the desolate abyss trial will have no meaning to exist. Zhang Yu had a clear mind. Although Zhang Hengyang and the others were young, their strength was definitely top-notch in the entire Huangcheng. To others, these two tasks would be tantamount to suicide, but to them, it is possible to accomplish them. As for the difficulty, the higher the difficulty, the greater the shock it will cause after completion. It can be said that Zhang Yu assigned these two tasks after careful consideration, because they will be of great benefit to Tsangkong Academy and the students themselves. That. Zhang Hengyang raised his hand and asked carefully, "Dean, if we fail to complete the task in the end, is there any punishment?" Mao Zongfeng and others also looked at Zhang Yu nervously. The first task was okay, but the second task was undoubtedly very difficult.
Although they were strong, they were not 100% sure of completing the task. Therefore, they were very eager to know what kind of punishment they would receive if they ultimately failed to complete the task. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and said very straightforwardly, "No." He looked at everyone and said confidently, "I can now tell you responsibly that even if you fail to complete the task, you will not be punished in any way." Upon hearing this, the students secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt particularly relaxed. But, Zhang Yu changed the subject and said with a chuckle, "Although there is no punishment for failing the mission, those who complete the mission can get a reward." Hearing this, the students' eyes lit up and asked curiously, "What reward?" Wu Chen also looked at Zhang Yu with great curiosity. Although he had already made up his mind not to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial, he was still very curious about the reward that Zhang Yu mentioned. The reward given by the dean should not be bad. Looking around, Zhang Yu said slowly, "The specific rewards will be determined based on the number of monsters you kill after completing the task. The first place winner can get 3 vortex pills, 3 second-grade healing pills, and 3 second-grade chi-transforming pills. The second and third place winners can get 1 vortex pill, 1 second-grade healing pill, and 1 second-grade chi-transforming pill. The 5th to 10th place winners can get 1 vortex pill. If no one completes the task, then I'm sorry, you won't get these rewards." Before Zhang Yu finished speaking, the students' emotions were completely boiling. Vortex pill, second-grade healing pill, second-grade chi transformation pill. Oh my god, they are all second-grade elixirs worth thousands of gold. Ever since they knew that Zhang Yu was an alchemist, the students secretly learned a lot about alchemy. Naturally, they knew the value of vortex pill, second-grade healing pill, and second-grade chi transformation pill. It can be said that the value of any second-grade elixir is more than 10 times higher than that of a first-grade elixir. Even if the family behind them wants to obtain a second-grade elixir, they have to spend all their wealth to afford it. The most important thing is that the second-grade elixir is more precious than the first-grade elixir, and there is no market for it. Even if the family behind them can afford it, they can't buy it at all, because they don't have the channels in this regard. All the students' eyes turned red, their breathing became heavy, and they were extremely excited. Vortex pill. Compared to the young students, Wu Chen seemed more excited. Having tried the vortex pill, he knew its effect better than the other students. In just 1 week, with the help of the vortex pill, his cultivation level directly jumped from the early 7th level to the late 7th level, catching up with Wu Mo's cultivation level and was about to surpass him. Therefore, he was more eager to get the vortex pill than anyone else. He clenched his fists tightly, shouting in his heart, "If I can get another vortex pill, I will be able to return to the 9th level of Qishuan within half a month." The vortex pill that Zhang Yu gave him last time had almost been used up by him, so he was eager to get another one. With his strength, as long as he participated in the Desolate Abyss trial, he would have a great chance of winning, let alone the 2nd or 3rd place, even the 1st place. After all, his current cultivation is no worse than Wu Mo's, and his combat experience is even richer. The advantage is too great. The first prize is 3 vortex pills, 3 second-grade healing pills, and 3 second-grade chi transformation pills. When Wu Chen thought of the reward for first place, he felt terrible, as if he had accidentally missed out on hundreds of millions. No, it's not as if, but I really missed out on hundreds of millions. 9 second-grade medicinal pills, and they are second-grade 3-pattern medicinal pills. Even if you use it to buy the entire Wu family, it would be more than enough. Even if he couldn't get the first place, with his ability, it would be easy for him to get the 2nd or 3rd place, without any pressure. You know, the rewards for the 2nd and 3rd place are not bad. 3 second-grade pills, even if they are not as good as the first-place reward, no one dares to ignore it. At this moment, Wu Chen was regretting his actions so much that his intestines turned green. If there was a pill of regret pill available in the world, he would buy one no matter what the price. Dean. Wu Chen made a hoarse sound, which even startled him. It was as if his throat was dry after not drinking water for a month. He took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. He laughed dryly and asked Zhang Yu, you see, can I participate in the Desolate Abyss trial? Although it is a bit embarrassing to say it, compared with the rewards of the Desolate Abyss trial, the embarrassment can be completely ignored. When the students heard this, they exclaimed in their hearts, shameless. He had clearly refused to take part in the Abyss trial before, but now that he heard the reward was so generous, he shamelessly asked to participate. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Besides, don't you think it's too much for you, a man in his 40s, to compete with us for the rewards of the Wasteland Abyss trial? Wu Mo's eyes twitched a few times, and then he moved aside, pretending not to know Wu Chen. Dad, can we have some shame? Wu Xinxin blinked her bright eyes and looked at Wu Chen in surprise. Being looked at like this by the students, especially Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin, Wu Chen felt extremely embarrassed. The image of the strongest man in Huangqing that he had painstakingly built up over decades collapsed in an instant and was lost in one day. Hearing Wu Chen's question, Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you wouldn't participate?" Zhang Yu suppressed his smile and continued, "I have confirmed with you again and again, and told you in advance that if you participate in the Desolate Abyss trial and complete the tasks I assigned, you will receive a good reward, but you chose to give up in the end. Why do you choose to give up now?" What can Wu Chen say? Should I tell Zhang Yu that I had no idea the reward was so generous, so I refused to participate, and now that I know the reward, I regret it? No matter how shameless Wu Chen is, he wouldn't dare to say that. He racked his brains and pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhang Yu cautiously, his expression full of uneasiness. "Dean, I thought about it over and over again, and finally I feel that as a student of Sangqiong Academy, if I don't participate in the Huang Yuan trial, it would be a shame for the cultivation of Sangqiong Academy, and I would be sorry for your long-term trust and dedication." Looking at Zhang Yu's half-smile, Wu Chen became more and more embarrassed, and his voice became smaller and smaller. Even he himself doesn't believe this. "Okay, Wu Chen, let's forget about the Desolate Abyss trial." Zhang Yu's expression became more serious, and he said calmly, "After all, the previous choice was your own decision. No one forced you. It's too late to regret it now. Anyway, just think of it as giving your juniors a chance." Although he had known that the result might be like this, Wu Chen was still very unwilling in his heart, thinking sadly, "I give them a chance, who will give me a chance?" Unfortunately, Zhang Yu had already said so, and he had no choice but to accept it. The desolate city was located on the desolate mountain, and behind the desolate mountain was the desolate abyss, which was famous throughout the continent. There was a steep cliff in the northwest of the barren mountain, and below the cliff was a bottomless abyss. However, there was a narrow path on the edge of the cliff. This remote path was also the only way leading to the abyss in the barren mountain. On this day, the grass and trees were rustling, the dead leaves were flying, and the cold wind was blowing continuously. Although it was not freezing cold, it was not comfortable to stay outside for a long time. However, on a wide flat ground at the intersection of the path, it was crowded with people and extremely lively. People from the 3 major academies had not arrived yet, but people from the major families in the deserted city, the surrounding sects, the city lord's mansion, as well as many independent cultivators and civilians had already entered the scene. On the open space, the city lord's mansion was in the center. Thousands of soldiers with good cultivation were divided into 2 teams, one to protect the city lord and the other to maintain order. The soldiers had serious expressions and exuded a murderous aura that made people dare not act rashly. On the left side of the city lord's mansion, there were the Wu family, the Deng family, the Lu family, the Wu family, the Lin family, the Mao family, the Yao family, etc. All the top families in the deserted city were present. On the right side of the city lord's mansion, people from the 3 major sects surrounding the deserted city, the Golden Eagle sect, the Flame sect, and the Divine Sword sect, arrived one after another, each with a bright smile on their face. The independent cultivators and civilians gathered in an open space opposite the city lord's mansion, eagerly waiting. There were a lot of people, including many masters, but most of the people's attention was focused on 2 people. One was the lord of Huangqing, Qin Lian, and the other was the head of the Wu family, Wu Chen. The former attracts attention because of his extraordinary status, while the latter attracts attention because of his extraordinary strength. In terms of influence, the 2 are on par with each other. Before the real protagonist arrived, Qin Lian and Wu Chen undoubtedly became the focus of people's attention. At this time, a large group of clan leaders were surrounding Wu Chen. "Clan leader Wu, I heard that Sangqiong Academy will also participate in this year's Huang Yuan trial. Is that true?" Deng Beixiao, the head of the Deng family, asked curiously at the place where the aristocratic families gathered. He first heard about this from his granddaughter Deng Qiuchan, and later heard about it from other people one after another, but he had no way of confirming the truth of the news. The people around pricked up their ears. They had also heard about this incident and were therefore also very curious. Wuchen was silent for a moment, his eyes twitching slightly, and then he nodded in a nonchalant manner. Yes, it is true. Unfortunately, no one knows that when Wuchen mentions the trial of the desolate abyss, his heart can't help but bleed. 9 second-grade medicinal pills. Just because of his bad mouth, Wuchen gave away 9 second-grade medicinal pills that were within his grasp. He still cannot forgive himself to this day. Sangcheong Academy has also come to join in the fun. Mao Yi, the head of the Mao family, frowned, not knowing what to say, because his grandson Mao Zongfeng is also from Sangcheong Academy, but he usually lacks concern for Mao Zongfeng, so he did not know from Mao Zongfeng that Sangcheong Academy would also participate in the Desolate Abyss trial. Yao Yongcai, head of the Yao family, shook his head and sighed. President Zhang. Dean Zhang is too anxious. Sangcheong Academy has only been reopened for more than a month. It is unwise to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial at this time. Hearing this, all the clan leaders whose members had joined Sangcheong Academy frowned. They didn't know much about the situation at Sangcheong Academy, but they knew that, except for the Wu Mo siblings, the students at Sangcheong Academy were definitely not geniuses. Not only is he not a genius, but he is also a notorious waste. This was because almost all the students at Sangcheong Academy were members of their clan, and some were even recommended to Wuchen by them personally. They believed that no one knew these people's talents better than they did. It was precisely because they knew that these people had extremely poor talents and had already given up on them in their hearts that they recommended them to Sangcheong Academy. After all, they would not recommend anyone with a bit of talent at Sangcheong Academy, as that would be a waste of talent. It would be understandable if Zhang Yu only asked Wu Mo and Wu Xinqin to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial. But if he asked all the students to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial together, it would be extremely unwise. All the clan leaders thought the same thing. Haha, I say, don't underestimate Sangcheong Academy. As far as I know, the students of Sangcheong Academy have changed a lot now. Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, laughed. He was the only one among the 8 clan leaders who always paid attention to the children of the clan. Lin Ming's cultivation level had improved so terribly that it was impossible to hide it from his observation. Although he didn't know how strong Lin Ming was, at least in this respect, he was stronger than other clan leaders. Seeing the puzzled expressions of Mao Yi and others, Lin Zhan asked in astonishment, "No way, it's been so long, you haven't paid any attention to them, right?" Logically speaking, with such huge changes happening to Lin Ming, Mao Zongfeng, Yao Muan, and the others, they shouldn't be able to notice it even if they paid a little attention, right? Hearing this, Mao Yi and the others looked rather embarrassed, with a hint of shame in their hearts. They usually only pay attention to the most outstanding people in the clan, and naturally lack attention to useless people like Mao Zongfeng, Yao Muan, Zhang Hengyang, etc., especially Mao Yi, who puts almost all his thoughts on Mao Zongtian, cultivating him carefully, and has no time to care about other younger generations. Could it be that they have really cultivated true power? Yao Yongcai asked hurriedly to hide his embarrassment. If Lin Ming, Mao Zongfeng, and others really cultivated true power, it would indeed be a good thing. This also proves that the long-declined Sangcheong Academy still has some skills. Without waiting for Lin Zhan to answer, Mao Yi frowned again and said, "But even if they really cultivated their true strength, they are not qualified to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial, right?" What is the Trial of the Abyss? That is the biggest event of the year in the deserted city. All those who take part in the Wild Abyss trial are the most outstanding talents in Chengwang College and Yunshan College. The lowest level of cultivation is no less than the 3rd level of Qishuan. How can a group of people who have just cultivated a little bit of true power compare with others? In front of others, they are as weak as newborn babies. In short, Mao Yi did not agree with Sangcheong Academy's participation in this year's Huanyuan trial. It would be fine if Sangcheong Academy was embarrassed, but the key point is that Mao Zongfeng is a member of the Mao family. If he is embarrassed, the Mao family will also be embarrassed. You guys. You really are. Lin Zhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Forget it. Even if I tell you now, you may not believe it. When they come, you can see for yourself. Then you will know how wrong you are." If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Lin Zhan would not have believed that Lin Ming, with such a useless talent,
had cultivated to the early stage of the 6th level of Qi Xian in just over a month. A 15-year-old, no, 16-year-old Qishuan level 6 warrior could definitely be called a super genius anywhere. The most terrifying thing is that just a month and a half ago, Lin Ming was still a useless person who had not yet cultivated a trace of true power. In other words, Lin Ming's astonishing cultivation level was cultivated in just 1.5 months. This is 1,000 or even 10,000 times more terrifying than those geniuses who started practicing since childhood and finally reached the 6th level of Qishuan at the age of 16. In such a short time, even the legendary 6-star academy would find it difficult to train a useless person with no cultivation to become a Qishuan level 6 expert. Lin Zhan was filled with emotion. For so many years, everyone has been wrong about Sangqiong Academy. It's really not simple. Seeing Lin Zhan's mysterious look, Mao Yi and others couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that their descendants really achieved something great in Sangqiong Academy? But when they thought of the talents of Mao Zongfeng and others, Mao Yi and others shook their heads secretly. Impossible, with their talents, even if they eat a Qishuan pill every day, it will be difficult for them to achieve anything. They could vaguely guess that Zhang Yu was an alchemist who could refine Qishuan pills of excellent quality, but Qishuan pills were not omnipotent. If their talents were too poor, even if they ate Qishuan pills as meals every day, they would not be able to achieve anything. Mao Yi and others had a good relationship with Lin Zhan, so they didn't say anything else. However, Deng Beixiao, Lu Yang, Wu Kuan and others had no friendship with Lin Zhan, and they sneered at Lin Zhan's words. Humph, playing tricks. Lu Yang snorted and said disdainfully, no matter how much you talk, it can't change the fact that those little guys are all famous losers in Huangcheng. Zhang Yu. Even if Dean Zhang has great ability, he can't change anything. Lin Ming, Mao Zongfeng, Yao Muan. I have to say, even someone as old as me who is about to enter a coffin can remember the names of these little guys. This shows how poor their talents are. Deng Beixiao and others were also very skeptical about Lin Zhan's words. If they had not been concerned about Wu Chen being beside them, they might have said something even more unpleasant. Wu Chen listened silently without explaining or refuting anything. In a way, this contributed to their arrogance. Facts are facts. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Lin Zhan's face looked a little ugly, and then he snorted coldly, if you must compete, you might as well ask Chief Wu about the situation of Sangqiong Academy. I believe he knows it better than anyone else. Wu Chen has a close relationship with Sangqiong Academy. This is no secret in the entire Huangcheng. After hearing this, the clan leaders who were arguing fiercely shut up and turned their eyes to Wu Chen. Although their relationship with Wu Chen may not be very harmonious, Wu Chen is, after all, known as the strongest man in Huangcheng, and his words are authoritative. As long as Wu Chen speaks out in support of Lin Zhan, even if what Lin Zhan says is false, it will be regarded as true. Wu Chen, who was still worried about the 9 second-grade medicinal pills, had no time to deal with these clan leaders and remained silent. However, the clan leaders were very patient and had a sense of not giving up, which made Wu Chen frown slightly. He looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. He couldn't help but sigh and said slowly, no matter what, they are all my juniors. If you keep belittling them like this, I will really be angry. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Junior? Schoolgirl? The clan leaders of the major families were immediately confused and bewildered. Wu Chen's words, as expected, caused an uproar among everyone around him. Time seemed to have stopped, even the air was frozen, and the surroundings fell into deathly silence. Chief Wu, you. Impossible, how could you? I must have heard it wrong. The clan leaders around looked at Wu Chen in disbelief, their voices trembling with extreme shock. They had speculated that there was some kind of relationship between Wu Chen and Sangqiong Academy. Perhaps Wu Chen was the vice president or elder of Sangqiong Academy. At the very least, he was at least a mentor. But they never imagined that Wu Chen was just a student of Sangqiong Academy. You must know that Wu Chen is the strongest man in Huangcheng. The strongest man in Huangcheng, who is only in his 40s, actually became a student of Sangqiong Academy. This is too much of a joke. Me. I'm fine. I'm just a student from Sangqiong Academy. There's no need to make such a fuss. Wu Chen shrugged nonchalantly and said calmly,
there are countless students in those star-level academies who are older and stronger than me. This isn't a strange thing, is it? Lin Zhan's brows knitted together, and he said in a tangled way, that being said, but Songkong Academy is not a star-level academy after all. Not only is Zhangqiong Academy not a star-level academy, but Huangqing is also a remote small town. How can it be compared with those star-level academies? Besides, even in a star-level academy, this kind of situation is rare, right? I know what you want to say, but Wu Chen waved his hand and smiled faintly. Although Zhangqiong Academy is not rated, it is no worse than those star-rated academies. It is my honor to be a student of Zhangqiong Academy. In short, after you have seen the power of Zhangqiong Academy, you will understand what I mean. Wu Chen thought very clearly that his identity would be exposed sooner or later. Instead of waiting for others to investigate, it would be better for him to reveal it himself. As for face, compared with the real benefits, face has become less important. After hearing Wu Chen's words, the clan leaders around were very surprised, and a hint of doubt flashed in their eyes. Is Zhangqiong Academy really that powerful that Wu Chen, the strongest man in Huangqing, is willing to become its student? I have a feeling that things are going to change in the deserted city. Looking at Wu Chen's indifferent face, an idea suddenly popped up in Lin Zhan's mind. Once the news that Wu Chen has become a student of Zhangqiong Academy is spread out, I am afraid that the whole deserted city will be in turmoil. At this moment, Mao Yi didn't know what he was thinking of. His face suddenly changed and he asked nervously, "Since you are also a student of Zhangqiong Academy, you will not participate in this Desolate Abyss trial, right?" If Wu Chen also participates in the Desolate Abyss trial, I guess no one else will have a chance to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial. The strongest men in Huangqing City participated in the Huangyuan trial. This title alone was enough to attract everyone's attention and become the focus of the Huangyuan trial. Me. Wu Chen sighed and said leisurely, "After all, the Desolate Abyss trial is for young people, so I won't get involved." Although he said this, Wu Chen felt helpless in his heart. He wanted to participate in the Desolate Abyss trial, but Zhang Yi refused. Hearing this, Mao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile on his face. Chief Wu is still very righteous. As long as Wu Chen does not participate in the Desolate Abyss trial, no one can pose a threat to Mao Zongtian. With Mao Zongtian's current strength, he is destined to become the focus of this Desolate Abyss trial. Winning the first place in the Desolate Abyss trial will be as easy as taking something out of a bag. Wu Chen looked at Mao Yi with a half-smile. "Chief Mao, as a friend, I would like to give you a piece of advice in advance. You'd better not be too happy too soon. Although I will not participate in the Desolate Abyss trial, my two little guys have not said they will not participate. Wu Mo and Wu Xinxin." Mao Yi laughed, still looking confident. "To be honest with Chief Wu, just the day before yesterday, that good-for-nothing kid in our family broke through to the 7th level of Qi. As he spoke, a hint of pride appeared on his face. A Qishuan 7th level strongman is not much inferior to the older generation like them. As Mao Zongtian's father and the head of the Mao family, Mao Yi is indeed qualified and has reason to be proud of having such an outstanding son. The 7th level of Qishuan. That's not bad. Wu Chen smiled faintly and nodded, his expression unchanged. He is just a Qishuan 7th level warrior. Anyone picked out from Zhangqiong Academy can beat him so badly that he won't know which way is which. However, Wu Chen did not say what was in his heart. He and Mao Yi had some friendship. In order to save Mao Yi's face, he finally held back and did not say anything to avoid embarrassing Mao Yi. Lin Zhan was worried that if Mao Yi continued to show off like this, it would irritate Wu Chen, so he quickly interrupted and said, "Okay, Mao Yi, let's end this topic here." Just when Mao Yi was about to say something, there was a sudden commotion around him. Everyone stopped talking and looked over. I saw a long team in the distance, slowly approaching under the gaze of countless people. Walking in the front of the team was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. On the left and right of the middle-aged men were the famous president of Chenghuan College, Lin Haya, and president of Yunshan College, Luo Yueshan. Here it comes. Seeing this team, people from various forces, as well as many independent cultivators and civilians, were all cheered up. Without exception, everyone's eyes were focused on the middle-aged men. Although they did not know this middle-aged man, they knew clearly that this man must be from the 100 Academy Alliance, because the wilderness trial in previous years was also led by a person from the 100 Academy Alliance, and this year would naturally be no exception. People from the 100 Academy Alliance, even the lowest level members, are still big shots who cannot be offended in the eyes of the people in the deserted city. After a while, everyone from Chengwang College and Yunshan College entered the venue. Lin Haya looked around, searching the crowd. After a moment, he frowned slightly and asked, "No one from Sangqiong Academy came. Could it be that the kid got some news and got scared?" He chose to retreat temporarily. Luo Yueshan also frowned and said unwillingly, "The trial of the Desolate Abyss is not only the biggest event of the year in Desolate City, but also a death trap they set up specifically for Zhang Yu. If Zhang Yu does not come, the importance of the trial of the Desolate Abyss in their hearts will be greatly reduced. How about waiting a little longer?" Luo Yueshan asked unwillingly. He was so eager for revenge that he no longer cared about the trial of the Desolate Abyss. As long as Zhang Yu could be killed, he would do it no matter what the cost. It is no exaggeration to say that Luo Yueshan has now gone crazy and has only one thought in his mind: revenge. Lin Haya hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said in a deep voice, "The time is almost up, we can't wait any longer, otherwise, even a fool can see that we are deliberately targeting him. Moreover, Lord Zhou attaches great importance to the Desolate Abyss trial, we can't make Lord Zhou unhappy for a Zhang Yu." He patted Luo Yueshan on the shoulder and comforted him, "Old Luo, I understand your feelings, but now it's better to listen to me, the Desolate Abyss trial will be held as usual. It would be best if Zhang Yu came, but if he didn't, we would have to think of other ways to lure him out." Luo Yueshan was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly, "Okay, I'll listen to you." No matter how eager he was for revenge, he had to hold back, because he knew that he was no match for Zhang Yu, and only Zhou Sun could subdue Zhang Yu. If he displeased Zhou Sun and caused him to quit, then he would have no way to take revenge. Lin Haya took a deep breath, then asked Zhou Sun for permission. After getting the latter's consent, he walked to the center of the open space and laughed loudly, "Quiet, everyone, please be quiet." Everyone was very considerate and immediately quieted down, looking at Lin Haya expectantly. Only Wu Chen, who was in the aristocratic family's territory, stared at the middle-aged man, thinking secretly in his heart, "Is this man the helper invited by Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan? First of all, I warmly welcome everyone to take the time out of their busy schedules to visit the Desolate Abyss trial." Lin Haya was in high spirits, and his voice was mixed with a hint of festivity, which made people feel inexplicably excited. "Secondly, I would like to introduce the gentleman next to me. He is Zhou Sun, the deacon of the Tongzhou Prefecture branch of the 100 Academy Alliance. Lord Zhou. This time, the Desolate Abyss trial will be hosted by Lord Zhou himself. Please applaud and welcome him." Wow. As soon as Lin Haya finished speaking, the crowd around him was in an uproar. Not to mention those independent cultivators and common people, even the major families, sects, and even the city lord Qin Lian were all stunned by Zhou Sun's identity. Deacon of the Tongzhou branch of the 100 Academy Alliance. This person has a very important background. The city lord Qin Lian stood up from his seat and looked at Zhou Sun with a serious gaze. "Deacon, this person is most likely a Vortex Realm expert, and not an ordinary Vortex Realm expert. How could such a big shot come to our small deserted city for no reason? Although he is an official figure and represents the secular imperial power, he still can't help but feel a little scared when facing a figure like Zhou Sun." Wu Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and he was a little bit unbelievable. Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan actually invited such a person. When Wu Chen thought of the strength that Zhou Sun might possess, he couldn't help but feel worried for Zhang Yu. The dean's situation is not good. The title of the deacon of the Tongzhou branch of the 100 Academies Alliance alone is enough to make everyone present feel suffocated. Seeing that everyone was stunned by Zhou Sun's identity, Lin Haya flashed a smug smile on his face, and then pretended to cough lightly and repeated, "Please welcome with applause." The people around seemed to wake up from a dream, and immediately applauded, bursting into an overwhelming applause. Zhou Sun smiled warmly and bowed to everyone around him. "I would like to thank you all." At this moment, Zhou Sun was the only focus in the scene and stole the show. After everyone quieted down, Zhou Sun continued, "Let's not waste any more time. This year's Desolate Abyss trial will be hosted by me. I hope everyone will give me some face and abide by the rules. Dare you not give face to the deacon of the Tongzhou branch of the 100 Academy Alliance? Zhou Sun didn't care whether Zhang Yu came or not. In his heart, the Desolate Abyss trial was the most important thing. Killing Zhang Yu was just a matter of convenience. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind taking action. If there was no chance, he wouldn't force it. He didn't have the patience to wait any longer, and immediately began to announce the rules of the trial, this time, the Desolate Abyss trial. However, just as Zhou Sun finished speaking, there was a commotion in the distance, which attracted the attention of many people, so much so that Zhou Sun had to stop and frown slightly. Here they come, they are from Sangqiong Academy. Is that Zhang Yu the leader? He looks so young. Hearing the whispers of people nearby, Zhou Sun followed their gazes and saw a young man with an ordinary appearance but a unique temperament leading a team slowly approaching. He was startled and felt quite surprised. Is this guy Zhang Yu? I didn't expect he would actually dare to come. Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They had already given up hope, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yu arrived at the last moment. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lin Haya narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sinister smile flashed across his eyes. Luo Yueshan also showed a sinister smile on his face, and he felt a sense of satisfaction that his revenge was about to be taken. Sudden. Zhou Sun frowned slightly. No, this kid is not simple. At his level, he only needed to sense the fluctuations of other people's true power or rotational force with a little effort. However, the feeling Zhang Yu gave him was as hazy as mist, and he had no way of judging. He could only vaguely feel that Zhang Yu's cultivation should be lower than his, but he couldn't tell at what level. This surprised him very much, and his expression became a little solemn. Could it be that he has practiced some martial arts that hide his abilities? Zhou Sun speculated secretly in his heart. Thinking of this, Zhou Sun felt relieved again. There are countless strange and bizarre martial arts in this world, and hidden skills are not uncommon. Zhou Sun has encountered them before. Sensing Zhou Sun's abnormality, Lin Haya asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Master Zhou?" Luo Yueshan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked nervously, "Master Zhou, are you sure you can handle this guy?" "Nothing, I just think this guy seems to be more interesting than I expected." Zhou Sun shook his head and smiled faintly. "Although I don't know where he learned the martial arts that can hide his cultivation, you can rest assured that it will be easy for me to kill him." Although he couldn't see through Zhang Yu's specific cultivation level, he already regarded Zhang Yu as a strongman in the lower vortex realm. After all, if Zhang Yu's cultivation had not even reached the vortex realm, then even if Zhang Yu practiced martial arts to hide his cultivation, he would not be able to hide from his perception. Although most people's eyes were focused on Zhang Yu, there were still a small number of people who were paying attention to the group of people behind Zhang Yu. "Wu Mo, come on, let me take a good look at what you have learned in Sangqiong Academy that makes you defend Sangqiong Academy so much." Deng Qiuchan stared at Wu Mo silently, as if the whole world in her eyes only consisted of Wu Mo, and she could not see anything else. She was dressed the same as usual, with her long hair tied up high, her hand grasping the hilt of the long sword at her waist, and wearing thick armor. Even though she was standing there quietly, she still gave people a sense of heroism. Unfortunately, no one knows that beneath the heavy armor, there is a tender and affectionate heart of a daughter. Among the students of Morning Light College, Mao Zongtian searched for Deng Qiuchan as soon as he entered the venue, and from that moment on, his eyes stayed on Deng Qiuchan and never moved away. When Mao Zongtian saw Deng Qiuchan staring at Wu Mo's direction, he became jealous and crazy. "It's like this again. Deng Qiuchan, is it that you only have Wu Mo in your eyes and can't tolerate anyone else?" Mao Zongtian clenched his hands into fists, his eyes almost spitting fire. "What's so good about Wu Mo that makes you think so highly of him, but you look down on me, Mao Zongtian? They are all listed as the 3 greatest geniuses in Huangcheng. Why is it that Wu Mo can win the favor of Deng Qiuchan while he is ignored?" Mao Zongtian was not convinced. In terms of talent, he was no worse than anyone else. Now he was even ahead of the other 2 of the 3 geniuses in Huangcheng. Why was he being ignored? "Wu Mo, today I, Mao Zongtian, will prove to everyone in Desolate City that I am the #1 genius in Desolate City. You are nothing in front of me." Mao Zongtian was so jealous that he was out of control. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was even a little hideous. I will bring disgrace upon you and make this day a shadow in your life. He didn't dare to kill Wu Mo, but he was confident that he could teach Wu Mo a lesson in front of countless people. The atmosphere at this moment was somewhat quiet. Everyone was a little surprised at the arrival of the people from Sangcheong Academy, but they didn't know what to say. Wu Chen hesitated for a moment, then walked out of the crowd of noble families and came to Zhang Yu, reminding him in a low voice, "Dean, the person Lin Haya and the others invited this time is not simple, please be careful." He looked very solemn, with a trace of worry between his brows. "I just heard from Lin Haya that the man is the deacon of the Tongzhou branch of the 100 Academy Alliance, named Zhou Sun, and he is likely to be an invincible vortex realm expert like you." What Wu Chen said was absolutely correct. In the deserted city, those in the vortex realm were invincible. Zhang Yu smiled and nodded to Wu Chen. "Okay, I understand." Wu Chen looked at Zhang Yu, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. He wanted to persuade Zhang Yu to leave immediately, but he didn't know how to say it. "Haha, don't worry. He's just a strong man in the vortex realm. There's nothing to be afraid of." Zhang Yu smiled slightly. His calm appearance made people inexplicably convinced. Hearing Zhang Yu say this, Wu Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and gained a little more confidence in Zhang Yu. After reminding Zhang Yu, Wu Chen walked out of the Sangcheong Academy team and returned to the crowd of aristocratic families. Zhang Yu raised his head and looked towards Chengwang College and Yunshan College, and finally landed on Zhou Sun, who was standing beside Lin Haya and Luo Yueshan. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "Tisk Tsk, the deacon of the Tongzhou branch of the 100 Colleges Alliance. What a great title." At this moment, Zhou Sun was also looking at Zhang Yu with a smile, and his eyes were like he was staring at a prey. The two people's eyes fell on each other through a distance of dozens of feet. The brief silence made the atmosphere around them suddenly become a little tense. After a moment, Zhou Sun's gaze passed Zhang Yu and moved to the group of students from the Sangcheong Academy behind him. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise, "Ha!" With his strength, he naturally saw through the cultivation of Wu Mo and others at a glance. Therefore, he was extremely surprised in his heart. A small Sangcheong Academy actually has so many geniuses. According to his perception, Wu Mo and his group have at least reached the 5th level of Qi-Xian cultivation, and Wu Mo's siblings have even reached the 7th level. If this isn't genius, then what is? Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Zhou Sun became more and more interested in Sangcheong Academy, and he was secretly thinking about Wu Mo and others. If he could recruit these students for the academy in the capital, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits. "I didn't expect that I, Zhou Sun, have such good luck to meet so many talented people right away. However, I have to thank Zhang Yu, who worked so hard to gather so many geniuses, but ended up making wedding dresses for me." Zhou Sun was very happy, and he would recruit Wu Mo and others as soon as the Huanyuan trial was over. He never thought about whether Wu Mo and others would refuse. Are you kidding? It's a star-level academy in the capital city that others try their best but can't get in. Would anyone refuse? Seeing Zhou Sun's gaze lingering on Wu Mo and the others for a long time, Zhang Yu was slightly startled, and then revealed a strange expression. "This guy, is he planning to target the students of Sangcheong Academy? If this is true, then this guy is probably going to be in trouble. All the students of Sangcheong Academy have signed the Sangcheong contract. Not to mention Zhou Sun, even if the Jade Emperor came, he could not shake the status of Sangcheong Academy in their hearts." Zhang Yu could even imagine Zhou Sun getting beaten to a bloody pulp in front of the students from Sangcheong Academy. "I don't know how strong this guy is." Zhang Yu held his chin with one hand and glanced in Zhou Sun's direction from time to time. "The legendary Vortex Realm expert, I think he should have some skills." Although Zhang Yu was full of confidence, it was the first time he encountered a Vortex Realm expert. He had no idea whether he could beat him. After a long while, Zhang Yu shook his head and exhaled lightly. "Never mind, if he insists on taking action, I will accompany him. It's impossible for me to admit defeat, not in this lifetime." Zhang Yu, who has mastered the Flying Shadow and Finger of Destruction, still has some confidence in his own strength. Zhou Sun obviously couldn't guess what Zhang Yu was thinking. He paid slight attention to Wu Mo and the others for a moment, then retracted his gaze and said loudly, "Although everyone is very familiar with the rules of the Wild Abyss trial, I still have to repeat it again. The ranking of the Wild Abyss trial is determined by the final points. Every student participating in the Wild Abyss trial will have 3 supervisors following in secret. The 3 supervisors will truthfully record the number and level of monsters killed by the students in the Wild Abyss trial, and finally calculate the points based on the number and level of monsters killed by the students. The 3 supervisors come from different forces: the City Lord's Mansion, the sect, and the aristocratic family. This can ensure the relative fairness and justice of the Wild Abyss trial. As for absolute fairness and justice, it does not exist in this world at all, and no one dares to guarantee it. Kill a demon beast of Qichuan level 1 to Qichuan level 3, and score 1 point. Kill a demon beast of Qichuan level 4 to Qichuan level 6, and get 10 points. Kill a demon beast of Qichuan 7th to Qichuan 9th level, and get 100 points. Everyone listened quietly. Even though they had memorized the rules by heart, they still listened very carefully at this moment. Looking at the people who were listening quietly, Zhou Sun felt very satisfied. After a pause, he continued, "Next, I want to talk about the rewards." However, at this quiet moment, a slightly childish, crisp voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Zhou Sun's words. "Wait, you haven't told me how many points you get for killing a Vortex Realm monster." Brush. All of a sudden, countless gazes, from different directions, all converged on the person who was speaking. Wu Xinxin blinked her bright gemstone eyes and said weakly, I'm just asking, why are you looking at me?"